Chapter 1. Annie, I would like a bowl of clear soup noodles with 2 eggs, please. Microeconomics studies the behaviors of individual economic participants. Memorize the 10 points above. They will be on the next exam. Focus on remembering the formulas here. You have 10 minutes to solve this problem. I will ask a classmate to come up and answer shortly. Lin Su was vaguely aware of some voices drifting into his ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and immediately his pupils contracted as his hands instinctively clenched. He surveyed his surroundings. A pristine lecture hall, classmates engrossed in their work, and the economics teacher patrolling the classroom. Then he lowered his head, pretending to study the exercises in the book, diligently scribbling numbers in the accompanying workbook, just like everyone else, immersed in the task. A few minutes later, the economics teacher returned to the podium. Almost done. I would like a student to come up and solve the problem. The 10 minutes of the teacher always felt different from those of the students. At the sound of this statement, half the students lowered their heads. The economics teacher scanned the room and, noticing no one was willing to volunteer, shook his head and turned his gaze to a beautiful girl seated on the first tier. Yuchinga, please come up and solve this problem. Sure, teacher. Yuchinga showed no signs of hesitation. She smiled gently, stood up, and gracefully walked to the podium. Dressed in a cream-colored dress, with a radiant smile, an exquisite visage, fair skin exposed on her slender arms, a graceful figure, and an air of confidence. The moment Yuchinga stepped onto the stage, the classroom was filled with audible gasps, whether in admiration for her beauty or relief at being spared from solving the problem themselves. In that instant, every gaze in the room was fixed upon the podium regardless of gender. Most eyes were riveted on Yuchinga. Lin Su was no exception, but his gaze was fervent, greedy, nostalgic, and laden with a myriad of emotions, particularly intense. Yuchinga paused momentarily, her chalk in hand, slightly turning to catch a glimpse of the students behind her. She felt as though someone was staring at her intently, as if seeking to strip her bare. After glancing past a few faces, Yuqing's focus returned to the problem at hand. She could not discern who that person was. Lin Zu's lips curled into a subtle smile, feeling as keenly as in his previous life. How about it, Lin Su? Were you mesmerized just now? Yuchinga is the most beautiful girl in Jiangbei. Jiang Kuan leaned closer to Lin Su, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Lin Su turned to Jiang Kuan, trying to recall the name. Was it Jiang or Jiang? It had been too long, he had forgotten. However, he could surmise how he would have responded in the past. Slightly gloomy and generally quiet, an inconspicuous presence in class, introverted by nature. Indeed, Yuchinga is very beautiful. Lin Zu's movements felt somewhat awkward, and his voice trembled slightly, his peripheral vision occasionally stealing glances at Yuchinga on stage. Hey, Lin Su, do you not know how to express yourself? Very beautiful does not even begin to cover it. Is extraordinarily beautiful, with fair skin, stunning looks, and a graceful demeanor. Her fashion sense is impeccable. Not to mention, she excels academically and possesses an outstanding character. I dread to think which fortunate soul will eventually win her heart. Zhu Feng, seated in the front row, turned to join the conversation, his words dripping with admiration and a hint of bitterness toward Yuchinga. Indeed, I wonder which lucky guy will become Yuqing's boyfriend. I should join the FFF group and drive away all the riffraff seeking to get close to her. Jiang Kun's eyes brimmed with jealousy for Yuqing's future partner. He did not want the love. He could not have to be claimed by anyone else. Zhu Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Kuan, and they both nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of camaraderie. You're already in your third year. Don't think it's too early. You'll be entering society soon, and the more you learn now, the easier it will be later. The economics teacher suddenly raised his voice, glancing toward Lin Su and his companions. The three straightened up, focusing intently on the problem. They understood this was the teacher's way of calling them out. Teacher, I have solved the problem. Yuchinga gently placed the chalk in the groove of the blackboard, then spoke softly to the economics teacher. The teacher examined Yuqing's answer carefully, visibly pleased with the meticulousness and the supplementary insights she provided, deeming her work exemplary. The scholarship you applied for is almost here. Make sure to get your signature from the class advisor afterward. The economics teacher looked at Yuchinga with warmth in his eyes, overflowing with pride for his exceptional student. Yuchinga nodded graciously, thanking the teacher before returning to her seat. The remaining explanation was quite detailed, as the economics teacher not only elucidated the significance of the problem, but also discussed two similar ones. Ding, ding, ding. As the class bell rang, the economics teacher took a minute to assign homework for the next lesson. Finally, freedom. Next up, a 3-day holiday. Hey, did you all remember the homework the teacher just assigned? Are you all eating at the cafeteria or ordering takeout? Let's go out and have some fun tomorrow. Who's in? As soon as class ended, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Lin Su cast a glance at Yuchinga, who was gathering her notes, retrieved his phone from his bag, and headed toward the school cafeteria. Typically, students at Zhongbei University reside in dormitories, but due to Lin Zu's unique circumstances, he rented a small apartment off campus. Normally, he would return to cook for himself at this time, but the anticipation was too great. The university's cafeteria offered many dining options, and Lin Su opted for the nearby 7th cafeteria. It was mealtime, and many stalls were already bustling with long lines. Lin Su chose the noodle stall with the shortest queue. As he waited in line, he scrolled through the news on his phone. The date was April 4th, 2030. J-City reports a surge in stray cats and dogs attacking people. Citizens are advised not to feed them indiscriminately. In 3 days, a celestial meteor shower, occurring once every 6,000 years, will light up the night sky from 20 to 2200 hours. An irate individual armed with a fruit knife attacked multiple people, drawing widespread public attention. Yesterday, a 63-year-old willow tree in Baiyun Township, G-City, was excavated, revealing a body suspected to belong to a missing person from 7 days ago. In the past month, various cities have experienced sporadic smog. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. As Lin Su read these headlines, a profound expression crossed his face. Time confirmed, the world is real indeed. There were signs before May 1st. I have truly returned. Lin Su couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his lips, though he fought to contain the overwhelming joy, causing his expression to twist slightly. Fortunately, with his head down, the peculiarities of his demeanor went unnoticed amidst the din of the cafeteria. Luo Yu, I heard they're going to gathering tomorrow. Will you join? Forget it. You know I can't get along with Yi Yun if she goes. I won't. 2 girls in front of Lin Su conversed without restraint, each carrying a bowl of clear soup noodles with eggs, heading toward their seats. Engrossed in their conversation, they accidentally bumped into Lin Su, spilling half of their noodles onto the floor. Sorry, classmate. Luo Yu hurriedly apologized, pulling out a tissue from her pocket to dab at the soup splattered on Lin Zu's clothes. Upon seeing the noodles strewn across the floor, Lin Zu's pupils suddenly contracted. Instinctively, he seized the disposable chopsticks beside Luo Yu and aimed them toward her eyes. In that moment, just as the chopsticks were about to make contact with her eye, Lin Su halted. He suddenly realized that this was not the future world where one could recklessly take a life over a mere morsel of food. That was close. He almost caused a tragedy. Classmate, your chopsticks. Lin Su forced a smile, handing the chopsticks back to Luo Yu. Thank you. Luo Yu paused, her right hand trembling slightly as she accepted the chopsticks. Without further ado, she and her friend hurried away. Luo Yu, your back is what it doesn't seem that hot today. And didn't you just stain that handsome guy's shirt? Aren't you going to apologize? Wang Ying, be quiet. Stop talking, let's go. Luo Yu whispered, gripping Wang Ying's hand tightly, her gaze avoiding Lin Zu's direction. Lin Su observed the hasty retreat of Luo Yu, a contemplative look in his eyes. But as he approached the front of the line, his thoughts shifted back to ordering. I would like a bowl of clear soup noodles with 2 eggs, please. Chapter 2. Seated at the table, Lin Su gazed at the bowl of clear soup noodles before him, with a sprinkle of meat floating atop the broth. He swallowed hard. Upon taking the first bite, Lin Zu's eyes brightened, and he quickly devoured the meal, finishing both the noodles and soup in just 3 minutes. Noticing some broth and meat remnants clinging to the bowl's interior, he felt an urge to lick it clean. However, observing that most of his peers had left food uneaten on their plates, Lin Su fell silent, stood up, and took his bowl and chopsticks to the automatic washing station. Today's lychee meat seems to have a bit of a sour taste for some reason. So you haven't touched it at all, and yet it's about to be discarded. How come I didn't eat anything? Indeed, If I had finished it and ended up with a stomachache, I would have suffered unnecessarily. A few bucks, it's nothing. Li Xiao is indeed quite wealthy. You brat, are you back at it again? Li Xiao, I'm your Li grandfather. Observing a few male college students tossing their uneaten food into the waste bin, Lin Zu's gaze turned cold. He took a deep breath, revealing no sign of discomfort, and placed his bowl and chopsticks on the automatic window. Casting a glance at the half-full bucket of discarded food, he turned and exited the cafeteria. Rather than returning directly to his rented accommodation, Lin Su headed to the most expensive hair salon near Jiangbei University. Boss, my hair is a bit long. I'd like a fresher hairstyle. Stepping into the salon, Lin Su glanced at the price list, and without further ado, he scanned 588 with WeChat. What year are you in? Your hair is quite long, it's even covering your forehead. And you must be burning the midnight oil often. Fongbin greeted Lin Su warmly, beginning to work on his hairstyle. Despite Lin Zu's silence, Fongbin maintained his enthusiasm, for in the service industry, service is paramount. Lin Su closed his eyes, genuinely uninterested in engaging with strangers. This was his first visit to this salon, and it would surely be his last. Throughout the haircut, Lin Su acquiesced to Fongbin's directions, his thoughts wandering around the salon. There were 3 hairdressers present, with 2 entry points spread across 2 levels. From upstairs, the sounds of footsteps suggested there were 3 or 4 individuals. Thus far, the hairdresser had employed 7 different tools, 6 of which posed a significant risk to Lin Su. Fongbin was quite adept in just over 10 minutes. Lin Zu's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. With the new hairstyle, Lin Zu's demeanor shifted significantly, transitioning from a previously somber visage to that of a refreshing and handsome young man. Lin Su took a glance and felt quite satisfied. Student, we welcome you to return. Fongbin regarded Lin Su, perceiving him as a rather straightforward customer. Exiting the salon, Lin Su ventured into a nearby shopping mall to replace his inexpensive attire. He then noticed just over 3,000 left in his WeChat wallet and made a phone call. Hello, is this Timu Hotel? Yes. I'd like to book a couple suite, room 3333. Great, we'll check in around 7 this evening. After securing the reservation, Lin Su pondered what else he might need. Oh, right, she adores gypsophila. Lin Su spent over 100 to purchase a bouquet of gypsophila. By 6:30 in the evening, the streetlights near Jiangbei University illuminated early, though some lights along the smaller paths had fallen into disrepair. The path leading to the library was particularly dim. Standing beneath a streetlight, Lin Su held a bouquet of gypsophila. Lin Su. Yu Qingga gazed at Lin Su in surprise under the dim light. She hadn't anticipated that the somewhat gloomy Lin Su from class had transformed into a refreshing young man. One must admit, appearance does play a significant role. For you. Lin Su smiled faintly as he offered the gypsophila to Yu Qingga. Taken aback, Yu Qingga wondered if Lin Su was confessing to her. Lin Su, I'm sorry, but I must prioritize my studies right now. I don't wish to pursue a romantic relationship. Yu Qingga gently pushed the flowers back, her tone light and pleasant to the ear. Studies? Lin Su was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, quickly suppressing his expression. His gaze transformed suddenly, becoming fierce, frenzied, and greedy, as if he intended to devour Yu Qingga whole. He stepped closer to her, his eyes blazing with intensity. You were the one who looked at me in class. Lin Su, you can still leave now. This is near the library, and you cannot act recklessly. Yu Qing's eyes revealed a hint of panic as she retreated a few steps, adopting a stance that suggested she would call for help if he approached any closer. You remained the same, feigning innocence and sweetness. Yu Qingga, I miss you dearly. Suddenly, Lin Su lunged forward, embracing Yu Qingga and inhaling her scent. In that moment, his previous frenzy began to dissipate. Yu Qingga froze, her eyes darkening. She did not resist, but subtly placed her right hand into her pocket, where a pen lay. Be careful, you wouldn't want to damage the pen your sister gifted you, would you? Lin Su grasped Yu Qing's right hand, a smile gracing his face as he looked at her. This is a university gift from my sister 3 years ago. How did you know? Did you investigate me? You even came here specifically to wait for me, and no one else knows I like gypsophila. Have you even looked into my sister? Yu Qing's icy gaze bore into Lin Su. My name is Lin Su, and I shall be the only one you trust from now on. Suddenly, Lin Su released Yu Qingge and stepped back, for unbeknownst to him, a craft knife had appeared in Yu Qing's left hand. Frustration flickered in Yu Qing's eyes. The uncontrollable feeling was unbearable. She had memorized the personalities, hobbies, and identities of everyone in her class. Yet Lin Su was different now. Bang! Yu Qingge glanced around, finding no one else. She kicked a stone toward Lin Su with force. Then, wielding the craft knife, she lunged at him. Witnessing Yu Qing's departure from reality, her face brimming with murderous intent, Lin Su felt a tremor in his soul. This was Yu Qingge, the true Yu Qingge that belonged entirely to him. Lin Su tilted his head, dodging the stone, and, facing the craft knife, did not evade. He allowed Yu Qingge to slice his clothing, tearing through flesh and drawing blood. The crimson fluid blossomed across Lin Zu's chest, a splash of red that adorned the gypsophila. Why don't you dodge? Yu Qingge stared at Lin Su, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why he remained motionless. Because at this moment, you still lack the courage to kill. Lin Su chuckled as if the wound on his chest were not his own. He dipped his finger in the blood from his chest and approached Yu Qingge, dotting her delicate lips with red. What do you intend to do? Who exactly are you? Yu Qingge touched the blood on her lips, instinctively licking it, her gaze becoming increasingly perilous as she regarded Lin Su. Yu Xiaohua, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Lin Su. Upon hearing that name, Yu Qing's pupils dilated, her complexion paling as her body trembled uncontrollably, causing the craft knife to clatter to the ground. She was terrified. Seeing the trembling Yu Qingge, Lin Zu's expression hardened, devoid of any smile. He stepped forward to embrace her. From now on, with me by your side, you shall have nothing to fear. Chapter 3. He should not have been soft-hearted. Yu Qingge felt an icy chill envelop her limbs, and a veil of darkness loomed before her. Each time she heard that name, it invariably left her in this state. Yet this time, there seemed to be an added layer of something that brought her a semblance of solace. As Yu Qingge opened her eyes, she silently regarded Lin Su before her. How do you know that name? Did you attend Xi'an High School before? But you clearly graduated directly from Jiangbei affiliated high school to university, and your family does not reside in H City. Unless you are not Lin Su. Leaning against Lin Su's embrace, Yu Qingge meticulously analyzed the details she remembered about him. Lin Su smiled faintly, offering no reply. That if you inquire further, I may bleed out. He gestured to the wound on his chest, which, though shallow, a mere cut on the flesh, was still bleeding profusely. Why Yu Qingge cast a glance, reluctantly withdrawing from Lin Su's arms. That I will take you to the infirmary. She supported him, though she remained unaware of Lin Su's true intentions. She was resolute not to allow him to perish recklessly. No, the infirmary closes at 6 o'clock, and besides, do you not realize what you were using that utility knife for? It needs to be disinfected. I have already summoned a car. We can go to the nearest hospital to attend to it. Lin Su shook his head, his complexion pale as blood continued to seep from his wound. Yu Qingge paused, directing her gaze at Lin Su, contemplating that he knew far more than she had anticipated. However, she was meticulous in ensuring her utility knife was always thoroughly cleaned. It would not be contaminated. Youthful and accomplished, Lin Su's words were interrupted as his phone rang. Yu Qingge cast a surprised glance at him, astonished that he was a madman despite the youthful ringtone. Right, master, just follow the GPS to enter. The security won't let you in. I'll send you my student ID. Just show it to him. It's fine. Just tell him your name is Lin Su. He may say you appear older than you are. But who cares? Just go straight in. Shortly after Lin Su concluded his call, a car with flashing lights approached him. He walked towards it but suddenly halted to look back at Yu Qingge. Hurry up, or else if I die, it will be quite troublesome for you. Lin Su pulled Yu Qingge along as he opened the car door. Yu Qingge's gaze flickered momentarily. She did not resist. After all, she bore some responsibility for what had transpired. What is going on, classmate? The driver, a man in his late 20s, exclaimed upon seeing Lin Su's condition. That, it's just ketchup, a makeup effect. Pretty realistic, right? Lin Su chuckled, smearing a bit of blood on Yu Qingge's lips. Yu Qingge's eyes widened in shock, staring at Lin Xu. Be careful not to stain the seat. Just give the last 4 digits. The driver, seeing this, believed him, shaking his head at the antics of youth, going to a couple's hotel while wearing makeup. The Tianmu Hotel was not far from Jiangbei University, It would take about 10 minutes to arrive. Weren't we supposed to go to the hospital? Yuchinga realized the issue soon after they set off. They were not heading towards the hospital at all, but given her injury to Lin Su, she did not dare to speak loudly, merely leaning closer to his ear. I was lying to you. Lin Su playfully nipped at Yuchinga's ear, chuckling softly. Yet a glimmer of anger flashed in Yuchinga's eyes as she struck Lin Su, causing more blood to spill from his wound. However, Lin Su felt no pain and grasped her hand tightly. She quickly regretted her action, glancing at the driver, thinking that if Lin Su were to die, she would have to eliminate any witnesses. Rest assured, I'm fine. Lin Su looked at her with intrigue. He had never seen her so anxious, as if she were still innocent, despite having inflicted numerous wounds on him before. During those 10 minutes, the driver felt the tension unbearable. This is a short trip. Can't you refrain from treating me like air? Once we arrive, do confirm the order. The driver spoke curtly. Lin Su nodded, leading Yuchinga out of the car. The driver, eager to leave, sped off immediately. This is Tianmu Hotel. You're lusting after my body. Yuchinga glared at Lin Su, demanding an explanation. Indeed, I am craving you. Now that we are here, will you come in with me? Lin Su did not shy away from his admission. He had initially sought her out, but while Yuchinga scrutinized Lin Su, her eyes flashing with a hint of something unrecognizable. She stepped forward, placing her finger on his wound, pressing down hard before placing the finger in her mouth. Fear. If anyone should fear, it should be you, the one gravely injured. Yuchinga scoffed coldly, striding into the Tianmu Hotel. The sight of the bloodied Lin Su and Yuchinga caused a minor stir within the hotel, but thanks to Lin Su's explanation, they resolved it as a trivial dispute between lovers. Manager, are you really letting them in without reporting this? A waiter inquired. Report for what? They said it was a minor accident. Are you intent on escalating this? Besides, if they were truly in trouble, would they still be booking a couple's suite? The hotel manager scolded the waiter, emphasizing that resolving matters quietly was paramount, especially when the hotel's performance was below expectations. Losing customers was not an option. Standing at the hotel's medical room entrance, Yuchinga felt a twinge of anxiety. She had acted impulsively in entering the hotel with Lin Su. Now that he was tending to his wound, she pondered what would happen once he was done. Yuchinga wanted to leave, but was equally curious about how Lin Su knew about her. Within 3 minutes, Lin Su emerged at so soon. Yuchinga stared at him in astonishment. Even without stitches, cleaning a wound should take some time. Shouldn't it? Let us go. You can't say I'm fast from now on. Lin Su smiled, guiding her to couple's suite 222 to Ding Dong. Lin Su used the room key to open the door, and Yuchinga followed him inside. Bang. The moment the door closed, Lin Su's demeanor shifted, becoming predatory, akin to a starving wolf, a wild beast. The room remained dimly lit, illuminated only by a few candles that exuded a suggestive ambience within the pink-hued chamber. What do you intend to do? Yuchinga felt the shift in Lin Su's energy, and the utility knife reappeared in her hand. But this time, Lin Su seized her hands with his right, pinning them against the wall, silencing her lips with his OWN that instant. Yuchinga's gaze turned frigid as she bit Lin Su's mouth, her right foot aimed at his vulnerabilities. Lin Su easily countered her attempts, leaving Yuchinga breathless and her gaze growing colder with every passing moment. Lin Su greedily sought everything from Yuchinga, spiraling into madness until he tasted her tears that you're crying. Lin Su released Yuchinga, gazing at her with tenderness. What? You stopped? Weren't you going to force yourself on me? Come on, why not continue? Yuchinga screamed hoarsely, striking Lin Su with all her might. Someone once taught me that to truly possess another, to make them submit and etch your name into their soul, the best method is to shatter their defenses, then offer them a ray of light, becoming their soul illumination, so that their heart can only hold you. Lin Su caressed Yuchinga's face, wiping away her tears, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes, as if his heart were afflicted. He should not have been soft-hearted. Chapter 4. After 2,599 days of losing Yuchinga, he finally saw her again. Upon witnessing the reluctance in Lin Su's eyes, Yuchinga's hysteria dissipated instantly, but a flash of madness flickered in her gaze as she opened her mouth, attempting to sink her teeth into Lin Su's neck. Lin Su's lips curled into a slight smile, offering no resistance that a muffled groan escaped him, and blood trickled from his neck. Drip, drip. The crimson droplets fell onto the floor. Lin Su seemed oblivious to the blood. unperturbed by the specter of death, that he gently embraced Yuchinga, whispering into her ear, "If you do not kill me now, I will ensnare you tightly by my side, ensuring that you belong solely to me." His words quelled the madness within Yuchinga, causing her eyes to tremble as she released her grip on his neck. "Did I know you before?" Yuchinga suddenly inquired, doubting that a madman would seek out another without reason. "Indeed, you were excessive. After you inscribed your name upon my soul, you departed. Now I have finally captured you, and henceforth I shall confine you within a room where you can never escape. This time, it is I who shall etch my name into your soul." Lin Su closed his eyes, savoring Yuchinga's warmth, her fragrance, her hair cascading over his face, her words resonating clearly in his ears. That it was only at this moment that Lin Su truly felt the world's authenticity. It was only at this moment that he comprehended that he had returned from the apocalypse he had survived for 13 years. It was only at this moment that Lin Su realized that everything he had done held profound significance. "However, I do not know you. Lin Su, did I earnestly convey to you that it is not that I lack the courage to take a life, but rather that I have no desire to do so. Release me, and let us consider this matter settled. As for how we shall proceed in the future, we shall do as we please." Yuchinga forcefully shoved Lin Su away, her gaze icy. Past experiences had taught her that no one was worthy of trust, particularly men. Lin Su stood there, momentarily stunned, as he beheld the blood-stained Yuchinga, who appeared extraordinarily beautiful. The coldness in her eyes and the aura of distance she exuded were captivating. Memories flooded back to him from 3 years later in his previous life. Recalling the very first words Yuchinga had spoken to him. "Do you know? The fastest way to conquer a woman is through her vulnerabilities. Had you pushed me down 3 years ago in college, we would likely have been together by now." Lin Su certainly remembered Yuchinga's subsequent remark, the caveat being that he must still be alive after such an act. "Do not look at me like that. I must remind you that we live in a society governed by law, and every one of your actions carries legal repercussions." Yuchinga warned Lin Su once more, yet she stealthily picked up a utility knife. Sensing that his gaze was becoming increasingly unsettling, Lin Su's eyes flickered with amusement. It was rather amusing that Yuchinga, who was willing to harm him with a utility knife, would speak of legal responsibility. "Yuchinga, I have given you a warning. Either kill me, or you shall belong solely to me." Lin Su moved closer to Yuchinga, determined not to grant her another chance. That a flicker of anger ignited in Yuchinga's eyes as she raised the utility knife, poised to strike. But when Lin Su's hand brushed against her collarbone, she involuntarily trembled, and the knife clattered to the ground. Noticing Yuchinga's unusual reaction, Lin Su's eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth. Seizing the opportunity as her defenses weakened, he gently nibbled on her ear. "You initiated this, remember. Until your dying day, you shall bear your responsibility." Yuchinga grasped Lin Su's throat, her gaze twisted with a hint of madness as a surge of impulsiveness flickered in her eyes. "Death? I shall not perish, nor shall you." A ferocity glinted in Lin Su's eyes, only to soften in the next moment. After a while, Yuchinga's gaze returned to normal, flickering as if lost in thought. "What is it?" Contemplating whether to kill me, Lin Su planted a light kiss on her forehead, casually inquiring. "Indeed, while I am quite familiar with you and have memorized all the details, you are not actually my type." Yuchinga's nails traced bloodied lines across Lin Su's chest as she softly articulated a cruel truth. "That I am aware that you favor the simple, the honest, the mundane, those you can easily control. However, Yuchinga, I must inform you of something. You may not have feelings for me, but you must never provoke my jealousy by interacting with other men, for I will be unable to restrain myself from killing them. We reside in a society governed by law, and I trust you do not wish to commit any acts detrimental to society." Lin Su's smile belied the frost in his eyes, indicating to Yuchinga that he was not jesting. "Madman," Yuchinga spat, her beautiful eyes suddenly clouded with confusion, before she succumbed to slumber in Lin Su's embrace, uncertain if entangling with a madman was a blessing or a curse. "Yes, it is you who has driven me to madness." Lin Su gently tightened his hold on Yuchinga, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. 13 years into the apocalypse, he had encountered this old classmate again in the 3rd year, without any of the joy typically associated with a long-awaited reunion, nor any sense of camaraderie, a spy for a rival faction. He had been imprisoned, bound, and subjected to countless tortures that he still recalled the agony of having his fingers methodically broken, only to fester and rot. Those were the darkest days of his 3 years in the apocalypse. Yet amidst that darkness, a beam of light pierced through to his soul. Yu Qingge, the classmate who tormented him for 3 months. Lin Su remembered how Yu Qingge had tenderly washed him, attending to his every need, transforming him from a tortured shell of a spy into someone who could stand beside her under a new identity. He was acutely aware that Yu Qingge sought to exploit him. He had committed numerous unsavory deeds on her behalf, yet he found himself helplessly enamored with her. It was only after Yu Qingge had given herself to him for the first time that his heart became solely hers, and his soul belonged to her alone. However, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, Yu Qingge perished amidst a horde of the undead. Yet he survived. The agony of losing Yu Qingge was unbearable, the emptiness driving Lin Su to madness. Thus, he devoted 4 years to investigating a hypothesis, a theory that could reverse the flow of time. There exists a widely circulated belief regarding the causes of the apocalypse: the plundering, breeding, and annihilation of other races, driven by humanity's overwhelming desires. Greed, anger, pride, hatred, crush the will of the blue planet, leading to its corruption. Countless souls shattered, bodies grotesquely mutated, igniting a frenzy of evolution and a journey of destruction. Amidst this chaos, a few miraculous beings emerged, time and space manipulators. Their powers range from the lowest FSSS, corresponding to the 9th tier of zombies, when a time and space manipulator reached the SSS level. Killing them and harvesting their desire core would enable one to reverse time. Lin Su's powers were feeble. All human abilities relied on the desire core for activation, and the strength of those abilities hinged on the intensity of one's desires. Abilities were the most direct manifestation of one's innermost self. Before the apocalypse, Lin Su was merely an ordinary student. The power he awakened through his desire core was only self-healing, a reflection of his unwillingness to die. 10 years into the apocalypse, Lin Su's ability level remained at a mere A rank. Consequently, he devised a time reversal plan, subtly revealing it to the 3 major factions led by SSS-level powers, that he even relinquished the time manipulator he had painstakingly located. 3 years passed, and finally, the 3 factions cultivated the time manipulator to the pinnacle of power. The time had come to reap the rewards, and during those 3 years, Lin Su had incited conflict among the 3 factions, ultimately igniting a cataclysmic clash. As a result, the 3 factions perished in their struggle for the desire core of the time manipulator. And Lin Su, with his S-rank abilities, obtained the desire core. Indeed, it was a simple case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind, yet no one knew the extent of Lin Su's efforts. After 2599 days of losing Yu Qingge, he finally saw her again. Chapter 5. The First Treasure Trove Discovered. April 5-7. 23 a.m. Yu Qingge's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling and feeling the warmth beside her, which brought her a sense of comfort. Awake? Are you hungry? Lin Su smiled gently at Yu Qingge, tucking her hair behind her ear before planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Yu Qingge caught sight of the breakfast prepared at the bedside, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. What are you writing? She inquired, curiously eyeing the paper in Lin Su's hand. I was just contemplating how, after our rendezvous, I found myself short on funds and thought to retrieve some from my little treasure troves. Lin Su admitted candidly, handing the paper over to Yu Qingge, and Yu Qingge shot him an exasperated glance. Such a statement. She then examined the page, which was filled with a series of cryptic numbers, seemingly a code of sorts. Shall I explain it to you? Lin Su gently smoothed the frown from Yu Qingge's brow, his tone soft. No need. I have no interest. Wait, is your wound on your chest healing? Or am I mistaken? It seems to be on the mend. And did you stitch it up yesterday? Having been too fatigued to notice the previous day, Yu Qingge now recognized the difference. This must be a little gift from the rebirth. As for the stitching, I began that process yesterday. Lin Su watched in fascination as Yu Qingge reacted with such astonishment. Had he not returned to this world with the gift of self-healing abilities? Albeit in their most rudimentary form, he would never have dared to engage in such reckless behavior with Yu Qingge. He pondered whether, once the desire core manifested, he might awaken his abilities once more. Yu Qingge stared at him, momentarily dazed, blinking as she processed his words. Rebirth? No wonder you were so wild yesterday and spent 2 hours with me. Turns out you are a madman. Now what? I've shared a bed with a lunatic. Should I eliminate him? Do you not believe me? Lin Su recognized the internal conflict reflected in Yu Qing's expression that no, I do believe you. But let us not dwell on that. I still have to go to work today. Yu Qingga replied, casting Lin Su a sidelong glance, considering herself unfortunate. If Lin Su were to lose his sanity later, she would simply send him to a mental institution. Then, Yu Qingga threw off the covers, revealing her splendid form, and made her way to the bathroom for a shower, afterward picking up the complete set of clothes Lin Su had prepared for her when she changed into her undergarments. Her expression froze as she looked at Lin Su, shocked to discover that he was indeed a peeping Tom. The style of the lingerie was not only her favorite but also her perfect size. Next time I'll need to buy an E-cup. I'm still developing. Yu Qingga regarded Lin Su with a serious expression. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. Was she still developing at the age of 21? He felt slightly out of touch. Nevertheless, he nodded, resolving to prepare both D and E sizes for her next time. But by the way, you're going to work at the Star Group, correct? Lin Su faintly recalled that during this period, Yu Qingga was working at a bar called Kun Xing. Yu Qingga nodded, no longer surprised that Lin Su was aware of her whereabouts. All right, be careful. Remember what I told you before. Stay away from other men. Lin Su approached Yu Qingga from behind, gently embracing her for a moment before softly exhaling near her Yu Qingga's ears instantly flushed crimson. Yet she did not shy away from Lin Su. Rest assured, I am merely a special bartender at Xuanxing, nothing more than mixing drinks. Yu Qingga tucked her hair behind her ears and unexpectedly leaned in to plant a soft kiss on Lin Su's lips. If she inadvertently got involved with someone mentally unstable, she would have to be prepared to provide comfort. Lin Su felt a spark ignited by Yu Qingga's gesture. His gaze shifted, lifting her chin and parting her lips to explore with his tongue. Stop it, I need to go to work. Yu Qingga gasped, pushing Lin Su away with urgency, shooting him a fierce glare, and then adjusting her disheveled attire. What a beast, she thought, having sensed Lin Su's inappropriate excitement. After Yu Qingga departed, Lin Su tidied up briefly before heading to his first little treasure trove, Warehouse 13 at Tianjin Mall. Lin Su, what happened yesterday? I couldn't get through to you, that a shipment arrived in the middle of the night. And do you know we nearly couldn't finish unloading it on time? If you can work, then do it. If not, get lost. Old Lu, a grizzled man in his 40s clad in gray work attire, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, glared at Lin Su as he entered the warehouse, fury igniting in his eyes. Everyone seems oblivious to how difficult it is to survive in today's society. I finished my shift yesterday, then worked overtime until 2 in the morning without even a bite to eat. Unlike Lin Su, who not only has a new hairstyle but also wears new clothes, he was almost unrecognizable. The other workers merely cast a fleeting glance at the scene before promptly resuming their unloading, as they were quite busy. Lin Su offered a faint smile to old Lu, nodding in acknowledgement. He remembered this foreman well. During his university years, he owed much of his financial support to him. Although Zhongbei University's tuition was not exorbitant, when combined with daily expenses, it amounted to a significant sum. The earnings from the school's work-study program were insufficient, and after a prolonged search, Lin Su finally found a position as a warehouse worker willing to hire him at an hourly rate of 51 yuan. He typically worked part-time here whenever he had the chance. Lin Su, has something happened? Is your uncle asking you for money again? Old Lu finished his last puff of smoke, discarding the butt, and furrowed his brow as he pulled Lin Su aside. Though his words were brusque, he felt sympathy for Lin Su. His parents had perished in a car accident during his elementary school years, and the compensation was taken by Lin Su's uncle's family. Lin Su then lived with his grandfather in the countryside, but shortly after entering high school, his grandfather passed away as well. To make matters worse, Lin Su's uncle's family insisted that he had inherited a sum of money from his grandfather upon his death, demanding a share, and also claimed that Lin Su's parents owed them 100,000 yuan from years ago. Over the years, they had taken quite a bit of money from him. Had it not been for these circumstances, old Lu would not have employed a university student with such an unstable work schedule to know, I just feel it's time to switch jobs as graduation approaches, to accumulate experience for future internships. Lin Su had already prepared his excuse. Old Lu frowned but still patted Lin Su on the shoulder, nodding in understanding. Well, university students shouldn't be doing this kind of labor, but once you leave, be careful. The world out there is not simple. Since you're leaving, I'll settle your wages for this period in advance, totaling 5,200 yuan. Old Lu straightforwardly counted out the cash he had just received for today's shipments. Lin Su looked at the money in his hand, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as he scrutinized Old Lu. The slightly worn work attire, the graying stubble, the dark stains on his teeth, the deep bags under his eyes, the thick calluses on his hands, and his slightly hunched posture painted a vivid picture of hard labor. By the way, Foreman Lu, I heard that during the upcoming May Day holiday, there will be a deity worship event near Wenxing Temple in the northern part of the city that it's said to be quite effective. Since Jiyue has been unwell, perhaps you could go early that day and seek a talisman. Lin Su pocketed the money and mentioned casually to Old Lu. All right, I'll check it out then, but if nothing comes of it, you can leave for now. Manager Wang will be arriving shortly. Old Lu nodded, deciding to go see for himself, as his only concern was for his 16-year-old daughter. Recently, she had not recovered from a cold, and despite numerous hospital visits, the cause remained elusive. Consequently, his temper had been somewhat frayed. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Who are you chatting with? Have you finished unloading the goods? A middle-aged man, rotund and greasy, swaggered into the warehouse, his nostrils flaring and exuding an air of arrogance, with his hands clasped behind his back. A briefcase tucked under one arm, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He sported a thick gold chain around his neck that seemed out of place. Manager Wang. We're almost done. Upon seeing Manager Wang, Old Lu instantly donned a smile, rushing to explain. What? Not working anymore. Just like that. Get him over here. These young people don't understand how tough it is to find a job nowadays. I'll have a good talk with him. Manager Wang raised an eyebrow, speaking loudly. Lin Su turned to follow the sound, a faint smile curving his lips as he felt he had stumbled upon his little treasure trove. Hello, Manager Wang. Lin Su proactively greeted him. You must be Lin Su, right? Young man, you need to be more rational. I hear you're in need of money. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses, launching into a lengthy discourse. The crux of his argument was that Lin Su should stay. Jobs were hard to come by, and he could negotiate a slight increase in pay while painting a rosy picture of Lin Su's potential future in management, with a base salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Lin Su listened, seemingly detached, while Old Lu's anger simmered, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent, turning his head away. The workload for warehouse workers was already taxing, and their schedules often erratic. Although the current employees earned around 70 to 80 yuan an hour, a portion of that was skimmed off by Manager Wang, leaving only 50 to 60 yuan in the workers' hands. Lin Su's position had initially offered an additional sum that did not go through Manager Wang. However, Wang was greedy, and even Lin Su's modest earnings were not exempt from his grasp. How about it, young man? Still planning to leave? Manager Wang smiled, patting Lin Su on the shoulder. I'll get back to work. Lin Su replied, his tone nonchalant. Old Lu sighed internally, unable to voice his concerns, hoping Lin Su would not be misled to go on. Just remember to tally the goods afterward. Manager Wang waved his hand, adding a few more tasks for Old Lu. Old Lu numbly nodded. It was always like this that I recall your name is Wang Defa, isn't it? After Old Lu walked away, Lin Su suddenly smiled, addressing Manager Wang directly. Manager Wang frowned, thinking that this young man truly did not know the stakes. Daring to call him by name, that it seemed he would have to teach Lin Su a lesson about the harsh realities of life. I have a vivid memory of you. You have a wealthy wife and a 7-year-old son, but is that son yours with your mistress, or perhaps a second or third? Your wife's son is left in the care of that mistress, enduring daily abuse. What do you think will happen if your wife finds out? Phoenix man Wang Defa. Lin Su casually adjusted the disheveled collar of Wang Defa's shirt, brushing away a trace of lipstick hidden beneath. Wang Defa instantly broke into a cold sweat, staring at Lin Su in terror, his lips paling. This matter was supposed to remain undiscovered. He had previously ensured that the nurses and doctors were silenced. What do you want? Wang Defa wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing Lin Su's approach was not a coincidence, but rather a demand $10 million in cash. Lin Su blinked, making an audacious request. Wang Defa nearly exploded in anger, glaring at Lin Su, yet ultimately relented with a begrudging agreement, providing Lin Su with an address to wait for further instructions. Lin Su smiled, recognizing that this was the location of his second little treasure trove. Hello, is this Mrs. Wang? I have some news to share with you regarding your husband. As soon as Lin Su exited the warehouse, he began to inform Wang Defa's wife that he was fully aware that Wang Defa had no intention of giving him any money. Of course, Lin Su harbored no illusions that this method would yield results. The reality is far more outrageous than fiction. Were it not for the fact that this incident became the talk of the town a week later. Even being deemed a reality from a novel, Lin Su would not have been able to recall the details so vividly that, oh, I almost forgot to inform Uncle. Yes, I recently secured a scholarship of 30,000 yuan from the university, and they require the outstanding students to be awarded in the Grand Hall of Tiandi on May Day, necessitating the presence of family relatives. Why at Tiandi? That is because this scholarship is sponsored by the owner of Tiandi. Furthermore, didn't you mention last time that cousin was short a few tens of thousands for his bride price? I could lend him half of my scholarship this time. What about dinner? No need. I am still working outside. Just make sure you all arrive at Tiandi on May Day, and no need for thanks. We are family. All right, I shall hang up now. After ending the call, the coldness in Lin Su's eyes lingered. He had not forgotten how his uncle's family had exploited and oppressed him, though that was not the primary reason for his eventual retribution. When the apocalypse descends, should he encounter his dear uncle and learn the truth about his grandfather's passing, he would be astonished to find that while his grandfather was indeed unwell, it was not to the extent of imminent death. Little did Lin Su anticipate that his uncle had switched his grandfather's medication merely to clandestinely seize the hundreds of thousands left behind, using it to pay the down payment for a house for his son. How utterly heartless! Grandfather, before your death, you told me not to be overly concerned, that we are all family, that I listened to your words. Had they been able to escape Tiandi alive, I could assure you that I would not have laid a hand on them. That a cruel smile crept upon Lin Su's lips. After the onset of the apocalypse, within Tiandi, a zoo constructed by a wealthy individual erupted with a formidable mutated beast, transforming Tiandi into a hellish inferno. After sitting for 4 hours in a bubble tea shop in the old northern district of the city, Lin Su evaded the few surveillance cameras on the streets and approached a pile of garbage, retrieving 2 large boxes that he discarded them, depositing their contents into a trash bin, and promptly donned a janitor's uniform, wheeling the bin away. Half an hour later, Lin Su arrived at a dimly lit, deserted alley, riding an electric bike to transport a large bundle. Look, a woman is far less daring. Upon returning to his rented room, Lin Su tossed 5 million in cash onto the floor, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Defa. Were it not for the excessive amount beyond 5 million, making it cumbersome to carry, he would have certainly demanded more. Lin Su checked the time, 16:03. Yuchinga was likely finishing work soon, and he needed to pick her up. Grabbing a handful of lottery tickets, Lin Su rode his electric bike to a 4S dealership. Considering the considerable time remaining before the apocalypse, he opted for discretion and purchased a vehicle costing around 50 to 60,000. The paperwork for the purchase was tedious and complex, so Lin Su had to expedite the process using cash. Yet it still took him half an hour, and he arrived at the Starry Night Bar at 18:13. Damn it, you shameless harlot. Bai Xiao is offering you the chance to accompany him out of respect. Don't act coy with me. You're still a university student, aren't you? Look here, this is 50,000 yuan. Spend one night with Bai Xiao, and it's all yours. Exactly, you little vixen. How much you charge for a night with Bai Xiao is your fortune. Hurry up and sit on Bai Xiao's lap. How inconsiderate. As Lin Su parked the car and entered the Starry Night Bar, he was met with a cacophony of arguments that a crowd had gathered around 4 individuals, 3 young men and 1 young woman. The leading man, clad in designer labels, lounged on a sofa, leering at the woman before him, while 2 sycophants egged on the notion of the woman spending a night with the leading man. Many onlookers observed with cold indifference, murmuring amongst themselves, yet none seemed inclined to assist the woman. Ultimately, a heavily made-up woman approached from behind, shoving the young woman toward the 3 men. Lin Su merely cast a glance before pushing through the crowd. Reaching the woman, shoving the older woman aside, and supporting her, "It is my fault." Lin Su gently touched the slap mark on Yuchinga's face, his eyes filled with compassion. "You're here." Yuchinga looked at Lin Su with a faint smile, nuzzling against his hand. "Who are you, kid?" One of Bai Xiao's lackeys approached irritably, slapping Lin Su on the shoulder. The next moment, bang! Lin Su turned and smashed a bottle over the lackey's head. You're dead. Dead for sure. The lackey screamed in agony, clutching his bloody head, enraged as he pointed at Lin Su, cursing vehemently. Lin Su's eyes glinted with cold fury. He shoved the broken bottle's jagged edge into the lackey's mouth. Then with a swift kick, sent him flying. The sudden eruption of violence stunned everyone present. They're killing! Instantly, chaos enveloped the Starry Night Bar. Bai Xiao himself was taken aback by the scene. Bewildered by the audacity of this unknown ruffian. Who injured your face? Lin Su wiped the blood splattered on his hands, casually asking Yuqing that it was him. But don't create a scene. He is the heir of the Bai family, a man of considerable influence. Yuqing pointed at Bai Xiao, concern evident in her eyes. All right. Lin Su nodded with a smile. Then his gaze shifted, turning cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with unbridled rage. Which hand struck you? Lin Su approached the stunned Bai Xiao, asking softly, Bastard, this is Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao remained silent, but one of the remaining lackeys spoke up. Lin Su shot him a glare, grabbing a wine opener from the table and swiftly tearing a gash in the lackey's mouth before gouging out his eyes. The lackey instantly collapsed into unconsciousness. Those who fail to comprehend the situation are better off without sight. Now I shall ask you again. Which hand? Lin Su questioned Bai Xiao once more. Right, Bai Xiao's eyes were filled with terror. His voice trembling, a puddle forming beneath him. Lin Su nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to shatter both of Bai Xiao's hands and feet, not forgetting the rebellious fifth limb. The horrifying screams echoed throughout the Starry Night Bar. Lin Su, we should leave quickly. Yuqing urgently tugged at Lin Su, eager to escape this place of turmoil. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Lin Su patted Yuqing's hand, smiling, then whispered something into Bai Xiao's ear before departing with Yuqing. Chapter 7. My Queen, I am your devoted soul slave. The area surrounding the bar was in disarray, sirens blaring, but fortunately, it was nighttime and the crowd was substantial, making it difficult to seal off the scene. Yu Qin adeptly maneuvered through the chaos, seizing Lin Su's new car keys, and with a press of the accelerator, sped into the outskirts, halting only in a secluded, silent area. You shouldn't have come to the bar today. You claim you're quite capable, yet how did you let those people bully you? Lin Su tenderly arranged Yuqing's disheveled hair, his voice laced with concern that why Yuqing gazed at Lin Su. Lost in thought, her eyes growing increasingly fervent, until she suddenly embraced him. Lin Su smiled gently in response, aware of Yuqing's unease. After a long moment, within the car, what troubles you? Lin Su asked softly. Observing the worry and contemplation reflected in Yuqing's eyes, that I will bear your child. I will wait for you to return. Yuqing paused briefly, leaning against Lin Su's chest, her tone resolute. Rest assured. Today's events will be inconsequential. I was merely curious as to why you were so reckless. Even after, Lin Su let out a light chuckle, casting a playful glance at Yuqing, upon hearing Lin Su's bold words. Yuqing's face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched his chest. Noticing the wound on Lin Su's chest reopen, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yuqing's eyes as she dipped her finger in the blood and traced it across her lips. I'll show you something when we return. Lin Su paid no mind to Yuqing's little antics. He stroked her flowing hair, deep in thought that it was time for a serious conversation with Yuqing. Especially with a portion of the money arriving, certain matters needed addressing. Very well. Yuqing softly agreed, resting against Lin Su's chest as she drifted off to sleep. She realized having a man with a troubled mind was not so bad. At the very least, Lin Su was determined to protect her, no matter the cost. This was quite reassuring. Sleep well. All the hardships you've endured will be avenged. Those who opposed us in the past will meet their demise prematurely. Lin Su felt Yuqing's warmth, closing his eyes as he murmured to himself, that I end this life. He would ensure that he and Yuqing survive the apocalypse better than anyone else, for as long as possible. Bang! Suddenly, a violent crash jolted both Yuqing and Lin Su awake. What happened? Yuqing clung tightly to Lin Su, glancing anxiously outside the vehicle. There is something out there. Lin Su instructed Yuqing to dress and turn on the car lights. The surroundings were instantly illuminated. Stay here. I'll go check it out. Lin Su gently kissed Yuqing on the forehead, opened the car door, and stepped outside. Upon inspection, he noticed a dent on the side of the car. At that moment, Lin Su's expression morphed into one of cruelty, excitement, and ferocity. He had undoubtedly sensed the presence of those monstrous entities from the apocalypse that had just struck his vehicle, that a fleeting shadow darted past. A pungent stench assaulting Lin Su's senses that a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he abruptly lifted a foot, sending the shadow sprawling that a whimper echoed in the air. Approaching to investigate. Lin Su found a wolf dog, its forelimbs severed, a trickle of darkened blood oozing from its neck, and its spine fractured, rendering it immobile on the ground. Indeed, the signs of the apocalypse have begun to manifest. What a pity, though. The day of great transformation has yet to arrive, and the core desire is not yet coalesced. Lin Su mused, his indifferent gaze disregarding the creature's pleading eyes as he crushed its neck beneath his foot. Dealing with such an incomplete specimen is, after all, exceedingly simple. Is it a wild animal? Yu Qingge inquired, observing Lin Su as he returned to the vehicle. The remoteness of this place naturally made the presence of wild creatures unremarkable. Well, one could say that. Merely a half-mutated dog, posing no threat. Lin Su replied with a smile, discarding the bloodied clothing outside and changing into a fresh garment that Yu Qingge shot him an exasperated glance, admonishing him for his frivolous remarks in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, she recalled that in a state of insanity, it seemed murder was not punishable by law, and since he had merely inflicted severe injury, perhaps there was a way to exploit this. However, she pondered, when had the police force in Jiangbei become so inept? It had been quite some time without any response that a whirlwind of thoughts danced in her eyes. Lin Su caught a glimpse of her contemplation, chuckling softly, choosing not to intrude as he started the car, steering it back toward the city. Yu Qingge watched the direction they were heading, her gaze flickering momentarily before she made no move to deter him. It was just as well. She too wished to ascertain the situation at hand. At 3:32 a.m. on April 6th, Yu Qingge followed Lin Su back to his rented apartment, her mind brimming with questions. Upon entering, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of countless bills strewn across the floor, likely amounting to several million. Did you rob someone today? Oh, I see it now. You must be an assassin trained by an organization from a young age, with your family background meticulously fabricated. Yu Qingge was well aware of Lin Su's family circumstances, yet given the unusual events of the past few days, she felt this was the most plausible explanation. Indeed, Lin Su must have immense power backing him. Otherwise, how could he evade police questioning after causing such a significant social incident? Your little mind can certainly conjure thoughts that make me ponder how to respond to you. Lin Su chuckled, pouring a glass of water for Yu Qingge before drifting into reminiscence. The apocalypse of May 1 SD, the collapse of societal order, the near annihilation of modern civilization, zombies, and the darkness of humanity in a world of superpowers. A tale of cannibalism, body trafficking, murder, and betrayal upon his rebirth. Lin Su recounted everything meticulously to Yu Qingge. Indeed, it was a narrative that any sane individual would find hard to believe. Yet, Yu Qingge believed him. The sudden, immense transformation in Lin Su, his strength, his character, exhibited an array of unbelievable changes that solidified her resolve to trust him. What convinced her most was the unwavering gaze he held for her, one that conveyed a willingness to sacrifice everything for her. What you have shared, I need time to process, but now I require you to clarify our relationship in this apocalyptic world, Yu Qingge said earnestly. Having noted that Lin Su had deliberately glossed over their connection, upon hearing her question, Lin Su paused for a moment. It was not his intention to sidestep the topic that he too had been contemplating the nature of their relationship. And by the moment of his rebirth, he had nearly reached a conclusion that I am the only one you can trust. That no, let me rephrase that, my queen. I am your sole slave. Lin Su smiled gently, kneeling on one knee to lightly kiss the back of Yu Qingge's hand. Chapter 8. Submit now, or wait until I subdue you. Sole slave? What nonsense is this? Yu Qingge exclaimed, hastily retracting her hand. Feeling an inexplicable shyness. Had she truly been so wild in her past? Lin Su, observing her bashfulness, smiled faintly, pulling her into his embrace. My queen, you are injured below. I happen to have some ointment to apply. He whispered gently into her ear, causing her ears to flush crimson before he finally released her. Yu Qingge touched her heated cheeks with both hands, surveying Lin Su's modest apartment. That it was small. Around 20 square meters, sufficient for one person, featuring an integrated kitchen and bedroom. The space was as disorganized as that of any typical young man, yet remarkably clean. There was a bathroom, a small balcony, a desk, and a refrigerator. Life here was manageable, If Yuchinga recalled correctly, the rent for this place was 900 per month, and Lin Su had managed to secure it through connections. Lin Su quickly located the ointment. And after a flurry of blushing and heart-racing application, Yuchinga suddenly became curious about how their relationship would unfold in the future. Tell me about how we will interact moving forward, she prompted, envisioning herself rescuing Lin Su in a perilous situation, or perhaps him saving her, thereby establishing a hard-won bond of trust. Then, their feelings would rapidly intensify, her beauty and fine character conquering his heart. All right, Lin Su nodded, smiling as he recounted their initial meeting, to why Yuchinga's expression stiffened abruptly. Imprisonment, bondage, punishment, even humiliation. Were these all actions she had inflicted upon Lin Su? Upon learning that the post-apocalyptic version of herself had given Lin Su his first experience, etching her name indelibly into his soul, a sense of inexplicable agitation washed over her. Enough, don't say any more. I don't want to hear it, she exclaimed, covering her ears, her voice rising. Lin Su was taken aback. Was she truly perceiving her actions as excessive? Yet, whether it was the current Yuchinga or the future one, she should not feel such emotions toward him. From now on, you are not to mention any other women. The current you belongs solely to me, to the present Yuchinga. If you dare to speak of other women again, I will kill you, Yuchinga declared, her gaze fierce as she cradled Lin Su's face. Each word resonating with conviction. Lin Su chuckled, realizing she was feeling jealous. Even her own jealousy was endearing, affirming her identity as his Yuchinga. Do not laugh. I am not joking. Everything about you is mine. The Yuchinga you once knew is dead. I am different from her. You are mine. Yuchinga's eyes blazed as she became momentarily hysterical, roaring at Lin Su. The things he spoke of were experiences she had not lived through. And the thought of another woman doing such things to her man filled her with turmoil, even if that woman was a future version of herself. Lin Su's smile faded, his gaze deepening as he embraced Yuchinga, his breaths growing slightly rapid. What should he do? No matter the time, he could never detach from her. The somewhat neurotic Yuchinga ensnared him completely. The moment Lin Su held her, Yuchinga's tumultuous emotions quieted, her eyes shimmering with a more profound coldness. If Lin Su could not wholly belong to her, then she would have to repeat everything she had done in her past life. Dog man. Yuchinga bit down hard on Lin Su's lip, tasting his blood and finding an inexplicable sense of peace. Did I remember you haven't had dinner yet? Let me prepare something for you. Lin Su stood up, retrieving a few eggs, some vegetables, and a handful of noodles from the refrigerator. After 3 arduous hours, Yuchinga had certainly exerted herself far more than he had, observing Lin Su bustling about for her. A wave of happiness washed over her. In truth, her desires were simple, a joyful family. It seemed she had found her other half. After finishing the egg noodles and taking a quick shower, Lin Su and Yuchinga retired to bed. The sound of their even breathing echoed within the rented apartment. Suddenly, Yuchinga opened her eyes, her expression cold as she silently regarded Lin Su, lost in her own thoughts. She then pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips before wrapping her arms around him. Drifting into a deep slumber, it was at this moment that a subtle smile crept across Lin Su's lips. 10:23 a.m. on April 16th. Lin Su prepared breakfast and gently kissed the slumbering Yuchinga before driving to a lumber processing factory in the old district of the northern city. He was on his way to retrieve funds from his second little vault. Damn it, that bastard dares to use my name to swindle others. Investigate. And bring him to me. Break one of his hands first. Boss, the 3 million from the buy group has been transferred. They said it was compensation for you from yesterday. Get lost. Are you stupid? That old coot by Jin's son has been rendered impotent. He is using my name to get back at me. He'd love nothing more than to kill me. You think he is sending me money for what? It's all about targeting my bank account. What should we do then? The money has already arrived. How could I have such a foolish subordinate like you? Take 2 of the boys to the Bai family and give them a warning. Then quickly move the money. Understood, boss. Do we need to prepare for a getaway? Are you a coward? Who do you think I am? Ludijin delivery Lu Heihu. I'm a tiger. Does that little chick from the Bai group dare to play games with me? That old coot by Jean is clever. He wants to pressure me into revealing the troublemaker. Before Lin Su even stepped through the door, he was greeted by the thunderous voice of Lu Heihu. With a push, Lin Su opened the iron gate of the lumber processing factory and entered the dilapidated workshop. The place was in a state of disrepair, with dust covering the surfaces of numerous machines, and cobwebs adorning the ceiling. Constructed many years ago, the workshop had only 2 ventilation openings, and the air was thick with the scent of rust and decay, mingling with a pungent odor of sweat that made one instinctively cover their mouth and nose. The sound of Lin Su's footsteps drew the attention of Lu Heihu and his crew within the factory, that a dozen robust men clad in military green vests fixed their gazes upon his face, while an exceptionally burly bald man lounged on a genuine leather sofa. "Who are you, kid?" Lu Heihu spat dismissively, clearly irritated by Lin Su's presence. "Boss, don't forget, that Wong fellow brought us 100,000 yesterday to deal with someone." A tall, thin man with glasses whispered to Lu Heihu. Upon hearing this, Lu Heihu shot a glare at the lanky man. "Damn it, are you that desperate for money? 100 grand for a life. You must be a fool, Lee Urbio. If it weren't for the fact that your sister is my woman, I'd twist your head off and use it as a ball." Lu Heihu grabbed the leftover playing cards from the table and threw them at him. Though he refrained from inflicting too much harm, recognizing their familial connection, Li Urbio chuckled awkwardly, nodding and bowing repeatedly. "Let it go this time. Tell the Wong fellow to bring another 900,000. If we can't gather 1,000,000, we'll deal with him next time." Lu Heihu exhaled heavily, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. He then gestured subtly to 2 of the burly men, who instantly understood and cracked their knuckles as they approached Lin Su. Lin Su regarded the scene with a nod. These men were scum, ruthless in their methods, and could certainly be of use to him. "Boss, my sister mentioned she made a delicious soup for you to enjoy when you return tonight," Lee Urbio interjected, eagerly offering Lu Heihu a cigarette, expertly lighting it. "Humph, you may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but at least you listened to don't worry, your sister is quite accommodating. I'll look after you." Lu Heihu's demeanor softened slightly as he took a deep drag from a cigarette, his agitation subsiding considerably. Suddenly, 2 loud thuds captured Lu Heihu's attention that he glanced over, only to leap to his feet in shock at the sight of Lin Su's handiwork. 2 of his men lay on the ground, their arms broken and throats constricted, unable to utter a sound. "So fierce. Too ruthless," Lu Heihu exclaimed, bewildered. But wait, the Wong fellow claimed he was just a university student. The remaining muscular men began to murmur among themselves. Having witnessed the entire episode, it was evident that Lin Su's opponents had not lasted long against him. "We've encountered a formidable adversary." Lu Heihu's eyes darkened with anger as he crushed his cigarette beneath his foot and approached Lin Su. "Brother, we haven't offended you, have we?" Lu Heihu's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Lin Su, realizing he had never seen him around before. It was highly probable that he was sent from another locale, perhaps even one of the international fugitives who had recently arrived in Jiangbei. "Little tiger, I offer you a choice. Kneel and submit now, or I will force you to." Lin Su smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering as it locked on a Lu Heihu. Chapter 9. The Man of Yushaohua. Upon hearing Lin Su's declaration, everyone momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. "Kid, have you lost your mind? I'll admit. Your punches are strong, but can you outmatch this?" Lu Heihu's eyes glinted with amusement as he drew a handgun, pointing it at Lin Su. "What era are we in? Still relying on fists? Don't you know that in today's society, firearms reign supreme?" Lin Su glanced at the M57 pistol, Model A, with an 8-round magazine. While possessing a gun was indeed powerful in this lawful society, what did that matter? Lin Su's expression hardened, understanding that arguing with these brash individuals was futile. He took a step forward. Lu Heihu's eyes flickered, uncertain of Lin Su's background, that if he inadvertently killed him, it could draw the ire of Lin Su's powerful allies. "Kid, I'll give you another chance. Let us sit down and discuss this." Lu Heihu had survived in Jiangbei for so long, not merely through violence. Ignoring Lu Heihu's words as if he hadn't spoken, Lin Su suddenly lunged at him. Unwise. Lu Heihu was no fool. His expression hardened, and he fired his weapon. Bang. Lin Su appeared to anticipate the shot, tilting his head slightly to the side just in time that a flash of fire erupted, leaving a crimson line and singe marks across his cheek. Did he just dodge the bullet? My goodness. Is he some kind of superhuman? The astonishing sight of Lin Su evading the bullet left everyone in awe. Lu Heihu felt the rising ire of the crowd, firing several more shots in quick succession, but none found their mark. Damn it, you fools! Stop chatting and take him down. Though Lu Heihu was shocked by Lin Su's agility, he was more concerned about the encroaching figure. With Lu Heihu's command, the bewildered henchman lunged at Lin Su. Bang! A rhythmic sound echoed as like a choreographed dance, each time Lin Su threw a punch. One of the burly men toppled over. Lu Heihu was drenched in cold sweat. As Lin Su closed the distance between them, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person." Lin Su smiled slightly, straightening Lu Heihu's collar as he confiscated the gun from his hand. Then lounged on the sofa, propping his feet on the table, that he beckoned Li Urbio, who was trembling with fear and standing in a puddle of yellow liquid, to bring him a cigarette. But Li Urbio was too stunned to move. Frozen in shock. "Get out of the way, you blind fool." Lu Heihu kicked Li Urbio aside, then eagerly lit a cigarette for Lin Su. Taking a deep drag, Lin Su's eyes glimmered with deep satisfaction. It was his first smoke since his rebirth that it felt fiery and harsh, yet undeniably addictive. That I end this apocalypse. One needed something to numb the nerves. "Little tiger, do you see this?" Lin Su pointed to the wound on his face. Grinning, Lu Heihu's pupils constricted as he caught sight of his wailing subordinates sprawled on the ground, a chill running through him. "Sir, I was wrong. I accept my punishment." Lu Heihu sighed internally, his expression hardening as he seized a fruit knife from the table and plunged it into his shooting hand. Slicing through flesh, Lu Heihu remained silent, allowing the blood to pool around him. The ability to bend and stretch is commendable. Perhaps you're already plotting how to kill me afterward, but fear not. I am quite magnanimous. I do not mind. Just ensure you can indeed kill me. Otherwise, Lin Su took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke into Lu Heihu's face before using the smoldering, but to leave a small mark on Lu Heihu's injury. The faint smell of burning flesh and the acrid scent of charred skin wafted into Lu Heihu's nostrils, stirring a flicker of fear in his eyes. "That I wouldn't dare, sir. I promise, I absolutely wouldn't entertain such thoughts." Lu Heihu was drenched in cold sweat, lowering his head submissively. "Good. I now have several tasks for you." Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. Lu Heihu listened intently as Lin Su laid out his demands. The first was to capture the Wong fellow and seize his assets before eliminating him. The second was to gather 10 million as compensation for his affront. The third involved concocting a reason to dismember the young heir of the Bai family and feed him to the dogs. And the fourth was to rent an entire newly constructed building in the city center. "This is my number. Call me once it's done. 1 week should suffice. And if you fail, you'll no longer be of use." With that, Lin Su rose and exited the factory. "Damn it, brother-in-law. This kid is too arrogant. So what if he can fight? So what if he can dodge bullets? We have hundreds of underlings. Let us all go after him and see if we can't take him down." As soon as Lin Su left, Li Urbio began to stir up trouble, hurling curses at him. Lu Heihu's gaze grew increasingly frigid, signaling to his nearly recovered men, leading to Li Urbio's hasty removal. "Boss, why not find another woman? This fool will eventually bring you to ruin." One of the burly men approached Lu Heihu, his tone laced with concern. "Forget it. I quite like his sister. Break his legs and send him to the hospital for a while." Lu Heihu rubbed his temples, feeling as though he had run afoul of a series of misfortunes today, that he was certain he had not misjudged Lin Su. The latter certainly did not regard human life lightly and had likely taken many lives. "So, are we going to carry out the tasks he assigned?" The burly man hesitated in his words. While other matters were straightforward, the task of eliminating the young master of the Bai family proved to be quite troublesome. "Of course I'll handle it. Did you not hear? 7 days. If I fail to accomplish these tasks, my life is forfeit." Lu Heihu's eyes blazed with fury. Circumstances were beyond his control, compelling him to comply. Eru should be arriving in Zhongbei shortly. Inform him that he is to deal with the Bai family matter, and then devise a plan to frame it on those newly arrived international fugitives. Lu Heihu took a deep breath, immediately calming himself. The trials of the years had not been endured in vain. The burly man nodded and promptly set off to carry out the orders. "Well, it seems I have secured a safer option. The funds from the 2 small vaults should suffice to rent that building. However, I still fall short for purchasing supplies. It appears I must pay a visit to her." In the car, Lin Su meticulously pondered whether there were any flaws in his plan. Zhongbin Lijing. This area is the wealthiest in all of Zhongbei. Yet as the apocalypse dawns, it will also become one of the most perilous places. Due to its proximity to Lijiang, where countless mutated fish monsters will eventually crawl ashore. May I ask who you are looking for? A security guard approached, having noticed Lin Su's vehicle had been parked for quite some time. The residents here are all affluent individuals, and security is rigorous that, oh, I'm a high school classmate of Lu Qing from Villa 13, that I'm not here for a reunion. I'm just waiting for her. Lin Su replied with a smile as he rolled down the window and offered a cigarette. The guard frowned, declining the cigarette and returning to relay the situation to the security team leader. The team leader, a man in his 30s with an unremarkable appearance, yet possessing a formidable physique and piercing eyes, struck Lin Su as someone who had likely taken a life before. Most probably a veteran, that it was indeed rare for a place like Jiangbin Lijing to have such a security presence. Hey there, you look rather young. What do you do? Fong approached with a smirk, extending a cigarette towards Lin Su. That a flicker of unease crossed Lin Su's eyes. Trouble was brewing. That Fong had likely sensed something amiss and was attempting to extract information. Otherwise, he would have contacted Lu Qing to verify Lin Su's identity long ago. The Bai family. It was undoubtedly the Bai family that had leaked some information while searching for him. Are you busy? Lin Su countered with a question rather than answering. Fong was taken aback. Should he admit to having business? This interrogation felt more like an inquisition. If there were no issues, then he should move along. There was no rule against parking at the entrance of Jiangbin Lijing. Moreover, one inquiry was already made. Was it necessary to repeat it? Were they treating him like a suspect? Lin Su's irritation flared as he shot Fong a fierce glare before rolling up the window. Seeing this, Fong, feeling helpless, returned to his post. Although his gaze occasionally drifted back towards Lin Su. 2 hours passed, and Lin Su remained unmoved. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a license plate J8. A vehicle approaching Jiangbin Lijing, prompting him to exit the car. Lu Qing, he called out, waving enthusiastically at a beautiful woman behind the wheel. Fong's brow furrowed at the sight, and he exchanged a few words with the surrounding guards before they all armed themselves. Who are you? Lu Qing inquired, rolling down her window and removing her sunglasses, her eyes filled with curiosity as she appraised Lin Su with an air of impatience. I am Lin Su, the man of Yu. Lin Su replied with a slight smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Chapter 10. With wealth comes the necessity to procure goods. Upon hearing the name Yu, Lu Qing's demeanor shifted noticeably. Her gaze evasive. Let's go inside. After a moment of silence, Lu Qing led Lin Su to her Villa 13. Are you sure everything is all right? They truly know each other. A security guard glanced at Fong, somewhat reproachful of his overreaction, especially since they had armed themselves without clear intent. Fong shot the guard a glare, but said nothing. His instincts told him Lin Su was a threat, and he was aware that the Bai family was discreetly searching for someone whose likeness matched Lin Su's. Better to err on the side of caution. If trouble arises, we'll see how you handle it. Fong warned, casting another stern look at the guard before returning to his post. Inside Villa 13, the fingerprint scanner beeped. Lu Ma, please prepare a pot of tea. Lu Qing tossed her designer bag aside and settled onto the sofa, instructing the household servant. Now, state your purpose for visiting, she said, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Su, her watery gaze fixed intently upon him. To borrow money, Lin Su stated plainly, taking a delicate sip of tea. Is it for you or for her? How much do you need, and why? Lu Qing paused, her grip on the teacup tightening as her demeanor shifted to one of sharp intensity, the air filled with the pressure of a wealthy heiress. Your mistrust is understandable. After all, Yu was abandoned by her dear friend. Given her nature, she wouldn't seek you out even if she were in need, and you know this well. Lin Su set down his teacup, his gaze turning cold. In truth, he had intended to end Lu Qing's life upon their reunion. Yet, he lacked the right, for this was a debt owed to Yu Qingga. Lu Qing, upon hearing this, was certain that Lin Su was indeed Yu Xiaohua's partner. I did not abandon her intentionally. During high school, our family business faced a crisis. If I had supported Xiaohua, my family would have been targeted by several rival clans. I had no choice. Lu Qing lowered her head, filled with remorse and helplessness. Lin Su's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Yu Qingga, Yu Xiaohua. This was indeed a rather cliché narrative, that a story of a bankrupt heiress bullied in high school, betrayed by her best friend, and ultimately succumbing to deep depression. Let us leave that topic aside. I came here to borrow money. Whatever you can lend, I will take, but the purpose cannot be disclosed. Lin Su's words nearly elicited laughter from Lu Qing. Was he here to borrow or to collect? Yet, Regaining her composure, Lu Qing, without further verifying Lin Su's identity, handed him a check for 30 million. That I truly regret what happened to her, that I came to Zhongbei upon hearing she was here. I held no hopes of meeting her, but never mind that. You should leave now. Xiaohua would prefer you not linger here. Remembering certain matters brought Lu Qing distress, prompting her to hastily dismiss Lin Su. This is her phone number. You may contact her. After jotting down Yu Qing's number, Lin Su exited Villa 13 to sigh. Lu Qing gazed at the telephone number on the table, collapsing into the sofa, her eyes filled with sighs. Would she truly be able to find Yu Xiaohua now? In truth, Lin Su's primary motive for seeking Lu Qing was not to borrow money, but to collect a debt owed to Yu Qingge. It was quite absurd. After the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Qing and Yu Qingge had encountered each other once more, with Lu Qing risking her life to save Yu Qingge. Yet, following the zombie tide that claimed Yu Qingge's life, Lin Su had discovered traces linking Lu Qing to the events that transpired that as Zhongbin Lijing served as a haven for the affluent. Boasting high-level security, some influential figures have forbidden the installation of numerous surveillance cameras under the guise of privacy. Thus, within Zhongbin Lijing, the quantity of private cameras remained limited. Upon exiting Villa 13, Lin Su evaded the scarce cameras in Zhongbin Lijing and made his way to Villa 4, that the security systems of these villas were formidable. And after a lengthy search, Lin Su finally spotted an open balcony on the second floor. After ensuring no one was around, Lin Su stealthily infiltrated the villa without triggering any alarms. Upon entering, he was assailed by the stench of decaying bodies and the lingering scent of blood. He conducted a thorough search of the rooms on the second floor before cautiously descending to the first floor. As he passed one room, Lin Su suddenly held his breath that he opened the door, and the sight within was horrifying. The pink nursery had been drenched in blood, dismembered limbs scattered about, and entrails strewn across the floor. Some of the flesh already teeming with maggots. The nursery's layout was simple, featuring a crib and a large wardrobe for clothing. Lin Su proceeded with caution, step by step, towards the wardrobe at the far end of the room. Creak! A faint sound echoed as a little girl in a black princess dress emerged from the wardrobe. Brother, what are you doing here? The girl gazed innocently at Lin Su, her expression one of confusion as she inched closer. Lin Su narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he approached her unguardedly. Suddenly, the little girl lunged, drawing an axe from beneath her skirt and viciously swinging it at Lin Su. Such ferocity! Lin Su chuckled lightly, sidestepping the girl's attack with ease, then producing a finely crafted knife that glided smoothly towards the girl. Partners. The young girl stepped back, narrowly evading the lethal blade, her eyes filled with trepidation as she regarded Lin Su. She then gingerly touched the bloodstain on her neck. Lin Su, indifferent to her plight, advanced one step forward, delivering another strike aimed at the girl's temple, devoid of any sentimentality towards youth. Are you an assassin sent by Edward? Or merely a pawn raised by the Chida family? The girl queried, articulating her words in impeccable M language. Alas, while Lin Su comprehended her words, he harbored no intentions of mercy. His primary objective today was to confront her. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Su delivered a powerful kick that sent the girl sprawling to the ground. Spurt. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Observing this scene, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Su's lips as several throwing knives materialized in his hand. Piercing the air and embedding themselves into the girl's body, she remained utterly motionless. The room was eerily silent, save for the sound of Lin Su's footsteps as he approached the girl. Suddenly, she sprang to life, swinging her axe forward without a moment's hesitation. But her strike met only emptiness. Her eyes widened in horror. Ah, dear aunt, remember next time to not only listen with your ears, but also to observe with your eyes. Lin Su's voice, reminiscent of a demon, whispered in her ear. The girl attempted to retaliate, but it was too late. Her neck was swiftly snapped. After dispatching the girl, Lin Su wiped his hands with disdain. A layer of powder coating his fingers. Edward Lizzie for now. That is how I shall address her. A naturally diminutive figure, standing at a mere 1.20 meters. Her age unknown, but undoubtedly exceeding 40, that she relished in thick cosmetics to conceal the wrinkles on her face. Employing various methods to masquerade as a little orphan, infiltrating affluent households to seduce married men with a penchant for pedophilia. Like a black widow, she would then eliminate the man and his entire family. dismembering their bodies, patiently awaiting their decomposition. She is an internationally notorious fugitive. Upon reaching the last room on the first floor, filled with a bounty of jewels and cash, Lin Su estimated the wealth to be around 80 to 90 million. Given that this villa belonged to a disgraced official, such riches were hardly surprising. After casting a glance at the valuables, Lin Su proceeded to the study that in his previous life, aside from the sensational case of the dismembered bodies in Binjiang Lijing. Another item had also caused quite a stir. The Wang Yujun calligraphy manuscript, valued at several hundred million, that this was discovered in a secret chamber during the investigation of the dismemberment case. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Su easily located the secret room. Inside, he found not only some calligraphy and paintings, but also a considerable amount of cash, gold bars, and diamonds, with the most securely locked item being a ledger. Lin Su had little interest in items that could not be quickly liquidated. After tossing everything into a corner on the first floor, he sealed the room and effortlessly transferred the loot to his vehicle. Driving his beloved car, he exited Binjiang Lijing with ease. Now that he was wealthy, it was time to indulge in some shopping. Chapter 11. Custom Base at 1:23 a.m. on April 17th, having dealt with the stolen goods. Lin Su returned to his rented apartment. "Why are you still awake?" Upon entering the room, he found Yuchinga reading by lamplight. Yuchinga rubbed her slightly sore eyes, turned to Lin Su, and suddenly her eyes widened. Her nose twitching. "That you've been with 2 women," Yuchinga stated with certainty, her gaze icy as it pierced Lin Su. Lin Su's lips twitched. Indeed, it was Yuchinga who could discern such things. "Yes, one was a fugitive. She is dead, and the other is Lu Qing." Lin Su paused momentarily before handing the check Lu Qing had presented to Yuchinga. Her body shuddered slightly before she turned away, acknowledging him with a faint response, thereafter ignoring Lin Su entirely. Aware that Yuchinga was upset, Lin Su refrained from immediately appeasing her. Instead, he took a shower, then lifted Yuchinga into his arms. Carrying her to the bathroom, he meticulously removed each article of clothing, cleansing her exquisite body, ensuring every inch was spotless. Yuchinga remained silent, like a marionette, allowing Lin Su to tend to her. Before long, he finished washing her, he dried her hair, then embraced her as they returned to bed, turning off the lights and holding her close. "I initially intended to kill her, but knowing you might be reluctant, I spared her for now. This money should be considered compensation for you. It is what she owes you and your family, that if you despise her, I can make her vanish." Lin Su whispered tenderly in Yuchinga's ear. Lu Qing and Yuchinga had known each other since childhood, their families closely intertwined. Before Yuchinga's family fell into bankruptcy, they had even supported the Lu family during financial hardships. The ensuing events need not be elaborated on. The dynamics of family alliances and rivalries are quite common. Yet, intriguingly, Lu Qing and Yuchinga's bond had remained intact until the high school bullying incident began. "No need. That money is mine. You can use it." Yuchinga replied succinctly before curling up in Lin Su's embrace and drifting into slumber. At 8:16 a.m., Lin Su prepared breakfast and reviewed the notes Yuchinga had written the previous night regarding resources for the impending apocalypse. The details were thorough, yet still lacking in some aspects, prompting Lin Su to supplement her resource list. "Hold me." Upon awakening, Yuchinga extended her arms towards Lin Su, exhibiting a playful demeanor. Lin Su chuckled, assisting her in dressing and washing her face before feeding her breakfast. "We have a class at 10. I submitted our medical records, claiming we need a month off," Yuchinga suddenly announced to Lin Su. "By the way, I plan to visit Wanja Company today to customize an apocalyptic safe house. Would you like to join me?" After finishing breakfast, Lin Su smiled and responded to Yuchinga. "What other option is there?" Yuchinga shot him a glance, rolling her eyes as she commenced her daily makeup routine. Lin Su patiently waited for her, which took only half an hour. "Let us go." Yuchinga checked her reflection, satisfied with her appearance, then linked her arm with Lin Su as they exited the apartment. "Lin Yi, I am sent by Brother He, who, you can call me Xiao Feng," a middle-aged businessman said with obsequiousness towards Lin Su. He had done his homework. Before him stood a formidable individual, not only skilled in martial arts, but also astute in financial dealings. Just yesterday alone, Lin Su had handled goods worth around 3 billion, a staggering figure. "Well, we are still students, and if there are frequent large transfers, we might be summoned for a chat." This is a shell company under Liu He, who, engaging in simple transfer operations, Lin Su explained. Aware that in this age of advanced technology and big data, many wrongdoers could not evade scrutiny. Thus, to ensure his plans went uninterrupted, Lin Su resorted to unconventional methods. I see, money laundering. Yu Qingge nodded, beaming as she addressed Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's expression stiffened, yet he could not refute her statement. Sister-in-law speaks the truth. So where are we heading first? After years of navigating through various circumstances, Xiao Feng had become accustomed to such exchanges. Moments later, he appeared unperturbed to Yu Qingge. Hearing him refer to her as sister-in-law, smiled broadly, then waved her hand, directing them to Wanja Company. To Mr. Lin, are you joking with me? Constructing a bulletproof, missile-proof, nuclear bomb-proof intelligence sanctuary from scratch. Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources that requires? 20 days is utterly impossible. Jiang Hongsheng, the general manager of Wanja Company, held back his fury, forcing a strained smile to maintain a semblance of professionalism as he addressed Lin Su and his companions. It was baffling how such a lunatic had made it past the front desk. That I recall you offer packages for apocalyptic survival bases, with the top-tier package priced at 88.88 million, taking 3 months. ILL Order 3, paying 1 billion for each. Moreover, I will provide a 30% deposit, but I have demands. The construction period must be shortened to 20 days, and I will transfer the remaining funds to your company account within 3 months. Lin Su pondered briefly before presenting an offer Jiang Hongsheng could hardly refuse. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Jiang Hongsheng rose abruptly, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lin Su. That if the price Lin Su proposed was genuine, this opening would sustain them for an entire year. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the funds immediately, but remember your company's confidentiality agreement. Should my information leak, not a single cent of the remaining payment will be forthcoming. Lin Su made his demands clear. Jiang Hongsheng chuckled heartily, patting his chest and proclaiming that such matters were beyond his capabilities. Beside them, Yu Qingge blinked her eyes, retrieving the end-of-the-world survival package from Wanja Company. What a marvel! Professional matters truly require the expertise of professionals. The 3-layer walls, crafted from tempered steel, effectively cut off all external disturbances, encompassing a vast 2-story base of 1,000 square meters that boasted a staggering 20 years of self-sufficient power supply. Sealed 1,000 tons of drinking water and 5,000 tons of water for daily use. The most advanced smart home systems, temperature and humidity control systems, and dual circulation systems were all integrated within. There were cold storage facilities, entertainment areas, living quarters, and sterile medical rooms, maintaining a compressed food supply sufficient for 10 individuals to survive for 20 years. When signing the contract with Jiang Hongsheng, Lin Su also requested the construction of an additional massive frozen warehouse outside the base. Initially, Jiang Hongsheng was hesitant, but upon hearing that Lin Su would pay an additional 100 million after the project was completed, he immediately agreed. That he also acquiesced to some of Lin Su's peculiar requests, which included incorporating vermilion, mercury, and male animal blood into the tempered steel walls. Furthermore, Lin Su provided Jiang Hongsheng with a detailed blueprint and a list of dozens of requirements. Lin Su emphasized that base no. One was to be the primary focus. Yu Qingge cast a glance, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. It was the house of her dreams. Jiang Hongsheng understood that those who customarily ordered such items often harbored eccentric ideas. Yet he was unfazed. As long as the money was in place, that sufficed. Ding dong. Jiang Hongsheng glanced at the confirmation message from finance, his smile widening. With this deal completed, a promotion was imminent. Manager Jiang, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Additionally, as a personal promise, without compromising the quality of the base, for every day we finish ahead of the 20-day timeline, I will grant you 1 million. Lin Su stood up, shook Jiang Hongsheng's hand, and whispered, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will ensure the task is completed as swiftly as possible." Jiang Hongsheng's eyes brightened, firmly shaking Lin Su's hand with fervor. Lin Su smiled slightly, then exited Wanja Company with Yu Qingge. That you've chosen to build the base near the granary in Jiangbei. Are you planning to seize the granary afterward? Yu Qingge mused quietly from the back seat. If that's the case, I know a boss I met in Xingxing who works in transportation. He occasionally gets tasked with delivering new grain that we could arrange for him to transport goods to the base vicinity on May Day. And then we wouldn't need to pay. The vehicle and cargo would be ours. Jiang Bo, keeping his ears closed, inquired of Lin Su, "Are we heading to the newly opened Walmart?" having lived long and thrived well. He had his reasons. He preferred not to hear certain things. His role was merely to be Lin Su's driver and financial facilitator. However, Lin Su's actions stirred a bit of unease within him. This formidable individual seemed to worry about the apocalypse, especially given the strange occurrences of late. Occasional appearances of white mist, inexplicably aggressive wildlife, and a rise in societal unrest. Nevertheless, experts had stated that these phenomena were merely unrelated natural fluctuations and urged the public not to listen to or believe rumors. He should probably stock up on long-lasting food, especially since he was considering relocating, and there seemed to be a decent community near Lin Su's base number 1. Lin Su nodded, embracing Yuchinga and closing his eyes. Chapter 12. Procuring supplies. Walmart, the largest shopping center in Zhongbei, where nearly any product could be found. Lin Su stepped out of the car. A voice called out before he even entered the store. "You must be Mr. Lin. Our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time." That a striking woman, dressed in professional attire and appearing to be in her 30s, immediately recognized Lin Xu. Yuchinga tightened her grip on Lin Su's arm, ever so slightly. "I don't know her." Lin Su chuckled helplessly, trying to explain to Yuchinga. Qinli had been in sales for 5 or 6 years, a savvy individual, who smiled and said, "My apologies, Mr. Lin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qinli, and I am the sales manager from Dingxing Foods. Yesterday, you called our Vice President Lin Yu, expressing interest in purchasing a large quantity of our products, which is why Vice President Lin sent me to wait for you at the entrance this morning." Qinli spoke with precision, maintaining a professional demeanor throughout. However, one detail she omitted, which Lin Su was acutely aware of, was that Dingxing had undoubtedly conducted a background check on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized him so readily. After hearing this, Yuchinga's expression softened. "That I have some matters to attend to. You can proceed to Dingxing on your own." Her eyes flickered as she softly spoke to Lin Su before heading towards the executive office area of Walmart. Lin Su nodded, his gaze following her with contemplation. He had a good idea of what Yuchinga intended to do. Under Qian Li's guidance, Lin Su swiftly arrived at Dingxing. Lin Yu's enthusiasm towards Lin Su was not without reason. He was desperate to offload a large quantity of unsold goods to recoup his capital. Yesterday, Lin Yu had assumed Lin Su's call was from a scammer, but upon further investigation, he discovered a possible connection between Lin Su and Liu Heihu. Initially, Lin Yu would never have dreamed of associating with someone like Liu Heihu, but he had no choice. If the goods remained unsold, he and his wife might find themselves on the rooftop within a month. Dingxing's product range was extensive, primarily consisting of various nuts, a vast array of noodles, and numerous spicy snacks and tofu products. Lin Su simply stated that the total value of these goods was around 100 million. He provided Lin Yu with a 30 deposit, requesting delivery to warehouse number 88 on Dongbai Road in the eastern part of the city, with the remaining balance due 1 month later. Upon seeing the deposit confirmed, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he excitedly grasped Lin Su's hand. "Mr. Lin, you are truly my savior. If this shipment gets stuck then," his voice faltered at the bitter thought, and he continued to express his gratitude profusely. Lin Su smiled slightly, a glimmer of something unusual in his eyes, silently hoping that Lin Yu wouldn't harbor resentment a month later. After leaving Dingxing, Lin Su began purchasing goods in bulk. 100 tons each of pork, duck, and chicken, and 100 tons of rice and flour as well. "What, you have some aged meat still in stock? I'll take it at a 10% discount, but for this quantity, I can only pay 20 now. The rest will have to wait a month. Is that acceptable? Let's sign the contract. I'll take 1,000 units each of condiments. Soy sauce, rice vinegar, sugar, and salt. You have a promotion on condiments with pots included? Very well, I'll support that by doubling the order. However, I can only pay a 20 deposit. Bring me 1,000 sets of the latest computers. Smartphones and gaming consoles. I can pay a 50 deposit, but I have a request that I'm not particularly interested in much. I only enjoy watching TV shows, movies, anime, novels, and some educational materials. Fill it up with 1 EB, and this deal is done. Plus an extra million for you. Just a heads up. I want the highest quality, both censored and uncensored, and I need it organized that 1,000 sets of bowls and chopsticks should suffice. What? You want to know if I prefer stainless steel, ceramic, or mixed materials? That's quite challenging for me. Fine, I'll take a mix of all three, but I'll only provide a 10 deposit for that point 1 month later. I'll transfer the remaining payment. I need 10,000 sets of shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, and facial cleanser. but we can sign a contract with a 20 deposit. If the remaining payment isn't made in a month, I'll owe you 10 times the compensation. I'll take 10,000 units of beverages in various brands and flavors, and 1,000 units each of electric stoves and refrigerators. For clothing, cosmetics, contraceptives, and sanitary napkins, I want 10,000 units of each. Also, bring me 1,000 units each of cigarettes and alcohol at various price points. After spending 6 hours, Lin Su had nearly traversed every shop in Walmart. By the way, how much money do we have left? Lin Su calculated mentally, realizing his funds were dwindling. Young Master Lin, you're out of money, and I've also dipped into Brother Heihu's 1 million, Feng Bo said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His lips paled that if Lin Su continued this way, he would need to come up with at least 1.5 billion as payment in a month. Well, since we've run out, that's about right. Lin Su initially paused, then nodded. Having purchased so much, it would be enough for Yu Qingge and himself to last through many lifetimes. Indeed, he had made the right choice by first subduing Lu Heihu. While shopping, many items required specific qualifications. Fortunately, Lu Heihu's company had everything in order, and the merchants wouldn't miss out on a sale. After completing his purchases, Lin Su waited in the car for Yu Qingge. Another hour passed, yet Yu Qingge still hadn't returned. The time had already reached 18:23, and the moon had risen in the sky. Young Master Lin, it's truly remarkable. The sky has been looking increasingly beautiful lately. Even at night, you can see some purple hues. After such a long silence, Feng Bo could not help but initiate a conversation with Lin Su. Indeed, the sky is truly beautiful, he remarked. Lin Su gazed out at the heavens. His eyes filled with depth. That in the 3 days leading up to the apocalypse, the once purple light transformed to crimson, and a misty rain enveloped the earth that a deluge of red light swept across the globe, obliterating this era and ushering in a dark age. The apocalyptic crimson rain was Blue Star's own cleansing. Suddenly, a commotion outside the mall prompted the security guards to spring into action. These young people have become exceedingly hot-headed lately. It's one thing to brawl in public, but to brandish knives is beyond reckoning. Feng Bo shook his head as he peered through the car window, lamenting the immaturity of youth, unrefined by the trials of society. Acting impulsively without thought. Lin Su's gaze remained fixed on the 2 men and 1 woman being subdued by several guards, an inscrutable expression in his eyes that I'm hungry. Let us head to Blue Maple Restaurant. Upon her return, Yu Qingge immediately instructed Feng Bo to drive them to the dining establishment. That he nodded and set the vehicle in motion. Mission accomplished, Lin Su exclaimed, as he pulled Yu Qingge into an embrace, playfully nibbling at her ear. Yes, after much effort, I managed to persuade my sister to expedite the delivery of medical supplies from various hospitals a few days early. On May Day, she'll arrange for the delivery vehicles to head to the vicinity of Base 1. That batch of supplies is worth 300 million. Yu Qingge replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, leaving one to wonder if her blush was due to Lin Su or the staggering sum of money involved. Lin Su grinned, acutely aware that Yu Qingge would never be a mere gilded cage for him. Yet, countless times he had wished to clip her wings, confining her to his domain. Alas, his heart would not permit it. In truth, Lin Su had already tasked Lu Heihu with handling the matter of the medical supplies, given that the Bai Group operated within the healthcare sector. What? You're asking how to procure the supplies after Lu Heihu's men took down the Bai Group CEO's son, thereby provoking their ire? Huh. You must be joking. The situation is far from what you suggest. That it was, in fact, international fugitives who eliminated the Bai Air, a ruthless bunch that the Bai Group cannot contend with. Call the police. Yes, that could work, but if these fugitives escape, the consequences would be dire. It could turn into a family catastrophe. Just then, Lu Heihu stepped forward, asserting his authority over his territory and refusing to allow others to act brazenly. Besides, he had considerable connections with the Bai Group. Although a minor misunderstanding had occurred recently, they needed to unite against a common foe. Lu Heihu stated that they would handle the situation and that the Bai Group would have to provide some support. Oh, it's nothing much, just 500 million worth of various medical supplies. What? If they refuse, then Lu Heihu will wash his hands of the matter and collaborate with those international fugitives to give the Bai Group a taste of their own medicine. Of course, these events were yet to unfold. Lin Su had also devised a plan. Should things not proceed according to his design, the foolish Bai Air would find himself paying the price for having wronged Yu Qingge. What? The Bai Air has already lost all his limbs. Are you out of your mind? His dismemberment cannot compare to a single slap from Yu Qingge. Lin Su was merely seeking to collect some interest. The principle would be dealt with post-apocalypse. Naturally, this reckoning would depend on the cooperation of the Bai group. Chapter 13. Declaration of Sovereignty. At the Blue Maple Restaurant, a 3-star establishment where a single meal could cost the average person a month's salary. The decor was predominantly blue crystal, intricately carved with tiny maple leaves, creating an ambience reminiscent of a serene maple grove, exuding exquisite elegance. Feng Bo, ever perceptive, concocted an excuse to excuse himself and departed. "My sister wishes to see you tomorrow," Yu Qingge remarked as she cut a small piece of steak, feeding it to Lin Su. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Su nodded. His feelings toward Yu Qingge's sister were complex. For she had perished tragically in the first year of the apocalypse, having met a gruesome end, dismembered and consumed by certain individuals, one of whom was her fiancé. That my relationship with my sister is merely that of siblings. To her, I am the one she ought to care for. A responsibility she feels morally obligated to fulfill. Her sense of duty is immense, and she is quite stubborn. She has a fiancé whom I detest. So, I hope you can help to separate them, allowing my sister to be with me. Why Yu Qingge casually tossed this bewildering proposition at Lin Su. What if we were to kidnap your sister or her fiancé? After all, the apocalypse is imminent. Nothing truly matters anymore. Lin Su pondered briefly, sensing that Yu Qingge sought his agreement. No, should you engage in illegal activities and the apocalypse fails to arrive, you would be finished. Yu Qingge promptly dismissed the notion Lin Su had presented. Lin Su, bemused, considered the implications of her words that if the apocalypse did not transpire, how would he settle the tens of billions owed? Yet, there was an underlying message in Yu Qingge's tone. She seemed to imply that, without breaking the law, she desired her sister to be close to her. This was unlikely, for Yu Qingge possessed a strong sense of possessiveness. Lin Su's eyes filled with confusion, his gaze flickering as he pondered the meaning behind her words. "What are you doing? Your thoughts are rather perilous." Yu Qingge scrutinized Lin Su, gesturing with the dinner knife in her hand, her gaze icy. Lin Su offered an awkward smile, which quickly faded as a troubling realization dawned upon him. He wiped his mouth, took a sip of red wine, and fixed his icy stare on Yu Qingge. "Your sister is a lesbian," Lin Su managed to articulate with great difficulty. Reflecting on Yu Qingge's words, he became nearly certain of his conclusion. And oh wonder Yu Qingge rarely mentioned her sister in the previous life. Even when she did, she avoided discussing their shared moments. That made sense why Yu Qingge's sister had been engaged to her fiancé for 3 years, yet had been labeled an old maid after a drunken outburst from Yu Qingge. It also explained why, when Lin Su had once asked Yu Qingge if she loved her sister, she had replied that her sister loved her instead. No wonder Yu Qingge had emphasized their sisterly bond earlier. "How did you know?" Yu Qingge stared at Lin Su in shock, recalling that in her previous life, she had never disclosed such information to him. Lin Su was infuriated. How could someone covet his woman, even if that person was Yu Qingge's sister? "Hey, I must clarify that I have not lost my virtue to my sister. Our relationship is entirely innocent." Yu Qingge felt compelled to reiterate the nature of her bond with her sister. "I recall your sister's name is Yu Manwu, correct?" Lin Su took a deep breath, striving for composure. He had to remain calm and not push Yu Qingge into the arms of an adversary. Yu Qingge nodded, feeling inexplicably guilty, as if she were a fickle woman, unable to meet Lin Su's gaze. "Where does she reside?" Lin Su inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Why Yu Qingge hesitated, torn between whether to divulge her sister's address. "That's all right, no pressure," Lin Su reassured her with a smile before dialing Lu Heihu on his phone, consuming glass after glass of wine. In 10 minutes, Lu Heihu, resourceful as ever, would deliver. Lin Su had made it clear that, at most, he would wait half an hour. Failing to meet his demands would lead to a game of retribution. Apartment 202 in Guanlan Community. Quite nice. The property prices there are rather steep." Lin Su chuckled, rising to settle the bill, turning to Yu Qingge to ask if she wished to accompany him. Why Yu Qingge longed to refuse, but seeing Lin Su's unusual fervor, she felt compelled to acquiesce that if Lin Su were to inadvertently harm her sister, she would have to eliminate him to ensure her sister's peace, and then she would follow him into the grave. To be honest, she found herself rather attached to Lin Su at this moment. "Please be courteous. My sister and I share a purely sisterly bond," Yu Qingge repeated, unsure why she felt the need to clarify this repeatedly. Lin Su nodded and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Guanlan Community. Apartment 202 to in half an hour. Lin Su and Yu Qingge arrived at their destination. Ding dong. Yu Qingge rang the doorbell, positioning herself to shield Lin Su behind her, pushing him a meter away from the door. Click. The door swung open to reveal a young man clad in a shirt that he had short hair, rectangular glasses, stood about 1.75 meters tall, and had a fair complexion, albeit with somewhat small eyes. Qingge, what brings you here? As soon as Wu Yi caught sight of Yu Qingge, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurried to grasp her hand and pull her inside. In that instant, Lin Su's eyes gleamed coldly as he stepped forward, grasping Wu Yi's hand and displaying a genial smile. Hello, I'm Qingge's boyfriend, Lin Su. Wu Yi's brow furrowed, his demeanor shifting instantly to one of icy indifference as he shook off Lin Su's grip. Oh, is that so? If you have business, come in and discuss it. The revelation that Yu Qingge had a boyfriend irked him. How could he have been unaware? A flicker of annoyance crossed Wu Yi's eyes. You wouldn't be upset if you were to die, would you? Lin Su smiled faintly, then turned to Yu Qingge beside him, inquiring, would you be saddened by his demise? Yu Qingge quickly shook her head. Visibly distressed, as if the jealousy was suffocating her, as Lin Su and Yu Qingge stepped inside, a stunning woman clad in sleepwear and round-framed glasses emerged from the bedroom. Yu Manwu, 29, a medical doctor and current vice president of the Zhongbei Medical Association, stood before them. Is this your boyfriend? Yuman placed her left leg atop her right, arms crossed over her chest, surveying Lin Su with an air of dominance. Wu Yi, ever compliant, dutifully poured a glass of water for Yuman and then seated himself a respectful distance away. Yu Qingge nodded, linking her arm with Lin Su's, silently pledging her allegiance. Wasn't it agreed that we would meet tomorrow? What brings you here today? Is there something amiss? Yuman took a sip of her water. Her sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Xu. To be candid, she harbored a profound dislike for him. They had barely begun their courtship, and Yu Qingge had already feigned illness to skip class for him, even coming to Yuman for assistance regarding some medication. Lin Su scrutinized Yuman in turn. Her long hair flowed like ink, her figure was statuesque, and her slightly exposed skin was alabaster. Her expressive eyes radiated a commanding presence. Alas, such a remarkable woman held no affection for men. Oh, it's nothing of significance. I simply heard that Qingge's sister is a lesbian, and my curiosity compelled me to come and see for myself. Lin Su replied with a casual smile, revealing his true intent. The remaining three were left in stunned silence. Yu Qingge pinched Lin Su's side, genuinely taken aback by his audacity. Wu Yi's mouth fell agape as he glanced between Lin Su and Yu Qingge, a glimmer of mischievous delight flashing in his eyes before he lowered his head. Are you here to confront me? Yuman's heart was resolute. Even when Lin Su brazenly labeled her as a lesbian, she remained composed, countering his inquiry with poise. Indeed, you're my girlfriend's sister, but there's an old saying. The one near the water tower gets the moonlight first. My girlfriend is stunning. If you harbor any inappropriate intentions towards her, I cannot help but feel uneasy. Lin Su stepped forward, regarding Yuman as if she were a rival. Rest assured, she is my sister. I would never entertain such thoughts. Yuman's gaze fell, her tone unwavering, entirely uncharacteristic of a 29-year-old woman. Well then, I have no further inquiries. Qingge and I shall take our leave now. We must return to rest. On the same bed. Upon hearing Yuman's words, Lin Su nodded, then smiled at her before taking Yu Qingge's hand and departing. In the final moment before Lin Su exited, he reveled in his conquest. Yuman, did you see that? That young man is so brazen. How could he possibly be with Qingge? She is still so young. And to heed his words, they are to cohabitate. You cannot allow this. She has other places to stay. She could come here if necessary. Just one glance at that fellow tells me he lacks any real capability. Qingge will suffer if she follows him. Wu Yi rambled on, adamantly opposing the notion of Lin Su and Yu Qingge being together. Be quiet. Yuman's furious shout accompanied the sound of a glass shattering on the floor, plunging the room into silence. You are courting death with such provocations towards my sister. The moment they stepped outside, Yu Qingge glared at Lin Su in indignation. Hey, don't speak carelessly. I merely came to assert my claim, to prevent your sister from developing any inappropriate thoughts. Yu Qingge found herself unable to counter Lin Su's bold assertions. Moreover, Do you not wish for your sister to remain close to you? I have devised a plan. Lin Su's eyes gleamed with depth. To ensure someone remains entirely within another sphere. It is quite simple. Transform their world into one that comprises solely of your presence. The first step involves dismantling all their interpersonal relationships. You may do as you wish, but do not harm my sister. She is still my sister. Yuchinga's words were light, yet Lin Su sensed the underlying strength within them. Agreed. Lin Su nodded, contemplating the multitude of strategies to keep Yumin close to Yuchinga. Chapter 14. The Unusual State of the Body. April 23 a.m. Rental apartment. Preparations for the impending apocalypse were nearly complete. It was time for Lin Su to begin training Yuchinji at the onset of the apocalypse. All zombies were of the same rank. Level 1, that their movements were sluggish, relying on sound and scent to locate prey. They possessed formidable undead resilience, their strength surpassing that of several grown men combined. Only by shattering their core of desire could they be halted. The core of desire was a condensed crystal that encapsulated all the cravings of these aberrant beings, and was also a crucial material for awakening supernatural abilities. Level 1 zombies could be vanquished by ordinary women once they overcame their fear. Lin Su had secured a private training room at the Punch King Gym for Yuchinga, simultaneously assessing his own abilities. Having acquired a rudimentary self-healing power, his physique had already surpassed that of the average person. However, Lin Su suddenly sensed that matters might be more complex than they appeared, as the enhancement from his self-healing ability merely afforded him a recovery rate 1 to 2 times faster than that of an average individual. After 4 days, the wound on his chest had scabbed and begun to flake away. This was peculiar. Thus, Lin Su embarked on an exploration of his own body. His strength had noticeably increased, his bodily sensitivity heightened, and his speed had improved the most. Lin Su commenced training utilizing the extreme sports manual compiled by several of the most powerful factions in the apocalypse, comprising 108 movements. It simulated human physical extremes. Completing each round felt akin to running 10 kilometers with 100 kilograms of weight. Lin Su found it astonishing that, by rights, given his physique, he should not have been able to perform all these extreme movements. Yet he accomplished them. Moreover, upon completion, he sensed further enhancements in his body. Realizing this, Lin Su recalled a hypothesis. The mutation of the blue stars could be perceived as an extraordinarily contagious affliction. A disease that directly infects the soul. The essence of a living being's soul is distributed throughout its body. Should an individual's soul lack sufficient immunity, it would collapse, transforming them into a zombie. The core of desire is the material manifestation of a soul's essence post-mortem. His own soul had evidently undergone mutation, and thus, upon his rebirth, his S-level self-healing ability had returned alongside it. His training was, in fact, a means of restoring his strength, allowing his body to adapt to his soul. Lin Su surmised that this was the most logical explanation. The more he trained, the quicker his strength was restored. If this were indeed the case, he would become one of the fastest to gain power during this crisis. After examining his body, Lin Su turned his gaze to Yuchinga. She was earnest, mastering the extreme sports manual he had entrusted to her with remarkable speed. In a short time, she perfectly executed the first movement. The do not rush to the next movement. Take time to feel every tremor in your muscles. Only when you can sustain the first movement for 10 minutes should you proceed to the next. Otherwise, you risk injuring your body. Lin Su cautioned Yuchinga against hasty actions, imparting some additional tips. A week passed. April 15, Yuchinga had already managed to perform the 9th movement. To accurately record the changes in her physical strength, Lin Su had purchased a power measuring device. Remarkably, Lin Su's strength had soared to 200 kilograms. Among the 9 levels of FSSS, excluding the enhancements from supernatural abilities, the physical limit for F-type supernatural beings stood at 500 kg. To achieve such a level of strength in merely 7 days of training. And more accurately, rehabilitation was beyond Lin Su's expectations. Hey Lin Su, look. The Bai family has been annihilated. 13 people in total. Okay, I wonder which divine being orchestrated this act. Yuchinga exclaimed, glancing at her phone and scrolling through news articles. The top trending story being the massacre of the Bai family. The Bai clan held a rather unsavory reputation in Zhongbei. Lin Su cast a glance, already aware of the situation. The IT unfolded as he had previously anticipated. The Bai family's heir had perished, the culprits being international fugitives, leading to their confrontation with those felons. Bai Jin, the head of the Bai family, had sought an alliance with Liu Heihu to combat the international criminals only to be betrayed, losing a significant sum, 10 million M gold. Not long after, the news of this calamity broke that if Lin Su were to comment, he would say that Bai Jin's family was truly foolish. In a society governed by law, they ought to have reported the incident to the authorities instead of resorting to underhanded methods. Now, the entire family had met their doom. Interestingly, Lin Su had initially considered sparing the obstinate Bai heir. But after Bai Jin's son was slain, he had gone mad, offering Liu Heihu 30 million to hand Lin Su over. He even threatened Liu Heihu, granting him 3 days to contemplate his decision. Regardless of Liu Heihu's response, he intended to take action, having thoroughly investigated Lin Su's background. Thus, how could Lin Su endure such provocation? By the way, I've set up some entertainment for your sister's boyfriend. Would you like to join me in witnessing it now? Lin Su pondered how hard Yu Qingge had worked during the past 7 days of training, though she hadn't uttered a single complaint. Lin Su knew it was time to offer her a well-deserved reprieve. Thus, he orchestrated a grand spectacle for Yu Qingge. She blinked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Yi, everything is ready, a burly man in his 30s, who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Heihu, stepped forward as Lin Su exited the gym, addressing him with great respect. All right, let us proceed. Remember to keep a low profile from now on. Lin Su wrapped his arm around Yu Qingge's slender waist. Chuckling softly as he cast a glance at the few underlings behind Liu Eru, he then patted Liu Eru's shoulder before getting into the car. Eru, this person is simply too arrogant. Just a pretty boy. Yet he thinks he can ride over us. And with such a beautiful woman, he doesn't deserve her. One of Liu Eru's subordinates, his eyes filled with indignation, shamelessly scanned Yu Qingge with a lecherous gaze. Originally, Liu Heihu was the boss, and Liu Eru was the second in command. But now a pretty boy had suddenly emerged, demanding respect that it was impossible for him to accept that. Liu Eru's expression instantly turned cold. He extended his right hand and slapped the subordinate's face. He-kun, you've been with me for 3 years since you left the village, but I'll give you 100,000 to go home and recuperate properly. He-kun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Liu Eru's meaning. However, Liu Eru's other subordinates understood immediately. Two of them seized He-kun by the shoulders and dragged him into a dim alley. Soon after, a scream pierced the air. Liu Eru glanced at the remaining men and snorted coldly. They believed they understood why he had to call Lin Su sir. That was because this was someone he could not afford to offend. Previously, Liu Heihu had instructed him to eliminate the young master of the Bai family and frame it on an internationally wanted criminal, which he dutifully executed. That it was only later that Liu Eru realized Liu Heihu's true intentions. Liu Heihu believed Lin Su was a member of the wanted criminals and sought to use this method to combat Lin Su with the law. However, just yesterday, the horrifying scene of the Bai family's annihilation extinguished all thoughts in Liu Heihu and Liu Eru. The incident had attracted significant official attention, especially with foreign forces intervening in Jiangbei. Those international fugitives were ticking time bombs for both Liu Heihu and Lin Su. The moment these fugitives were captured, their fates would be sealed. Thus, Lin Su had treated Liu Heihu and Liu Eru to a spectacular show yesterday. 7 heavily armed international criminals were dispatched in just 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes by Lin Su. Liu Heihu and Liu Eru understood that Lin Su had allowed them to witness this performance as a warning not to engage in any underhanded activities behind his back. Lin Su was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed an astute mind. Ruthless and merciless, Liu Heihu and Liu Eru knew that such a person was not to be trifled with. Just look at the young master of the Bai family and the fate that befell the Bai clan along with those international fugitives. And one would understand. Knock, knock. The window of Lin Su's car was rapped upon. Officer, hello, is there something I can assist you with? Lin Su rolled down the window, addressing the middle-aged man in uniform with politeness. Ah, classmate, it's nothing serious, and I just wanted to inform you that this area has been quite restless lately, so please be cautious when you and your girlfriend go out. The middle-aged officer's expression was inscrutable as he glanced at Lin Su and then at Yu Qingge inside the car, kindly advising Lin Su before turning to address others nearby. Young Master Lin, did that officer seek you out? Is there a problem? Liu Eru, now seated in the driver's seat, asked Lin Su with a serious expression. Nothing to worry about, just drive. Lin Su smiled, dismissively waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Liu Eru nodded and started the engine. Indeed, That officer had deliberately sought him out, likely suspecting a connection between him and Liu Heihu. Though garbed in ordinary police attire, the officer exuded a calm demeanor, the calloused hands of someone who had wielded a firearm, and his gaze and aura suggested a man who had taken lives. And not just one, but so what? Let them investigate. Soon enough, the apocalypse would arrive. They could try to apprehend him in these remaining days. Oh no, if anyone were to be captured, it should be Liu Heihu. He was merely an innocent university student coerced into working for him. Chapter 15. A source of amusement. Jiangbei First Hospital, where Wu Yi worked at. Wu Yi was a department head of the hospital. And at his age, attaining such a position was a testament to his youthful talent. Although Wu Yi's looks were rather ordinary, his capabilities were remarkable. He had a girlfriend from a pharmaceutical association. Thus, Wu Yi held a prestigious position at the first hospital. With fame came power and wealth, leading to the acquisition of other desirable things that in the obstetrics and gynecology department, a stunning beauty with a voluptuous figure. Adorned in designer brands, awaited outside Wu Yi's office. Mu Yun, what brings you here? Wu Yi whispered nervously, pulling Liu Mu Yun into the office that he peeked around to ensure no one was watching before closing the door. Why so secretive? Am I not allowed to visit my boyfriend? Liu Mu Yun playfully cupped Wu Yi's chin, her large, watery eyes twinkling like stars. No, I was just thinking that this might not look good. You know I'm about to get a promotion. If any other department heads see us together here, who knows what rumors might spread? Wu Yi gulped, grabbing Liu Mu Yun's hand and pressing it against his chest. His breath becoming slightly heavier, that a flicker of something unusual flashed in Liu Mu Yun's eyes as she smiled, withdrawing her hand and stepping back to lean against the desk, picking up a pen to play with. I've told you before, there's no reason for you to stay in the hospital. Once you resign, I'll support you. Liu Mu Yun shrugged dismissively, a hint of disdain creeping into her tone as she regarded Wu Yi's job. Darling, I understand your intentions, but I, Wu Yi, am not one to rely on others, that I want to earn my place through my own efforts. Wu Yi's eyes shimmered with sincerity as he embraced Liu Mu Yun. Leaning in for a kiss, Liu Mu Yun's expression shifted to one of disgust as she blocked him with the pen, forcing a smile. What are you striving for? My family's assets exceed 10 billion. Once we're together, I can simply ask my father to set you up with a company to manage. Besides, as the head of obstetrics and gynecology, are you really reluctant to leave because you enjoy seeing all those women every day? Liu Mu Yun's face quickly soured, her foot tapping in frustration as she pushed Wu Yi away, clearly upset. Upon hearing 10 billion, Wu Yi's eyes lit up. All right. I'll resign, just don't be upset. But let me make it clear, I'm doing this entirely for you. Wu Yi grasped Liu Mu Yun's arms, his desire practically spilling over. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the office door was rapped upon. Director Wu, are you in there? I have some documents for you to sign, Director Wu. A young nurse's voice came from outside, causing Wu Yi's expression to shift. He remained silent, pretending he was not there. However, the young nurse seemed certain that Wu Yi was inside. Knocking incessantly. Can't you hear someone knocking? This is ridiculous. Liu Mu Yun, annoyed by the persistent knocking, casually opened the door. Wu Yi was startled, initially intending to stop her, but upon consideration, he thought, I'm resigning anyway. What is the worst that could happen? He Qing was puzzled. She had clearly seen Wu Yi in the office, yet no one had responded. Just as she was about to leave, the door swung open. My apologies, Director Wu, I didn't realize your girlfriend was here. He Qing was taken aback, quickly offering apologies. Liu Mu Yun shot her a cold glance, stepping aside, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. No worries. No worries, what documents do you have? Hurry up. Wu Yi frowned, recognizing He Qing as a newly arrived nurse, someone who often struggled with social cues and understanding how to navigate the workplace. All right, Director Wu. Just sign here. There are a few more. He Qing handed Wu Yi a thick stack of documents, one by one for his signature. Normally, Wu Yi would at least skim through them, but now he was eager for He Qing to leave. And since he would soon no longer be working at this hospital, he found it inconsequential. Done. Wu Yi signed the last document, adjusting his glasses as he coldly addressed He Qing. He Qing, realizing what had transpired, quickly exited the office. Director Wu, Miss Yu is indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggest. I didn't believe it at first. Well, I'll take my leave now. You two take your time. He Qing clutched the documents to her chest, using them to cover her mouth and nose. Her cheeks flushed as she cast a lingering glance at Wu Yi and Liu Mu Yun. Hearing this, Wu Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Upon glancing at Lu Muyun, he realized her expression had darkened. "Who is Miss Yu?" Lu Muyun slammed the door shut, her eyes blazing with anger as she pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Yi. Wu Yi was taken aback, quickly donning a conciliatory smile. "Darling, I genuinely don't know who Miss Yu is. You can't possibly think I have another girlfriend named Yu, right?" Wu Yi initially held Lu Muyun's hand, feigning innocence, but then his expression shifted to one of pitiful grievance that Lu Muyun's eyes flickered with doubt. "That you're actually doubting me. Just these past few days. Haven T, I've been completely devoted to you. I am even considering leaving my job for you, abandoning all my past efforts." Wu Yi's face instantaneously changed as he let go of Lu Muyun's hand. All right, I was just casually asking. Why are you reacting so dramatically? Let us go resign first, and then I'll take you to my yacht. We can set sail and have some fun." Lu Muyun gently patted Wu Yi's back, her tone softening as she chose not to pursue the matter of Miss Yu any further. To Wu Yi, with his back turned to Lu Muyun, wore a fleeting smirk of satisfaction. He had anticipated that this would be effective. With newfound determination to leave, Wu Yi swiftly made his way to the dean's office. Dean Feng glanced at Wu Yi's resignation letter, then at Lu Muyun beside him, and said nothing further. He promptly canceled a few important meetings to process Wu Yi's departure. He had long desired to dismiss this well-connected individual who was more occupied with mischief than work, flirting with female nurses, accepting kickbacks, and pocketing patient red envelopes. Now that Wu Yi had taken the initiative to resign, Dean Feng was elated. "Dean Feng, I heard you were dealing with important matters. Perhaps we could postpone our discussion until another time." Yu Man was suddenly entered Dean Feng's office, intending to greet him before leaving. "Wu Yi, what are you doing here? Is the obstetrics department particularly slow today?" Upon spotting Wu Yi, Yu Man's expression turned frigid, resembling that of a reprimanding mother. That Wu Yi was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yu Man's unexpected appearance caught him off guard. "President Yu, you might not know, but Xiao Wu just submitted his resignation application. That I've just completed the formalities." Dean Feng chuckled, waving the resignation letter in front of Yu Man. Yu Man's gaze hardened as she turned to Wu Yi, her expression darkening, though she couldn't help but notice Lu Muyun beside him. "Darling, who is this fierce person?" Lu Muyun affectionately called out to Wu Yi while wrapping her arms around him. Yu Man's mind exploded, her fists clenched in disbelief. She had been betrayed. Wu Yi now found himself in a precarious position, but the thought of the billions at stake made everything clear to him in an instant. "Oh, this is someone from the Pharmaceutical Association. That I've met them a few times, but we are not well acquainted," Wu Yi quickly reassured, patting Lu Muyun's hand and leading her toward the exit. He hadn't forgotten that Yu Man held an 8th-degree black belt. Not only was she betrayed, but she was also being disregarded. Yu Man bit her lip until it bled. Taking a deep breath, she forced a strained smile at Dean Feng. "Dean Feng, I'm feeling a bit unwell. That I shall take my leave." She fabricated an excuse and hurriedly exited the office. Dean Feng watched her retreating figure, a single word echoing in his mind. Admirable. That it was no wonder she had ascended to such heights at a young age. Her poise and patience were commendable, deserving of the title ninja. Once outside the office, Yu Man dialed Wu Yi's phone. One call went unanswered, then another. Finally, on the 3rd attempt, it connected to Wu Yi. "You are finished. No one has dared to betray me, and you are the first. You better hide well. Otherwise, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Yu Man hissed, her voice low and laced with fury. That on the other end, Wu Yi, standing at the hospital entrance, scoffed at her words and hung up. He had already devised a plan. First, a trip abroad with Lu Muyun, followed by a vacation in H City. That why Yu Man would have to dream of finding him. "Darling, let us go." Wu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Being near Yu Man felt like being beside a tyrant. "Who are you calling darling?" "Disgusting." Lu Muyun's eyes revealed her disdain. That Wu Yi's face stiffened, and he blinked in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. "Darling, stop joking. I truly don't know that woman." He stepped forward, attempting to grasp Lu Muyun's hand, believing she was upset due to Yu Man. "Get lost. If you keep using that filthy, rancid mouth of yours, I will sew it shut." Lu Muyun forcefully brushed Wu Yi's hand away and sprayed a small bottle of air freshener, distancing herself from him. Wu Yi realized he hadn't misheard. His expression twisted in anguish. That Lu Muyun, "Stop this. If you continue, I will get angry." Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. He couldn't afford to lose Lu Muyin now. Lu Muyin rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in conversing with Wu Yi. She clapped her hands, and several men in black emerged from the shadows. Disable both his hands. Those dirty hands have touched me, making me wash for hours upon return. What are you doing? This is the hospital entrance. Don't you see people around? Take him to a secluded alley, and be mindful of the cameras and his mouth is filthy. Make sure to wash it out afterward. Lu Muyin instructed the men in black before waving at a luxury car approaching from a distance. Have you had enough fun? Let's see if you dare to play truth or dare with that group again. Considering I didn't see you for a whole week. A handsome young man stepped out of the car, wrapping his arms around Lu Muyin's waist and kissing her, both of them laughing as they got into the vehicle. Wu Yi was left stunned, despair filling his eyes. Soon replaced by rage, he wanted to shout and curse, but his mouth was silenced. He had been reduced to a mere source of amusement. Chapter 16. The Taste of Apocalypse. In a nearby car, Lin Su and Yuchinga quietly observed the spectacle. What do you think of this performance? Lin Su grinned, wrapping his arm around Yuchinga's slender waist. Do you know that woman? Yuchinga asked, her expression suddenly turning dangerous. Lin Su was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. Yuchinga was always so perceptive. Not exactly. I've merely heard of their circle. They are a bunch of idle, rich second-generation individuals, often engaging in frivolous games that I employed a little trick to make Wu Yi the target of their latest escapade. Look, in their quest for excitement, they even opened a separate live stream to document everything. Lin Su pulled out his phone, showing Yuchinga some interesting clips from the live stream that as Yuchinga watched Wu Yi fawn over Lu Muyin. Her eyes narrowed. She hadn't anticipated that Wu Yi would dare to flirt with another woman behind her sister's back. At that moment, He-Ching approached, holding a stack of documents. Brother Eru. He-Ching knocked on the car window, skillfully handing the documents to Lu Eru before quickly departing. What is that? Yuchinga's sharp eyes caught sight of terms related to organ agreements. Oh, just some business of ours, miss you. Would you like to take a look? Lu Eru respectfully offered the documents to Yuchinga, while Yuchinga hesitated but ultimately refrained from accepting. It was someone else's business, and she didn't want to complicate matters for them. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew attention around the hospital, though no one could pinpoint its source. Your sister is coming out. Do you want to go meet her? Lin Su asked, observing Yu Manwu rushing out of the hospital, her eyes scanning the area. Wai Yuchinga nodded, exiting the car to exchange a few words with Yu Manwu before they both got into the vehicle. Did you have a hand in Wu Yi's situation? Yu Manwu glared at Lin Su the moment she entered the car, her eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Su caught a glimpse of Yuchinga, noting her calm demeanor. If she said nothing, it meant Yu Manwu had deduced the truth herself. Why do you think that? Lin Su replied with a casual smile. Answer me. Did you orchestrate Wu Yi's predicament? Yu Manwu snapped, tossing her hair back in frustration. Yes, it was my doing. Lin Su admitted without hesitation. Why Yu Manwu's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Lin Su for several moments before turning away. Drive to the Baiyun boxing gym, she ordered coldly. Lu Eru exchanged a glance with Lin Su, who showed no signs of objection, and started to see why Yu Manwu's intentions were clear. She aimed to unleash her fury on Lin Su for plotting against her, especially for placing a significant betrayal upon her. Lin Su had to pay the price. Upon arriving at the Baiyun boxing gym, Yu Manwu expertly donned her boxing gloves to facilitate her assault on Lin Su. She even reserved a training room for herself. Let us have a match. If you can hold your own, I'll consider this matter settled. Of course, you can refuse, but then don't blame me for the consequences. Yu Manwu tossed a pair of gloves at Lin Su, grinning widely, her teeth gleaming. Her eyes filled with an intimidating resolve. Why Yu Manwu's physique was impressive. Her fitted gray boxing attire accentuated her curves, and her exposed arms revealed subtle muscle definition. Her smooth midriff and casually tied ponytail showcased her long hair, exuding an aura of strength. Lin Su did not decline. A smile adorned his face as he donned the boxing gear without hesitation and stepped onto the ring. Damn it. You are the first man who has dared to scheme against me. Don't worry. Even for Chinga's sake, I want to leave you severely injured. Yu Manwu glared at Lin Su, her fists pounding together, spitting defiantly, shedding any semblance of the vice president of the Pharmaceutical Association, embodying the spirit of a fierce warrior. Lin Su smiled slightly, beckoning Yu Manwu with his hand in an instant. Yu Manwu exploded. With a swift and forceful punch aimed directly at Lin Su, The intent was to inflict severe damage. That a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Su's eyes as he slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow, before retaliating with a powerful punch. Bang! His fist struck Yu Manwu, causing her to bend over, nearly toppling to the ground. Shock flickered in Yu Manwu's eyes. She had never anticipated that a mere university student like Lin Su could evade her strike and land a hit on her. However, what astonished her even more was that within the ensuing minutes, she lost consciousness, only to be left with the throbbing pain and the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing in her ears. Lu Eru observed this brutal scene, shivering in response. The second punch from Lin Su rendered Yu Manwu unconscious, but he did not relent. Instead, he escalated his assault, but while Yu Manwu's entire body was battered, and focusing solely on her exquisitely beautiful face, which was beginning to resemble that of a pig, Lu Eru realized Lin Su was harboring a grudge. Indeed, Lin Su was merciless. Even his sister-in-law was not spared from his wrath. Memories of the organ donation agreement signed by Wu Yi in the car and the documents from various online lending platforms flooded his mind. He understood the importance of executing this matter flawlessly. What truly unsettled Lu Eru was the sight of Yu Qingge, who silently watched the altercation, breaking into laughter. Lu Eru was baffled, questioning how she could find amusement when her sister was being so brutally beaten. After delivering a few more punches to Yu Manwu, Lin Su assessed her condition, nodded approvingly, and then lifted her off the stage. "Your sister is injured. She will likely need to lie down for a few days. Let us rent a place outside for convenience in caring for her." Lin Su smiled faintly before handing Yu Manwu over to Yu Qingge. Yu Qingge nodded, using a tissue to wipe the blood from Yu Manwu's face, then proceeded to the adjacent lounge to help her change clothes. "Master Lin is formidable. Did I observe that Miss Yu's skills were quite commendable. She didn't even manage to brush against Master Lin's attire. But perhaps Master Lin's strikes were a tad excessive." Lu Eru approached, admiration plastered across his face, though he hesitated when mentioning Yu Manwu, feeling a twinge of pity for the beautiful woman now reduced to such a state. "She is mostly fine, just some superficial injuries, though she has 2 broken ribs, which is more serious." Lin Su chuckled softly, shaking his head, and then walked to the side to wash his hands. The 13 years of the apocalypse had undoubtedly shaped anyone into a true advocate for gender equality. Moreover, Yu Manwu was his romantic rival. Would he show mercy when given the chance to strike back? Upon hearing Lin Su's words, Lu Eru chuckled awkwardly, realizing Lin Su was resolute in his decisions. "Whatever Master Lin says goes. Let us go." Yu Qingge supported the unconscious Yu Manwu as they exited the training room together. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the boxing gym. "Damn it, are you insane? If you can't win, then just bite me. Bite me. Why don't you come back at me, coward? You're just a worthless scum. Looking for death, are you? Quit the chatter and let us get to it." While such exchanges were commonplace in a boxing gym, Lin Su noticed a trickle of blood at the corner of the biter's mouth and the unsettling crimson in his eyes, prompting a flicker of concern in Lin Su's gaze. "Master Lin, what is wrong?" Lu Eru asked curiously, noticing Lin Su's sudden halt. "Nothing, let us move on." Lin Su shook his head and exited the Baiyun boxing gym. Lu Eru drove towards Tianhai Community, where a property belonging to Lu Heihu would allow Lin Su to reside rent-free. Lin Su was disinterested in the hassle of searching for accommodation, preferring the straightforward option of heading to Tianhai Community. Along the way, he deliberately observed the conditions of pedestrians on the streets and kept an eye on the latest news. It was evident that incidents of conflict were on the rise, and remote mountainous areas had been officially marked as off-limits unless absolutely necessary. As he surveyed the scene, Lin Su sensed a whiff of decay and blood permeating the air, a harbinger of the apocalypse. Chapter 17. The base is completed. On the morning of April 16th at 8:23, Yu Man was suddenly open her eyes, gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. Her pupils constricted as she scrutinized her surroundings. This was not her room. Almost immediately, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed her entire body, leaving no part untouched. This pain reminded her of the moment Lin Su struck her, sending her into a semi-conscious state before he unleashed a barrage of blows upon her. "Damn that bastard!" She coughed, clenching her fist with such force that it exacerbated the injuries to her chest. The agony from her broken ribs caused her beautiful face to contort in pain. And instinctively, she touched her face. In the next instant, she roared in fury, "Lin Su! As if it weren't enough that he had brutally assaulted her. Breaking her ribs was one thing, but how could he dare to mar her face? After all, she was a stunning beauty. The door to her room swung open, and Yuchinga entered. "Sister, you're awake," she exclaimed, carrying a basin of warm water and a towel, intending to help Yu Manwu wash her face. "Where's your boyfriend?" Yu Manwu gritted her teeth, demanding an answer. "I in the kitchen, preparing breakfast." Yuchinga replied casually, then began to wipe Yu Manwu's body, a task they often shared during their days of mutual dependence. "Tell him I will reclaim my dignity," Yu Manwu declared, clenching her fist with an expression of fierce determination, the why Yuchinga stifled a laugh, clearly skeptical of Yu Manwu's ability to reclaim her honor. With an irritated glare at Yuchinga, Yu Manwu closed her eyes, relishing the care she received, even amidst the pain. It felt nice to have Yuchinga looking after her. Once Lin Su finished preparing breakfast, he brought a portion to Yu Manwu and, under her fierce gaze, exited her room. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Lin Su first listened intently to the footsteps and breathing outside before peering through the peephole. Then opened the door. Lu Heihu and Lu Eru entered, laden with bags and packages, as if they were visiting Master Lin. They greeted respectfully, standing somewhat awkwardly to the side. Lin Su paused, glancing at the two. "Have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me?" he asked with a serene smile, gesturing toward the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table. The two chuckled and, without hesitation, seated themselves before Lin Su to eat. The atmosphere among the three men was peculiar, filled only with the sounds of chewing. Devoid of any conversation, it was indeed a case of eating without speaking and sleeping without conversing. "Speak up. What brings you here today?" Lin Su inquired directly after finishing his meal, recognizing their visit was not without purpose. "Master Lin, we merely wish to inquire where we should consider purchasing a property," Lu Heihu asked, swallowing a generous mouthful of fried dough and rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Lin Su glanced at the two, realizing their motive. They had sensed the unusual happenings of late, combined with his own atypical behavior, prompting their vigilance in preparation for potential changes that in no wonder they were the local power players in Jiangbei. Their approach was indeed prudent. Lin Su was straightforward, retrieving his phone and sending an address to Lu Heihu, followed by a document after a moment's thought that if you intend to buy a property, consider the address I sent you. Also, stock up on food and drinks and take the time to upgrade the place. After all, the world is quite chaotic these days. The document I sent contains a set of exercises. Practice them when you have the chance. Lin Su provided a wealth of advice, even sharing an extreme sports manual with Lu Heihu and his brother. He harbored no fear of them deciphering the purpose of the manual or leaking its information, because once the apocalypse struck and Yuchinga awakened her abilities, all issues would be readily resolved. Moreover, if Lu Heihu leaked the manual, Lin Su would welcome it, as he intended to publish it online soon, presenting it as his final act of goodwill for humanity. The Lu brothers instantly grasped the situation. Their purpose had been fulfilled, and it was time to depart. "Brother, based on Master Linus' actions, he appears to be preparing for the apocalypse. Should we truly involve ourselves in this?" Lu Eru remained somewhat hesitant. For if he truly became involved in Lin Su's scheme, it would mean risking a substantial portion of their family's wealth. The location Lin Su referred to was an upscale residential community, where they intended to purchase homes for their brothers, a considerable expenditure indeed. Coupled with various other miscellaneous expenses, the costs were rather daunting. Although Lin Su was astute and formidable, certain matters could not simply be swayed by intellect and strength alone. Enough of this. You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, I went to the bank to withdraw some cash and encountered two young rascals. Can you believe it? I was standing in line, and they had the audacity to cut in front of me, even hurling insults my way. After their tirade, they seemed ready to brawl, and the bystanders were perplexed, as if they were eager to witness a confrontation that I sensed that we have recently attracted unwanted attention. We ought to keep a low profile. Otherwise, I would have long since dealt with them harshly. That I can feel that the atmosphere in this city is increasingly unsettling. Something is certainly afoot, though it may not herald an apocalypse. It could very well lead to unrest. The tension is palpable, impatient and dark, with everyone's emotions running high. Lu Heihu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He had not squandered these years. Moreover, even if he were to stake everything, he could always start afresh. After all, being alive was what truly mattered. Seeing Lu Heihu's resolute stance, Lu Eru naturally had no objections, so Yu conveyed these sentiments to them. Yuchinga emerged from the room, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. According to Lin Su, in a world transformed, the strength of one's power equated to their voice in society, and the most direct manifestation of that power was the ability to wield extraordinary abilities. The address Lin Su had just pointed out to Lu Heihu was near base 1. Should Lu Heihu inadvertently awaken a powerful ability, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Fear not. Should they become unruly, we shall eliminate them. Lin Su gently kissed Yuchinga, whispering tenderly that while Yuchinga shot Lin Su a disapproving glance, whenever he drew near, his demeanor turned irreverent. Well, as long as you have confidence, pushing aside the restless Lin Su. Yuchinga poured some water for Yu Manwu before preparing to leave. Are you two heading out? If so, remember to bring back some Fian chocolate. Yu Manwu chimed in, having heard the commotion and promptly opening the door to address Lin Su and Yuchinga. Having spent some time with Lin Su and Yuchinga, Yu Manwu had begun to adapt to their lifestyle. Understood. Yuchinga replied casually before stepping out with Lin Xu.at8. 55, Lin Su and Yuchinga arrived early at the site of Base 1. Chapter 18. The Secret Garden of Lin Su and Yuchinga. At the entrance of Base 1, Zhang Hongxing arrived 15 minutes early, embodying exemplary service. Mr. Lin, miss you. Zhang Hongxing greeted them with great enthusiasm. Accompanied by a young, balding man wearing glasses, Manager Zhang, Lin Su responded with a slight smile, reciprocating the warmth, while Yuchinga also greeted him politely. In this world, interpersonal relationships are invaluable. After their pleasantries, Lin Su turned his attention to the young man behind Zhang Hongxing, who instantly grasped Lin Su's unspoken cue. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce our company's engineer, Su Hong. Due to the advanced intelligence systems in this base, we require his assistance for the certification process. Lin Su nodded, extending a greeting to Su Hong, who appeared somewhat timid, subtly retreating behind Zhang Hongxing, as if uncomfortable in such social encounters, that he dared not meet Yuchinga's gaze, his eyes filled with envy as they flickered toward Lin Su. Let us proceed inside to take a look, Lin Su said, casting a discreet glance at Su Hong before addressing Zhang Hongxing with a smile. Zhang Hongxing eagerly agreed, leading Lin Su and Yuchinga into Base 1. The base was situated on the outskirts, nestled on the edge of the Biyun Villa district. The nearby transport was reasonably convenient, surrounded by several older residential complexes, newly constructed high-rises, and a bustling market. The original site of the base had been an idle warehouse, which was demolished to make way for this 2-story, 6-meter-high survival base. From the exterior, it resembled a refined villa, encircled by 2 walls, one high and the other low, with the outer wall adorned with electrified fencing. The inner wall, slightly shorter, was topped with sharp metallic spikes. These 2 formidable barriers enclosed the villa, extending into both the front and backyards. Additionally, numerous cameras and sensors adorned the walls, providing a preliminary level of security that greatly pleased Lin Su. Just by observing these walls, Lin Su knew that Base 1 would not disappoint him. First, they needed to verify the entrance. The state-of-the-art facial recognition and voice identification system guarded a heavy door made of special metal, measuring 300 millimeters thick, seamlessly integrated with reinforced steel walls. Its strength was such that even a missile would struggle to breach it. Moreover, as Zhang Hongxing explained, should anyone attempt to maliciously damage the door, it would trigger high voltage and high heat responses, activating the internal defense system. The owner could place various weapons, including crossbows, within to enhance security. Of course, Zhang Hongxing added, it is advisable to avoid overly lethal weaponry unless absolutely necessary, as we still reside in a society governed by law. Crossing the threshold, the 4 entered the villa. Mr. Lin, for the walls of the entire base, we employed a 3-layer embedding method. The strength is such that even sustained missile attacks cannot compromise it. Additionally, the glass used in the base is the most robust special glass available, comparable to 100 millimeters of tempered steel. Our company invested heavily to acquire this scarce material. Were it not for your status as a key client, we might have hesitated to spare it, given the additional costs incurred with each unit used. Zhang Hongxing rapped on the wall, detailing the challenges faced and the favorable policies provided by the company. Lin Su merely smiled in response, satisfied with the base thus far. Upon entering the villa, the spaciousness was immediately apparent, with a soothing palette of white and green, accented by hints of sky blue, creating a comfortable ambience. The layout comprised 20 rooms, a vast living area, and an expansive kitchen, alongside fitness, entertainment, relaxation, and medical zones, as well as a sizable storage area. This warehouse contained a portion of the extreme survival supplies promised by Wanji Company. The 1,000-square-meter space accommodated all these areas, and Lin Su admired Wanji's business acumen, particularly as each section appeared remarkably spacious. Ascending to the second floor, approximately one-third of the area was designated for storing enough energy to sustain the base for 20 years, as well as various intelligent components. Furthermore, solar panels and temperature differential energy generation devices adorned the exterior walls that if sufficient food were stored, theoretically, it could sustain life within the base for a lifetime. The layout on the second floor mirrored that of the first, albeit with only 10 rooms. After inspecting the second floor, Jiang Hongxing led Lin Su to the expansive cold storage facility constructed in the basement, which had been an additional request from Lin Su. Jiang Hongxing, having reviewed the engineering department's data, noted that this singular storage could accommodate supplies sufficient for 100 individuals to live for a century, provided the food's shelf life permitted such longevity. Manager Jiang, we have toured the base, yet it appears there remains one aspect that does not meet my expectations. Lin Su maintained a smile, though internally he was resolute. He desired a unique room for himself and Yu Qingge. However, after their exploration, he had yet to locate it. Lin Su vowed that if Jiang Hongxing failed to fulfill this request, he would ensure that the consequences for Jiang Hongxing would be dire. If you accept payment but deliver subpar service, that is simply unacceptable. Cough, cough, Mr. Lin, do not be so impatient. Why not authenticate the base's intelligent caretaker first? Jiang Hongxing spoke to Lin Su with an air of mystery, signaling him to remain calm. Lin Su narrowed his eyes, nodded, and proceeded to the control center of the base, where he underwent a series of verifications, inputting both Yu Qingge's and his own information. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce our latest intelligent assistant, Jiang Hongxing proudly proclaimed. Not only does it ensure the air within the home remains fresh and circulating, but it also maintains a consistently comfortable and warm environment. More importantly, it places utmost emphasis on the owner's privacy. Once the primary permissions are set, even our company personnel cannot interfere. Jiang Hongxing beamed with pride as he explained that without his vigorous advocacy, the upper management would never have permitted the installation of a $10 million intelligent assistant at Lin Su's base. This assistant is particularly remarkable, having earned the moniker Capillary internationally. It is capable of monitoring the owner's activities in real time, assessing their health through metrics such as breathing rates and bodily movements. Furthermore, it houses the most extensive repository of knowledge in the realms of home management, healthcare, and entertainment. Initially, access to these databases would incur additional fees. But Jiang Hongxing had facilitated a backdoor arrangement for Lin Su, given that he was his benefactor. After thoroughly configuring the intelligent assistant, a low rumble resonated throughout the base, followed by an eerie silence. Intelligent Assistant 007 welcomes its master, Lin Su, and Yu Qingge, came the resonant voice of a middle-aged man. Then, under Jiang Hongxing's guidance, Lin Su accessed the blueprints of the base with the highest level of authority. Soon after, he resolved his earlier query. Beneath the central area of the base lay a concealed chamber of 100 square meters. Lin Su was taken aback and quite pleased. Such a secret room was rather appealing. It would serve as a private sanctuary for Lin Su and Yu Qingge, a hidden garden of their own. Chapter 19 Han Xuening. The modern engineering team truly excels, having crafted this concealed space with remarkable harmony. From the outside, one could hardly discern where the 100 square meters had been carved out. Lin Su and Yu Qingge stepped inside for a brief inspection and were quite satisfied. The layout resembled a typical three-bedroom apartment, adorned entirely in warm hues. Lin Su meticulously examined several key aspects he had requested. The chamber could communicate directly with the outside world while remaining entirely independent of the base, boasting sturdiness that surpassed even that of the base itself. Ultimately, it afforded surveillance capabilities over all rooms within the base, and nearby, there existed a secret compartment for storage that I am thoroughly pleased with this base. Lin Su said to Jiang Hongxing with a smile, promising that the payment would be deposited into Wan Jiji's account within 2 weeks, and that Jiang Hongxing's gratitude fee would not be insignificant. As for bases number 2 and number 3, Jiang Hongxing mentioned that their systems were identical to that of base number 1, although their defense levels and materials were slightly inferior. Lin Su and Yu Qingge inspected them and found them to be of commendable quality. Although the three bases featured only the most basic furnishings, as cost-saving measures were necessary. Lin Su and Yu Qingge visited several suitable furniture stores, planning to scour them for supplies once the world had turned upside down. Subsequently, Lin Su made a call to Lu Heihu and his band of over 100 men to prepare for the transport of goods. However, in summoning Lu Heihu, he inadvertently called upon an unexpected guest. Han Xuanning, a flower of the Jiangbei Police Bureau. She had solved countless cases over the past 3 years and was heralded as the pride of the department. This past month had been particularly taxing for her, with an incessant stream of violent incidents, leaving the police force stretched thin even for minor thefts. Today, after addressing several high-priority cases, she finally had the chance to revisit previous incidents. Suddenly, she stumbled upon the files of 2 university students linked to Jiangbei's most notorious thug, Lu Heihu. This piqued Han Xuanning's interest, prompting her to scrutinize the details. The 2 university students, who had recently begun dating, had somehow intersected with Lu Heihu and subsequently taken a month off from school, frequently seen in public with him and participating in his substantial dealings. Having reviewed the information, Han Xuanning concluded that these were undoubtedly ordinary students being coerced by a criminal overlord. Her initial reaction was one of anger. Her innate sense of justice and compassion, coupled with her professional duty as a police officer, compelled her to save the 2 innocent students, just as she was preparing to seek authorization for action. News arrived at the precinct that Lu Heihu had taken a number of his underlings to a villa in the suburbs, suspected of planning something significant that a high-caliber officer was needed for reconnaissance. And Han Xuanning immediately volunteered. Thus, she arrived at the villa almost simultaneously as Lu Heihu. "What is going on here?" Lin Su asked Lu Heihu, observing a casually dressed figure lurking outside the villa, occasionally glancing around. Han Xuanning. The spate of violent incidents had drawn considerable attention from the police, prompting Lin Su to advise Lu Heihu to maintain a low profile during this time. Yet they still attracted the attention of law enforcement, and it was a female officer at that. Han Xuanning believed that simply changing her attire would allow her to conduct covert surveillance, unaware that Lin Su could detect the scent of scrutiny at a glance, and her demeanor unmistakably bore the hallmarks of someone on the public payroll. "Boss Lin, I have no idea. My brothers have been on their best behavior lately. I've even kicked out a few troublemakers." Lu Heihu was genuinely bewildered. For the past month, he had acted as model citizen, aiming to avoid police scrutiny. "Forget it. Let's continue with the transport." Lin Su frowned, deciding not to pursue the matter further. If she wished to observe, so be it. After all, the scrutiny would not last long. That moment, Han Xuanning approached, stirring Lin Su's suspicion. Was she here to make an arrest? He glanced outside the villa, activating the surveillance feed on his phone, noting that only Han Xuanning had arrived, which deepened his confusion. He could not fathom what this policewoman was after. "Lin Su, could you come here for a moment?" Han Xuanning called out, addressing him by name and beckoning him to step outside the villa. Lu Heihu's gaze flickered. He considered intervening to send Han Xuanning away, as he was quite familiar with handling police officers. Lin Su halted Lu Heihu, stepping out instead. If he wanted to gauge the police's stance, conversing with Han Xuanning would be the most direct and effective approach. Moreover, this female officer was rather peculiar. She had bypassed Lu Heihu to seek him out directly. Could it be that his clandestine activities had been discovered? But how could that be? He had exercised such caution, leaving no trace of evidence. "I asked, there's something you need, officer. How do you know my name? And how did you find me here?" Lin Su fired off 3 rapid questions at Han Xuanning. Ignoring his inquiries, she pulled him aside, away from Lu Heihu and his cohorts. "Lin Su, keep your voice down. Do you know who that man inside is?" Lu Heihu, the biggest thug in town, notorious for his nefarious deeds. "By the way, let me show you my credentials." She presented her police identification, assuring him, "If anything arises, you can speak directly to me without fear. I ask your girlfriend here too. It's too dangerous here. We need to move you to a safer location." Han Xuanning gazed at Lin Su with sympathy, perceiving the vulnerability of an ordinary university student ensnared in such perilous circumstances. While she should have first inquired about Lu Heihu's activities, her instinct to protect this naive student took precedence. After allowing Lin Su a moment to gather himself, she planned to question him further, though her foremost priority remained ensuring his and Yu Qingge's safety. Upon hearing Han Xuanning's words, Lin Su immediately understood. This was a passionate policewoman determined to rescue innocent students. "Officer, please don't worry. I am safe here. Brother Hu and his crew just need our assistance with a few tasks. I was short on living expenses, and they offered generous compensation to be honest. I even took a month off from school under the guise of illness to work. You mustn't tell anyone else?" Lin Su resolutely fabricated a story, having long been prepared with an excuse. His demeanor was convincingly timid, a mixture of fear and excitement, successfully portraying the image of a student forced to work for his living expenses. Han Xuanning regarded Lin Su with a glimmer of compassion and anger in her eyes, that in a society where the national system was ostensibly robust, it was a failure that such situations still arose. It was her awareness of Lin Su's familial background that elicited her sympathy and belief in his words. "Alas, even for living expenses, you must not get involved with them. It's far too dangerous. I understand your struggles, so here's what I propose. I will introduce you to a friend of mine. She runs a restaurant and is looking for help. The pay is quite decent. With careful budgeting, it should suffice that if you run out of money, you can find other means. Above all, you should return to your studies. As a university student, your education must take precedence. You cannot afford to fall behind." Han Xuanning spoke earnestly, aware of Lin Su's fragile inner state due to his background, and refraining from excessive charity, as it might breed resentment. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having endured their hardships. Han Xuanning is aware of this, yet she must now persuade, for she cannot allow the flowers of the motherland to stray from the righteous path. That's so? "Officer, may I continue for a few more days?" Tiger and the others mentioned that after May Day, they would present me with a substantial red envelope. Rest assured, they merely asked me to move some goods, all of which I have inspected and found to be lawful. Moreover, while I typically work, I record audio and video. They cannot harm me. Lin Su displayed a hesitant expression, yet he was reluctant to part with the money. Han Xuanning opened her mouth, sighed, and realizing Lin Su's determination, she resolved to invest more effort here to ensure his safety. Originally, she ought not to have acted so impulsively as to summon people, but upon overhearing Lu Heihu and Lin Su conversing, she genuinely feared for his well-being. Damn it, this group of raucous individuals, incessantly banging about. You previously claimed there were projects to undertake, yet the houses are already completed, and still, you create chaos, seeking your own demise. A burly man, clad only in a bathrobe, hastily emerged from a nearby villa, wielding an iron rod and advancing aggressively towards Lin Su. Suddenly, a flash of fury ignited in the man's eyes as he raised the rod to strike Lin Su and Han Xuanning. For days, the incessant noise had frayed his nerves, and just when he had managed to catch a moment of rest, the clamor resumed. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the incessant chatter of Lin Su and Han Xuanning, which infuriated him greatly. The iron rod descended towards Lin Su, who, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, instinctively reached for the man's throat, intending to snap it, but suddenly noticing Han Xuanning beside him. His expression shifted to one of alarm. "Be careful," Han Xuanning exclaimed, pulling Lin Su aside, only to receive a blow to her back that a muffled grunt escaped her lips. It was likely quite painful. Immediately, Han Xuanning pivoted, twisted the man's arm, and effortlessly subdued him. Lin Su observed the crimson streaks trailing down Han Xuanning's neck, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, you crazy woman. If you dare, just kill me." The man continued to resist stubbornly. "Calm down. You are suspected of intentional assault. I must temporarily detain you. You may remain silent, but anything you utter will serve as evidence in court." Han Xuanning furrowed her perfectly shaped brows, affixing silver bracelets onto the man's wrists before silencing him to prevent him from alerting Lu Heihu and others, then proceeded to lead him away. "Lin Su, I will come find you in a few days. You should communicate well with your girlfriend during this time." Even as she departed, Han Xuanning made sure to impart this advice to Lin Su. He watched silently as she took the man away, certain he had not misperceived. This was undoubtedly the harbinger of a soul's demise, a precursor to becoming a zombie. Following this trajectory, he could gather a core desire on the very day the apocalypse struck. And given the man's volatile temperament, the quality of that core would likely be commendable. That moment, within the villa, Yu Qinggu observed the emotional surveillance footage on her phone, her expression impassive. Han Xuanning, Chapter 20. Ominous Signs of the Apocalypse at 19. 27. Lin Su and Yu Qinggu returned to their apartment. Hey, what took you two so long? Yu Manwu inquired with a hint of displeasure upon seeing the pair entering without shoes. She removed her apron and emerged with freshly heated dishes, casting an annoyed glance at them. That we want to check out our new home. Look, I took plenty of pictures, Yu Qinggu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she hugged Yu Manwu's arm. Caught off guard by the overwhelming softness, Yu Manwu had initially intended to lecture her sister, but found her resolve dissipating. Lin Su's gaze sharpened as he watched Yu Manwu indulging in Yu Qinggu's affection. Instinctively clenching his fist while fixating on her, Yu Manwu, highly perceptive, immediately sensed Lin Su's scrutiny and shot him a mocking, triumphant smile before sitting beside Yu Qinggu. Lin Su muttered a few words to himself before heading to the kitchen to fetch utensils. He thought to himself that Yu Manwu was, after all, Yu Qinggu's sister and a woman, so it was harmless. However, in the next moment, Lin Su forced his mind to shut down. Fearing that he might inadvertently end up in a compromising situation with Yu Manwu. By the way, the association has informed me that I need to go on a business trip soon, probably for about a week. When I leave, you two can manage on your own. Yu Manwu initially wanted to warn them not to cause any trouble during university, but upon reflection, she realized that with Lin Su and Yu Qinggu spending all their time together, it was only a matter of time before something happened. As long as they were prepared, it was no concern. At worst, she would take care of the child, as she had long since resolved never to have children. After all, the person she loved was unattainable, a tragic reality. Yet the thought of Yu Qinggu bearing Lin Su's child ignited a fierce jealousy within Yu Manwu, prompting her to kick Lin Su beneath the table. Her gaze sharp enough to cut that you're going on a business trip. That's unfortunate. While shopping today, I want a ticket to visit the Zhongbei Microbiology Research Lab. They said with this ticket, we can explore the lab freely and even consult Professor Baibu. However, I have matters to attend to and must leave soon. Thus, only one of the two tickets will go to waste. Lin Su shook his head, revealing a regretful expression. Yu Manwu sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling. Are you serious? We can consult Professor Baibu? Although Yu Manwu served as the vice president of the medical association, there were still eminent figures in the medical field she could not meet. For instance, Professor Baibu was notorious for his eccentric personality and singular focus on research, but his academic prowess was unparalleled, making him one of the few scholars Yu Manwu admired. Of course, I've already given the ticket to the research lab. They mentioned that the security is stringent, and we must be accompanied by staff to enter. They will be picking us up tomorrow morning. So you can ask Qinggu if you don't believe me, Lin Su asserted confidently, casting a glance at Yu Qinggu. Yu Qinggu blinked and nodded. Yes, sister, what a pity that Baibu is one of your idols. I had hoped you could accompany me tomorrow, but if you're going on a business trip, that can't be helped. She feigned disappointment, sighing dramatically. Actually, the business trip isn't that critical. Primarily, you're still a student, and I worry about you going alone tomorrow. How about I accompany you instead? Yu Manwu's face flushed suddenly as she continuously tucked her hair behind her ear, her voice dropping to a whisper. The opportunity to visit her idol alongside Yu Qinggu felt like a divine reward she could not refuse. As these words escaped her lips, Lin Su and Yu Qinggu exchanged glances, then shared a peculiar look directed at Yu Manwu. I'll make a phone call? Unable to withstand their gazes, Yu Manwu seized the excuse of making a call to escape. Are you referring to soil? No. 67. Yu Qinggu suddenly posed a question to Lin Su. She was astute. Lin Su's remarks about rebirth lingered in her mind, and she maintained a degree of skepticism. Until the events unfolded, she would retain this attitude. It was precisely this mindset that propelled her to take action, such as recording Lin Su's haphazard notes from various nights and attempting to decipher them. Strangely, she estimated it would take her a considerable amount of time to crack the coded messages. Yet, remarkably, she managed to decode part of them in just 3 nights. Among them was the information regarding soil number 67 from the microbiology lab. Indeed, after the apocalypse, the entire world was undergoing a transformation. The skies, the earth, and the air rendered past crops unplantable, while numerous mutated plants thrived in nature, yet 99 of them were inedible. However, soil number 67 could allow plants to thrive upon it, yielding edible grains. Thus, even without concocting a reason for your sister to enter with you tomorrow, within 2 days at most, either you or I will have to visit that place. Just that your sister's schedule has accelerated this plan. Once inside, Your task will simply be to ascertain its location. That a trace of sorrow flickered in Lin Su's eyes as he instinctively touched his face, recalling that in his previous life, he had suffered the consequences of consuming too many inedible mutated organisms, leading to the disfigurement of much of his face. That had been the darkest period of his life, the year following Yu Qingji's demise. Seemingly sensing Lin Su's mood, Yu Qinggu approached him and gently kissed the spot he had just touched. "I detest seeing that look in your eyes," she remarked, biting his left shoulder as if to convey her displeasure. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and the defenses there were stringent. I had Lu Heihu expend considerable resources to secure 2 spots. You need not concern yourself with too much. Lin Su smiled and pulled Yu Qinggu into an embrace, kissing her lips, but Yu Qingji's gaze flickered momentarily before she nodded in agreement. Hey, enough of that. How long has it been since I stepped away? You two are already all over each other again. That can't you separate for a moment? Yu Man Wu, having just finished her call, caught sight of the two entwined and felt a flare of irritation, primarily directed at Lin Su. She genuinely feared that given the extent of Lin Su and Yu Qingji's clinginess, one day she might witness an actual showdown between them. The thought was utterly overwhelming. Go wash the dishes. Yu Manwu, in a fit of irritation, pulled Yu Qingga back into the room, then urged Lin Su to wash the dishes. Lin Su chuckled softly and called Lu Heihu, informing him to arrange for someone to pick up the sisters, Yu Qingga and Yu Manwu. The following day, as he washed the dishes, Lin Su began to mentally devise a plan for the next 3 days. In the 3 days preceding the apocalypse, a thick fog would envelop the world, followed by the arrival of red rain, heralding a catastrophic transformation globally. Thus, it was opportune to deal with certain individuals during these fog-laden days. Upon reflection, Lin Su realized that the individuals who had tormented him the most in his past life included a foreign entrepreneur named Fei Luan, a treacherous benefactor named Li Feng whom he had saved, and a formidable supernatural being, Feng Fei, who rose to power in Jiangbei after the apocalypse. It dawned on Lin Su that he had quite a busy schedule ahead of him. On April 27th, he pinpointed the addresses of certain individuals, scouted locations, and formulated a plan. The next day, a sudden and immense fog blanketed the world. In a flash, Doomsday theories emerged, and after a brief lull, a faction of people began to hoard supplies. However, these were merely a minority, as the current system was exceedingly stable, preventing widespread chaos. Nonetheless, even this was sufficient to divert official attention from other matters, such as investigating why a businessman residing in a hillside villa had suddenly gone dark, or why an employee of a small firm had gone AWOL, or why a senior high school student had gone missing from classes. With measured precision, Lin Su began to eliminate those who had wronged him in his past life. Of course, he was not excessively brutal. He merely severed limbs, extracted eyes, wrapped them in oil-soaked cloth, sealed their mouths with tape, and then set them ablaze. He was, after all, benevolent enough not to employ bizarre torture instruments on them repeatedly or to use them as a source of sustenance, slicing a bit of flesh each day to stave off hunger. After dealing with the first few individuals on his list, Lin Su realized that a day had passed. When the next day arrived and Lin Su intended to take further action, he was unexpectedly confronted with police intervention. Perhaps too many individuals had gone missing all at once. Reluctantly, Lin Su did not wish to operate under such scrutiny. Besides, as long as these individuals were alive, they would eventually cross paths, at which point they might not find it so easy. With several nuisances out of the way, Lin Su felt rather good, striding alone through the fog. Suddenly, he recalled the most widely circulated 3 questions of the apocalypse from his previous life. What do you wish to accomplish today? Do you enjoy the world as it is? Are you looking forward to tomorrow? On April 29th, Lin Su should have taken a secluded path back to his apartment amidst the fog. However, he abruptly halted, stepping back with his right foot, taking a deep breath, clenching his fists, and staring intently at the grass ahead. There, he discerned a pair of green, glistening eyes, cruel, frenzied, and bloodthirsty. A wild wolf. Impossible. The path he chose, although remote, should not harbor wild animals. Suddenly, Lin Su recalled a news report he had seen regarding a lion that had mysteriously died at a nearby zoo, its carcass stolen. Lin Su's nostrils flared. He could indeed smell a rancid odor, the unmistakable scent of decay. With a rustle, a massive, maned lion leaped forth from the underbrush, confirming Lin Su's suspicions. The lion's putrid, tumor-ridden face and distended belly made Lin Su's pupils constrict. It had undergone premature mutation. How could this be? Lin Su gasped. Without the red rain, the viral concentration was insufficient to obliterate a creature's very soul. Suddenly, Lin Su noticed a circular mark on the lion's ankle. Baiyun Laboratory. In an instant, he comprehended that one of the reasons for Jiangbei's rapid collapse in his past life was due to the emergence of powerful creatures from Baiyun Laboratory, which had devastated half of Jiangbei. Various organizations had paid a heavy price to eradicate the creatures associated with Baiyun Laboratory. Everyone was curious as to why these creatures were so extraordinarily powerful. They sought to uncover this information, but alas, much of the data was damaged, leaving only fragmented records revealing that Baiyun Laboratory had secretly experimented on various animals. Now, Lin Su felt he was on the brink of uncovering the truth. Without affording Lin Su much time to ponder, the mutated lion opened its gaping maw, lunging at him. A wave of putrid stench assaulting his senses that it was merely a first-stage mutation, not even close to a second. From the moment the mutated lion attacked, Lin Su understood its combat capabilities. His gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, bracing himself against the lion's lower jaw, and then proceeded to snap its claws with brute force. Following this, Lin Su encircled the lion's neck, applying tremendous pressure. It must be said, in terms of raw strength, the mutated lion had the upper hand. Faced with death, it thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge Lin Su. Yet all it achieved was a tightening grip around its throat that as the end drew near. It crashed against a boulder, then a tree, hoping to rid itself of Lin Su. Lin Su's back and arms were bloodied from the lion's desperate struggles, and even his head had made contact with a sturdy tree. Yet his grip remained steadfast as if it were a vice. Minutes later, the mutated lion lay defeated upon the ground. Lin Su gradually released the lion, then proceeded to break its limbs completely and shatter several critical bones. That moment, the mutated lion was still alive. Even after its soul had been shattered and its body mutated, its vitality was exceptionally robust. As long as its core of desire remained intact, or its brain and heart were not destroyed, it could continue to move. Once Lin Su had effectively incapacitated the mutated lion, he concealed it within a hidden thicket and called Lu Heihu, requesting a change of clothes, a truck, and a secure warehouse. Lin Yi. Though the fog had sealed the city and restricted vehicular movement, these limitations were nearly non-existent for Lu Heihu. He surveyed Lin Su, bloodied yet seemingly unscathed, and refrained from asking questions that he had heard about a series of gruesome murders in Jiangbei that morning. And all the victims were individuals Lin Su had previously asked him to investigate. He had not anticipated that eliminating some ordinary people would leave Lin Su in such a state. Lin Su nodded, instructing Lu Heihu's subordinates to check the surroundings. Once assured that no one was nearby, Lin Su dragged the mutated lion out. My goodness, is that how big a lion can get? Lu Heihu's eyes widened, astonished by the lion's size, which was 2 to 3 times larger than an ordinary one. When he noticed the lion's injuries, he quickly deduced that Lin Su's wounds were a result of this beast. His subordinates, equally intrigued, gathered around the mutated lion, their respect for Lin Su deepening. Brother Hu, something's amiss. Look at how gravely injured this lion is. How is it still alive without a sound? And take a look at what's on its face, one of Lu Heihu's subordinates remarked, prompting Lu Heihu to become alert. He noted that the blood on the mutated lion appeared unusual, dark red with a sticky consistency, reminiscent of the blood of a deceased lion, connecting Lin Su's superhuman abilities with these peculiarities. Lu Heihu swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't shake the feeling that he might be entangled in something beyond comprehension. Could it be that the apocalypse was indeed upon them? The more he gazed at the mutated lion, the more it resembled the zombie beast from the films he had watched in recent days. Snapping back to reality, Lin Su called out to the dazed Lu Heihu, "To the warehouse," and tossed the mutated lion onto the truck. Lu Heihu quickly complied, wiping the sweat from his brow and instructing his men to start the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Su changed into a fresh set of clothes. Lu Heihu was taken aback by Lin Su's physique, an 8-pack of well-defined abs, each muscle radiating strength, and his skin appeared impeccably maintained. However, the next moment, Lu Heihu found himself in shock, his lips paling. In his line of work, especially after so many years, he had seen individuals believe in karma, and the haunting of spirits. Thus, many still performed acts of kindness and offered prayers. Lu Heihu was no exception. He felt he had stumbled upon a grand secret. Lin Su might not be human. Having lost so much blood, he should be weary, gasping for breath. Yet Lin Su remained composed, as if the bloodshed did not affect him at all. Remarkably, Lu Heihu could not find a single wound on Lin Su's body. This was alarming. Where had all the blood originated? With years of experience under his belt, Lu Heihu recognized that the blood on Lin Su was undoubtedly human blood and had been spilled not long ago. Given that Lin Su had not instructed him to dispose of the body, he was almost certain that the blood was indeed Lin Su's. Do not mention Lu Heihu's surprise. Lin Su was equally astonished. Although he suffered from an impact, his body was also marred by numerous cuts from shattered stones and branches. According to the classifications of F-level superhumans, his strength was precisely 500 kg, marking the pinnacle of F-level physical prowess. Consequently, his self-healing ability should correspondingly be of F grade. Yet, nearly an hour had passed, and the external injuries on his body had vanished, indicating at least an E level, if not a D level, ability. Unfortunately, the ability detection device would not be developed until a year after the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would have thoroughly examined the extent of his ability's development. Lin Yi, this is a warehouse that has been abandoned for quite some time, and there aren't many people around. You can do as you please. A faint smile crept onto Lu Heihu's pale face as he addressed Lin Su. Regardless of whether Lin Su was human or ghost, Lu Heihu understood he could not afflict either. Everything prepared. Lin Su inquired of Lu Heihu. Eru has already set everything inside. Lu Heihu gestured toward a dilapidated room within the forsaken warehouse. Lin Su nodded, dragging the mutated lion into the room. Lin Yi. Lu Eru, who was still arranging the items Lin Su required, was taken aback upon seeing Lin Su enter with the massive lion. However, he refrained from asking further questions, merely observing from the side. An improvised operating table, dissection tools, and preservation chemicals were all in order. Lin Su commenced the dissection of the mutated lion. Fundamentally, such aberrant creatures had lost their capacity for pain, allowing Lin Su to operate with ease. Nonetheless, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Lin Su secured the mutated lion before using a sharp scalpel to slice open its abdomen. Inside lay several undigested human corpses and remnants of wild cats and dogs. A nauseating, acrid stench instantly pervaded the room. Ugh! The moment Lu Eru caught a whiff of the odor, he could not help but retch. Although he had killed some people, he had never encountered such a repulsive scene. Lin Su appeared undeterred, continuing to examine the human remains. Amid the decaying garments, he unearthed a name tag, upon which only the words Baiyun remained, corroded beyond recognition. Lin Su's gaze flickered as he resumed his inspection of the mutated lion's body, ultimately discovering several pinpricks concealed beneath its mane-covered neck that he then excised a portion of flesh, submerging it in mercury, where a crimson liquid, seemingly imbued with life, writhed frantically before finally dissipating in the mercury. A glimmer of cold light shone in Lin Su's eyes as he continued his dissection of the mutated lion that he nearly dismembered the entire beast, his expression growing increasingly grim until he severed the lion's head. Extracting a crystal the size of a grain of rice from within. Core of desire. Lin Su murmured these 4 words, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Move these to the vehicle and incinerate the rest. Lin Su directed, indicating the portion of organs and flesh he had preserved that he then changed into a fresh set of clothing and instructed Lu Eru. The latter, suppressing his nausea, beckoned his subordinates to come in and assist with the transport. Ugh! Upon entering, the subordinates were compelled to retch in respect before they began to heave the items onto the vehicle, even as they continued to gag. Lin Su had not anticipated that prior to the apocalypse. Some individuals had already taken note of the impending calamity. However, he was even more astonished that someone was recklessly researching these matters, forcibly concentrating the soul virus from the air and injecting it into animals, truly a path to destruction. In fact, some people had already perished, such as the researchers who had been devoured by the mutated lion. Regardless of the motives behind their research, Lin Su understood that they would ultimately meet their demise. If humanity were ever to be completely extinguished, it would undoubtedly be due to that insatiable desire and greed. Chapter 22. 2 necklaces. After disposing of the items, Lin Su initially intended to return directly, but was confronted by a woman clad entirely in black leather. Her voluptuous figure astride a motorcycle, blocking the road. She removed her helmet, tousled her slightly disheveled hair back, and approached the truck. "Officer Han, what brings you here? If there's nothing pressing, we shall be on our way." Lu Heihu, seated at the front of the vehicle, rubbed his bald head and smiled amiably at Han Xuanning that he was notably courteous towards her. Typically, he bore an ill disposition toward the police. But observing Lin Su's respectful demeanor towards Officer Han seemed to compel him to be more polite to Do you know me. Han Xuanning furrowed her brow, as it appeared she had never met Lu Heihu before. Lu Heihu's gaze flickered momentarily, glancing at Lin Su in the back seat. Noticing his lack of reaction, he continued to engage in light banter with Han Xuanning. "Isn't it true that you're the belle of the Jiangbei police force? How could I not know the renowned Han Xuanning? Your poster is still plastered near my home. Moreover, I have a little brother who is an ardent fan of yours, collecting various photographs of you." Lu Heihu signaled to a nearby subordinate, who promptly understood. "Indeed, Officer Han, I am a devoted admirer of yours. Might I trouble you for a signature on this photograph?" The subordinate, Yu San, leaped from the vehicle, producing a cherished photo of Han Xuanning in her police uniform. Han Xuanning's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated encountering a fan. Although these individuals were likely not upstanding citizens, the law had yet to deem them criminals. So she resolved to treat them with equanimity. Consequently, Han Xuanning retrieved a pen and elegantly inscribed her name on the photograph for Yu San. This scene caused the expressions of the onlooking subordinates to shift, and Lu Heihu regarded Yu San with a hint of displeasure. Unbeknownst to Yu San, he had drawn the ire of his own leader for his eagerness. "Lu Heihu, what brings your group to such a remote location? Are you not aware that the fog has sealed the city?" After dismissing the fan, Han Xuanning interrogated Lu Heihu. "Heh, Officer Han, look over there that I had some belongings from my hometown stored in this warehouse. But suddenly, a fire broke out that I came over with a few brothers to extinguish it, but alas, we were too late. Sigh, my father made a small wooden horse for me in my childhood. Speaking of it brings tears to my eyes." Lu Heihu's eyes glistened with moisture, his tone sincere and nostalgic. Lu Eru, listening nearby, nearly burst into laughter, marveling at his elder brother's talent for spinning elaborate tales that a fire broke out unexpectedly. "Did you happen to see anything peculiar?" Han Xuanning glanced toward the extinguished flames within the abandoned warehouse, her expression contemplative. This question caused the countenance of all present to change, and Lu Heihu's face stiffened. What peculiar things could there possibly be? "Officer Han, if there is nothing else, my brothers and I shall be taking our leave, that we haven't eaten yet." Lu Heihu's tone chilled slightly, tinged with impatience. Han Xuanning considered that her task for the day was not to confront Lu Heihu, and she had indeed detained them for quite some time. Continuing to press would be unwise. "Very well, you may go. However, let me caution you. During the lockdown, one must not operate trucks freely, given the circumstances. I shall refrain from penalizing you this time, but do return swiftly, and remember to secure your family's belongings." Han Xuanning's sharp gaze scrutinized Lu Heihu and his subordinates before she mounted her motorcycle and sped away. Though Lu Heihu's words warranted further scrutiny, she remained focused on her duties. Everything else could wait. "Lin Yi, do you think she came here looking for something?" Once Han Xuanning departed, Lu Heihu turned to Lin Su in the back seat. "It matters not. Let us return." To Lin Su, Han Xuanning's purpose for being there held little significance. As the apocalypse loomed, everything had lost its meaning. Even if Han Xuanning was indeed searching for the mutated lion, what relevance did it hold for him? Seeing that Lin Su was unwilling to discuss the matter further, Lu Heihu promptly drove him back to the apartment at 11:34 p.m. Click, upon opening the door. Lin Su was greeted by darkness, realizing that no one seemed to be home. However, once he closed the door, he heard faint breathing sounds. Following the noise, he discovered that Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu were asleep on the sofa. Not wishing to disturb them, Lin Su decided to take a shower first, as he was quite odorous. 10 minutes later, after finishing his shower and wrapped in a towel, he made his way to the living room. Gently lifting Yu Qingge's, Lin Su made contact. Yu Qingge stirred slightly, awakening that "You're back." Yu Qingge gazed at Lin Su, a smile gracing her lips as she opened her arms. Lin Su chuckled softly, nodding before carrying Yu Qingge back to her room. The apartment's soundproofing was commendable, yet it could not entirely muffle certain noises. 2 hours later, Yu Man-woo had long since covered her head with a blanket, genuinely wishing to block out the sounds. Alas, the house was rather small, and her room was adjacent to theirs, making it all the more audible. Ultimately, she resorted to donning headphones, cranking the volume to maximum. Inside the room, "Today, you seem different." Yu Chinga leaned against Lin Su's chest, feeling utterly drained, as if her bones were on the verge of disintegrating. I killed a few people and got into a fight." Lin Su gently kissed Yu Chinga's forehead, a smile gracing his lips, though Yu Chinga said little in response, merely murmuring softly before tightening her embrace around Lin Xuw. "By the way, I have a gift for you." Lin Su opened the bedside cabinet and retrieved a gemstone necklace, though Yu Chinga was taken aback. As she accepted the necklace, tears streamed down her face upon seeing the engraved letters YXH on its inner side. "This necklace is dirty. I don't want it anymore. Right now, I want you." Yu Chinga stared at the gemstone necklace for a long time before casting it to the ground, her gaze towards Lin Su brimming with profound affection. After a considerable time, Lin Su looked down contentedly at Yu Chinga in his arms, wishing only to hold her forever. At 9:33 a.m. on April 30th, Yu Chinga awoke, first taking a shower before heading to the living room, where she found her sister, Yu Man-woo, preparing breakfast with panda-like eyes, happiness radiating from her. "Sister, yesterday Lin Su took back my necklace, but I threw it away again." Yu Chinga approached Yu Man-woo, leaning against her as she spoke. Yu Man-woo's expression shifted, her gaze towards Lin Su softening significantly. "It's for the best. That necklace was too dirty." Yu Man-woo gently stroked Yu Chinga's head, a hint of pity mixed with envy in her eyes. Yu Chinga had someone who claimed her necklace. But what about her? Long ago, when they were still wealthy young ladies, life was comfortable, yet devoid of happiness, burdened by a gambling father and a mother who indulged in excess. An unfortunate incident led to their family's bankruptcy, their mother absconding with the remaining funds while their father sold them into servitude to pay off debts. 3 months later, they escaped from their captors, battered and bruised, with Yu Chinga suffering a broken leg. That was the darkest period of their lives, during which their most treasured possession, their parents' legacy, the necklace, was taken from them. "Here, a gift for you." After preparing breakfast, Lin Su tossed a necklace to Yu Man-woo, identical in style to Yu Chinga's, but with the letters YDH engraved on the inner side. Yu Man-woo was momentarily stunned, staring at the necklace for several seconds, her nose turning slightly red before she tossed it into the trash. "What a pity. I prefer women, so your flattery is of no use to me." Yu Man-woo bit into a youtiao, casting a regretful glance at Lin Su. Lin Su, hearing this, wore an expression of disdain as he looked at Yu Man-woo. Yu Man-woo, noticing Lin Su's reaction, felt a surge of anger. What was with that look? Did he think she was inferior? She knew. Lin Su casually fed Yu Chinga some millet porridge, responding nonchalantly. Yu Chinga was pleased with his attitude and reaction, pecking him on the lips as a reward. Yu Man-woo chewed her youtiao vigorously, forced to consume dog food, but unbeknownst to her, a smile crept onto her face, a tear mingling with the millet porridge. Chapter 23, The Apocalypse Begins. After finishing breakfast, Lin Su, Yu Chinga, and Yu Man-woo tidied up and set out for Base 1. A thick fog had shrouded the city, causing chaos in Jiangbei. Originally, Yu Man-woo was supposed to work that day, but Yu Chinga requested her help for their move to a new home, Yu Man-woo couldn't refuse. Her sister's needs took precedence over all else. At 10:34 a.m., the trio arrived at Base 1. "Wow, have you struck it rich?" Yu Man-woo exclaimed upon seeing the villa's exterior, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Lin Su and Yu Chinga. Having lived in Jiangbei for many years, Yu Man-woo was somewhat familiar with the villa district. Although situated on the outskirts, the area was well connected, leading to high property prices, with villas easily costing 2 to 3 million each. However, this one seems a bit unusual. It appears to be newly built that is permitted to construct houses on this land. Yu Man-woo was filled with questions as she followed Lin Su and Yu Chinga into the villa, her eyes widening even more. The technological sophistication was impressive, and to her discerning eye, the security system was exceedingly advanced. Noticing Yu Man-woo's curiosity, Yu Chinga smiled and began showing her around the villa, which would now be their shared home. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a visitor at the door. "I'll get it," Yu Chinga exclaimed, rushing out to remotely open the door. Boom. A large truck rolled into the front yard as Yuchinga directed it to back up slowly. Once in position, several individuals jumped off the truck. Lin Su recognized Lu Eru and a few of his subordinates, curiosity flickering in his eyes, wondering what Yuchinga had purchased. "Miss you, where shall we put the items?" Lu Eru inquired respectfully, a smile on his face. "Part in the front yard, part inside," Yuchinga instructed as they began unloading 100 large wooden crates, each requiring 3 to 4 people to lift. Clearly a laborious task, Yu Man was stepped outside, her curiosity piqued, her mind swirling with questions, all centering around Lin Su. She had investigated him and continued to do so, yet much of the information indicated that he was merely an introverted ordinary student at Zhongbei University. However, this contradicted the capabilities, demeanor, and tactics he had displayed recently. She even suspected that this Lin Su had been replaced by someone who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Look over there, another stunning beauty. She looks just like the last one. Could they be sisters?" That figure. Wow, one of Lu Eru's subordinates, Wang Feng, gulped, his gaze fixated on Yu Manwu. With her curvaceous figure, exquisite features, and an air of aloofness, she was dressed in a V-neck shirt, a black coat, and stylish boots. She was a blooming high-class flower. For Wang Feng, a woman like Yu Manwu, exuding mature charm, was incredibly alluring. Yu Manwu's ears perked up, and she shot a cold glare at the talking subordinate. Yu Manwu's icy demeanor was formidable. The subordinate was startled, his hand trembling, resulting in a crate falling to the ground. Fortunately, the crate was well sealed, and its contents remained intact. "What is going on? You can't even move a box without causing trouble. Have you wasted your skills with women?" Lu Eru's sharp gaze zeroed in on Wang Feng, berating him fiercely. Making a mistake while working for Yuchinga was akin to slapping Lu Eru's face. "I'm sorry, Brother Eru," Wang Feng exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out on his back as he repeatedly apologized. "Hey, Brother Eru, this gentleman merely made an accident. It's not a big deal," Yuchinga approached with a gentle smile, suggesting that Wang Feng not be overly chastised. Lu Eru paused, realizing that if Yuchinga said so, he would relent, but he mentally noted to give Wang Feng a stern talking to later. Wang Feng felt relieved, grateful for Yuchinga's kindness, and found himself stealing more glances at her. However, he was completely taken aback by Yuchinga's next words that, "Oh, Brother Eru, it seems this gentleman might have injured himself. His left hand looks broken." Yuchinga exclaimed with concern, observing Wang Feng's left hand. Wang Feng was bewildered. He felt fine, having only dropped the crate onto the floor. "Miss Yu, I'm fine." Wang Feng smiled faintly, intending to assure Yuchinga of his well-being and express gratitude for her concern. But he was interrupted by Lu Eru's command. "You, take Wang Feng to the hospital. His left hand is broken. Find a doctor to examine it properly." Lu Eru pointed at Ding Gang, his eyes stern, his fingers making a specific gesture. Ding Gang's pupils constricted as he immediately took Wang Feng away, and soon a scream echoed from nearby the base. "All right, let us continue unloading," Lu Eru muttered quietly, casting wary glances towards Yuchinga. Indeed, a woman chosen by Lin Su is no ordinary one. That just because Wang Feng had jested a few times, he lost a hand. How ruthlessly cold, Lin Su observed throughout, offering no commentary, leaving everything to Yuchinga to handle. The apocalypse is approaching, and Yuchinga must evolve. Otherwise, she risks death in a world turned upside down. Should you sever someone's hand, you must eliminate them entirely. For those who survive in such a realm are far from ordinary. Once embroiled, it becomes a fight to the bitter end. When did you come to know so many people? They hardly seem like good company. Yu Manwu approached Lin Su, her gaze complex as she scrutinized him. It appeared that Yuchinga had undergone certain changes unbeknownst to her, that a secret seemed to linger between Yuchinga and Lin Su. One that she could not penetrate. These individuals are acquaintances I made while searching for my little treasury. We had a skirmish, Lin Su replied after a moment's contemplation, and then he headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. With a multitude of guests present, the meal required some time. Yu Manwu shook her head, pondering the enigmatic dealings of these two, determined to uncover their secrets. Surely, she and Yuchinga shared no secrets. Before long, all the wooden crates had been moved, and the clock struck 12:45. Lin Su invited Lu Eru and the others to join him for a meal, for they had assisted him tirelessly. Lu Eru, unceremonious, filled his plate generously, treating the meal as if he were at home. Lin Su was unfazed. Merely observing Lu Eru clean his plate left him quite satisfied that a person who cherishes food. How commendable. Soon after, Lu Eru departed, and by the time Lin Su finished washing the dishes, the afternoon had arrived at T15:03. Lin Su was drawn into the room where the crates were stored by Yu Qingge. "This is a gift I prepared for you," Yu Qingge beamed with pride, opening the crate to reveal it brimming with black soil. Soil number 67. Lin Su was indeed taken aback. Acquiring such soil is no simple feat. And he wondered how Yu Qingge managed it. "Please don't tell me that all those crates are filled with this black earth." Yu Manwu's lips twitched, her expression one of resignation as she regarded Yu Qingge. A few days prior, Yu Qingge had borrowed a considerable sum from her, claiming it was for purchasing various items, an amount totaling 500,000, and now it appeared she had spent it all on soil. Yu Qingge blinked and nodded. "Indeed, combined with the 500,000 I borrowed from you, I spent a total of 3.5 million to acquire this soil." She had noted the location of the microbial laboratory, which was situated in a bustling area. When the apocalypse strikes, it would undoubtedly be surrounded by countless zombies. Lin Su, in pursuit of soil number 67, would venture into that perilous place. Thus, to protect him from danger, Yu Qingge had employed certain methods to procure this soil in advance. "Never mind, I have no idea what you two are up to, and I shan't pry." Yu Manwu, observing Yu Qingge's demeanor, sensed there were secrets at play, but chose not to inquire further. As she had yet to explore the vast villa, time flew swiftly, and April 30th came and went. Around midnight, the thick fog that had plagued the world for 3 days began to dissipate, prompting meteorological departments to release immediate statements. They asserted that this unusual weather was merely a normal atmospheric shift. Experts took to the stage, and the early morning in Zhongbei buzzed with activity as lights flickered back to life. As if celebrating the end of the fog that had shrouded the city, many young people took to the streets, reveling in the night, which for them was a time of jubilation. Simultaneously, the first drop of crimson rain fell. The apocalypse had begun. Chapter 24. Zombies in Base 1. Lin Su remained awake, clad in his pajamas, quietly observing the gentle descent of the red rain. "What are you looking at?" Yu Qingge inquired as she embraced him from behind, resting her chin on his right shoulder. Lin Su clasped her hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he pulled her closer. Savoring the warmth she exuded, "I am witnessing the collapse of a flourishing civilization. It is astonishing to think that a mere red rain could lead to such devastation and disorder. Look over there. That is the most prosperous area nearby, boasting a bustling commercial street, the very heart of this locale. Yet after tonight, it shall become the most perilous place." Lin Su gestured towards the illuminated commercial street, a sense of melancholy washing over him as he beheld souls descending into hell, a most peculiar sensation. Contact with the red rain signifies direct exposure to the concentrated soul virus. Unless one possesses a formidable soul immunity, transformation into a zombie is inevitable. However, at this moment, a group of young men and women were reveling there. Yu Qingge followed Lin Su's gaze, recognizing Mingbu Commercial Street, where she had once strolled. There lay a particularly unique establishment. YMEI.IT was an underground bar, not illegal in nature, but genuinely situated underground, opening its doors only at 2:30 a.m. This bar had earned Mingbu Commercial Street the moniker of Night Street. After direct exposure to the red rain, individuals would transform into zombies within 8 to 10 hours, while those like us, who remain indoors and avoid contact, would undergo a transformation process lasting approximately 24 hours. Furthermore, we would likely have a better chance of survival than those directly exposed, albeit potentially suffering from mild ailments like a cold or fever. Therefore, you should retire early to avoid falling ill. Lin Su gently lifted the barefooted Yu Qingge and placed her on the bed. He bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, embracing her as she drifted into slumber. The chaos would commence at dawn. At 5 a.m., Lin Su abruptly exited his room and opened the villa's door, hauling a massive wooden bathtub inside, dipping his right hand into the slightly reddish water within. A tingling sensation coursed through his being, penetrating his very soul. The Tio safeguard Yu Qingge and lead a life of his choosing in the apocalypse. He must cultivate formidable strength. The transformation process is the quickest means to gain power. The more thoroughly one is eroded by the soul virus, the greater their potential after surviving the ordeal. Lin Su understood that while his innate abilities might not surpass those of others, his sole advantage lay in his rebirth. Before reaching S rank, he could swiftly ascend through the accumulated experiences of his past life. Yet beyond S rank, challenges intensified. Moreover, should he encounter those with rare abilities, he might find himself at a disadvantage. In the past, he had been defeated by a B-rank space manipulator while at A rank. Thus, to ensure absolute strength, he must outpace everyone else. Choosing to undergo voluntary transformation was a path Lin Su embraced. His soul had already experienced transformation, granting him immunity far superior to that of the average person. Hence, he was determined to push through this trial. With a sense of resolve, Lin Su disrobed and submerged himself in the bathtub. A peculiar sensation enveloped him as countless ants scuttled through his marrow and flesh, followed by a sharp pang of pain. Despite the sensations, Lin Su remained unblinking, meticulously attuned to the changes within his body. Should his soul falter, his flesh would inevitably undergo transformation, and he intended to exit the bathtub at the very brink of his limits. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. An entire hour elapsed. Lin Su suddenly felt an unusual pain in his lower abdomen. As if a tumor were about to emerge in that instant, he leaped from the bathtub, swiftly grasping a knife nearby and deftly slicing away the flesh from his abdomen. Blood streamed down his torso. Yet within moments, the bleeding ceased, even showing signs of scabbing. Lin Su held onto the knife, keenly aware of any further bodily changes, ensuring no additional transformed tissues manifested. To his astonishment, the red rain had such a potent effect on humans already afflicted by soul transformation. In just 1 hour, he had nearly succumbed to transformation himself. Lin Su mused, his physical form having already reached the pinnacle of F-rank abilities, and his soul was also transformed. Yet, within a mere hour, he had come perilously close to undergoing transformation. This contradicted the hypotheses posited prior to the apocalypse. After the onset of the apocalypse, discussions surrounding the red rain evoked feelings of hatred, fear, and anger among survivors. But a more profound yearning prevailed. For those who had already cultivated some strength, this event would prove to be a fortuitous blessing. The souls of surviving humans had developed immunity. The red rain was a concentrated amalgamation of viruses, and their convergence would yield intriguing reactions. Virus erosion, followed by immunity. This cycle would exponentially enhance one's soul, thus augmenting their potential abilities. From this emerged a hypothesis. The soul immunity hypothesis. Those endowed with a soul's immunity shall ascend swiftly amidst the crimson rain. For the virus will serve as the finest catalyst for the sublimation of the soul. The hypothesis further posits a critical time frame for the viral incursion on the immune process, estimated at 3 to 6 hours. Yet, Lin Su exhibited signs of deterioration in a mere hour, an anomaly most perplexing. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Su, leading him to speculate that perhaps his soul had not undergone complete corruption. A resounding bang interrupted his contemplation, and from the sound, Lin Su surmised it was emanating from Yu Manwu's chamber. He hastily tidied up the disarrayed floor, lest he alarm Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu, and disposed of the crimson rain. Regardless of the preservation method employed, it would lose its potency within 24 hours, rendering it valueless to keep. Bang! Yu Manwu shut the door once more, her hand resting on the wound on her lower abdomen, now scabbed over. Meanwhile, Lin Su sensed a significant increase in his strength as he made his way to the gym. A series of tests revealed his power to be approximately 800 kg, the pinnacle of an E-level ability user's physical prowess. To master this newfound strength, Lin Su engaged in several sets of extreme exercises. Over an hour passed, and he emerged drenched in sweat, his abdominal injury fully healed. A gentle peel revealed tender skin beneath a layer of dead tissue. After a refreshing shower, Lin Su glanced at the sky, still shrouded in darkness, before burrowing under the covers beside Yu Qingge, embracing her. "What are you doing taking a cold bath at this hour? Aren't you afraid of falling ill?" Yu Qingge remarked, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Su, her fingers grazing his abdomen with a hint of reproach. Lin Su was taken aback, quickly realizing Yu Qingge must have observed his condition through the surveillance. "If you hold me tighter, I won't fall ill," he chuckled, having not intended for her to witness his predicament. Yet fate had other plans. Why Yu Qingge remained silent, burying her face in his embrace. Melding herself into his warmth, as time flowed gently onward, The sun ascended, heralding the cacophony of the city to AT-734. Lin Su's phone rang. Hello? Ah, uncle. You've arrived at Bayan Tianyi so early. Which hall? Let me think. Hall 6. That, however, you're far too early. Best wait a bit before entering. What time? After 8:30, perhaps. That in the meantime, enjoy your time around Bayan Tianyi. No, uncle, I wouldn't deceive you that you'll receive 30,000 soon, but remember to set aside half for me. It is not that I distrust you, just a friendly reminder. All right, I'll hang up now. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Su's tone was languid, laced with a sense of ease. Hearing his voice, Yu Qingge turned over and resumed her slumber. Lin Su noticed this and pecked her on the corner of her mouth before rising to prepare breakfast at BY 8:13. Breakfast was ready, and he roused Yu Qingge, assisting her with her morning routine, then knocked on Yu Manwu's door at BY 8:33. Lin Su had made several unsuccessful attempts to reach his beloved uncle via phone. Observing this, he scrolled through the news on his device. Attention to all citizens. A highly infectious virus has recently entered the country. Please refrain from gatherings. Reports of increasing violent incidents flooded the headlines, leaving Lin Su to ponder the state of society. Goodness, people are now brawling and even biting. Various violent and gruesome events dominated the news, all within the span of half an hour. Bang! Yu Manwu burst through the door, her expression fraught with anxiety, her hair disheveled, clutching her phone which displayed a gruesome video. Qingge, Lin Su, you must not venture outside. There are individuals out there who have gone mad, and the medical association is inundated with cases just like these. I surmise it to be a large-scale biological weapon. Otherwise, it's implausible for so many to be affected in such a brief period. Yu Manwu's demeanor was grave, her eyes reflecting a flicker of distress. All right, let us hurry and eat. Lin Su nodded in response to why Yu Qingge maintained her composure, but upon witnessing their attitudes, Yu Manwu's pupils dilated as she recalled the peculiar behavior of both Lin Su and Yu Qingge during this time, along with the fortress-like villa brimming with supplies. Her lips turned pale as she retreated to her room to collect herself. Soon enough, Yu Manwu regained her usual demeanor and began her breakfast. A cacophony of sirens erupted from the vicinity of the villa, mingled with distant cries of BY 9:03. The internet was inundated with reports of rampant looting of supplies. Another half hour slipped by as apocalyptic terms like end times, zombies, and biohazard dominated online discourse. After finishing her meal, Yu Manwu scrolled through her phone, her hands trembling, a mix of unease and fear reflected in her gaze. The civilized world appeared to be on the brink of collapse, as pleas for help began to overshadow the reports of looting. Bang, bang. The sound of an eerie shriek outside the villa's iron gates caught Yu Manwu's attention. She hesitated to open the door, opting instead to access the surveillance feed at a figure, its face riddled with festering sores, oozing black-green pus, and bulging eyes, pounded relentlessly against the iron door, causing Yu Manwu's complexion to blanch. A zombie. Chapter 25. When I no longer trust you. I shall not hesitate to end your life. Upon hearing Yu Manwu's exclamation, Lin Su wiped his hands on a towel after washing the dishes and turned toward the surveillance screen. Indeed, this is a standard first-level zombie. Would you care to take a closer look? He inquired of Yu Manwu. Upon hearing this, Yu Manwu lifted her gaze to Lin Su, filled with questions, her desire to understand the situation palpable. She nodded in agreement. Lin Su then opened the villa door, revealing a zombie that lunged toward a wounded sparrow in the courtyard, swiftly seizing it and beginning to chew. Devoid of intellect, the zombie allowed the feathers, mingled with blood, to cling to its lips, seemingly oblivious to its appearance. After consuming the sparrow, it appeared lost, standing aimlessly before it began to wander the courtyard. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the villa community, prompting the zombie to raise its vacant eyes and turn toward the sound, slowly shuffling in that direction. That moment, Lin Su, Yu Qingge, and Yu Manwu stepped into the courtyard together. The zombie halted once more, fixing its gaze upon the trio, tilting its head as if attempting to ascertain something. First-level zombies possess little more than the intellect of an imbecile. Their perception of the world relies solely on smell and sound. Thus, should you find yourselves in a dire predicament, do not hesitate to smear zombie blood upon yourselves and remain silent. This significantly increases the likelihood of deceiving the zombies that Lin Su elucidated. He approached the zombie, with Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu observing from a distance. Upon hearing Lin Su's voice, the zombie lunged at him, roaring with a foul stench emanating from its open maw, flailing its arms as if intent on ruthlessly killing him. The insatiable thirst for flesh is a common trait among all zombies. Consuming untainted flesh allows them to evolve rapidly, despite their sluggishness. Confronted by the advancing zombie, Lin Su remained unperturbed, stepping forward to grasp its arms and wrench them behind its back. Crack! With a swift maneuver, Lin Su repositioned himself, now behind the zombie, its arms secured tightly. For these rudimentary humanoid zombies, their limbs are merely ornamental. Detachment inflicts no pain. His words faded. Lin Su's gaze sharpened, and he forcefully slammed the zombie to the ground, forcing it to ingest dirt before binding its limbs. Noticing Lin Su's control over the zombie, Yu Manwu and Yu Qingge attempted to approach, but were halted by Lin Su's gesture. Typically, I would eliminate zombies upon encounter, for one can never ascertain what peculiar organs may have mutated within them. Just then, a gaping maw emerged from the back of the zombie's head, expelling a long, grotesque tongue. Lin Su's eyes narrowed with disdain, and with a swift motion of his right foot, he crushed the tongue beneath his heel. This mutated appendage is referred to as a pathological organ. The core of its desire likely resides within, and it can be incapacitated by either shattering this core or destroying its brain and heart in unison. The mutated organ in this instance was conveniently situated atop its head. Bang! Lin Su exhibited no mercy, pressing down with his left foot to shatter the zombie's skull, black-green pus splattering in all directions. From the remnants of the head, he extracted a gray crystal, approximately 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter. "How do you know all this?" Yu Manwu inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity despite knowing some matters ought to remain unexamined. Yu Qingge's eyes flashed with hesitation, wishing to dissuade her sister from further questioning, but Lin Su interjected. "Because I have been reborn." Lin Su smiled gently, directly informing Yu Manwu that why Yu Qingge was taken aback. Looking at Lin Su with a reassuring gaze, understanding that Lin Su feared the rift that might grow between Yu Manwu and themselves due to these matters, that why Yu Manwu and Lin Su were merely familiar strangers. And all that Lin Su expressed was for her sake. "Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone. Perhaps I should not have asked in the first place." Yu Manwu keenly noticed the unspoken exchange of glances between Yu Qingge and Lin Su, simultaneously realizing how foolish her earlier question had been. Although Lin Su's response was absurd, nothing could be more outrageous than a global zombie apocalypse. Moreover, once all impossibilities were eliminated, the remaining solution must be the truth. The only explanation for Lin Su's dramatic transformation prior. Well, it seems quite chaotic outside, with a portion of zombies approaching this way, that if there is anything to discuss, let us do so indoors. Lin Su's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the distant flames. "I wonder which fool has made such a commotion. This villa district is about to become lively." Upon hearing this, Yu Manwu and Yu Qingge nodded, closed the heavy iron door, and returned indoors. Lin Su fetched a basin of clear water, casting the core of desire into it, then took a shower before heading to the hall. That why Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu were seated on the living room sofa, engaged in conversation. That why Yu Qingge shared many of her recent experiences. And since Lin Su had already divulged his rebirth, discussing certain matters with Yu Manwu was of little consequence. The two lovely ladies were engrossed in their dialogue when Lin Su interjected. "Might I have a moment to share something with you?" As he dried his hair, he smiled that why Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu nodded. If Lin Su suggested it, it must be significant. "Perhaps tomorrow, I shall take you to hunt the nearby zombies. It should pose no issues, correct?" Lin Su sat on the sofa, resting Yu Qingge on his lap, his expression turning somewhat serious. "That in this apocalypse, there are no distinctions of gender or age, only two types of individuals, the powerful and the powerless. Thus, Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu must acquire strength. Tomorrow, could we not go right away?" Yu Manwu asked, somewhat astonished. After all, these were no longer human zombies, and she felt little psychological burden. That why Yu Qingge nodded, turning her gaze towards Lin Su. Lin Su shook his head with a smile, then placed Yu Qingge's hand on his forehead. "You have a fever. I shall fetch some medicine." A hint of panic flickered in Yu Qingge's eyes as she hastily descended from Lin Su's lap. "Ah, there is no need for concern. During the first 24 hours of the apocalypse, these are all normal occurrences. You will likely soon experience mild colds or fevers as well." Lin Su grasped Yu Qingge's hand, regarding her with a puzzled expression. He recalled informing her, or perhaps he had misremembered. So, you were out there battling zombies while unwell. Yu Manwu expressed her astonishment, recognizing the man's strength, that Dio not mistake my actions for bravado. I had to act as I did. That zombie was relentlessly banging on the heavy iron door, and if left unchecked, it would have attracted more zombies. While the villa's defenses may suffice, it could lead to complications later on. Lin Su shook his head. Had it not been necessary, he would not have faced the zombies in such a state. Now let us set aside the discussion that I must warn you both. In this apocalypse, do not trust humanity, do not trust humanity, do not trust humanity. This bears repeating for emphasis that in this new world, few possess the light of humanity. Thus, you should not feel pity for others, that as he spoke. Lin Su's gaze was particularly grave, that Yu Chinga and Yu Manwu nodded. They were well aware of the horrors of humanity and had long ceased to believe in it. After all, having been born into such a family and even sold off, Yu Chinga endured bullying in high school, while Yu Manwu had to fend for the family outside. They had learned early on that there was no one else in this world to trust. Remember your current state, for humanity is far more terrifying than zombies. Now, having conveyed this, I shall refrain from spreading negativity any further. Allow me to show you something extraordinary, seeing that they were attentive. Lin Su smiled and retrieved the core of desire from the clear water. This moment, the core had transformed dramatically into a transparent crystal, while the water had turned a murky gray-black. A first-tier core of desire is gray and contains many impurities of the soul. Should it be used directly, these impurities would accumulate within the user, ultimately leading to physical deformities. The method to cleanse it is simple. Soak it in clear water for a while. This is the key to awakening supernatural abilities. Once the 24 hours have elapsed, you will experience the wonders of supernatural powers, one of the few blessings in this apocalypse. Lin Su showcased the core to them, cautioning that it should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Following this, he shared numerous survival tips for the apocalypse. After about an hour, Lin Su began to feel slightly dizzy and needed rest. Leaving the remaining matters to Yu Chinga and Yu Manwu, I shall assist you back to your room. Yu Manwu's gaze flickered momentarily as she supported Lin Su. His eyes shifted, and he smiled. Not refusing her aid, that I know what you wish to inquire. Let me clarify. Should you divulge my secrets, I will not hesitate to eliminate you to be more precise, when I no longer trust you. I will kill you without hesitation, even if she detests me. After stating this, Lin Su closed the door to his room and rested to Yu Manwu nodded in response, her expression neutral, before turning to continue her inquiry with Yu Chinga regarding the apocalypse. Chapter 26. Lu Heihu's betrayal. As time progressed, Lin Su opened his eyes, assessing his condition. Aside from feeling somewhat hungry, all was well, and his fever had subsided. He then glanced at his phone, which read 17:34. Upon opening it, he found the network largely paralyzed, and numerous missed calls and group messages awaited him. Lin Su typically ignored group messages as they bore little relevance, but several missed calls surprised him. The first caller was his uncle's family, who had called just minutes prior, with dozens of missed calls from them alone, indicating they were likely safe. The second caller was Lu Heihu, who had attempted to reach him around noon, along with Jiang Hongsheng, who also made several calls, presumably seeking confirmation about something. Lastly, there was a call from his university, marked as from Yundao. After pondering for a moment, Lin Su recalled he had a designated thesis advisor, and according to the schedule, he would be under this Yundao's supervision during his senior year. That he vaguely remembered her name, Yunlan, a rather uncommon surname, and she was quite attractive, which explained his faint recollection. Their relationship had been rather ordinary. After a moment's thought, Lin Su decided to call Lu Heihu. Beep, beep, beep. After a lengthy wait, no one answered, and just as Lin Su was about to put his phone away, the call connected. Lin Yi? Lu Heihu's voice held a note of trepidation, tinged with evident panic. Did you need something? Lin Su inquired coldly. Lin Yi, it truly is you. Do you know about the rain from yesterday? The one with a tinge of red? Then, upon confirming Lin Su's identity, Lu Heihu's tone brightened with excitement as he attempted to relay everything at once. Get to the point. Lin Su interrupted, his patience wearing thin. While the apocalypse was indeed bizarre, it had persisted long enough, and Lu Heihu, having been around for some time, ought to have settled down by now. Lu Heihu fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly gathering himself before continuing. This morning, several of my men suddenly went mad and injured a few people that I didn't send them to the hospital. I merely tied them up, but they managed to escape and killed over 10 people. Now, I and Eru are hiding in the underground garage. Linyi, he continued, his words dripping with desperation, while I know this sounds shameless. If you come to rescue us, our lives will be yours. Lu Heihu's tone reflected his fear. He had securely bound the men, yet one of them had inexplicably grown a face on their stomach, with a particularly large mouth and a serrated tongue that had claimed many lives. They barely escaped the ensuing chaos. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. He had previously warned Lu Heihu not to venture outside, advising everyone to remain in their homes. That be why Lu Heihu's account. It appeared he had disregarded Lin Su's counsel. However, Lu Heihu's capability was commendable, and in this apocalypse, lone wolves seldom survive long. Send me your location, Lin Su simply instructed, offering Lu Heihu a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Lin Yi. Thank you, Lu Heihu exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. Though he kept his voice low, likely due to the presence of numerous zombies nearby. Ding. Lin Su observed Lu Heihu's location, then got out of bed, changed into his attire from the armory, grasped a spare firearm, and secured a triangular military dagger to his right hand, with a knife sheathed at his ankle. The primary weapon was the triangular dagger, intended for combating zombies, while the firearm served to intimidate ill-intentioned individuals. And the knife was a last resort. With a decisive clatter, Lin Su fully armed himself and exited the room, only to find Yuchinga and another person entwined in slumber once more. Resigned, he carried Yuchinga back to her room and left her a note. Just as he was about to step out, Lin Su halted, noticing Yumanwu, resembling an octopus, and tossed a blanket her way, contemplating the trouble should she fall ill. Having completed these tasks, Lin Su departed. Outside the door, two worlds lay in stark contrast. The sky had darkened slightly, yet flames illuminated the surroundings, the cacophony of sirens. Shouts and explosions melded into a tumultuous symphony, heralding the absence of order. Beyond the large iron gates of the villa, a few wandering zombies roamed, the chaos of sounds and the acrid stench of burning debris momentarily impairing their senses. Lin Su's gaze was drawn to the brightest blaze, emanating from Mingbu Commercial Street, where a thick plume of smoke billowed. Lu Heihu and his companions were in the underground garage of a recently purchased residential complex. Not far from this location, merely a kilometer away across a few streets, Lin Su opted against using any vehicle, seizing the opportunity to survey the streets for potential resources. Exiting the villa area, he found himself at an open three-way intersection, flanked by several small shops. To the right lay a village. Straight ahead was the route to another city, and to the left led into the urban center. Where Lu Heihu and the others were situated, as he crossed several streets, Lin Su heard distant cries for help, but chose to ignore them. In this apocalyptic world, no one bore the responsibility for others' survival. One's own life must be salvaged by oneself. If they feared the zombies, they should have emerged at this opportune moment, taking advantage of the zombies' dulled senses to eliminate them. The first step in a post-apocalyptic world was to conquer fear and arm oneself. Continuing forward, Lin Su suddenly halted, his movements becoming cautious as he fixated on a colossal silhouette emerging from the smoke. A mutated beast. How unfortunate. A massive feline creature effortlessly crushed the zombies in its path with its lethal claws, then devoured their cores of desire. Mutated beasts, akin to superpowered beings, possessed immunity to the soul. They were formidable foes, not only due to their physical prowess but also their unique abilities. This feline mutant, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, bore a coat of black and white fur, with eyes that seemed to possess intelligence, signaling to Lin Su that he faced a formidable adversary. Its ability to prey upon zombies while their senses were temporarily impaired indicated a high level of cunning. Lin Su began to deliberate whether to take a detour. His mission was to rescue others, and engaging in combat with this mutated beast would complicate matters. Any significant disturbance could attract the attention of the nearby zombies, who were merely distracted, not deaf. Suddenly, the beast's green eyes zeroed in on Lin Su's hiding spot behind a pillar. Lin Su's eyes narrowed. He had been discovered. Stepping into view, he cast a cold gaze upon the feline mutant, gripping his triangular dagger tightly, but he was no match for the beast in terms of speed. So he faced a choice. Either they would coexist peacefully, or conflict would ensue. After several tense seconds, the mutant gracefully shifted its stride towards another street, seemingly disinterested in engaging Lin Su, with a sigh of relief. Lin Su continued his advance towards Liu Heihu's residential complex. The deeper he ventured, the more active the zombies became, as smoke and noise had yet to permeate this area. Ziyuan residential complex, though an older establishment, had undergone renovations in recent years, resulting in relatively high property values, making it a somewhat upscale community. Liu Heihu resided in Building 5, and Lin Su navigated according to the complex's signage, finding remarkably few zombies along the way, which struck him as peculiar. "Hey, handsome, are you a soldier? Are you here to rescue us?" A woman on the 7th or 8th floor of Building 4 waved her arms desperately at Lin Su. The loud commotion instantly attracted the attention of nearby zombies, causing Lin Su's expression to shift as he glanced at the woman, committing her face to memory that he quickly made his way to the base of Building 5, only to discover that the entrance was locked. Frowning, he vaulted over the railing and headed towards the garage. Upon entering the garage, Lin Su's pupils constricted. The reason for the sparse zombie presence became clear. The majority were confined within the underground parking area, numbering at least 500 to 600, but he found himself puzzled. Who had managed to trap these zombies in the garage? Searching among the throng for Liu Heihu, Lin Su was not so arrogant as to act recklessly. He immediately dialed Liu Heihu's number. "Hello, I've arrived. Where exactly are you in the underground garage?" Liu Heihu answered almost instantaneously. "Lin Yi, we're in the basement level of Building 5, but the door is locked tight by some bastards. We lured all these zombies into the garage, and that bunch of idiots backstabbed us. Damn it, I'll make sure to twist their heads off." As the chaotic sounds on the other end of the line reached Lin Su, he paused momentarily, shaking his head and understanding that it was clear that Liu Heihu and his group had inadvertently done a good deed, only to be betrayed. "Shut up and wait," Lin Su coldly instructed before hanging up. The absurdity of a gang being outsmarted was almost laughable. Chapter 27. Successful Breakout. Lin Su observed the situation in the underground garage for a while, realizing it was rather precarious that he was currently on the first underground level, with 2 routes leading to the second level. However, both paths were obstructed. Although only a dozen zombies were present, engaging them would undoubtedly provoke a horde of others that he had to weigh his options carefully. Gripping his dagger, Lin Su steeled his resolve, first retreating from the garage before heading to the security office. He recalled seeing useful items there upon his arrival. With a swift motion, Lin Su picked up a ragged piece of clothing and shattered the security room's window. Although the sound was minimal, it still drew the attention of 2 zombies. Glancing at the approaching undead, Lin Su quickly retrieved 2 large speakers and, with utmost caution, dispatched the 2 zombies with precision, claiming their cores of desire. Next, Lin Su began banging on the iron gate of the underground garage, broadcasting through the speakers. "Attention all residents. There will be a replacement of fire safety equipment soon." The announcement blared loudly. Suddenly, a multitude of footsteps echoed, not just from the zombies inside the garage, but also from those in other buildings converging towards Lin Su's location. With a resounding crash, one zombie even plummeted from several stories above, splattering upon impact, yet still writhing towards Lin Su. Lin Su's eyes narrowed. He remembered there was a garbage station in Ziyuan residential complex, adjacent to a small park equipped with children's slides and basic exercise facilities. Among them was a rockery, where Lin Su swiftly concealed one of the speakers that he then quickly hid nearby, smearing the black-green blood of the zombies upon himself. "Damn it, you foolish bastard. Are you trying to get yourself killed with all this racket?" Lin Su had intended to draw more zombies to the park before sneaking back into the underground garage, but unexpectedly, a brawny man from Building 5 began cursing at him. Wang Bin was nearly at his wit's end. A previous group of fools had corralled most of the zombies into the garage, but he had just managed to eliminate that group and was preparing to seize control of the 5th floor, becoming the king of the building. Now, a lunatic had appeared, drawing the zombies out and jeopardizing their escape route. Wang Bin realized that in this chaotic world, nearly a day had passed without any sign of a rescue team, leaving him with no choice but to rely on himself, that if he could eliminate the zombies in Building 5 and the local thugs all at once, he would gain considerable prestige and potentially lead the survivors. However, the zombie uprising had thrown his plans into disarray that if the ground floor became overrun, they would be in grave danger. The glass door downstairs was flimsy, and a few zombies charging at it could easily shatter it. If that happened, their fates would be sealed. "You madman! Get lost, smash that guy, and let the zombies tear him apart. As Wangbin spoke, the atmosphere around building number 5 grew lively, with numerous individuals vociferously denouncing Lin Su. Some even hurled cups, power banks, and other hard objects at him. Narrowly missing their target that in an instant, a horde of zombies began to converge towards Lin Su, drawn by the cacophony of insults. Likewise, the commotion in Building No. 5 attracted a portion of the undead from downstairs. Lin Su glanced up at the few heads peeking out, nodded slightly, and unsheathed his military dagger, swiftly dispatching several zombies that approached him before hastily descending to the ground floor of Building No. 5. He kicked open the glass door of the building, which proved surprisingly sturdy. As Lin Su shattered the door, an alarm blared, its deafening sound capturing the attention of numerous zombies. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots, shattering the loudspeaker, leaving only the alarm of Building number 5 echoing in the air. Damn it. What are you trying to do? If you want to die, do it far away. You wretched scum, if you bring us harm, we will never let you off. In moments of rage, people often lose their composure. It was not just those hurling insults. Lin Su too was caught in the fervor. He contemplated drawing the zombies out, rescuing Lu Heihu and the others, and then leading the horde away from the community. It seemed like a perfect plan, yet so many could not restrain their tongues. Thus, Lin Su altered his strategy. Entering the underground level directly from Building number 5 appeared to be a more efficient route. The tumult had also drawn the attention of occupants in other buildings. Unlike the uproarious insults from Building No. 5, they observed quietly, some signaling for help with various distress signals. Fortunately, the elevator was still operational, but Lin Su had no intention of using it. Noticing the approaching swarm of zombies behind him, he grinned, opting for the emergency exit to descend underground while locking the door behind him. Wasting a bullet to disable the elevator button, he quickly placed his phone in the stairwell, cranking the volume to maximum. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of zombies collided with the door, as if on the verge of breaking through. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Su proceeded to the second underground level. The zombies in the building were drawn out efficiently. He encountered none along the way. Soon, he arrived at the compartment Lu Heihu had mentioned. Indeed, it was locked, and the group had taken extreme measures. 3 or 4 locks and a pile of tables and chairs barricaded it, leaving no escape route for Lu Heihu. Lu Heihu. Lin Su called from the other side of the door. Master Lin, we're here. The silence of the compartment amplified Lin Su's voice. Upon hearing it, Lu Heihu responded with excitement, his voice brimming with hope. Lin Su nodded, moved some furniture aside, and fired a few shots to break the locks. Pushing the door open, he frowned at the overwhelming stench of blood, even more pungent than the odor of the zombies. Inside, the compartment was small, with the foul smell emanating from several corpses near the entrance to the underground garage. The bodies of the zombies were grotesque, eviscerated and bloodied. Among the living, there were only 9, including Lu Heihu, who lay unconscious on the floor, uncertain if he was alive or dead. Master Lin. Master Lin. Master Lin. The survivors greeted Lin Su, their eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. One could scarcely imagine the despair of waiting to die in such a confined space. Even just a few hours could drive many to the brink of madness. Master Lin, you finally came? Lu Heihu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and nearly in tears, just shy of kneeling. No one could fathom what he had endured in just one day. Dozens of brothers had perished, leaving only this scant few behind, trapped in such dire conditions that it wore on their spirits. Quite clever, Lin Su acknowledged Lu Heihu's resourcefulness in masking the scent of blood with that of the zombies. He then approached Lu Eru to assess his injuries. A stab wound marred his back, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Lu Heihu and the others had the presence of mind to cauterize the wound, and there were no signs of infection. Master Lin, I heard some commotion in the direction you came from, Lu Heihu remarked, his ears perked. Yes, I lured the zombies into the building. Many should be heading this way. Lin Su nodded, his gaze devoid of panic. You two lift him up and stay close to me. Without further ado, Lin Su opened the entrance to the underground garage. Whoosh! Before Lu Heihu and the others could react, Lin Su dashed out. Inside the garage, several wandering zombies converged upon the noise, 5 in total. Lin Su quickly assessed their proximity. With silent footsteps, he plunged his military dagger into the skull of one zombie and then swiftly thrust it into the heart of another. In less than a minute, he dispatched all 5 zombies. Lu Heihu and the others exchanged astonished glances, witnessing Lin Su's prowess as if he had slain countless zombies before. Don't dawdle. Smear their blood on yourselves. Remain silent and follow my lead. Lin Su rapidly surveyed the surroundings and activated a Bluetooth speaker with his phone. The vicinity of the security room erupted in song. 1,000 mountains in evening snow. A throng of zombies surged towards the security room. Time was of the essence, and Lin Su could only manage this makeshift plan. Once everyone had smeared themselves with zombie blood, he began pushing through to the outside. Although most zombies had moved away, a considerable number still lingered in the garage and many blocked the entrance. Surround Lu Eru. His scent is too strong. Lin Su instructed Lu Heihu and the others. Had it not been for Lin Su's earlier observation, they might have clung to Lu Eru, but he had long considered abandoning this burden. Lu Eru, injured, could not conceal the scent of blood, relying on them to mask it. Lin Su moved with astounding speed, eliminating over a dozen zombies in 5 minutes. That he skillfully broke a car window, opened the back seat, and decisively dispatched the zombie in the driver's seat. That I remember that's your vehicle. Get in quickly. The rest of you ride with me. Lin Su pointed to a car, urging Lu Heihu and the others to board. They nodded, originally having several vans, but due to community regulations, they had parked outside, leaving only this vehicle in the garage. Boom. Lin Su revved the engine, flooring the accelerator, and barreled towards the exit, crashing through several zombies as Lu Heihu and his group followed closely behind. Lin Su drove ruthlessly, aiming straight for the zombies. Just as they exited the community, he quickly disembarked. It was tantamount to seeking death to drive into a mass of zombies. Without lingering, Lin Su retraced his original route. Lu Heihu and his group successfully broke through. Chapter 28. Harvesting Zombies. Lin Su glanced back at the Ziyuan community, then raised his gun and shot the fuel tank, igniting a conflagration in an instant. The vehicle erupted in flames, the explosion shattering half of the community's gate and allowing a flood of zombies to escape. This greatly enhanced the safety of the Ziyuan community, as long as the survivors inside were not foolish. Understood the need to seal the breach and cleared out the remaining zombies. The community could endure for quite some time. As for building number 5, it was likely that a significant number of zombies had already ascended the floors, all due to the reckless tongues of some. Thus, in the apocalypse, it would be wise to keep one's mouth in check, for a careless word could provoke those who were better left undisturbed. With Lin Su leading the way, Lu Heihu and his group adeptly navigated through countless zombies, arriving at the villa area. See that villa? The occupants are likely zombies by now. Go clear it out. You all stay inside temporarily. In half an hour, the uninjured will join me. Lin Su pointed to the villa of the burly man with whom he had previously clashed. That he had seen that man before the apocalypse, bearing a deathly visage. Now, with flames and smoke outside still raging, Lin Su intended to seize the opportunity to harvest a bountiful yield, an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Lu Heihu nodded and forcefully breached the burly man's villa, taking up residence with authority. Lin Su glanced around, finding nothing pressing. However, he realized he was somewhat hungry. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Su pushed open the door to a well-lit interior. I'm back, just in time for a meal. Upon seeing Lin Su, bloodied and reeking of decay, Yuchinga displayed no hint of repulsion. She promptly removed his clothes and set them aside, inviting him to take a shower. Clothes and towels were prepared. The bath can wait. I still need to head out shortly. Lin Su smiled, cleaning himself up just enough before sitting down to eat. Crack. Yu Manwu, draped in a silk nightgown, emerged from her room. She had originally been dozing on the sofa, but found it uncomfortable, especially after noticing Yu Chinga's absence, prompting her to sneak into Yu Chinga's room. What the hell, Lin Su? Did you fall into a cesspit? You smell awful. Yuman swiftly covered her nose, yet she still sat down to eat. Chinga, I've already told you, these men reek terribly. They can't compare to your sister's fragrance. From now on, just hold on to your sister while you sleep and forget about them. In the next moment, Yuman clung to Yu Chinga, her heart still yearning for Yu Chinga. Indeed. When I returned earlier, did you want to take a good whiff? Lin Su's gaze shifted slightly, his face maintaining a smile, even as he pulled Yuman away from Yu Chinga. Some filthy, zombie-infested blood smeared across Yuman's face. Lin Su. Yuman was momentarily stunned before letting out a shriek. Yu Chinga shot Lin Su a disapproving glance and began serving rice for the two. Lin Su shrugged, indicating that he had no desire for the situation either. Subsequently, Lin Su finished his meal under Yuman's fierce gaze. The hour was late, 21:45, as Lin Su donned his previous attire, opened the villa door, and prepared to hunt zombies. Lin Su, wait a moment, I'll go with you. Chinga will wash your bowl today. Yuman called out anxiously, then hurried back to her room to change into an outfit similar to Lin Su's. A hint of surprise flickered in Lin Su's eyes. It seemed Yuman had made up her mind that Yu Chinga watched the two as they closed the door, washed the bowl, and then headed to the gym for some extreme exercise. Upon Yuman stepping outside, she was greeted by a street engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Her gaze momentarily unfocused. Where there had once been buildings was now a scene of desolation. Lu Heihu and his 9 companions were present, all except one who was tending to Lu Eru. These zombies will have dulled senses in such an environment, making them easy to kill. You must destroy both the heart and the head simultaneously. Also, remain alert, otherwise it could easily lead to death, as no one knows what organs the zombies have mutated into. The smoke before us serves as both cover and obstacle. Now that night has fallen, and we are hindered by the smoke. Our range of movement is limited. Therefore, we must lure the zombies, drawing them in batches, and eliminate them one by one. Lin Su assigned tasks to Lu Heihu and his companions, keeping Yuman by his side. He refrained from imparting any warnings of caution. Since she had chosen to come out, she should be aware of what she would face. Moreover, Yuman's abilities were sufficient to handle these first-tier zombies. At Lin Su's command, the group of 10 began to lure zombies on the street before the villa. For the first half hour, their efforts proved fruitful, as they swiftly dispatched over 100 zombies. However, it wasn't too long before those aside from Lin Su began to tire. Though they were physically robust, they were ultimately still ordinary people. To cleave the skulls and pierce the hearts of so many zombies required considerable stamina. Not to mention, they had just endured a harrowing encounter, leaving them mentally and physically exhausted. Yuman also felt the strain. Having killed 4 zombies, she felt nauseated multiple times. While wielding an iron rod, it often took her several strikes to shatter a zombie's skull, which was particularly arduous for her as a woman. You all, take a break and search for the desire core in the corpses. Lin Su did not push them further, understanding that these individuals might be the foundation of his initial team, and he couldn't afford to lose them recklessly. In the following hour, the strategy became remarkably straightforward. 2 would attract the zombies while Lin Su would eliminate them, due to the dense smoke blocking their view. They couldn't lure too many zombies at once, thereby increasing Lin Su's safety while harvesting zombies. Point 2 kept watch. 2 provided light, while the remaining trio, Yuman, Lu Heihu, and Yu San, sought out the desire cores. As they dug, they simultaneously retched. The grotesque bodies were filled with nauseating pus, and the ground was littered with entrails and brain matter. What revolted them even more was the stench emanating from the zombies. Even with 2 or 3 layers of masks, the odor was inescapable. Every whiff would send their stomachs churning. As they continued to dig, they became numb and accustomed to the repulsion, merely feeling exhausted. Their hands aching beyond description, that if they paused for even a moment, they would tremble, feeling utterly drained. Yet they persevered, for Lin Su was still engaged in slaying zombies. As the hours passed into the early morning, Lin Su discarded his broken military knife and called everyone back to rest. They had successfully gathered around 500 desire cores, a commendable haul. Brothers, are you the rescue team? A balding, middle-aged man named Wang Hai stood at the entrance of the villa area, addressing Lin Su and his group that he had arrived earlier, his villa nearby. Upon witnessing the commotion, he had rushed out, but seeing Lin Su's group dispatching zombies, he dared not approach, opting instead to hide. Not at all. Lin Su glanced at him, shaking his head. How could that be? Weren't you just killing zombies? And this brother here, with your impressive skills, you must be from some elite special forces. Wang Hai was growing anxious, eager to grasp Lin Su's hand as he had been waiting for rescue for a long time. Get lost! Before Wang Hai could step closer, Lu Heihu barked angrily, causing Wang Hai to retract. Shrinking back in defeat, Wang Hai, if you say you're a rescue team, where are they? How many people can you save? At that moment, 5 or 6 men and women arrived in pairs, equally concerned about the rescue team. They had seen Wang Hai's message in the villa owners group and had rushed out, dodging a few zombies along the way to arrive at the villa entrance. Wang Hai was taken aback. casting a glance at Lin Su and his group. You must be the rescue team. Here is a million. Hurry and take us to safety. A man around 30 named Chung Yun produced a large sum of cash, opening it up and offering it to Lin Su and the others. Yes, I also have a diamond necklace worth 500,000. I'll give it to you. Just take us away, just take us out. And I'll gift you a shop I own for free. In an instant, they all began to offer substantial rewards, having witnessed the video Wang Hai shared, which displayed many zombies being slain, clearly indicating they were rescue personnel. Get lost. We already stated we are not any rescue team. We are residents here. Lu Heihu immediately pushed a few of them away, his eyes filled with irritation as he was thoroughly exhausted and had little patience for idle chatter. Lin Su, on the other hand, simply averted his gaze and headed toward the villa. Yuman closely followed Lin Su, realizing that with him leaving, Lu Heihu and the others had even less reason to engage with these individuals. Wait, brother, my uncle is in water management. Chung Yun attempted to halt Lu Heihu and the others, believing that even if they weren't a rescue team, they were formidable individuals who might be able to save them. Smack! Lu Heihu swiftly delivered a hefty slap to Chung Yun, his only desire being to return and rest. If provoked further, he would resort to violence. Lu Heihu's anger flared, and his subordinates mirrored his fury, brandishing the weapons they had used against the zombies towards Chung Yun and his companions. This proved effective, and Chung Yun and his group quickly retreated. They watched as Lin Su and Lu Heihu entered the villa, their expressions blank, glancing at the flames outside and the wandering zombies, their eyes filled with despair. Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Two Women's Powers. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Su first soaked the desire cores in clean water before washing the blood from his body. The odor from the zombies was difficult to eliminate. Hence, Lin Su had designed a special shower room, equipped with a potent 98 disinfectant. This substance was minimally harmful to the skin and could even be ingested in small amounts, mixing with clean water to create an excellent deodorizing agent. The only downside was that it caused a slight itchiness post-wash. The shower room boasted 10 compartments, along with one larger independent room. Lin Su initially planned to clean up in a compartment, but upon hearing sounds from the largest room, he peered outside and found humans sprawled on the ground, resting, which reassured him. He stripped off all his clothes and stepped inside. Yu Qingge gasped, instinctively covering herself. Why did you just walk in like that? Her cheeks flushed. Although she had shared numerous intimate moments with Lin Su, this sudden intrusion caught her off guard, making her feel bashful. Noticing Yu Qingge's flushed face, Lin Su smiled and turned on the shower, beginning to wash himself, but he exhaled deeply. To be honest, after several hours of intense combat, he too felt fatigued. After all, he was not a superhuman. A closer look would reveal the slight tremor in his hands, though Yu Qingge quickly regained her composure. She had been more intimate with Lin Su before, but the suddenness of his entrance startled her. Now settled, she approached holding a towel and helping Lin Su wash. She could see that he was exhausted. Next time, I'll join too. Yu Qingge lifted her head to glance at Lin Su, understanding why he and Yuman had not allowed her to go out. Although she was not weak, she was still not as capable as they were. Now that the 24 hours Lin Su had mentioned had passed, once she awakened her powers, she would be able to assist him and Yuman. Yu Qingge had never been one to hide under the wings of others. All right. Lin Su revealed a smile and nodded. This time, Lin Su was quite honest and did not disturb Yu Qingge. On one hand, he was somewhat fatigued, and on the other, he had important matters to attend to soon. Lin Su and Yu Qingge emerged from their room after washing up. However, upon seeing Yu Manwu lying on the floor, exuding a foul odor and fast asleep, Yu Qingge could only smile helplessly before dragging Yu Manwu back into the room to cleanse her. Lin Su was somewhat taken aback, for he knew that Yu Manwu was a germaphobe. Earlier, she had silently dispatched a zombie and sought out the desire core amidst the corpse. That it was evident that Yu Manwu had endured for quite some time, and now that she had finally relaxed, she had succumbed to sleep, illustrating just how exhausted she truly was. At AT-404, Yu Manwu and Yu Qingge emerged from the room wrapped in their sleepwear, while Lin Su had already made preparations. He had laid out the desire cores meticulously cleaned, a collection of crystalline white gems resembling precious stones. Perfect. Let us awaken our abilities, Lin Su remarked, a slight grin gracing his lips. Only by acquiring powers could one hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. I shall go first, Yu Qingge declared, picking up a desire core. With a swift motion, She sliced her forehead, allowing a droplet of blood to stain the desire core that I in the next instant. The desire core transformed into countless specks of light that melded into Yu Chinga's body. Unconsciously, Yu Chinga closed her eyes as the sound of her heartbeats thundered. Thump, thump, thump. The sound sent shivers down Yu Manwu's spine, genuinely fearing that Yu Chinga's heart might explode at any moment. Immediately, an invisible wave radiated from Yu Chinga, causing dozens of desire cores to shatter. Lin Su counted. 91 in total. This quantity surprised him, for the initial awakening of 1S abilities was directly correlated to the number of desire cores consumed. Ordinary individuals typically peaked at fewer than 50 cores. For every additional 10 cores, there was a substantial enhancement in potential. Beyond 90 cores, each extra core represented an insurmountable chasm. According to Lin Su's knowledge, in the 13 years of the apocalypse to come, the individual with the highest potential had consumed 103 cores, a testament to humanity's utmost potential. Those exceeding 100 cores were heralded as the children of hope. This conclusion was drawn by numerous scholars after extensive research on the desire cores. With 91 cores, Yu Chinga's potential was already formidable. Just as the luminous particles enveloped her, a vibrant array of colors streamed from her forehead, with a singular purple-black light swiftly consuming the rest. Subsequently, the purple-black radiance exploded, manifesting chains that bound a garden of thorns deep within, the gift of the Thorn Queen. Lin Su gazed at the scene with rapt fascination, murmuring to himself. The essence of awakening 1S abilities lay in the unearthing of the power hidden deep within the soul. At that moment, the purple-black glow represented the light of Yu Chinga's soul, while the Thorn Queen was a title bestowed upon her by countless followers, or rather, slaves. That Yu Chinga's ability was control, complete dominion over souls. Once she vanquished her foes and compelled their submission, she could use these chains to imprison their souls within the Garden of Thorns, determining their very existence with but a thought. How delightfully melodramatic. Lin Su's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Yu Manwu's teasing remark that he shot her a sideways glance, curious about what kind of ability she would awaken. As the myriad of purple-black lights coalesced and vanished into Yu Chinga's forehead, she slowly opened her eyes. Did I succeed? Yu Chinga observed her body with a hint of bewilderment, then exhaled as a chain erupted from her palm. Bang! It pierced through the sofa effortlessly. Wow! Yu Manwu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She no longer found it childish. It was incredibly cool. Abilities were innate powers, as essential as the act of eating or drinking. They were instinctual. Seeing her own creation, Yu Chinga was equally astonished, akin to a child who had just received a new toy, eagerly experimenting with her newfound powers. The chains could not only attack, but could also alter in size, shrinking down to the size of yarn or expanding to nearly a meter in diameter. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yu Chinga's head, causing her to sway unsteadily. That you've only just awakened your powers. You can't use them for too long. Lin Su supported Yu Chinga, guiding her to sit down before turning to the eagerly anticipating Yu Manwu. The process for Yu Manwu was quite similar to that of Yu Chinga, with white light enveloping her. However, Lin Su was taken aback when Yu Manwu utilized 90 desire cores, which truly exceeded his expectations. That a vibrant spectrum of colors burst forth from her forehead, culminating in a dark gray light that consumed the others, radiating brilliance as it unveiled Yu Manwu's ability. That a scythe, elongated and reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's weapon from films, albeit with a skull ornament adorning its handle. Lin Su's gaze flickered, and his fingers instinctively began to fidget. That he glanced at Yu Chinga, suddenly finding clarity in certain past events. Such weaponized abilities often possessed formidable offensive capabilities, yet the Grim Reaper's scythe was unique. It allowed one to take on a death once, whether for the wielder or another. And oh wonder, Yu Chinga had once stated, "My life is my own. Why should I let someone else die for me?" This must have been the reason. As Yu Manwu opened her eyes, a massive scythe materialized in her hand. With a gentle swing, she effortlessly cleaved the sofa that had been pierced by Yu Chinga moments earlier in two. Lin Su observed as a corner of his robe was severed, casting a wary glance at Yu Manwu. She was indeed a woman with a vengeful streak. Had she been a fraction off in her aim, he might have been bisected. Now I too am an extraordinary being with powers, Yu Manwu exclaimed, exuding youthful exuberance as she brandished the scythe in triumph. Soon after, Both women turned their attention to Lin Su, their anticipation palpable regarding his abilities. Noticing their gaze, Lin Su understood their implications, yet he was uncertain whether he could awaken once more. However, there was no harm in trying to slice his forehead, and the desire core shattered into radiant white light. In that moment, Lin Su realized he could awaken a second ability. The process of awakening 1's powers was wondrous, akin to having 1's soul drawn out and then refilled. Lin Su's awakening differed from that of Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu. 103 desire cores shattered, and the light pouring from his forehead was predominantly black, with a significant portion being blue-gray. The blue-gray light sought to absorb the desire cores, contending against the black light. Yet, the black light abruptly transformed into a massive maw, consuming the remaining blue-gray light. Did I end the next instant? A chilling scream echoed through the AI, or that why Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu were startled, exchanging glances laden with concern for Lin Su, only to find that he appeared unharmed. The black light radiated, revealing a prison filled with instruments of torture, dimly lit by a blood-stained chandelier, the floor and ceiling smeared with crimson, and numerous skulls littered about. An unsettling sight indeed. Yu Qingge fixated on the prison, her hands clenched tightly. Lin Su had mentioned that the manifestation of abilities stemmed from the deepest desires of 1's heart. The presence of that prison within Lin Su's psyche spoke volumes. He had yet to move on from Yu Qingge of his past life, that why Yu Qingge could not allow this. She desired Lin Su to belong to her entirely. In an instant, her gaze turned perilous, her lips curling into a sinister smile, only to revert to her usual demeanor moments later. As the manifestation of abilities dissipated, Lin Su opened his eyes, pausing momentarily before reaffixing a smile, that in addition to his healing ability, he had now acquired another power, one that ranked among the highest in the world, the Soul Prison. It could imprison every foe Lin Su had slain within its confines, training them to be obedient for combat purposes. Moreover, these souls could serve as a reservoir for Lin Su's energy. The prison contained 13 instruments of torture, all of which Lin Su could summon in battle, that he was quite satisfied with such an ability. We have all showcased our powers. Are you simply going to stand there? Yu Manwu complained, feeling it was unfair that Lin Su had not voluntarily demonstrated his abilities, that my powers can only be fully revealed in the act of killing. However, I can show you a glimpse. In response to Yu Manwu's request, Lin Su smiled as a set of fine needles appeared in his hand, totaling 20, perfectly suited for insertion between the fingernails of hands and feet. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a needle, targeting the same sofa, creating a series of tiny punctures that doesn't seem particularly special, does it? Yu Manwu approached to inspect, noting the sharpness that pierced through the metal components of the sofa. Yet, compared to the chains and scythe wielded by Yu Manwu and Yu Qingge, it paled in comparison. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, his smile benign as he withdrew a needle and gently pricked Yu Manwu's right hand. Ouch! What are you doing? Yu Manwu glared at Lin Su, rubbing her hand in surprise, only to discover that it had lost all sensation. What did you do? After Yu Manwu calmed down, she turned to Lin Su and inquired. My ability can directly harm the soul, but you need not worry. I merely pricked you gently just now. Your right hand will only experience a slight numbness for a few minutes before returning to normal. Lin Su tucked the fine needle away and explained. Yu Manwu was taken aback, feeling a twinge of fear regarding Lin Su's ability, that a weapon that can directly affect the soul, if the ability manifests as the soul itself. Does that imply Lin Su can influence abilities? From this perspective, Lin Su is indeed a nemesis to all ability users. By the way, Qingge, you should also teach your sister the Extreme Sports Manual. Though your abilities are formidable, one must also enhance physical fitness. Otherwise, should 1's powers become excessively potent while physical prowess lags, it could lead to bodily distortion. Lin Su's expression was grave as he spoke. In the apocalypse, certain ability organizations recklessly harvested desire cores to elevate their powers without adequately improving their physical constitutions, ultimately resulting in their bodies collapsing and transforming into zombies. What's more alarming is that humans who awaken their abilities and then turn into zombies become exceptionally powerful. All right, Yu Qingge replied. Now that our abilities have awakened, it's best to rest for now. Later, I will take you to familiarize yourselves with your powers. Once their abilities had awakened, Lin Su naturally embraced Yu Qingge and drifted off to sleep. Yu Manwu nodded, stifled a yawn. She was utterly exhausted. Were it not for Yu Qingji's refreshing bath and the excitement of awakening her abilities providing a stimulant, she wouldn't have made it this far. Upon returning to her room, Yu Manwu collapsed on her bed and fell asleep instantly to in bed. Holding Yu Qinggu, Lin Su gazed down at her, noticing her wakefulness. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Su asked. Planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, Yu Qinggu remained silent, suddenly rising to bite down on Lin Su's shoulder. His eyes softened with tenderness. He understood that Yu Qinggu was feeling a bit upset, and it was due to him. Lin Su believed that many things between him and Yu Qinggu need not be articulated. Their bodies could communicate perfectly. Words can be deceiving, but the body cannot. "Give me your soul," Yu Qinggu whispered in Lin Su's ear, softly blowing a breath, her gaze deep as autumn waters. Lin Su smiled, without a hint of hesitation. "Very well, my queen," upon hearing Lin Su's response. A chain appeared on Yu Qingji's brow, slowly extending toward Lin Su's forehead. Suddenly, just as the chain was about to touch Lin Su's brow, it vanished. "I will take your soul myself. Not as a gift from you." Yu Qingji's face drew close to Lin Su's, their eyes locking. Hers sparkled with a hint of jealousy, a touch of madness, an overwhelming possessiveness. "That I shall await that." Lin Su chuckled, nodding, his gaze solely for Yu Qinggu, utterly captivated by her warmth and fragrance. Lin Su was utterly defenseless against Yu Qinggu. This time, her fervor was extreme, that he understood that Yu Qinggu was envious. Envious of the Yu Qinggu from his past life who had possessed him entirely. After the fierce battle, Yu Qinggu drifted into a deep slumber, and before sleep claimed her, she uttered a poignant statement. "I know the Lin Su of this life has perished, but I am grateful he has." To others, this might seem incomprehensible, but Lin Su understood perfectly. The Lin Su of this life had never truly died. The moment he returned from the apocalypse, he had merely occupied Lin Su's body, with this life's soul concealed within. Thus, he could awaken his abilities a second time. This opportunity for awakening belonged to this life's Lin Su, yet he had consumed that soul, completely consumed. The agonizing cries heard during his awakening had indeed come from this life's Lin Su. Therefore, he could utilize his own soul to awaken his abilities once more, possessing 103 desire cores. Because he had devoured this life's Lin Su, he could fully command this body and pursue whatever he desired. Chapter 31. The Little Ghost in the Shadows. On May 2 ND, at 12:13 p.m., Lin Su was the first to rise, preparing lunch for Yu Qinggu and Yu Manwu. Honey-glazed chicken wings, stir-fried green beans, sauteed squid, and corn rib soup. 3 dishes and a soup were ample for the three of them to feast upon. By nearly 2 o'clock, Yu Qinggu and Yu Manwu finally awoke, leisurely freshening up and dressing before coming out to dine. The fire outside had ceased, and the zombies began to gather once more. They would need to venture out shortly to clear the area, so I must review some points with you beforehand. That first-tier zombies possess keen hearing and smell, but should you encounter a zombie with sight, you must flee. As for second-tier zombies, you are not yet equipped to handle them. However, if escape is impossible, try to evade until I can come to your rescue. Compared to first-tier zombies, second-tier zombies exhibit significantly enhanced strength and speed. Even 7 or 8 robust men might struggle against a second-tier zombie. Moreover, their movements are not excessively rigid. Whether attacking or running, they move at speeds comparable to ordinary humans. The most crucial point is that they may possess a second mutated organ. So the safest approach remains to shatter their skulls and crush their hearts. While eating, Lin Su reiterated much of what he had previously conveyed to the two women, for life is singular, and utmost caution is imperative. At 14:23, Lu Heihu and his group arrived. Lin Yi. They entered the room, bowing respectfully to Lin Su, their eyes cast downwards in deference. Lin Su's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The previous day's display of him single-handedly dispatching hundreds of zombies was still vivid in their minds. Lin Su regarded Lu Heihu and his group, nodding slightly. There were 9 individuals in total, including the previously unconscious Lu Eru. You must understand the current circumstances, and your lives were saved by me. Henceforth, you are to heed my commands. Lin Su stated plainly, his gaze sweeping across each individual. No one voiced dissent, for the truth was indisputable. Lin Yi, you saved our lives. We were prepared to await death. Had it not been for you diverting hundreds of zombies, we would have perished, Lu Heihu declared. his eyes brimming with gratitude. Lin Su had not only saved him, but also his brothers. He felt a thousandfold gratitude towards Lin Su to know, I do not trust your words. Human speech is the least credible among all beings. Lin Su's gaze flickered as he shook his head. Lu Heihu and the other 8 exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Lin Su's statement. Then how can Lin Yi trust us? Lu Eru coughed lightly. Supported by Yu San, stepping forward to address Lin Su. Qinggu. Instead of responding to Lu Eru, Lin Su called out to Yu Qinggu, who immediately understood, summoning 9 chains to appear before everyone. A wave of astonishment rippled through the group as they stared, wide-eyed, at the chains sprouting from Yu Qingji's hands. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Some even reached out, attempting to touch, but no matter how they tried to prove it, the chains undeniably existed. What does Lin Yi wish for us to do? Lu Heihu quickly regained his composure, recognizing that Lin Su had summoned the chains for a specific purpose that I in a moment. Relax. These chains will enter your bodies, extracting your soul shadows. During this process, you must not entertain any thoughts of resistance, or it will lead to your demise. Lin Su fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Heihu and the 9 others, scrutinizing them. Should anyone dare to flee, they would become yet another corpse. Fortunately, these individuals were quite compliant. Lin Yi, although I am uncertain of what will transpire, we will carry out your instructions. Lu Eru was the first to close his eyes, surrendering himself entirely. Following Lu Eru's lead, the others also shut their eyes. That I can inform you that once your soul shadows are bound by the chains, your very lives will rest in Qingji's hands. Lin Su did not deceive them, for there was no need. If someone chose not to cooperate, they would meet their end in the apocalypse. The simplest and most effective means of resolving matters is through death. Upon hearing Lin Su's words, the 9 individuals visibly shuddered, yet none exhibited signs of rebellion. They were not foolish. They understood who Lin Su was. Any act of defiance would surely lead to their demise. The 9 chains successfully extracted 9 soul shadows from their bodies, imprisoning them within Yu Qingji's thorny garden. That a thorny flower pattern etched itself upon their foreheads, marking them as Yu Qingji's slaves. As the 9 opened their eyes, a distinct glimmer of fear towards Yu Qinggu appeared within them, for they could sense at any moment she could command their deaths with but a thought. Excellent, from this day forth, you shall reside here, under the control of Yu Qinggu. Lin Su could safely allow Lu Heihu and a few others to move in, as such a vast villa estate required some guardianship. For the 9 individuals who had already become part of his circle, Lin Su naturally aimed to enhance their combat prowess to the utmost. However, it was imperative to balance rewards with punishments. And thus, he was in no haste to awaken Lu Heihu and the others' extraordinary abilities, that he retained Lu Eru and another subordinate, while the rest donned their gear and followed closely behind Lin Su. Before Lin Su had managed to exit the villa, he was hailed by Wang Hai, whom he had encountered earlier. Hey, handsome, are you all heading out to clear some zombies again? Wang Hai emerged from the adjacent villa, calling out warmly to Lin Su and his entourage. However, none paid him any heed, yet Wang Hai seemed undeterred by the awkwardness. Be careful out there, handsome. Once the authorities are back in action, I will certainly inform them of your heroic deeds. Wang Hai chuckled, his face radiating admiration for Lin Su and his companions. Nonetheless, Lin Su and his group were in a hurry, and did not spare a word for Wang Hai. It seems the villa next to us has been unoccupied for quite some time. Yu Manwu remarked, her gaze flickering momentarily to know. There is someone inside, a reclusive individual who hasn't ventured out in ages. However, I spied on him through the window the night before last. He was observing the outside world. Yu Qingda shook her head, having conducted her own investigation. Among the 3 villas closest to theirs, one was vacant, one occupied by Lu Heihu and his crew, and the last belonged to a lone hermit. It appears this fellow is not as innocent as he seems, that he must perceive our vicinity as a safer haven, and has forcibly taken residence in that hermit's villa. Lu Heihu sneered slightly. Those who resided here were affluent, and one could hardly expect the wealthy to possess pure intentions. Their hearts were often tainted. That hermit is likely just bound or expelled from his home. There's no scent of blood on him. His eyes, while contemptible, certainly bear no marks of a killer. Lin Su assessed Wang Hai, but remained indifferent. Should Wang Hai provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. The group hastened towards the fork in the road. Several large trucks obstructed the route leading to the neighboring city, laden with medical supplies and equipment procured by the Medical Association. This was the primary objective of Lin Su's expedition. Wang Hai, watching the receding figures of Lin Su and his party, scoffed and spat a thick phlegm onto the ground that a bunch of punks flaunting their bravado in front of me. They'll regret it later. His eyes glimmered with malice as he retrieved his phone, opening a chat group comprising 78 members, that they've left, and you can prepare now. Wang Hai, are you truly certain that Villa is stocked with provisions? Director Luo inquired that I assure you. I saw numerous trucks transporting goods when I passed by not long ago. Entire boxes of instant noodles were visible. Even if there are supplies, we need not resort to theft. A simple conversation may yield results, as we are still under a lawful society that if order is restored later, it could be quite troublesome. Director Bao, the authorities are overwhelmed as it is, given our status. We have yet to hear any news about rescue teams. It seems quite unlikely. Moreover, even if we were reported, we could firmly assert that we are merely rationally allocating resources for the betterment of everyone's survival. The law does not penalize the many. Besides, we could always offer him a few tens of thousands as compensation. But didn't you mention that one of them is that Tiger Lord? Wouldn't that be perilous? Chairman Fong, your viewpoint is flawed. Who among these is still a lord? That is merely a thug. Besides, with the rescue team missing in action, we must stockpile food, lest we find ourselves at their mercy. As you mentioned, Lu Heihu is no pushover. If he controls the food supply, he becomes a local tyrant. Such trends must not be encouraged and must be extinguished. Very well, we shall heed your arrangements. Rest assured, Director Luo, Wang Hai engaged in a battle of wits, persuading the villa owners one by one, his gaze filled with avarice and smugness as he looked towards Lin Su's villa. Soon, that villa would belong to him. Chapter 32. The Controller of the Corpse Tide. The road leading to the neighboring city was fraught with difficulty. Yesterday's conflagration had spread to this area, reducing it to ruins, and a vast horde of zombies had gathered here. What a pity! Beneath these ruins lay a wealth of desire cores. Lin Su gazed at the debris below, a flicker of regret crossing his features. The inferno had consumed countless zombies, yet the desire cores would remain unharmed by the flames. Had it not been for an overwhelming force, the desire cores could have persisted indefinitely. However, excavating desire cores in this vicinity would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, drawing zombies to converge upon the area. Lin Su estimated that no fewer than 5,000 to 6,000 zombies had perished in the blaze. He could only collect this fortune once he had firmly established his dominion over the nearby territory. Avoiding the zombies with caution, Lin Su and his party traversed the area for approximately half an hour until they reached the expressway recently constructed in Jiangbei. Upon arriving at the intersection, Lin Su's lips twitched at the sight of the expressway, choked with various abandoned vehicles. Are you certain they are on this expressway? Lin Su inquired of Yu Manwu. Given the congestion, even if he located the medical supply truck, extracting it would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, just yesterday, a member of the Medical Association sought help in the group, but there has been no word since that I am uncertain whether it is due to a dead phone or something worse. However, his last messages indicated he was trapped on the expressway, and he shared a location. We need only walk about 5 kilometers along the expressway to reach it.to verifier's statement. Yu Manwu glanced at the messages on her phone. Lin Su nodded and signaled for the group to navigate through the mass of abandoned vehicles. This stretch of road was nauseating to behold. Numerous vehicle wrecks strewn about, alongside charred corpses and some zombies that still writhed, their bodies severed yet animated. The most harrowing sight was 2 overturned buses, likely caught in the explosion of nearby vehicles, their windows shattered. The interiors were a gruesome tableau of entrails strewn about. Blood splattered everywhere, while the overturned buses trapped the zombies within. Lin Su surmised that this calamity had been triggered by the unexpected appearance of zombies, causing multiple vehicles to collide in a chain reaction, culminating in a violent explosion. Initially believing that no living souls remained in such a dismal setting, Lin Su was suddenly alerted by a faint cry for help. Help me. Following the sound, the group halted, turning their gaze towards Lin Su. There lay a baby carriage, its front overturned and leaning against the railing at the intersection. Nearby, several zombies were lurking. Let us check it out, Lin Su instructed Lu Heihu, who understood and cautiously approached, gripping his machete tightly that a foul wind gusted forth. Lu Heihu's eyes hardened as he stepped forward, wielding his blade to behead the nearest zombie. Without hesitation, he plunged the weapon into the creature's heart. Ensuring it was rendered lifeless, two more zombies lunged at him. He first kicked one aside, then decapitated another, stomping on the one beneath his foot before he dispatched the final zombie with a swift thrust to its heart. Breathless from the exertion, Lu Heihu leaned closer to the baby carriage, halting before is anyone inside? He inquired, tapping the carriage with his knife. Help me. The voice was now more distinct, infused with urgency, to that moment. A distant throng of zombies began to converge towards their location. Lin Su, there is someone inside. Lu Heihu reported back. Step back. Lin Su's brow furrowed as he called Lu Heihu back, drawing his pistol and aiming at the baby carriage's fuel tank without a moment's hesitation. Bang, bang, boom! The baby carriage erupted in a violent explosion. Lu Heihu brushed off the sparks on his clothing, his eyes wide with fear. Had he been a moment slower, he could have perished in that fleeting moment. Lu Heihu genuinely questioned whether Lin Su intended to eliminate him. That is not a human. Yuqing narrowed her eyes, a chain manifesting in her hand. The instant Lin Su fired, Yuqing had already reached her conclusion. Lin Su nodded, and amidst the charred remnants of the baby carriage, a small infant emerged, engulfed in flames and emitting piercing cries. The nearby zombies stirred restlessly. Case 107. Controller of the corpse tide. Lin Su's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated encountering such anomalies so swiftly that in his previous life, there had been no mention of such creatures in Doomsday. Controllers of the corpse tide were a unique breed among zombies, possessing intelligence and, more alarmingly, formidable special abilities. For instance, this one could effortlessly command the zombies through sound, proving to be an immensely troublesome FOE.my word. This infant possesses an astonishing vitality. It remains unscathed. Yusan's eyes revealed a trace of horror. But as the flames extinguished, he discerned the full visage of the infant, his lips paling slightly. The charred body, blackened by fire, bore 3 human faces upon its small abdomen, from which all voices emanated. Upon realizing this was the patient, Lin Su prepared to act, alongside Yuqing and Yumanwu. Simultaneously, Lu Heihu drew his pistol and fired at the infant, that a massive scythe severed the infant's hand. And a chain ensnared it, transforming it into a target. Shortly thereafter, Lin Su hurled a dozen flying daggers directly into the infant's body. Lu Heihu emptied his magazine, partly due to Lin Su's signal, but also because he had truly trembled in fear moments prior. Fortunately, Lin Su had called him back. Otherwise, in a misguided attempt to save, he would have undoubtedly fallen into a trap. The face on the infant's abdomen shriveled and vanished under the assault. Ah! The infant emitted another cry, and Lin Su, with a fierce glint in his eye, seized a car door and struck down upon the infant, causing its head to explode in a shower of gore. In an instant, the infant was rendered unrecognizable. Yet Lin Su did not relent, producing fine needles to pierce the infant once more. This time, the 2 remaining faces on the infant's abdomen displayed expressions of terror. In the next moment, the infant suddenly exploded, sending the needles flying, and the 2 faces were propelled away. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, stepping back to draw his pistol, unleashing an entire magazine upon one face. But it was composed of an indestructible material, shattering only slightly. Lin Su had anticipated this. His shots had already propelled the face towards Yumanwu, who unhesitatingly swung her scythe, with a sound akin to a sharp blade slicing through thick cardboard. The face was cleaved in 2, revealing a pure black core of desire. The remaining face was ensnared by Yuqing with 3 chains, which she then used to deliver a series of powerful blows. It must be said, the face was remarkably resilient. Yuqing struck for a full minute, only managing to chip it slightly, until Yumanwu again employed her scythe to sever Yuqing's face paled. Her current ability level was F, allowing her to control a maximum of 10 chains, and using them all at once was quite taxing. Thankfully, there were only 3 faces. Lin Su retrieved a pure black core of desire from the spot where the infant had just exploded. Feeling a sense of relief that in the latter stages of the apocalypse, there had been a corpse tide controller whose faces numbered in the thousands. Even the most elite SSS-level warriors found it exceedingly difficult to defeat. Its skin was so tough that even missiles struggled to inflict damage. The terror of the corpse tide controller lay in its ability to command the tide of corpses, coupled with its tenacious vitality. Each face represented a life, rendering it an indomitable entity. However, eliminating it would yield immense rewards. The cores of desire from patients were pure black, offering substantial enhancements for ability users, reputed to be the breakthrough core for levels. Ability users could achieve 100% breakthrough at crucial junctures. Of course, this applied only to patients of the same level. For instance, the patients Lin Su and his companions had just eliminated were of the first tier, which could easily assist them in breaking through from F to E level. But such matters were for another time. Lin Su's immediate concern was that the corpse tide controller had just roared several times, drawing a multitude of zombies, no fewer than 300. Lin Su felt no fear, gripping his triangular military dagger as he charged forward. Chapter 33, Self-Rescue in the Apocalypse. An hour passed, and the amassed zombies were mostly cleared away. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Su naturally accounted for the highest kill count, with Yumanwu following closely behind, her sharp scythe cleaving zombies in two after the battle. Lin Su instructed his underlings to collect the cores of desire while he, along with Yuchinga and Yumanwu, took a moment to rest. Continuous use of abilities for an hour was exceedingly taxing for those who had just awakened their powers. Did I have a question? Yumanwu inquired, voicing her earlier curiosity. Why didn't that infant escape from the vehicle by itself? Yuchinga also turned her gaze towards Lin Su, sharing her intrigue. It's quite simple. It couldn't escape on its own. Although the corpse tide controller is a patient, it ranks low among them. While its vitality is robust and it can control the tide of corpses, its strength is limited. The infant's carriage had already toppled, and it was likely trapped beneath it. Furthermore, in its immobilized state, it wouldn't dare summon the tide of corpses, for if there were other patients among them, they could easily devour it and evolve. Additionally, it must have realized that even with a gathering of mindless zombies, it would be difficult to rescue itself from the vehicle. Thus, it disguised itself as a human, pleading for help. Patients possess a high degree of intelligence. Even in the guise of an infant, they understand how to maximize their survival and achieve the best outcome. Lin Su elaborated to the two women, sharing various insights pertaining to survival in the apocalypse. By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you. While the strength of ability users lies in their powers, one must never neglect the innate combat instincts of the body. In the upcoming journey, I advise you to refrain from using your abilities. Instead, wield your weapons, engage in combat with zombies, learn to utilize your weapons, and develop an instinct for danger. This is what qualifies one as a survivor in the apocalypse. Lin Su's expression turned serious as he imparted this lesson to the two women. Many ability users in the past had perished hastily, believing their powers were paramount. But abilities merely manifest the soul. They are but a talent that has been drawn forth. Solely focusing on one aspect leads to a short lifespan in the apocalypse. That a well-rounded development is the proper approach to surviving in these dire times. For instance, if you encounter a second-tier zombie at the first tier, what will you do? Engage it head-on with your abilities. While that is indeed a solution, it is not a wise one unless your powers are exceptionally strong. Otherwise, challenging a zombie of a higher tier is exceedingly difficult. This is when human ingenuity must come into play. If a second-tier zombie has developed eyesight, then you must learn to conceal yourself. There exists a type of mutated beast whose fur can greatly enhance stealth. The skin under the fat of a rotting lizard can achieve this. Alternatively, one might use the scent of blood to lure away a second-tier zombie, incorporating an attractant into the human blood to draw the majority of zombies towards it. Furthermore, the core of desire from higher-tier zombies poses a significant deterrent to mindless lower-tier zombies. In summary, there are myriad ways to deal with zombies. Otherwise, many weak ability users would have perished long ago. Lin Yi, the area has been cleared. Lu He, who reported on their progress, in this stretch of the expressway. The number of zombies had not been excessive, and the presence of abandoned vehicles served as a barricade, making it difficult for zombies to approach. Good. Let us proceed, and don't forget to keep track. Anyone who kills 10 zombies or makes significant contributions during this outing will also have the chance to awaken their abilities. Lin Su's words ignited a spark in Lu Heihu's eyes. He had long envied the abilities of Lin Su and his companions. The prospect of rampaging amidst a horde of zombies was exhilarating. Every man harbors a spirit of youthful ambition, yearning for a day when they might awaken extraordinary powers. And today was that opportunity. After a brief rest, Lin Su led the group onward on foot. It was not that Lin Su was reluctant to drive. There were two reasons for this. First, the noise of a vehicle would easily attract the attention of zombies. Without special modifications, cars could do little to deter them. Second, the expressway was congested with vehicles, making even riding a small electric scooter impractical. Are you part of the official rescue team? How wonderful! How wonderful! Just minutes after Lin Su and his group began their trek, a young man in a suit approached them with an expression of delight, before collapsing to his knees in tears. Song Tao had been trapped on the expressway for nearly 2 days. When the zombies first appeared, his mother-in-law had bitten his father-in-law, after which his fiancée, he had pushed both of them out of the vehicle, locking him inside while she perished. He loathed the sudden traffic jam, abhorred the zombies that resembled demons, but more so, he despised his own cowardice for failing to protect his fiancée, allowing her to shield him instead. Moments ago, when the zombies suddenly changed direction and gathered, he hesitated to exit the vehicle. After walking for a while, he finally spotted the rescue team. Thus, he wept bitterly, believing he had escaped death. "Let us go." Lin Su glanced at him, revealing no sympathy, and continued onward. Those who do not save themselves deserve to perish. There can be no compassion in the apocalypse. The two Darkin sisters needed no further admonishment, and Lu Heihu and his crew were engaged in murky dealings. Having faced life and death, they were disinclined to extend unnecessary kindness. Besides, the zombies in the vicinity had been nearly eradicated. If Song Tao exercised caution, he could very well survive. Wait, aren't you the rescue team? You can't just leave like this. Even if you're going, you must leave me some food. Seeing Lin Su and the others remain silent as they walked away, Song Tao grew anxious, pursuing them with incessant chatter. He fell silent only when Lu Heihu brandished his pistol. "Keep jabbering, and I'll put you down with a single shot. The My brothers just escaped from prison. I have yet to unleash my wrath." Lu Heihu's eyes glimmered with a cruel light, while several of his underlings cast cold glances at Song Tao. Song Tao's face froze, his forehead slick with cold sweat, and he no longer dared to approach Lin Su and the others by even a step. Upon hearing the word fugitive and seeing a firearm drawn, he faltered. Only after Lin Su and his companions had distanced themselves did resentment and bitterness seep into his gaze. "That a group of fugitives, when I return, I shall report all of you. You scum of society deserve nothing less than execution." Song Tao yelled, pointing at the distant figures of Lin Su and his companions, then turned to retrace the path they had taken. Determined to confront them, they needed to witness bloodshed to cool their heads, to realize that they were not in a civilized realm, but at the very threshold of hell. Lin Su exchanged a few words with Lu Heihu and the others, and they all responded in unison that it must be said that human life is remarkably tenacious. Shortly thereafter, Lin Su and his group encountered several survivors. They sat in a vehicle, crying out for help. Even as the zombies nearby had been thoroughly eradicated, it was only when Lin Su and his party had moved away that they dared to descend. 5 individuals clad in school uniforms. High school students from the same institution. They bowed deeply to Lin Su, and after a brief discussion, they chose not to pursue Lin Su and the others, opting instead to head in the direction from whence Lin Su had come, believing them to be there to cleanse the area of zombies and rescue survivors. They felt they should not burden Lin Su and his group, as the path they took must be safe. The rear passage had seen a significant reduction in vehicles, with zombies also diminishing in number, while survivors appear to be increasing. In just a kilometer, Lin Su and his companions encountered over a dozen survivors. A few wished to follow Lin Su for protection and sought to ingratiate themselves, asking numerous questions about their prowess and the crystals found among the zombies. All inquiries were brusquely dismissed by Lu Heihu, and one particularly obstinate older woman insisted on raising a ruckus, demanding that Lu Heihu be arrested and sentenced to death for his actions, even daring to scratch at him. Yet, despite her age, it availed her nothing, as Lu Heihu swiftly dispatched her with a cut to the throat, disposing of her beneath the fast lane. Witnessing this scene, the others fell silent, trembling as they awaited Lin Su's departure. Chapter 34. How can we afford to waste time? The remaining few kilometers took Lin Su and his party a full 3 hours to traverse, during which they managed to rescue a number of survivors. At long last, they found it. Yumanwu wiped the zombie entrails from her face, a smile breaking across her features as she beheld several large pharmaceutical trucks. You lead the way and clear the zombies along the route. Approximately a kilometer will suffice. Upon spotting the pharmaceutical trucks, Lin Su instructed Lu Heihu and the others before commencing his inspection of the vehicles. Lu Heihu, taken aback at first, then looked at his trembling hands and gritted his teeth. Rallying his companions to delve deeper to clear the zombies, Da Yu Chinga also kept busy, volunteering to assist Lu Heihu in clearing the zombies. And after a moment's consideration, Lin Su acquiesced. Yu Chinga had never been his subordinate, and he respected her decisions. I was wondering why there had been no messages. It seems they are meeting their end alongside the zombies. Yu Man will open the driver's side door, recoiling at the gruesome sight within, a young man. His identity badge, as a member of the medical association, hanging from his chest, had both arms and legs bitten off, his head nearly shattered, with a female zombie's hand embedded in his heart. The female zombie fared no better, her abdomen cleaved open by an axe, and an axe lodged in her skull, while the medical member's mouth was still clamped around her. What a pity, if he had lived. He could have joined our ranks. Lin Su lamented the scene from the driver's seat. It was rare to find a human willing to battle zombies to the death in the early days of the apocalypse. Strange, it appears that the zombie was wearing a designer gown. How did she manage to get into the vehicle? Yu Man was mused, observing the intact window. It was clear that anyone with sense would know not to open the door for a zombie. Lin Su scanned the interior once more before proceeding to the rear, where two pharmaceutical trucks remained unexamined. Curiously, both trucks showed no signs of damage, yet the drivers were conspicuously absent after a moment's thought. Lin Su opened the cargo hold, a wave of putrid blood assaulting his senses, and his eyes narrowed to find two living individuals alongside a headless corpse. The two were a middle-aged man in his 40s and a younger man sporting stubble. While the headless corpse belonged to a young man, his severed head nearby, eyes wide with disbelief. Upon catching sight of Lin Su, the middle-aged man appeared flustered, avoiding eye contact, his gaze betraying a flicker of fear, while the stubbled man reacted with apparent relief, exclaiming, "Brother, are you here to save us? Look at this guy. He was bitten by a zombie and was about to turn. We had no choice but to kill him." "We had no options," the stubbled man expressed deep regret, tears welling in his eyes, yet one hand remained hidden behind him, casting furtive glances at Lin Su. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely, his lips pale. Involuntarily drawn to the stubbled man's rear, Lin Su absorbed every detail before unleashing a flurry of fine needles, which struck the limbs of both men. The moment Lin Su took action, the stubbled man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, reached for the axe behind him, but was seized by terror as he realized his limbs would not obey him, followed swiftly by a surge of excruciating pain. "Ah!" they screamed, their cries echoing like those of slaughtered pigs. "What have you done to me?" The stubbled man glared at Lin Su, gritting his teeth against the agony. "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't want to kill anyone. It was unintentional. I was wrong." Tears of remorse streamed down the middle-aged man's face, mingling with fear. "Gag them and clean up the blood inside. Don't let it contaminate the pharmaceuticals," Lin Su commanded, summoning two underlings to gaze upon the food gathered around the truck, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes that it had scarcely been a while, and they had not yet reached the point of desperation. Yet these individuals dared to resort to murder for sustenance. The medical association member had likely been ostracized by this trio, as there was only so much food to go around, and with one young man dead. It seemed the spoils had not been evenly distributed. Da Yu San and another quickly showcased their traditional skills, binding the two securely. What happened? Yu Manwu approached upon hearing the commotion. Lin Su did not hide the truth, revealing his discoveries and deductions. Upon hearing his account, Yu Manwu's expression grew complex, and she ultimately sighed, recognizing the truth in Lin Su's words. "Why did you do this? It has only been 2 days, and there should be enough food in the truck to last you a week. Even in dire straits, some pharmaceuticals could provide sustenance. Why resort to murder?" Although Yu Manwu had already formed her own conclusions, she still sought their responses. The apocalypse had descended upon them too swiftly. Truthfully, Yu Manwu had yet to fully adapt, feeling as though she were walking on clouds. All too surreal. Thus far, she had only dealt with zombies, refraining from acting against fellow humans, as her conscience still clung to notions of morality and law. However, the journey of clearing zombies and encountering survivors had begun to shake her moral compass. If you catch us, I won't hesitate to tell you. It's been a week. You know nothing. There is nothing here, just those damned zombies. Who knows when we might be rescued? If I don't prepare early. Should I truly wait until I starve to death before I snatch food? That medical association member deserved it. I've been running several trips a day, utterly exhausted, and he wouldn't stop his incessant prattling. If he doesn't die, who will? And that little brat, he was in on the food grab too, drawing the zombies to us. Now he pretends to be righteous, claiming we're criminals and that he turned himself in. Is he foolish? What time is it? Zombies. The apocalypse. My parents were bitten to death by zombies, and my son disappeared after one phone call. What do I have to fear? That little brat wants to turn himself in and face execution? I'd rather kill him, so we might live a little longer. The stubbled man raged at Yumanwu, his words tumbling out amidst tears, observing the utter despair etched across the stubbled man's face. Yumanwu suddenly understood, and with a swift motion of her scythe, his voice was silenced. In that moment of death, she caught a glimpse of relief in his eyes, leaving her in a tumult of thoughts. The splattering blood painted the middle-aged man's face, his mouth gagged, emitting muffled sounds akin to pleading, while a foul odor permeated the air as he soiled himself. Witnessing Yuman would take a life. Lin Su's eyes widened in surprise, signaling to Yusan to dispose of the body, that I still intended for them to serve as bait to lure the zombies. Why did you kill them so hastily? Lin Su expressed his exasperation to Yumanwu. You're no saint either. Upon hearing Lin Su's words, Yumanwu immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, letting out a cold snort before proceeding to assist Yu Qingge in the extermination of the zombies. Lin Su shook his head with a chuckle. He did not perceive Yumanwu's remarks as an insult, for in this apocalyptic world, the term good person had become a pejorative. Soon after, Lin Su began to work. As the medicines needed to be transported, necessitating the clearing of the route by moving aside the vehicles in their way. With Lin Su and 3 others, they commenced the laborious task of clearing the path. The sounds of their efforts were quite loud, which was precisely why Lin Su had sent a group to eliminate the nearby zombies. Night had fully descended, and while they had only completed a third of their cleaning, Yu Qingge and her companions returned to AT-2034 after a long day of toil. Lin Su and the others consumed a simple meal before resting in shifts. Throughout their journey, it was primarily Lin Su and 2 others with abilities who charged ahead against the zombies, while the remaining members primarily focused on extracting the desired crystals. Despite this, a few sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, none were directly harmed by the zombies. Otherwise, they risked the ghastly prospect of growing peculiar appendages. Like a small finger or a fleshy tumor. Of course, there was also the possibility of becoming zombies themselves. Earlier, Yumanwu had seemed off, remaining silent while slaughtering zombies. Had something occurred? Yu Qingge held Lin Su, both oblivious to the stench emanating from one another. Lin Su recounted the earlier events to Yu Qingge, who nodded in understanding before remarking, "Well, that was rather inappropriate of my sister. How could she waste something meant to attract zombies?" Chapter 35. The Flesh Mountain Fusion Entity. On May 3 RD at 6:01 a.m., Lin Su and his team resumed the road-clearing efforts from the previous day. However, they were only halfway through when a group of survivors approached them. 13 individuals, both men and women, were led by a young man dressed in a suit. "Hello, my friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Hua, an executive at Guanyu Corporation, that I have come to discuss a matter with you. Yesterday, we learned that you are not a rescue team, but rather an independently organized group. Therefore, we would like to commission you to escort us to a safe location. We can offer you a satisfactory reward." Bai Hua wore a professional smile, exuding an air of high education and charm that was quite pleasant to behold. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Lin Su. Lin Su merely exchanged a glance with Lu Heihu, who brandished his firearm and approached with a few subordinates. "My friend, I understand that our current circumstances render us a burden to you. However, we are not completely without merit. Among us are university educators, computer experts, and skilled managerial talents that if there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to let us know. Of course, you may refuse. You have already saved our lives by clearing these zombies. And we do not wish to impose too much. That we merely hope that, as fellow countrymen, you might offer us assistance without hindering your own objectives." Bai Hua's forehead was slick with cold sweat. The carefully prepared speech he had rehearsed all night was reduced to these few desperate words. This was the most challenging and significant negotiation he had ever encountered, as his life hinged upon it. Interesting, Lin Su's interest was piqued, and he waved for Lu Heihu to step back. Bai Hua exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Su had taken his words to heart, marking the first step in their negotiation. If you wish to follow us, you must each eliminate a zombie. Although we have cleared most of the zombies, some remain trapped within vehicles that if you can retrieve such crystals from the zombies, I promise to take you with us when we depart. Lin Su produced a desire crystal, observing Bai Hua and his group with keen interest, eager to see how many would muster the courage to confront the zombies at this juncture. Hey, what is wrong with you? We are all human. What is the harm in helping us in this apocalypse? Where is your conscience? Asking us to kill zombies is tantamount to sending us to our doom. I tell you, if you refuse to take us out, you won't be able to acquire any of these vehicles of medicine. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline puffed out his belly, threatening Lin Su and his group that in his mind, they were 13 strong, while Lin Su's group only numbered 10, so surely they would not dare to act against them. Moreover, should they incite the anger of the group, they could easily sabotage the vehicles carrying the medicines. Lin Su nodded. This man clearly had not witnessed their earlier acts of violence. Bang! The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, but he killed him. They truly dare to take a life. Panic ensued among the survivors as they trembled in fear at Lin Su's group, now questioning whether following them was a wise decision, that a tyrant who would kill over mere words seemed far more dangerous than the zombies. Cold sweat poured down Bai Hua's face, dripping to the ground. He dared not move, regretting allowing the man to speak. The usual tactics of red-faced and pale-faced theatrics were wholly ineffective in this dire situation. This was the apocalypse, and the norms of business negotiations were utterly irrelevant now that he felt as though he might wet himself. Moments ago, he thought he felt something splatter on his face, possibly brain matter. Yet he dared not touch it or look at the body beside him, fearing he might vomit. Rest assured, I simply detest being threatened. The agreement I made with you still stands. Lin Su holstered his pistol, smiling before resuming the road-clearing efforts. Point 13. No. Now 12 survivors remained, as half had retreated into their vehicles while the others attempted to slay the zombies trapped inside. Still, some were observing Lin Su's group, calculating their own strategies. With the apocalypse just beginning, such fools were plentiful. Yu Qing's gaze turned icy. She had heard Lin Su speak of the apocalypse's brutality and the significance of medicine in this world. Using these supplies as leverage was a fool's errand. All right, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Go eat first. After we clear a bit more, we can bulldoze through the remaining obstructing vehicles. Lin Su smiled, pulling Yu Qing aside to eat, while he continued with the road clearing. 2 hours passed. Aside from Bai Hua presenting a desire crystal, no one else produced any. The road clearing was nearly complete, and Lin Su's group boarded their vehicles, preparing to depart. The survivors trailed behind the truck, knowing that if Lin Su refused to let them follow, they would still pursue him. Any fool could see that staying with Lin Su's capable group ensured their safety from zombies. Furthermore, as Lin Su's group cleared the path ahead, they merely needed to remain behind, avoiding the risks. This clever strategy earned each of them a mental pat on the back. I was worried about not having enough bait. But now we have plenty. Quite fortuitous. Lin Su glanced back at the vehicles, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once they burst through the intersection, it would certainly create quite a commotion. Following them would be tantamount to courting death. He was a very polite individual. He would not force others to change their choices. Bai Hua sat in the back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he listened to Lin Su's words. Involuntarily swallowing, that it seemed as if everyone behind them was doomed. The time is near. Lin Su dialed a number, and 1 minute later, a massive explosion erupted at the intersection. The deafening roar swept across several kilometers, flames soaring into the sky. Moments later, 2 individuals climbed into the vehicle from the roadside. The intersection was heavily obstructed by numerous vehicles, and the most straightforward method to clear a path was to use these vehicles as explosives. Oh my! Will we be able to pass through such a massive crater? Lu Heihu eyed the still-burning ground and the nearly half-meter-deep pit with hesitation. Boom! 3 trucks barreled through the pit, their sturdy build and powerful engines allowing them to climb out with ease. The 3 trucks successfully navigated the intersection, but trouble soon followed. Thousands of zombies converged toward them, hinting at an impending horde. But the most alarming sight was a colossal creature at the heart of the zombie mass, a flesh mountain, towering 7 to 8 meters high, covered in grotesque tumors and oozing pus. Its body was riddled with numerous eyes and limbs. Anyone with a fear of clusters would be rendered speechless at the sight that it waved countless appendages, devouring the zombies in its path. The flesh mountain fusion entity. Lin Su found himself somewhat troubled upon encountering the creature. By rank, it could be classified as a Tier 3 zombie, albeit the weakest among its kind, hindered by its excessive bulk and sluggishness compared to typical zombies, often relegated to the role of a target. Nevertheless, it still surpassed an ordinary Tier 2 zombie in strength. More critically, its flesh was remarkably thick, rendering the quest to locate the Desire Core within its massive form rather challenging, if that were not enough. A colossal zombie lion emerged, boasting 2 heads, one large and one small, and already possessing sight. This was a Tier 2 zombie, to add to the chaos, a black and white worm, measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter and over 10 meters in length. Burrowed up from the ground, this evolved creature, the black and white worm, targeted the flesh mountain hybrid, a mutated beast. Chapter 36. Return to the Villa District. Bang. A horde of zombies surged towards a truck. Yet, many were unable to withstand the truck's direct impact, as 3 vehicles carved a path through the throng. Meanwhile, the flesh mountain hybrid found itself ensnared by the black and white worm. At first glance, it appeared that Lin Su and his companions were safe. But one must not forget the looming threat of the 2-headed plague lion roar. Though it had transformed into a zombie, the dual-headed lion's roar unleashed a sonic attack that shattered the car windows instantaneously. Lin Su narrowed his eyes, leaping from the window and landing atop the truck, whereupon he signaled for the vehicle to charge directly at the 2-headed lion. Bang! The lion, in its rashness, confronted the truck head-on and was promptly sent flying. Though the truck sustained severe damage, the front crumpling and showing signs of further deterioration. Just before the 2-headed lion was knocked away, Lin Su leapt high into the air, his tri-pointed military spear exchanged for a hefty cleaver. He soared to meet the lion's larger head, delivering a decisive blow that severed the smaller head, yet the cleaver became lodged within the larger one, failing to cleave it off if anticipating this. Lin Su produced 2 daggers, deftly plunging them into the lion's eyes. However, he was taken aback as 2 tails sprouted from the lion's back, barbed like steel, glistening ominously. Bang. Once more, a dagger appeared in Lin Su's hand, parrying the attack from the tails. Yet the overwhelming force sent him tumbling into the throngs of zombies. Using this momentum, Lin Su dislodged the cleaver and pivoted, swiftly decapitating several approaching zombies, while simultaneously driving daggers into the hearts of others around him. He cast a glance at his already bruised hand and the truck that was breaking free from the encirclement, but he tore a strip from his clothing to bind his hand to the cleaver, preventing it from slipping due to blood. Ignoring the encroaching zombies, Lin Su dashed forward, stepping on the heads of the undead as he made his way toward the plague lion, which had also fallen amidst the horde. Bang! The plague lion seemed to take note of Lin Su, swiping its massive claws to clear a path through the zombies, its halved head teetering precariously, yet it appeared unconcerned. Lin Su was not foolish enough to confront the plague lion directly. Instead, he maneuvered around it, utilizing its assault to draw the amassed zombies towards the black and white worm. The mindless low-tier zombies were easily led astray. The ferocity of the black and white worm exceeded Lin Su's expectations, as it proved to be a nemesis for the flesh mountain hybrid, its potent corrosive liquid continuously spraying upon the creature in mere minutes. A third of the hybrid had been eroded. Lin Su coveted the Tier 3 Desire Core, and should he procure some flesh from the black and white worm, it would hasten his physical enhancement. Thus, he could not allow the worm to achieve an effortless victory. True to Lin Su's strategy, as the plague lion drew closer, the black and white worm launched its assault. Although the worm dominated the flesh mountain hybrid, it found itself evenly matched against the plague lion. A chaotic melee ensued, granting Lin Su the opportunity to escape. As the truck had nearly vacated the zombie-infested area, their swift departure was aided by the foolish individuals who had followed closely behind. Lin Su had not anticipated that a dozen vehicles would trail them, with the 2 closest tumbling into a pit and becoming stranded. Unable to extricate themselves, they became stepping stones for the subsequent vehicles. The ruckus caused by these later vehicles attracted a considerable number of zombies. compelling them to charge recklessly. That it must be said, the outcome was quite significant. The horde was dispersed, allowing 2 vehicles to escape, whilst the others found themselves ensnared, left to hope for a stroke of luck. Lin Su concealed himself behind a large tree at the intersection, quietly observing the fray. Return first. I shall follow shortly. Lin Su instructed Yu Qingge over the phone, then awaited the opportune moment. Minutes passed, and the highest tier flesh mountain hybrid succumbed, revealing the coveted Tier 3 Desire Core, intensifying the battle between the Plague Lion and the black and white worm. That in an instant, a 10-meter radius around them was devoid of any zombies. Boom! Suddenly, an exploding vehicle careened into the heart of their conflict, sending both combatants flying, and the Plague Lion's head plummeted to the ground. Lin Su's eyes gleamed. He calculated that his second soul instrument, the barbed whip, could extend 10 meters, allowing him to seize the Desire Core with a mere step closer. However, as events unfolded, Lin Su realized he was not the only clever player. A mutated rat of Tier 1 burrowed up from the earth, snatching the Desire Core for itself. Yet, seizing food from his grasp would not come easily. Lin Su's whip lashed out, tearing flesh and spilling blood. Now, that cunning little rat was either dead or gravely injured. Unable to escape that as Lin Su had predicted, the rat was struck by the barbed whip, losing some mobility and collapsing at the burrow's mouth, to Lin Su's astonishment. At that moment, the rat audaciously swallowed the Tier 3 Desire Core. In the next instant, bang! The rat exploded, scattering blood and viscera. Lin Su shook his head, lamenting the creature's folly. Did it truly believe it could ascend so swiftly? The chaotic thoughts within the Desire Core's spirit were sufficient to obliterate the soul of any Tier 1 being. Just as Lin Su thought he had secured victory, another rat emerged from the hole, snatching the Desire Core once more. Lin Su's expression froze. He had been thwarted before he could express his frustration. The scent of mutated rat blood drew a swarm of zombies, while the black and white worm, in a fit of rage, charged at Lin Su, with the headless Plague Lion following suit through the throng of zombies. Lin Su's countenance darkened. He had gained nothing and stirred up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a black gastric sac amidst the putrid, corroded remains, and seizing it, he took off, feeling its substantial weight, 20 to 30 pounds. With the physique of an E-tier ability user, Lin Su dashed swiftly. Losing sight of him, the horde of zombies redirected their attention to the black and white worm. Swarming in droves, they soon covered the worm's body. Lin Su yearned to extract a piece of flesh, yet the scene was overwhelming. Before long, he caught up with the truck, which was currently dispatching the zombies that obstructed their path. At the forefront, Yu Man swung her scythe, mowing down a multitude of zombies, while Yu Qingge commanded 10 chains to forge a path, progressing steadily albeit slowly. Sizzle. Lin Su's skin suddenly burned, having wrapped the gastric sac in thick cloth. He found it nearly corroded through. Attempting to cut the sac with a dagger yielded no results, leaving no trace on its surface. Resolving not to dwell on it, he wiped the corrosive liquid from the sac, rewrapped it, and tossed it onto the truck before aiding Yu Qingge and the others in clearing the way. An hour passed, and Lin Su and his companions finally returned to the villa district. There, they beheld a rather amusing sight. A dozen individuals outside his villa base clamoring incessantly. Lin Su activated his phone, pulling up the surveillance footage, and their words became startlingly clear. Much was said, but the essence remained the same. They demanded the surrender of supplies. Lin Su chuckled at the scene. Fortuitously, a horde of zombies was hot on their heels, providing a fitting spectacle for those demanding resources. Bang! Lin Su commanded the truck to crash through the villa district's gates, directing the zombies toward his base. That bastard has led the zombies in. Beasts, this is premeditated murder. They must be punished. Run, quickly, in an instant. The gathered crowd scattered in all directions, amusingly making their way toward the vacant villas closest to Lin Su's base. Chapter 37. The Space Ability User, Wang Pan. Lin Yi, would you like me, Lu Heihu? To make a throat-slitting gesture, my eyes filled with malice. What is the matter? Don't you know how crucial population is in this apocalyptic world? A little lesson is all that is needed. Let us kick down their villa doors and let a few zombies in. If they don't die, so be it. Lin Su shot Lu Heihu a glare. He was the type who would kill at the slightest disagreement, with a dozen men at his back. These people came over to spew their nonsense. Creating a bit of life-threatening peril would suffice. Why the excessive rage? All right then. Lu Heihu shivered, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and immediately hopped out of the car, rallying his men to act. These individuals dared to pilfer supplies. Their audacity was astonishing, but one couldn't simply wipe them out in an instant. It required a more gradual approach. Finally back, I'm off to take a shower. You man couldn't wait to return to the villa, rushing straight into the shower. She was quite the cleanliness fanatic. Although her obsession was only moderate, enduring for this long was already commendable. She understood clearly that the apocalypse did not permit any fussiness. She had learned to endure since childhood. That I'll join you. Yu Qingga followed closely behind Yu Manwu. As a beauty herself, she too had endured the stench for quite some time. Lin Yi, you've returned. Lu Eru and his little brother Feng Go greeted Lin Su, who had spent the day in the villa without idleness. They had prepared a meal for Lin Su and his party. A sumptuous spread of meat and vegetables, alongside a large pot of soup, plus some exquisite small dishes and desserts reserved for Lin Su and his companions. They were well aware of who the true master here was. Everything was prepared by Feng Go, who typically cooked for Lu Heihu and his crew, showcasing his culinary prowess, which was why he remained to care for Lu Eru. Not bad. The food smells delightful. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Lin Su glanced at the spread, its aroma and presentation rivaling that of seasoned chefs. He patted Feng Go on the back with a smile. Having someone skilled in cooking was a rare treasure in the apocalypse. Hee, Lin Yi, you flatter me. It's all in service to you. Feng Go rubbed his hands together, slightly hunched over, exuding an air of sycophancy towards Lin Su. He had grown accustomed to this demeanor. He had been expelled from school before completing high school, the reason being he had stolen a watch from a wealthy classmate. Though he had indeed stolen it, he had no choice. He needed the money to prolong his grandfather's life, who lay on a hospital bed that he had no regrets. 2 more years of life for his grandfather was worth it. Despite his grandfather's disdain for him, often beating him for being a troublemaker at school. He had raised him for over a decade. Subsequently, he had self-taught himself to cook well, and due to various reasons, he ended up under Lu Heihu's command. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You'll likely need another 2 or 3 days of rest. I remember we have some imported medicine in the vehicle. Taking it should expedite your recovery. Did I end the apocalypse? Lingering injuries are not a good sign. Lin Su turned to Lu Eru, his words laced with concern, yet carrying a hint of warning. Lu Eru nodded, understanding that Lin Su was aware of his injury and the folly of engaging in strenuous activity too soon. After conversing with the two, Lin Su proceeded to cleanse himself. Maintaining hygiene in the apocalypse was essential, for one never knew when one's body might sprout peculiarities. Before cleaning up, Lin Su warned those entering the shower room that if they discovered any signs of rotting or similar symptoms, they must immediately amputate the affected area and rest properly. Fortunately, everyone finished their showers without encountering such symptoms. Damn it, those bastards are truly ruthless. Lu Heihu cursed as he stomped into the villa. His face smeared with dirt. Upon seeing Lin Su, he became obedient, while behind him, 2 of his underlings carried a round, corpulent man. What is going on? Lin Su, drying his hair and dressed in casual attire, inquired from his seat on the sofa that we managed to let a few zombies in, intending to give these people a proper greeting, but to our surprise, they set the villa ablaze. This fatso was rescued from inside. Lu Heihu's eyes burned with fury. These scoundrels had clearly prepared in advance, sneaking out through the back while igniting flammable materials inside. Had they not fled swiftly, it would have been disastrous. Lu Heihu could hardly contain his rage. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and he spat a curse, his fingers beginning to rub together. Then he opened his phone to view the surveillance footage. Observing a standalone villa engulfed in flames, almost beyond rescue. The more closely he examined it, the more intense the cold light in his eyes became. They thought he chose to build base No. 1 nearby merely by coincidence. It was because of its proximity to the granary, its spaciousness, and the abundance of vacant villas that could accommodate many people. Lin Su had long regarded this place as his private property. Even if they vandalized and destroyed some of the villa's furnishings, it mattered little. But to set it ablaze, that was an entirely different matter. As Lin Su scrolled through the surveillance footage, he noticed that other villas remained unscathed, likely because Lu Heihu and his crew hadn't entered them. This group was quite clever. knowing that if they failed, they could retaliate against us. Lin Su bore a smile, but he resolved that tonight he would lead his men to eliminate these bastards. How dare they lay hands on his possessions? What is your name? Lin Su asked with a cheerful smile, looking at the plump man, who stood at around 170. With short legs clad in oversized clothing. The only thing not plump about him was his face, which sported thick glasses, concealing his small eyes. Boss, my name is Wang Pan, that if you intend to kill me, could you do it in a way that doesn't hurt too much? Wang Pan's small eyes reflected fear, his voice trembling slightly at a group of fierce-looking men, with Lin Su, the young leader, at the forefront, made Wang Pan feel as though he had encountered a character straight out of an anime. He did not wish to be subjected to torture or forced into servitude in this apocalyptic world. He had seen numerous zombie-themed anime and films. In such a world, a person like him, without any special abilities, was unlikely to survive. Faced with the harsh reality of survival, he would rather meet a swift end. Furthermore, the anime and novels he followed had all ceased updates, and now his house had burned down, along with his savings that had become worthless at this moment. He only wished for a quick death. What do you mean by calling me boss? Let's get acquainted. My name is Lin Su. I have a few questions for you. You must be the owner of the villa that was just burned down. Correct? Lin Su wore a friendly smile, instructing his men to release Wang Pan, who adamantly insisted on standing rather than sitting on the sofa. In response to Lin Su's inquiry, Wang Pan explained. That villa was purchased with my parents' compensation money, and I have the property deed, though it was just burned to ashes. But I swear, that villa truly belonged to me. I genuinely do not know who those people are. Just the day before yesterday, someone in the owner group sent a message saying they were delivering food to every household, but I didn't need any, so I ignored it. I never expected that several of them would burst through my door. After that, I was locked up. I remember now, the leader was called Wang Hai. Lin Su did not ask many questions, but Wang Pan, like a rattling bean, spilled everything out, even producing his phone to show the chat records from the owner group. After reviewing the messages and the information provided by Wang Pan, Lin Su nodded in understanding, realizing that these were a group of naive fools yet to be tempered by the apocalypse, effectively seeking their own demise. Lin Su then scrutinized Wang Pan under the latter's fearful gaze. With his ample flesh and his evasive, cowering demeanor, it was evident that he was utterly useless to Lin Su, who felt a sense of annoyance. Wang Pan was truly of no value. Whether to kill him as a sacrifice or simply expel him seemed somewhat unkind, especially after having spoken to him amiably moments ago. Slamming his hand on the table, Lin Su decided to feed Wang Pan before kicking him out. In the apocalypse, one should not nurture the useless. However, suddenly, Lin Su's eyes lit up as he pulled out a pile of desire cores. Perfect for an experiment. Previously, he had eliminated a survivor, but his abilities had failed to absorb the soul, leading Lin Su to conclude that only those killed by his soul instruments could be absorbed. Conveniently, Wang Pan had just expressed a desire for death. He would eliminate him shortly to validate his hypothesis. Although being killed by soul instruments would be painful, it would only last a moment. After all, in this apocalyptic world, individuals like Wang Pan found survival exceedingly difficult, and without knowing how to die, he could at least contribute one last act. Of course, Lin Su was not a ruthless person. He still offered Wang Pan a glimmer of hope that if Wang Pan awakened some rare ability, he would let Yuchinga take control of him. Lin Su instructed Wang Pan to sit still and close his eyes, then made a swift incision at Wang Pan's forehead with a desire core. A white light erupted as 89 desire cores shattered, surprising Lin Su, who quickly summoned Yuchinga. He acted promptly to restrain Wang Pan. Realizing that this level of ability was rather precious, in the end, a sapphire blue light enveloped Wang Pan's soul, transforming into a small square. Spatial ability. Lin Su's lips curled into a smile. He had struck gold. Chapter 38. The Precious Wang Pan. Upon awakening his extraordinary abilities, Wang Pan sensed a peculiar transformation within his body, and he perceived that the very fabric of space seemed altered. Come now, relax. Do not resist. As Wang Pan opened his eyes, he was met with Lin Su's radiant smile, only to feel a sudden chill against his temple. Lu Heihu grinned widely, his gleaming white teeth reflecting a sinister light. As a dark handgun pressed firmly against his temple, Wang Pan immediately shuddered. The events were unfolding too rapidly for him to grasp. Although he harbored no fear of death, the thought of pain was daunting. Lin Su toyed with a fruit knife, spinning it like a pin, and each time that icy sensation grazed his skin, Wang Pan felt a surge of anxiety. "Boss, please don't do this if you need something. Just command me. I will certainly, try my best to comply." Cold sweat soaked Wang Pan's back, and his face turned pale. He could hardly bear it. After all, he was merely a reclusive individual, living a life of idleness. Confined to his home, and having experienced so much in such a brief span, he felt as though he might wet himself. "Do not be tense. As I said, relax. If there is even a hint of rebellion in your heart, your head will explode instantly. Of course, I mean that in a metaphorical sense, but the pain will be akin to a literal explosion." Lin Su wore a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, then exchanged a knowing glance with Yuchinga, who instantly understood and summoned forth a chain from her palm, the ASNF class. Yuchinga wielded 10 chains, signifying her ability to control 10 individuals. With Wang Pan being the last, Wang Pan gazed in astonishment at the wondrous spectacle before him. "Mamma mia, I am witnessing magic, extraordinary powers." Suddenly, the thought of death faded. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. The otaku and novel enthusiast within him, who had always dreamed of possessing supernatural abilities, was now confronted with reality. Under Lin Su's benevolent smile, Wang Pan found himself ensnared, his soul's essence restrained by Yuchinga. "Now, showcase the capabilities of your spatial abilities," Lin Su instructed as he motioned for Lu Heihu to step back, then patted Wang Pan's shoulder in affirmation. "Boss, what do you mean? Do I possess extraordinary powers as well?" No wonder I felt so different just now. Wang Pan's excitement surged, his short legs trembling, as he adjusted his glasses to scrutinize Lin Su, seeking confirmation of his newfound abilities. The events had transpired too swiftly, leaving him with no mental bandwidth to reflect on the implications. Space for the king, time for the esteemed. As these thoughts ignited his Chunibyu spirit, Wang Pan realized he possessed spatial abilities, envisioning himself as a formidable figure in a post-apocalyptic world. A child of destiny, he envisioned a life of indulgence, with endless delicacies and numerous beautiful women that in an instant, he began to daydream, a foolish grin spreading across his face, until he jolted back to reality, wiping away the non-existent drool from his lips, and refocused on his physical state. Upon recognizing his ability to wield extraordinary powers, Wang Pan instinctively understood how to utilize them, that a small cube radiating a blue hue of space materialized in his hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed, "Superpowers, just like in novels and anime. It doesn't seem to be an offensive ability. Could it perhaps possess storage capabilities?" Lin Su tossed a snack from the table towards Wang Pan to test his powers, but it appeared he could neither attack nor store it. "Hey, fatty, what can this little cube do?" Lu Heihu draped an arm around Wang Pan's shoulder, exuding familiarity. Wang Pan, catching a whiff of Lu Heihu's unpleasant odor, refrained from displaying disgust and instead felt a wave of trepidation. "It seems I can create a space that obstructs everything from the outside. How can I put this? Oh, you know those spatial rings in cultivation novels? In some stories, the space within those rings is absolutely still. The space I construct is quite similar." As Wang Pan grasped the specifics of his powers, his ambitions of ruling in a post-apocalyptic setting evaporated. Even if he possessed abilities like space teleportation or spatial blades, he realized he could not reign supreme due to the exhaustion it would entail. Furthermore, in a world beset by chaos, killing would be inevitable. Yet he lacked the courage for such brutality. Managing a kingdom would also require skills he did not possess that all seemed too burdensome. Moreover, the protagonists in anime who rose to power through nefarious means faced grim fates. While he found their journeys thrilling to watch, he knew he could not replicate such feats. Considering Wang Pan's words and his own experiments, Lin Su began to comprehend the nature of Wang Pan's abilities and discern the most suitable role for him, that of a warehouse manager and recluse. In his previous life, a formidable force in the magical city had an SS-level individual with a similar power. Though his combat prowess was lacking, his defensive capabilities were extraordinary, that he could construct an absolute space around him, repelling most extraordinary attacks, and this power had allowed the organization to flourish rapidly. Such individuals were invaluable preservers of food, extending the shelf life of provisions, which held strategic significance in a post-apocalyptic setting. Now, let us see if you can store this. Lin Su ignited a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Pan in light of the boss's request. Wang Pan obediently complied, fully aware that his life was now in Yuchinga's hands. After placing the burning paper into the cubic space, he retrieved it moments later, and it remained unchanged. Excellent, Wang Pan. Welcome aboard. You are now our warehouse manager. Lin Su beamed with delight at the sight. Knowing that with Wang Pan's abilities, even a decade from now, he could still enjoy untainted vegetables from the pre-apocalyptic world. While Wang Pan felt compelled to accept the boss's demands, he hesitated to voice a modest request. Boss, I might not be able to fight zombies or seize territory like you all can. This warehouse manager role shouldn't involve any killing, right? His heart raced with apprehension. What if Lin Su forced him into combat against the undead? Little fatty, you worry too much. You are a rare find among spatial ability users. How could I bear to send you into battle? I've heard you have a fondness for anime and novels. I happen to have some resources and study materials here for you. Your task is to manage the warehouse with your abilities and enjoy yourself while keeping safe. Lin Su once again patted Wang Pan's shoulder, signaling his importance. His smile, unwavering as Wang Pan absorbed Lin Su's words. His eyes lit up, and upon receiving another pat on the shoulder, he felt himself levitate slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him as he regarded Lin Su with newfound respect. For someone who had scarcely socialized, immersed in his own world, a mere word of affirmation and regard from others touched him deeply. From now on, you shall call me Pan Yi. Remember, my life is your priority. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to sacrifice your own lives to protect me. Lin Su suddenly cast a cold gaze over Lu Heihu and the others, signaling his serious regard for Wang Pan. Pan Yi, Lu Heihu and the others greeted Wang Pan in unison. Initially taken aback, Wang Pan's face flushed red with embarrassment, a mix of shyness and unexpected pleasure washing over him. No need for such formality. We are all brothers. Just call me Little Fatty. Wang Pan, not wanting to appear too smug, scratched his head and hastily urged Lu Heihu and the others to refrain from bowing that he had never anticipated that one day someone would refer to him as, just moments ago, he had wished only for a swift end, yet now everything had changed. He felt he could endure a little longer that life's tumultuous ups and downs had come too swiftly. Though he understood Lin Su's regard stemmed from his spatial abilities, Wang Pan could not suppress his yearning to submit to the boss's authority. Shortly thereafter, as everyone acknowledged him as Pan Yi, they commenced their meal. Time passed swiftly, and by afternoon, everyone had satisfied their hunger. Lu Heihu and the others, subtly inquiring about extraordinary powers, were visibly envious, while Lin Su had promised them an awakening of their abilities after a brief respite. Is this Wang Pan truly so invaluable? Yuchinga whispered to Lin Su as she lay on the bed. Indeed, with him, we can amass resources extensively, even collecting perishable items like fresh milk and fruit. I inquired, and he can create a cubic still space in about a day, which can last for a year, during which he can continuously recharge it. These are merely his capabilities at F-class. Once he reaches E-class, his powers will strengthen significantly. Eventually, wherever he is, it will resemble an impregnable fortress. Lin Su caressed Yuchinga's hair, a smile gracing his face as he reveled in the unexpected fortune of acquiring such a treasure of an ability user. You once remarked that extraordinary powers arise from the soul's desires. His awakening of such abilities likely stems from his prolonged existence in a secluded space, devoid of external interaction, rejecting outside information. Do you think if we find another hermit, he might also awaken such powers? Yuchinga proposed an idea that seemed rather challenging as one lingers longer in the apocalypse. The tendency to awaken extraordinary abilities tends to converge, driven by the primal instinct to survive. Many individuals may only awaken self-healing powers, and the awakening of such abilities is fraught with uncertainty, for one cannot fathom the thoughts residing within a human heart. Lin Su shook his head. In his previous life, he had indeed heard of such extraordinary individuals in the Magic City, which only underscored their rarity. Desires can be transformed. What if we were to construct a desire guidance chamber? Yuchinga put forth a perilous notion, her gaze flickering towards Lin Su. He was momentarily taken aback. Was she signaling him? This was quite unexpected that in a swift motion. Lin Su captured Yuchinga's lips, not wishing to let her continue, for it would ultimately be her who would grow agitated in that instant. Their desires ignited. The brutality born from slaying zombies and ceaseless combat found its release. In the apocalypse, one must learn to appropriately unleash their desires that a fierce battle ensued, leaving the large bed in disarray. Chapter 39. The Might of Lin Su's Powers. At 1823, Lu Heihu and his companions gathered in the hall. Beside them lay a substantial number of desire crystals, cleansed with pure water. The ritual for awakening extraordinary abilities was straightforward, and Lu Heihu and the others could undertake it independently. The 7 who ventured out met the criteria for slaying zombies and contributing. Hence Lin Su decided to present the desire crystals. While Lu Heihu and his group underwent their awakenings, Lin Su took stock of their spoils. Naturally, an abundance of medicinal supplies was collected, along with a significant number of zombies dispatched. There was also a stomach sack from a third-tier meat mountain hybrid that IT took a cutting machine to slice open the stomach sack, revealing its pristine interior, brimming with desire crystals. This organ served as a reservoir for energy within the meat mountain hybrid. After digesting numerous zombies, the hybrid would gather the desire crystals into the stomach sac for absorption by its disease-causing organs. Thus, the stomach sac of the meat mountain hybrid is often referred to as the treasure stomach sac. Lin Su estimated there were over 300, but less than 400 desire crystals within. However, to his delight, there were 2 second-tier desire crystals among them. Although he was unsure how such high-tier zombies could appear in such a short span, Lin Su speculated it was likely connected to that laboratory, especially since the 2-headed lion bore an experimental mark on its ankle. This outing yielded substantial gains, aside from the third-tier desire crystal that was intercepted. With the desire crystals obtained from zombie extermination, Lin Su now possessed approximately 1,200 desire crystals, along with 3 from patients, perfectly aligning with his physical prowess having reached the pinnacle of E-grade, necessitating an enhancement of his abilities. The awakening of Lu Heihu and his 6 companions proceeded smoothly, with Lu Heihu and Yusan standing out the most, absorbing 71 and 65 desire crystals, respectively. While the remaining 5 averaged around 50, a commendable feat, their awakened powers varied significantly, mostly manifesting as weapon forms with formidable offensive capabilities, while Lu Heihu's ability, aptly named Black Tiger Armor, presented itself as a complete set, with a pair of tiger claws serving as his most potent offensive means. Yusan, however, showcased a unique ability, capable of alternating between black and white powers. In black form, his strength increased by 1/3, causing bone spikes to protrude from his body, which could also be launched as projectiles. In contrast, the white form diminished his offensive capacity but greatly enhanced his defense, akin to donning thick armor, while simultaneously increasing his speed. Observing Yusan's extraordinary ability, the onlookers exchanged glances, increasingly aware of the implications of his duality, reminiscent of a spy navigating between black and white, coupled with Yusan's idolization of the policewoman Han Xuanning. There were 2 individuals who sought to engage him in a deeper conversation. Lin Su felt a twinge of regret over the absence of a healer among the extraordinary beings that, if such a being existed, future operations would be far less encumbered by the fear of sustaining injuries. After dinner, Lin Su, accompanied by Lu Heihu and Yusan, set out to cleanse the villa area. Those who dared to target him must face dire consequences. Under the cover of night, Lin Su stealthily infiltrated the neighboring villa, numbered 79, that the lights within 79 were still aglow, and yet someone was keeping watch. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Su took a circuitous route to enter through the second-floor balcony. Ultimately, their lack of professionalism revealed glaring weaknesses. Lin Su proceeded with caution. Should he scare away these test subjects, his planned experiment would be in jeopardy. Skillfully prying open a door on the second floor, he discovered a woman's room just as she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a robe. Upon laying eyes on Lin Su, she instinctively sought to scream, but it was too late. In a swift movement, Lin Su covered her mouth, a slender needle piercing her temple in an instant, leaving her lifeless and limp. Lu Heihu and Yusan watched Lin Su's actions, their brows furrowing in surprise at his ruthlessness. Had it not been for Lin Su's connection with Yuchinga, they would surely question his preferences. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing striking features, taut skin, and an alluring figure, freshly emerged from her bath. Exuding temptation, Lu Heihu mused that in different circumstances, he would have hesitated to the moment of her demise. An intangible gray energy was absorbed by Lin Su, who found himself momentarily dazed before his gaze brightened. Indeed, only those killed by soul-binding instruments could be transformed into soul slaves. More intriguingly, Lin Su discovered that upon torturing the soul slaves within the soul prison, he could extract their knowledge. This revelation suggested that if he eliminated experts from various fields, he could attain an omnipotent status. Such a prospect was nothing short of astounding. It became evident to Lin Su that awakening extraordinary abilities from the maximum of 103 desire crystals was immensely powerful. He now pondered whether killing other extraordinary beings would grant him the ability to extract their powers. The thought ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. Suddenly, footsteps approached the room. "Hey, little vixen, are you done?" "Daddy's here," a lascivious voice called from outside, followed by the sound of a door creaking open as a man entered. Upon seeing the corpse on the floor, he froze momentarily, his instinct to scream thwarted as Lin Su swiftly knocked him unconscious. At this juncture, Lin Su refrained from killing. These individuals were vital test subjects and must not be easily discarded. Consequently, Lin Su, along with Lu Heihu and Yu San, effortlessly subdued the 9 individuals in the villa. Discovering a room where their nefarious plans were laid bare, the IT was quite malicious. Unable to open the heavy iron gate, they intended to ram it open with a truck. Moreover, they possessed firearms, presumably from a retired official, planning to eliminate the guard of the truck and seize it for themselves. However, should such a plan be executed, Lin Su would ensure their weeping. Even if they succeeded in commandeering the truck, it would not breach the iron gate. What a jest! Did they truly believe Lin Su's construction would be so easily compromised? Upon uncovering their schematics, Lin Su utilized their fingerprints to access their phones, uncovering the locations of all those involved in the plot. Lin Su found their naivety rather endearing. Having lingered too long in the greenhouse, they were utterly oblivious to the harsh realities outside. If this rudimentary scheme were to succeed, it would render his existence unnecessary. After spending 2 hours, Lin Su apprehended all of them with ease. Akin to catching piglets, 77 individuals were captured, representing nearly 2/3 of the survivors in the villa area. These individuals, despite the relative safety of their surroundings, chose to plot against them instead of seeking sustenance from the outside world. Lu Heihu glared fiercely at the 77 bound captives, appalled at their audacity to rob and form a gang. Without any consideration for the consequences, that IT had only been a few days since the onset of the apocalypse. Had he not acted first, this group of fools would have approached them with their misguided intentions. Wealthy individuals rarely possessed benevolent hearts. Yusin scrolled through the messages in their group chat, his frustration mounting as it became evident that their collective knowledge revolved solely around thievery and infighting. With no thought given to battling zombies that where's Wang Hai, Lin Su's eyes narrowed as he scanned the crowd, failing to locate Wang Hai among them. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and in that instant, Lin Su deftly dodged the bullet, while a flying knife whizzed past. A scream echoed as Wang Hai appeared, clutching his injured hand. Indeed, he possessed an invisibility ability. Fascinating. It seemed not all were devoid of intelligence. Lin Su regarded Wang Hai with intrigue. He had long sensed his murderous intent, marked by his unmistakable presence and footsteps, all of which betrayed his location. Lin Su deduced that Wang Hai had likely witnessed them extracting desire crystals, subsequently slaying a zombie to obtain one of his own, thus awakening his powers. That a single desire crystal could indeed awaken an extraordinary ability, though significant quantities would be required later to overcome the inherent deficiencies of such powers. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you," Wang Hai, with reddened eyes, roared at Lin Su. Lin Su chuckled softly. It was utterly ridiculous that Wang Hai, now so volatile, must have awakened his abilities through a desire core tainted by unpurified cravings, thus succumbing to the pollution of chaotic thoughts. Lin Su waved his hand, and 2 slender needles shot forth, piercing directly into Wang Hai's eyes and into his brain. With a piercing scream, Wang Hai collapsed, never to rise again. In the next moment, Wang Hai's soul was ensnared within Lin Su's soul prison. Soon, under Lin Su's guidance, 13 instruments of torture took turns to administer their grim duties, swiftly extracting Wang Hai's invisibility ability. However, Lin Su discovered that he could not absorb this ability directly. It could only be utilized through one of the torture instruments. This revelation meant that he would not only possess 2 abilities, but could potentially wield an additional 13. Such was the formidable nature of Lin Su's powers. Chapter 40. In the apocalypse, humans are more dangerous than zombies. Having realized the magnitude of his abilities, Lin Su turned his gaze toward the tightly bound 77 individuals, his eyes sparkling with determination. Had he confirmed it? Did these people indeed engage in the plundering of resources? Lin Su inquired of Lu Heihu. Indeed, Master Lin, these scoundrels are truly despicable. Look here. One is a bureau chief, and this one is a director. Yet just observe what's on their phones. Lu Heihu, his eyes ablaze with fury, displayed videos from the phones of the two men. Lin Su frowned as he scrutinized them. They seemed to revel in a perverse game of hunting, with targets ranging from 8 to 68 years old, including numerous female subordinates. The Yusen also cast a glance, unable to restrain himself, delivering a blow to each of the two, followed by a series of harsh kicks. Despair flickered in the eyes of the two men. They understood that if the videos were to leak, even if order were restored later, they would undoubtedly face retribution. Furthermore, if additional incriminating evidence were unearthed, execution would not be out of the question for them. Truly beasts. Yusan spat a mouthful of phlegm onto their faces. Although they were not virtuous individuals and had committed numerous wrongs, compared to these men, they appeared as pure as freshly fallen snow. Lin Su resolved to commence with these two. However, he felt no surge of righteous indignation to punish them. That in his eyes, all who dared to rob him of resources were equally guilty, and such crimes were punishable by death. The reason for starting with these two was their profoundly corrupt hearts, indicating that the abilities they awakened would undoubtedly be of a high caliber. Individuals like these harbored desires that were both twisted and potent. Dragging the two to a secluded area, Lin Su began the process of awakening their abilities. Remarkably, if these two were to survive, they would prove to be formidable adversaries. One possessed the shadow ability of 76 desire cores, while the other wielded lightning abilities from 71 desire cores. Unfortunately, the world, no, Lin Su, did not grant them the opportunity to thrive. He dispatched them with a swift jab. Typically, upon death, the souls of ability users would condense into desire cores. Yet, as Lin Su forcibly absorbed their souls, this possibility was extinguished. He captured two more individuals, possessing physical enhancement and self-healing abilities, which required minimal desire cores. Seeing this, Lin Su felt a pang of disappointment. It was a waste of desire cores. 10 first-tier desire cores could elevate an average ability user from F to E rank. If he continued to expend them in this manner, he would soon find himself depleted, even with a surplus at hand, given the presence of over 70 individuals. Therefore, Lin Su instructed Lu Heihu to seek out those who had habitually engaged in extreme actions and who dared to challenge the law in their daily lives. Meanwhile, Lin Su conducted other experiments. The souls confined within his soul prison could not only provide him with knowledge and abilities, but could also supply an additional source of energy. Delving into how these souls imparted energy proved to be an astonishing revelation. Lin Su discovered that he needed to employ soul instruments to relentlessly punish these individuals until their souls shattered, allowing him to condense the forces of fear and resentment, which his soul prison craved with fervor. How did he come to this realization? It stemmed from the first woman he had killed. Her soul had already crumbled. If Lin Su's original energy reserve was quantified as 1, then each portion of fear and resentment could provide an equivalent force of 1. Yet, Lin Su began to sense something amiss. If abilities were manifestations of the soul, and his powers reflected this, did it imply that his soul yearned for cruelty? Was he truly that kind of person? It appeared that the hypotheses of scholars in this apocalypse were not entirely trustworthy. After dispatching 2 more individuals, Lin Su acquired the ability to regenerate his blood rapidly and even alter blood types, effectively making him a walking blood bank. The second ability expedited plant growth, albeit to a limited extent. At F rank, he could barely increase growth by 50%, a rather lackluster power. Upon eliminating these two, Lin Su realized that desire cores were finite and could not be squandered on such individuals, that he subsequently confined them in a basement, planning to revisit them when he had a surplus of desire cores. Having completed these tasks, Lin Su returned to the villa, only to find an unexpected visitor awaiting him. Officer Han. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Su's eyes as Han Xuening arrived at this moment. He recalled that prior to the apocalypse, she had been investigating the mutated lion he had dispatched. The distance to this location was considerable to AT present, Han Xuanning appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothing torn, and her face smeared with dirt. Lin Su, what are you doing here? Are Lu Heihu and the others forcing you to act as bait to lure zombies? Upon spotting Lin Su, Han Xuanning instinctively shielded him with one arm while her other hand rested on her waist. Her gaze fiercely fixed on Lu Heihu in her eyes. Lin Su was an innocent, pitiful university student, coerced into actions by Lu Heihu, whom she deemed the source of all evil. Lu Heihu and Yu Sin exchanged glances, blinking twice before turning their gaze back to Lin Su, seemingly questioning how to proceed. Officer Han, you must have come here for a reason. Please, come inside. Lin Su, noting the firearm at Han Xuanning's waist, felt no apprehension and opened the heavy iron door. Han Xuanning eyed Lin Su with suspicion as he effortlessly opened the door, then glanced at the unmoving Lu Heihu and Yu San before following Lin Su into the villa. Master Lin, upon entering the villa, Lin Su was greeted by a chorus of greetings from his subordinates. Han Xuanning's mouth opened slightly, but her expression quickly returned to calm, watching Lin Su with a wary gaze, a flicker of anger in her eyes. After being a police officer for so long, it was her first time being outmaneuvered like this. The very university student she had been protecting turned out to be the mastermind behind it all. And Lin Su had repeatedly feigned innocence before her, leading her to assure her superiors of his integrity and claim that he would not be involved in Lu Heihu's illicit dealings. Officer Han, there's no need for such wariness. You appear to be in need of nourishment. You haven't been eating well these past few days, have you? Feng Go, bring something to eat. Lin Su casually changed into another outfit, inviting Han Xuanning to sit while instructing someone to fetch food for her. Feng Go was swift in his actions, soon presenting a simple bowl of scallion oil noodles along with a large chicken leg. Han Xuanning swallowed hard, her vigilance unwavering, and she did not touch the food, keeping one hand firmly on her weapon. Officer Han, you needn't be so tense. Even with a gun, it would be futile. Master Lin can dodge bullets, Yu San grinned, attempting to share a tidbit of information with Han Xuanning, but shrank back under Lu Heihu's piercing gaze, falling silent. Dodge bullets? Han Xuanning was taken aback by this revelation, her eyes reflecting shock as she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Su, who was conversing with Yuqing Jitio this day. She still could not believe Lin Su was truly Master Lin. Officer Han, I surmise you came here specifically for pharmaceuticals? Yuqing Gu, with a smile adorning her face, approached Han Xuanning. Han Xuanning's expression shifted. She was taken aback. How did Yuqing Gu know this? Yet, her purpose for coming was precisely that, and she nodded in acknowledgement that in light of your previous actions in shielding Lin Su, feel free to take any pharmaceuticals you require. We can also offer you food and a vehicle. Yuqing Gu appeared exceptionally generous. Lin Su observed from the side, a mixture of helplessness and exasperation in his eyes. He anticipated a tempestuous night ahead as Yuqing Gu seemed to be growing jealous. Yuqing Ji's intent was clear. She wanted Han Xuanning to take her belongings and leave swiftly, as she did not appreciate other women encroaching upon Lin Su's space. Wonderful. I need the Roni and the 90 agent. Han Xuanning's face instantly brightened at the prospect of obtaining pharmaceuticals, only to quickly regain her composure, uncertain of Yuqing Ji's motives that in light of protecting Lin Su. That sounded rather dubious. Go, take Officer Han to collect the pharmaceuticals. Yuqing Gu, unfazed by Han Xuanning's wariness, waved her hand, signaling one of her subordinates to accompany her. Seeing this, Han Xuanning gritted her teeth and followed the subordinate, recognizing that her companions were depending on her for life-saving medication. Even if it were a trap, she felt compelled to leap into it. She had only just learned from another survivor about a significant stash of pharmaceuticals in the possession of this gang. Han Xuanning successfully acquired the pharmaceuticals, and the quantity was quite substantial. Thank you. Regardless of who Yuqing Gu or Lin Su truly were, they had rendered her immense assistance, and gratitude was due. Officer Han, a word of caution. In the apocalypse, humans are far more dangerous than zombies. Yuqing Gu placed some food on the back of a motorcycle and softly whispered to Han Xuanning. Upon meeting Yuqing Gu's fathomless gaze, Han Xuanning felt a jolt in her heart. It seemed as though Yuqing Gu was aware of her recent betrayal by a fellow companion. Did I know? Han Xuanning mounted the motorcycle, fully comprehending the underlying meaning of Yuqing Gu's words. Even as darkness enveloped the world, she, an outsider, had to leave, for in this apocalyptic era, humans posed a greater threat than zombies. With a deep breath, Han Xuan-Ning revved the motorcycle and swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 41, I Have to Bring the Child. I am Zhao Ziliang, a young entrepreneur with a modest reputation in Jiangbei, boasting assets exceeding 100 million in recent years. I have been poised for further advancement to 30 years of age. Without parents or family, I have risen from the status of an orphan to become what many would deem the ideal bachelor. On May 1 SD, I arrived at my newly acquired villa for a holiday, for even a boss requires rest. That evening, I had intended to invite a few young ladies to enjoy some leisure time. But unexpectedly, the dreaded apocalypse struck that a maid transformed into a zombie, and in a moment of terror, I seized a wine bottle and struck her, only to discover she was utterly unharmed. With no alternative, I steeled myself and plunged a knife into her skull. The blade was sharp, yet it became lodged within her cranial fissure, too solid for it to penetrate further. All right, I admit my lack of physical training contributed to this predicament. But I cannot be blamed. My days were consumed by business dealings and indulgence in wine, leaving no time for exercise. After all, one must wonder where my substantial wealth originated. Subsequently, I contemplated whether to incinerate her. But before I could enact my plan, a remarkable occurrence unfolded that a grotesque tumor sprouted from her back, and she not only drooled, but also ejected corrosive saliva that eroded the floor beneath her. To my horror, my exquisite mahogany furniture was similarly damaged that I began to question whether this truly was a zombie. Such formidable strength was beyond comprehension. In the realm of zombie films, protagonists typically slay foes with ease. When her bone spikes nearly pierced my body, I realized that to preserve my life, I could not confront her directly. Thus, I retreated to the second-floor room, too fearful to emerge that I pleaded for help on social media, bombarding official emergency lines, yet received no responses. The undead were proliferating across the globe, and a few employees and friends reached out, urging me to rescue them. Was this even feasible, faced with such despair? I contemplated another confrontation with the maid zombie. Unexpectedly, the owners group in the villa community stirred to life. Wang Hai initiated a chat, proclaiming he had discovered a villa stocked with abundant supplies and boasting high security. If they could seize it, they might endure until the rescue team arrived. That I felt compelled to voice my position. In our current society, governed by law, such barbaric actions were wholly unacceptable. After all, I too possessed a significant cache of recently acquired supplies. Who could guarantee that these marauders would not rob me as well? As the conversation unfolded, I quickly discerned that those whom Wang Hai had gathered were not of the highest caliber. Although I could not fathom why he included me, I vowed to vehemently oppose this venture. Yet my dissent proved futile. Wang Hai, with his persuasive prowess, managed to sway the group, rendering my resistance ineffective. Nevertheless, my spirit remained unyielding that I harbored my own strategy. Lure these individuals to my villa, unite our strengths, and eliminate the maid zombie. Such a dream was beautifully enticing, yet reality often proved starkly different. When a few villa owners knocked at my door, I opened it only to have the zombie lunge at me. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. Witnessing the chaos, the others fled, leaving me to ponder whether I had inadvertently caused a death. Nevertheless, I found myself grateful to those who had drawn the maid zombie away, allowing me to hastily descend the stairs and secure the door behind me. Soon after, I became the target of verbal assaults in the chat. Labeled a butcher and murderer, I was incensed. Could they truly blame me? I had merely committed a mistake that any human might make. I engaged in a heated debate, and ultimately, Wang Hai intervened as a mediator. I must admit his eloquence was impressive. He deftly redirected the ire toward the owner of the newly constructed villa. What followed was surreal. They devised various plans and contingencies in case of failure. The next day, they intended to employ diplomacy before resorting to force, waiting for the villa owner's main forces to depart before negotiating for supplies, promising protection for the villa occupants in exchange for better resource allocation. I stood by, dumbfounded, as they set off fireworks outside the villa. After a day of fruitless endeavors, they resolved to launch an assault, only to discover the villa owner returning with a large entourage. Upon seeing them, I swore I felt regret. Each one appeared a fearsome predator, reckless enough to attract dozens of zombies. How brutal! Yet Wang Hai reassured us, stating they outnumbered the villa owner's crew, who were merely a handful, that I shared this sentiment. and so everyone adhered to the backup plan, seeking refuge in an adjacent villa to ensure we could confront the owner together. Then, unexpectedly, I was bound. I had not anticipated the ineptitude of the watchmen. They were captured while napping in their pajamas. Following our group chat and the betrayal of some weak-willed individuals, we were swiftly rounded up. What transpired next was the most terrifying spectacle I had ever witnessed. The villa owner, resembling a university student, dragged a director and a supervisor into a nearby room. Silence enveloped the scene, and when they emerged with two more individuals, the absence of sound was chilling that I noticed a trickle of blood seeping from that room, and fear gripped me. My heart raced uncontrollably, that my mind raced with thoughts of escape and surrender. Yet years of navigating the business world taught me that failing to demonstrate my worth could lead to my becoming the next victim dragged away. With dozens of them present, would the villa owner not slay us all? I was certain of it, for the owner's gaze was utterly terrifying, viewing us as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Before long, we found ourselves confined in a basement, devoid of food or water. As the countdown to death began, I had to devise a plan for self-rescue and prove my value before the inevitable arrived. My name is Zhao Ziliang, presently a lamb awaiting slaughter. What should I do? I await your guidance urgently. On May 14th, at 8:13 a.m., Lin Su opened his eyes, gazing tenderly at the still-sleeping Yuchinga. With a gentle kiss upon her forehead, he proceeded to prepare breakfast, that while Yuchinga had exhausted herself the previous day, so today he would ensure an ample supply of milk and eggs. Though Yuchinga would not voice many of her thoughts, her feelings often manifested in their bed, allowing Lin Su to discern her sentiments through her actions. "Good morning." Yu Man was scratching her disheveled hair as she settled in the living room, turning on the television to watch a Korean drama. Observing Yu Manwu in her loose attire and unadorned face, seated with a familiarity that suggested he was no outsider, Lin Su shook his head, that it appeared Yu Manwu intended to wait for breakfast without a care. While Lin Su was indifferent to her demeanor, he recognized that such behavior could not be indulged. Moving forward, the three of them would take turns preparing breakfast, with Yu Chinga's portion to be his responsibility. "By the way, shall we make sandwiches today? If so, please add extra salad dressing and bacon." Yu Manwu raised her head to address Lin Xu. "Do you not think you are too comfortable in this setting?" Lin Su replied, gazing at her in disbelief. They currently resided in a secluded garden separate from the villa base, ostensibly occupying the two largest rooms on the first floor, each with access to pathways leading to the secret garden. Even though Yu Chinga retained control over Lu Heihu and others' lives, she could not govern their souls, and Lin Su maintained a degree of reservation toward them. Originally, Lin Su had not intended to bring Yu Manwu along. But who could have predicted that she would persuade Yu Chinga? Now, within this 100-square-meter space, three individuals cohabited. Outsider. What outsider? Let me tell you, Chinga is like family to me. If you take her away, you'll have to make breakfast too. What's the matter? Is making a meal beneath you? Upon hearing this, Yu Manwu glared at Lin Su, her expression clearly indicating her displeasure. Lin Su was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter her argument. "Extra salad dressing and bacon, correct?" he inquired of Yu Manwu. "Yes, and please add a fruit platter." Yu Manwu nodded, suddenly craving fruit. Lin Su complied, retrieving fruit from Wang Pan's spatial cube. Ordinarily, no one but Wang Pan could access items from within their cube. But with a simple adjustment, she made it accessible, an incredibly convenient ability. Watching Lin Su diligently prepare, Yu Manwu felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, Yu Chinga belonged to her. Yet, seeing how genuinely kind Lin Su was to Yu Chinga, she refrained from voicing her objections. She had already resolved that in the future, she would take care of Yu Chinga's child. Chapter 42: Yu Chinga's Tactics. After Lin Su completed the breakfast preparations, Yu Chinga also rose from her slumber. Each time Yu Chinga stirred, she appeared particularly clingy, insisting that Lin Su assist her with dressing and personal care, as well as feeding her, while Yu Manwu observed their affectionate antics with discomfort and, after finishing her meal, resolved to head to the gym for some exercise. She was acutely aware that their current ability to live peacefully in this place stemmed from their strength, a result of Lin Su's meticulous preparations. Should they lose this in a post-apocalyptic world, her and Yu Chinga's beauty would become a source of original sin. Thus, Yu Manwu admonished herself to grow stronger and to acquire the knowledge that Lin Su possessed, as this was the swiftest path to empowerment. She aspired to regain her former strength, akin to that of her life before the cataclysm. Lin Su relished the tranquil moments of breakfast, during which he could momentarily forget the chaos of the outside world. If you wish to elevate your ability level to E grade, you must urgently enhance your physical strength to the pinnacle of F grade. Only when the levels of the body and abilities are harmonized can one wield power more effectively. Lin Su reminded Yu Manwu, subsequently sending her a document. The document detailed the 100 forging breathing technique, a physical training method developed under the guidance of a martial arts master, building upon the extreme sports manual. It combined breathing techniques to rapidly amplify physical strength. This method was uniquely suited for those with abilities, as its essence lay in synchronizing rhythmic breathing with the coordination of the entire muscular and skeletal systems to elevate both the soul and body to equivalent levels. The process might entail some pain, as it essentially required the soul to propel the body forward. If an ordinary person without awakened abilities attempted to practice this breathing method, it would inflict significant harm upon them. Only those with abilities could cultivate it through the soul's impetus. Additionally, appropriate electrical stimulation could invigorate cellular activity. The details are in the document I sent you. Make sure to study it thoroughly before beginning your training. Otherwise, injuries could become a troublesome affair. Lin Su cautioned once more that in the absence of healing abilities, any injury sustained by Yu Manwu would necessitate a lengthy recovery period. Understood. Yu Manwu nodded, ever obedient to Lin Su's advice in this regard. And then she exited the room. Are you going out to clear zombies today as well? Yu Qingge inquired, draping herself over Lin Su. Indeed, the evolution of zombies occurs swiftly, once they reach the intermediate stage. They will possess basic intelligence, transforming them into humanity's nightmare. Therefore, it is imperative to cleanse the nearby zombies while they remain in their infancy. Moreover, the route to the granary is still quite distant, and I must clear the zombies along the way. Additionally, in this post-apocalyptic world, there are not only zombies but also other humans. With a population exceeding 3 million in Zhongbei, even if over 90% have transformed into zombies, there remain approximately 230,000 individuals. Currently, in the early stages of the apocalypse, there will be some chaos, but they will soon organize resistance against the zombies in fact, there are already established groups forming within the city. Lin Su smiled. To live peacefully in this apocalyptic world, one must be formidable, so powerful that neither humans nor zombies would dare to covet what they possess. Otherwise, they would inevitably become lambs to the slaughter. Yu Qingge's eyes sparkled. If her memory served her right, during the May Day holiday, the 7th Army of Zhongbei had assisted the local police department with security management for 3 days due to the overwhelming violence that had occurred prior to the apocalypse. Thus, the military's involvement was necessitated to suppress the chaos. The organized group Lin Su mentioned was likely this very faction, as soldiers prioritized discipline. Even after experiencing the initial turmoil, they would have quickly adapted. Once they regrouped and amassed a substantial number of survivors, it would mean they would inevitably seek supplies from the granary. That we must act swiftly if we are to secure the nearby granary. Otherwise, my sister and I can handle the zombies around the villa area, while you lead a group to scout the route to the granary. Yu Qingge proposed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Su paused momentarily, his fingers tracing thoughtfully before a smile graced his lips. Very well. You and your sister shall clear the zombies in the villa area. Lin Su understood that Yu Qingge's suggestion had not been made lightly. She had clearly contemplated it for quite some time, that why Yu Qingge was a queen, not merely a canary sheltered beneath his wing. Furthermore, Lin Su knew better than anyone that growth was imperative in this apocalyptic world, whether in strength or mindset. Otherwise, death would be their fate. Just look at how many murders had transpired in merely a few days. With Lin Su's approval, Yu Qingge donned her gear and summoned Yu Manwu, presenting her meticulously prepared plan for the villa area. Subsequently, she divided their group, taking half of them with her. Without delay, Yu Qingge made her way to the basement where the villa owners were confined. As Zhao Ziliang observed a sliver of light pierce the darkness of the basement, his eyes widened, and he let out a furious howl that I can make everyone serve you and guarantee their loyalty. Before Zhao Ziliang could fully discern the identity of the newcomer, he began to profess his allegiance, aware that any delay could cost him his life. Throughout the night, he had contemplated how to survive. He was faced with a group of merciless, cold-blooded criminals in a world devoid of order. He had come to a conclusion. In this apocalypse, they were the primitive capital, that if these ruthless individuals wished to grow stronger, they would require a leader. If he possessed the ability to command and control them, he would not have to face death. Yu Qingge watched Zhao Ziliang with keen interest. What is your name? And how can I trust you? Yu Qingge regarded Zhao Ziliang from above, her expression one of scrutiny that a flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhao Ziliang's face. He was curious as to why it was not Lin Su who had come. Yet he could ascertain that Yu Qingge could also safeguard his life, for Lu Heihu, who had captured them, stood respectfully behind her, accompanied by several subordinates, all oriented toward Yu Qingge. I am Zhao Ziliang. I know the names and identities of everyone here, as well as those who still wish to resist, and I am aware of certain clandestine plots, Zhao Ziliang declared, revealing everything. The other captives stared wide-eyed. Realizing why he had been so restless throughout the night, chatting and asking questions, that he was nothing more than a loathsome informant, already prepared to betray them. Yu Qingge's eyes widened in surprise as she observed the animosity directed at Zhao Ziliang. A smile crept across her face as she unsheathed a dagger from her waist, severing the ropes binding Zhao Ziliang. Then placing the dagger in his hand, that a chill ran down Zhao Ziliang's spine as he regarded the dagger in his grip. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he navigated the dim light toward a middle-aged man sporting golden-rimmed glasses. What do you intend to do? Zhao Ziliang, killing is against the law. Wang Yun exclaimed, terror evident in his eyes as he desperately recoiled, his feet scrambling to distance himself from Zhao Ziliang. That it was this man who conspired last night, planning to take one of you hostage when you entered the basement. Despite the darkness, I am aware that 3 individuals have already untied their ropes. Without hesitation, Zhao Ziliang plunged the dagger into Wang Yun's chest. A spurt of warm blood splattered across his face, leaving Zhao Ziliang momentarily stunned before he continued to stab repeatedly, fearing Wang Yun would not succumb. Wang Yun coughed up blood, pointing at Zhao Ziliang. Unable to utter a word, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Indeed, he had freed himself, but half of his earlier performance had been a ruse. He had never anticipated that Zhao Ziliang would truly dare to kill. Scoundrel! During our previous business dealings, you violated my 2 female subordinates that I have longed to end your life. Zhao Ziliang whispered into Wang Yun's ear, a smirk playing on his lips as he reveled in the moment. Subsequently, Zhao Ziliang twisted the dagger embedded in Wang Yun's chest, and Wang Yun finally breathed his last. The individuals in the basement bore witness to Zhao Ziliang's gruesome act, their faces contorted with fear. Among them, 3 individuals turned pale, too terrified to move. Zhao Ziliang then shifted his gaze to Yu Qingge, seemingly inquiring if he had her permission, that why Yu Qingge remained silent, merely observing. With a sigh, Zhao Ziliang suppressed the urge to vomit and approached the next target. Knife in hand. After claiming 2 lives, Yu Qingge finally intervened. That will suffice. Although you have eliminated those with whom you had grievances, Wang Yun, Guijie, and Zhang Fong, you have not deceived me. These individuals still harbor resentment. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a certain authority. Each day, I require 10 laborers, who will be provided with water and food. If you can fulfill this task effectively, perhaps you too shall experience a change. Yu Qingge spoke softly, and suddenly, 10 chains emerged, swirling ominously around her. This extraordinary display left those present shaken, a sense of awe washing over them. Initially, upon hearing Yu Qingge's words and the names of the 3 individuals, Zhao Ziliang broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his intentions had been exposed. However, upon hearing the latter part of her statement and witnessing the chains, he breathed a sigh of relief, joy illuminating his eyes as he respectfully handed the dagger back to Yu Qingge. Consider it a reward. Yu Qingge smiled before turning to leave, while Lu Heihu and the others remained behind to deal with the aftermath. Now you can rest easy, can't you? As Yu Qingge emerged from the basement, she addressed Lin Su, who smiled in response before departing the villa district alongside Yu San and an individual named Su Gong. Chapter 43. The Rodent Nest. The grain storage facility lay a mere 10 kilometers in a straight line from the villa district. However, the actual journey would extend over 20 kilometers. Given the apocalyptic circumstances with zombies rampant, reaching the granary posed a significant challenge. Lin Su had foreseen this predicament even before the cataclysm, thus devising a strategic route. This path traversed a mountain road leading to a village near the granary. Unfortunately, road repairs have been scheduled for this year, But the apocalypse arrived too swiftly that Yu San navigated the truck along the mountainous terrain. Truth be told, the road was far from smooth. A vehicle with insufficient ground clearance would struggle to traverse it. Moreover, the mountain path was narrow, accommodating only a single vehicle at a time, adjacent to the forest. One might mistakenly believe this area safer than the urban sprawl. In certain respects, it was far more perilous. The affliction had not solely befallen humanity. Flora and fauna also succumbed to the contagion. Fortunately, the vegetation had yet to exhibit signs of mutation. However, following the impending snow disaster, the plants would inevitably undergo a complete transformation, rendering even the smallest woodland a forbidden zone for living beings. Within the forest, the foremost rule was to avoid exposing one's skin to the open air. Naturally, it was best to remain inside the vehicle, as the mutated zombie mosquitoes from the outside world would pose a threat. Bang! No sooner had Lin Su finished speaking than a fist-sized mosquito darted past the truck. Yu San's pupils contracted, nearly causing him to slam on the brakes, barely suppressing an expletive that a mosquito of such size, should it target him for a blood meal, would likely drain him as effortlessly as sipping juice. One sip, and he would be gone. Though the mutated zombie mosquitoes were relatively weak, easily dispatched with a wooden stick, they were terrifying due to their sheer numbers. Lin Su's mouth moved as if enchanted, and a swarm of mosquitoes surged forth. Yu San, beads of sweat forming on his brow, immediately decelerated and instinctively held his breath, fearful of attracting their attention. There was no cause for alarm. Without sufficient blood to sustain them, the zombie mosquitoes had dulled senses, retaining only their sense of smell. Thus, it was imperative to carry highly odorous substances to mask one's scent. Moreover, enclosed within the vehicle, the aromas would be less likely to escape. However, our primary concern was not the zombie mosquitoes, but rather the creatures higher up the food chain. Before Lin Su could elaborate further, he instructed Yu San to halt the vehicle and cut the engine, listening intently to the surrounding sounds and surveying the area. Lin Yi, what is the matter? Is there something amiss? Su Gong gripped the crowbar tightly, revealing his wind-based abilities as he braced himself to the utmost. Have you not noticed how eerily silent it is here? The stillness is unusual. Typically, less formidable creatures possess lower levels of mutation, indicating a slower rate of evolution. Furthermore, certain senses may be diminished, leading to the possibility that most creatures in this forest, upon mutation, retain only their hearing and smell in comparison to a typical human zombie. Their perception of the outside world is considerably less acute. It is precisely for this reason that we have not drawn much attention from mutated creatures while driving the truck. Yet, along the route, the mutated beings had not ceased their pursuit until this very segment. Lin Su spoke rapidly, explaining to Su Gong and Yu San before opening the door and stepping outside. The most likely reason for the surrounding mutated creatures falling silent was the presence of a top-tier predator nearby. Likely a mutated entity. Lin Su circled the truck, identifying a tree hollow, an ancient, decaying tree with a snake den beneath it, evidenced by the trails in the grass before the hollow. From these signs, he deduced that the snake was substantial, its girth potentially reaching 2 meters. Lin Su gently parted the grass beside the hollow, revealing freshly disturbed soil and a tail that a grin spread across his face. This was a mutated serpentine beast, and Yu Chinga and her companions would soon feast on its flesh, which would provide them with ample energy to enhance their physical prowess. Hiss, Lin Su squinted. Detecting a faint hissing sound, he then took 2 steps back, producing a third soul tool. The bone-picking knife, the sharpest among the soul implements, capable of both dismemberment and skinning. Boom! The decaying tree was uprooted as a massive serpent lunged at Lin Su. Its body adorned with white and brown patterns, its neck encircled by black markings that opened its gaping maw, releasing a foul stench into the air. Lin Su instinctively held his breath. This could be a mutated venomous snake, and the atmosphere might be toxic. The next moment, Lin Su's hands trembled as he thrust a fine needle into the creature's eyes. The snake let out a pained cry, thrashing violently, uprooting nearby flora. In an astonishing turn of events, the serpent's head suddenly drooped, seemingly losing control. Lin Su appeared to have anticipated this reaction. He drove the bone-picking knife into the creature's neck and swiftly followed with a second strike to its abdomen. In an instant, the areas Lin Su had attacked became immobilized, This was the terrifying power of his soul tools, inflicting harm not only on the body but also on the spirit. Lin Su possessed an inherent advantage over both ability users and mutated beasts. Achieving decisive results, he swiftly plunged the knife into the massive serpent repeatedly before finally delivering the fatal blow. The serpent soul was promptly absorbed by Lin Su, and the overwhelming stench of blood soon attracted other mutated creatures. With great haste, Lin Su beckoned Yu San and Su Gong to assist in loading the giant serpent onto the truck. The serpent measured approximately 17 to 18 meters in length, weighing around 2,000 pounds. And the trio struggled to hoist it aboard. "Let us move." With a resounding bang, the truck door slammed shut. Lin Su urged Yu San to drive. They could not linger, as numerous mutated beings were drawn to the scent. Yu San, an experienced driver, handled the vehicle with remarkable steadiness, even as they sped along the uneven mountain road. Lin Su wiped the blood from his hands, lamenting internally that it was merely a first-tier beast. Had it been second-tier, it would have greatly benefited Yu Qingge and her companions. The subsequent journey proceeded relatively smoothly, as they dispatched a few oblivious small mutated creatures, arriving at a small village near the granary. "Goodness, are there really survivors here?" Yu San surveyed a heap of rubble, his expression one of confusion. The place seemed recently demolished, the signs of destruction still fresh, with every building toppled. Strange. How could this have happened? Su Gong disembarked, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Su had brought him along due to his familiarity with the area, that he had visited this village not long ago. It was small, comprising merely 20 households. Yet now, every structure lay in ruins, an unusual sight indeed. Could there have been an earthquake amidst the apocalypse? Yet, if not an earthquake, how could an entire village be reduced to rubble, if demolition had occurred before May Day? It was even more implausible. Such a remote location would hardly attract the attention of demolition crews. Lin Su approached the ruins, examining the debris and turning over the soil. Not a trace of blood, nor a single corpse. This was quite peculiar. Until a mouse scurried from the earth, Lin Su seemed to uncover the answer he sought. He seized the rodent, which also appeared to be a first-tier mutated beast. To confirm his suspicions, Lin Su promptly eviscerated the mouse, and no traces of human flesh, but rather rice, both new and aged. Earlier, Lin Su had observed numerous burrows beneath the rubble and had assumed a rodent nest lay underground, with the mutated rats having devoured the villagers. However, the absence of human remains and the presence of rice within the mouse's belly prompted a sudden realization. Lin Su's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the granary, swiftly driving in that direction before parking a kilometer away, that he proceeded alone. Upon nearing the granary, he encountered neither zombies nor survivors, but he did notice that several structures within the granary had also collapsed. Alongside a number of burrows that in the next moment, countless mutated rats emerged from the burrows. Lin Su cursed under his breath, retreating urgently. He was almost certain that the granary had transformed into a rodent nest. It was perilous here. They needed to flee. At that instant, a massive golden-haired rat erupted from the ground, immediately pursuing Lin Su. That a fleeting glance revealed the creature to be a third-tier mutated beast. And Lin Su's heart sank. He had to run fast. In an instant, the mutated golden rat closed the distance, its tail snapping like a whip, leaving a mark across Lin Su's back, propelling him through the air. Puff! Lin Su let out a violent cough, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Utilizing this momentum, he executed several somersaults in midair before landing and darting into the mountainous forest. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Su did not resign himself to despair. The moment the mutated golden rat struck his back with its tail, he immediately summoned the fourth soul tool, the Iron Maiden, to shield his rear. Yet, the soul tool was shattered in an instant. Thankfully, the brief obstruction provided Lin Su with the strength to continue his escape. Simultaneously, as he was flung away, a soul needle shot from his hand, aiming directly at the eye of the mutated golden rat. However, it proved largely ineffective. The rat's eyes appeared encased in a metallic shell, and after merely sparking upon impact, the soul needle disintegrated. Lin Su discerned that the current golden rat was beyond his capacity to confront. At least not on even ground. Did I end this apocalyptic world? Brute strength was not the sole determinant of victory or survival. The moment Lin Su's figure vanished into the forest shadows, the astute eyes of the mutated golden rat were filled with confusion. With a thunderous roar, the mutated golden rat immediately pursued him into the woods. Its massive form, excluding the tail, measured over 10 meters in length and stood 3 to 4 meters tall, comparable to a small building. Consequently, when it charged into the forest, it felled a multitude of trees, thereby limiting its speed. Nevertheless, the mutated golden rat relentlessly pursued Lin Su. Though it bore no particular grudge against an intruder, it detected the scent of its offspring's blood on Lin Su. This indicated that some of its progeny had perished at his hands. Originally, it harbored intentions merely to squash a small ant. Yet in that fleeting moment, it sensed a power that struck terror into its heart. Thus, it concluded that it must eliminate this perilous little ant before it could grow stronger. From within a shadow, Lin Su silently observed the mutated golden rat. The combination of his two abilities rendered him nearly undetectable, even to the rat's intelligent gaze. However, he had no intention of retreating just yet. In this world of chaos, danger also represented opportunity. With another piercing howl, Lin Su exposed his position momentarily, swiftly relocating that a gust of wind swept past his ear. In an instant, the mutated golden rat's tail, akin to a cannonball, snapped several large trees in half, creating a small crater in the ground. Lin Su marveled at the display of power, realizing that another hit could spell his demise. Despite failing to land a successful strike, the mutated golden rat did not act rashly. Its keen eyes and sensitive nose began to scour the vicinity. Concurrently, nearly 100 first-tier mutated rats entered the forest. Their objective also to hunt down Lin Su. These creatures are truly mindless. A cold smile crept across Lin Su's lips as he pondered their assumption about his motives for entering the forest and the commotion he had stirred. Buzzing! The fastest arrivals were the zombie mosquitoes that I in that very moment. Lin Su struck again. He suddenly launched a soul needle at a first-tier mutated rat, piercing its that I in an instant. A shadow darted beneath the rat, and it was swiftly disemboweled. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the mutated golden rat, which retaliated with its tail, once more aimed at Lin Su. However, Lin Su transformed into a mere silhouette, melting into the shadows of the trees. Witnessing yet another of its offspring perish before its eyes, the mutated golden rat was consumed by fury, rampaging wildly around, intent on leveling the surrounding terrain. Buzzing! Even with the formidable strength of the mutated golden rat, it could not prevent the zombie mosquitoes from feasting on the recently slain mutated rat. While their sensory perception of the external world was indeed diminished, they could hardly remain indifferent to the overwhelming stench of blood that in mere moments, the unfortunate rat was reduced to a desiccated corpse by the swarm of zombie mosquitoes. Enraged, the mutated golden rat could not tolerate the audacity of these feeble creatures challenging it. It immediately slaughtered a significant number of them, prompting the remaining first-tier mutated rats to join the fray against the zombie mosquitoes. However, within the forest lurked more than just zombie mosquitoes, a relentless tide of zombie centipedes. Zombie ants and zombie snakes soon surrounded the mutated golden rat, including several powerful entities: second-tier zombie tigers, second-tier zombie wild boars, and second-tier zombie bears. That a smirk curled at the corners of Lin Su's mouth. His objective had been achieved. Observing the unfolding chaos, he retreated to a nearby large tree, then returned to the truck as the battle intensified. "Lin Yi, what was that commotion just now?" Yu San inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on the distant forest, where he had witnessed a multitude of zombie beasts converging. "Nothing significant, merely the ruckus caused by a beast," Lin Su replied, shaking his head before settling back into the truck for a respite. "Lin Yi, are you all right?" Su Gong asked, noting the tattered state of Lin Su's clothing, yet seeing no wounds, concern evident in his eyes. Lin Su shook his head. His self-healing ability had likely reached D rank, and the wounds inflicted by the mutated golden rat had already healed. Initially, Lin Su had not intended to advance his soul prison to E rank so soon, as he had yet to fully master the ability. A hasty upgrade would hinder his future control. Having failed to even damage a single hair of the mutated golden rat, he realized he must level up, that if only his soul tools could harm the mutated golden rat, he could easily dominate its life. He possessed an innate advantage over mutated beasts and ability users. Lin Su's physical prowess had already peaked at E rank, making the advancement of his soul prison a trivial matter. He retrieved 103 desire cores, placing them beside him as he gradually released his abilities to absorb their power, that in an instant, the desire cores transformed into a multitude of white lights that surged into Lin Su's body. Buzz! In a mere moment, all the white light was consumed, and a distinctly different power surged forth from Lin Su. The initial 3 tiers of ability users undergo no fundamental metamorphosis, allowing Lin Su to break through with remarkable ease. Upon reaching E rank, he immediately summoned the Soul Needle, carefully discerning the differences that if the hardness and sharpness of the Soul Needle were previously rated at 1, it now stood at 3 or even 5. The E rank ability user had not undergone a fundamental transformation. Thus, only the hardness and sharpness had increased. After his breakthrough, Lin Su hastened toward the battlefield. With his shadow evasion and invisibility abilities, he was confident he would not be detected. Regrettably, these 2 abilities seemed unable to enhance alongside the improvement of his soul prison, remaining at first-tier levels. Nonetheless, evading the notice of these not-so-intelligent zombies and mutated beasts sufficed. Lin Su maintained a prudent distance. Aware that mutated beasts, much like human ability users, possessed various powers. Uncertain of the mutated golden rat's abilities, he opted for caution. Minutes later, nearly 100 mutated rats were slaughtered by the overwhelming number of zombie beasts. The mutated golden rat bore several new wounds, and corpses of second-tier zombie beasts littered the ground around it. Upon witnessing the demise of its offspring, the mutated golden rat's eyes turned a fierce crimson, radiating golden light. Its previously soft golden fur hardened, transforming into lethal spikes that in the next moment. A deafening roar echoed as the mutated golden rat unleashed its fur, piercing through countless zombie beasts that in an instant. A vast number of zombie beasts fell victim to this attack, rendered as mere sieves. Yet, even after clearing away the zombie beast horde, the mutated golden rat showed no signs of respite. It continued until every last strand of fur was expelled. Lin Su watched in realization. He had speculated why the mutated golden rat had not utilized its powers earlier. It became evident that its ability was an indiscriminate attack, albeit at a significant cost. Now, the mutated golden rat stood bald, revealing several wounds previously concealed by its fur. After completing its assault, the creature's energy waned. Lin Su recognized this as an opportunity that in the next moment. He stealthily approached the mutated golden rat, unleashing 20 soul needles that penetrated its wounds and entered its body. The mutated golden rat's eyes widened in shock as it attempted to retaliate, only to find itself rendered immobile. It could only watch as Lin Su implanted a soul tool into its body until the moment of soul collapse. Easily dispatching the mutated golden rat left Lin Su somewhat vexed. Its large form was beyond his capacity to move. He promptly summoned Yu San and another companion, instructing them to drive the truck and haul the mutated golden rat from the forest. Indeed, survival in the apocalypse requires ingenuity and wit. Chapter 45. New Discoveries and Abilities in the Rat Queen. Fortunately, the mutated golden rat's final attack had nearly eradicated the nearby zombie beasts, allowing the 3 of them to transport it to the granary without attracting any additional threats. My goodness, this meat should last us a month at the very least, Yu San exclaimed, gazing at the enormous body of the mutated golden rat. Though its fur had been stripped away, its mass still weighed several thousand pounds. Enough chatter. We must ascertain just how much the granary has been pilfered to sustain such a large creature, not to mention the numerous mutated beasts. Su Gong, go and collect all the desire cores from that area. Yu San, check the granary. There may still be unaccounted mutated rats inside, so be cautious. Lin Su arranged for 2 individuals to investigate the situation while he focused on assessing his own condition. After vanquishing the mutated golden rat, he absorbed its soul as was his custom. He summoned 13 soul instruments, transforming the essence of the mutated golden rat's soul into his energy reserves. Simultaneously, Lin Su sought to acquire the extraordinary abilities of the mutated golden rat. The powers of the previously slain mutated rats had been rather meager, failing to pique his interest, yet the extensive area attack of this golden variant was truly remarkable. Although the potential loss might be significant, it could prove pivotal in a critical moment. Unexpectedly, an intriguing occurrence transpired during the 37th cycle of punishment. Ethereal patterns manifested upon the mutated golden rat's body, revealing to Lin Su that he could indeed exert control over its soul. Then, during the 107th cycle, These soul patterns enveloped the entirety of the mutated golden rat that instant. Lin Su sensed he could fully manipulate the creature, even altering its form. He summoned the mutated golden rat, and a wisp of black smoke emanated from his brow. The next moment, the rat appeared before him, remarkably obedient, resembling a pet in its demeanor. Lin Su then meticulously examined the state of the mutated golden rat. It was quite peculiar. It retained the strength it possessed in life, albeit with a slight reduction in energy. However, the fear and resentment energy from its soul prison could replenish this loss. Over the following minutes, Lin Su conducted further experiments, confirming that the mutated golden rat still possessed its intelligence and remarkable powers, albeit now in a spectral form. The name of its extraordinary ability was Storm Soul Needle. In its spectral state, this power had become significantly more efficient, with every strand of fur capable of providing supplemental soul energy for rapid growth. This signified that a once temporary ability had transformed into a sustainable one. Lin Su discovered he could also manipulate the external appearance of the mutated golden rat, capable of reshaping it into human form, and its soul could return to its corporeal body, allowing it to control its physical form. However, this process required the consumption of 1 unit of soul energy per minute, likely due to the immense size of the mutated golden rat. Despite the considerable energy expenditure, Lin Su believed he had sufficient soul energy to guide the mutated golden rat back to the villa district. Initially, he had been concerned about how to transport the creature back. Now, that concern had been alleviated. Subsequently, Lin Su began to contemplate why the mutated golden rat was an anomaly that he noticed 2 details. Previous souls had collapsed without enduring the 37 cycles of soul punishment. And the numbers 37 and 107 held special significance for him, in his past life. He too had endured 37 cycles before experiencing his first encounter with Yuchinga. After the 107th cycle, he exited the punishment chamber, becoming Yuchinga's most loyal subordinate. With this realization, Lin Su understood that the fundamental capability of the soul prison was to forge obedient soul slaves. Souls that could not withstand 107 cycles of punishment were destined to become mere energy. This discovery exhilarated Lin Su, as it implied that should he eliminate sufficiently resilient enemies in the future, he could potentially turn foes into allies. Having concluded his exploration of abilities, Lin Su proceeded towards the grain storage facility, prioritizing immediate concerns. Lin Yi, there is something you must see. Upon entering the granary, Yusen spoke to Lin Su with a hint of anger in his expression. This was the smallest granary in Zhongbei, yet it still housed 100,000 tons of grain, featuring both internal and external warehouses. Each year, the authorities would place old rice into the external warehouse and new rice into the internal one. The external warehouse contained 5 storage rooms, capable of accommodating 50,000 tons of grain. With the internal warehouse similarly configured, the security of the granary was exceptionally high. Even if one entered, opening the granary doors would be a considerable challenge. However, the underground had long been excavated by the mutated golden rat, which had cleverly avoided completely destroying the foundation. Otherwise, the granary would have collapsed. Wei Yusen led Lin Su to the first storage room, the only one with its doors open, revealing that a significant portion of the grain had been consumed, undoubtedly by the mutated rats. Yet, even 1,000 tons of grain could not be devoured in such a short span. Upon discovering this situation, Yusen ventured deeper into the storage room, only to encounter a sight that made his scalp tingle. In the depths of the room lay a grotesque mass resembling a rat, surrounded by the remains of humans and other mutated beasts, the overwhelming stench of blood and decay causing a wave of nausea. Beneath this mass were numerous tiny, pinkish mutated rats, likely just born, numbering in the thousands. Rat Mother. Lin Su's gaze flickered momentarily before he decisively dispatched the mutated golden rat to eliminate the grotesque mass that resembled the Rat Mother. Fortunately, this Rat Mother was only of the 2nd tier. Otherwise, the mutated golden rat would not have been able to defeat it so easily. There were also dozens of grown mutated rats present, but they were insignificant in the face of the 3rd tier mutated golden rat. Subsequently, Lin Su swiftly eradicated the thousands of fist-sized mutated rats, being gentle in his approach, as this was precious mutated beast meat that needed to be preserved. Bring the truck in, Lin Su instructed Yusan, who, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. What could Lin Su possibly mean by this? Would he truly interpret it as he thought? These were all mutated beast meats. Consuming them could rapidly enhance their physical strength. Why, then, was there a psychological resistance to the notion that these mutated rats had birthed from the consumption of numerous humans? We eat mutated rats, and mutated rats eat us. This is quite ordinary. Lin Su shot a sidelong glance at Yusan, whose face had gone pale, though Yusan quickly regained his composure and drove the truck inside. After Yusan departed, Lin Su pushed aside the corpse of the rat mother and glanced over the remains of humans scattered on the ground, some still bearing identification tags of granary workers. Lin Su deduced that even with the birth of thousands of mutated rats, it was implausible for them to have consumed thousands of tons of grain. There had to be another reason. Indeed, as Lin Su moved aside the rat mother-esque carcass, he discovered more pink, mutated rats behind it, which possessed 2 reproductive organs. This was the rat mother's extraordinary ability. Within the soul prison, her soul had collapsed, and her power had been extracted, allowing for 10-fold reproduction. This ability, when developed to its fullest potential, could result in 10 reproductive organs, leading to a rat plague within mere days. Lin Su felt immensely fortunate for his timely arrival. Had he delayed even a few more days, he would have faced an army of fully grown mutated rats. The first storage room connected to the second, and beneath the rat mother lay a large hole leading to the second room. Without hesitation, Lin Su entered. The granary was filled with grain, but what caught Lin Su's attention was the nearly 10,000 juvenile mutated rats rolling about, and he found it hard to comprehend how they could reproduce so rapidly in just a few days. Faced with the abundance of flesh, Lin Su swiftly concluded their existence. Chapter 46. The Thousand-Legged Centipede and the Harvest. Once Lin Su had cleared the juvenile rats from the second storage room, he garnered a significant amount of soul energy. However, despite the seemingly plentiful energy, he only accumulated around 1,000 units when combined with his previous reserves, as the souls of these juvenile rats shattered upon contact within the soul prison, yielding only 1 unit of soul energy for every 10 or so. Next, Lin Su chose not to open the third storage room, but instead proceeded to the control center of the granary, where real-time surveillance was available to monitor the conditions of each storage room, along with a manual emergency valve to open the granary doors. Initially, Lin Su believed that in such a rat nest, there would undoubtedly be no survivors, yet astonishingly, one individual was still alive. Through the surveillance, he observed a person curled up inside a box in the 5th storage room. This individual was clever, aware of the camera's position, presumably hoping to be rescued later. However, Lin Su was curious as to why this person alone had survived. Suddenly, the entire granary shook violently. Lin Su's pupils constricted. It was an earthquake in the face of such a natural disaster. He immediately rushed to an open area, and all the questions that had previously troubled him found resolution. The ground split open under the tremors, revealing a dark opening leading to the granary doors, from which thousands of ants emerged, led by a massive red ant, a second-tier mutated beast. Furthermore, dozens of meters beneath the opening lay a white ant nest, alongside a substantial cache of grain. Upon witnessing this, Lin Su understood. There were indeed 2 nests of mutated beasts, one underground, sharing this granary. Now an earthquake had violently exposed the underground mutated ants, and to make matters worse, the 5th storage room had collapsed, unleashing a colossal stitch creature that emerged as a third-tier zombie, formed around the core of a rat. Its body was grotesque, adorned with human corpses, mutated rats, and mutated ants. That it was enormous, several times larger than the mutated golden rat. Yet what intrigued Lin Su most was its tail, which bore an entire human being, or rather, it could be said that the individual had become its tail. The person Lin Su had seen on the surveillance was none other than him. Lin Su felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as a sudden earthquake erupted, violently dislodging various objects. There was no choice. For the sake of the granary, Lin Su harnessed the soul of the mutated golden mouse and, without hesitation, unleashed a formidable attack. The torrential rain of soul needles left the creatures dazed and bewildered. After 2 strikes, a considerable number of mutated ants began to flee, and by the 3rd strike, the stitch creature was utterly obliterated. A relentless barrage of 7 soul needle strikes cleared the area, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses. However, the human had escaped, vanishing into the underground without a trace. This left Lin Su in deep contemplation as he proceeded to the fifth storage room. Upon a meticulous inspection of the fifth storage room, Lin Su deduced that a plant seed had undergone a pathological transformation, parasitizing a human host and subsequently being planted there. Its roots sprawled throughout the underground of the fifth storage room, quietly gathering corpses to nourish its growth. Its recently manifested colossal form was merely a fade. Its core was that of a plant intertwined with a human body. The earlier assault from the mutated golden mouse had severed its roots in a desperate bid for survival. A TOB shattered by a third-tier mutated golden mouse signified its inherent weakness. After thoroughly examining the various storage rooms, Lin Su stumbled upon several grain transport vehicles. 10 in total, 7 of which were damaged. In the minutiae of each vehicle, traces of blood were still visible, indicating that the staff of the granary had attempted to flee only to be slain by the mutated beasts, serving as a breeding ground for the monsters. Further searching near the granary, Lin Su discovered over 20 transport vehicles of varying specifications, with the largest being a massive 50-ton capacity truck. The unexpected situation at the granary left Lin Su feeling uneasy. If such a substantial quantity of grain were to attract the attention of other mutated beasts, it could prove disastrous. He could not remain there indefinitely, for any mishap at the granary would result in a waste of precious resources. Thus, Lin Su made a call to Yu Qingge, instructing her to send assistance to transport as much grain as possible back to the villa area. Only by keeping the grain within his immediate vicinity would Lin Su feel at ease. Although his initial visit was merely to survey the granary, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. Moreover, the appearance of the mutated golden mouse as a potent weapon could clear a safe path through the hordes of zombies accumulating along the way. In the later stages, his third-tier strength may prove insufficient in the wilderness. Yu Qingge quickly organized personnel, escorted by Lu Heihu and others. Their journey was remarkably smooth, encountering only minor attacks from zombie beasts, which they effortlessly dispatched. Lin Yi. As dusk approached, Lu Heihu arrived, accompanied by 2 of his subordinates and 3 under the command of Zhao Ziliang, making for a total of 6 that, unfortunately, individuals capable of operating large trucks were exceedingly rare. Upon arrival, they swiftly began loading the grain, urging haste. Lin Su had not lingered long at the granary, feeling an unsettling sense of something amiss. Gazing at the darkened entrance, he grew increasingly agitated. Lu Heihu and his team immediately commenced the grain transfer, and prior to their arrival, Lin Su and others had already filled 3 trucks. Over the course of the next hour, 9 trucks of various sizes were packed to the brim, amounting to over 200 tons. Nearing 300 tons of grain, Lin Su and his team drove away from the granary. A chilling roar reverberated from within, sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, Lin Su realized what he had overlooked. How could a single granary coexist with 2 major mutated beast nests and a plant-based mutated zombie? A critical balancing factor was missing among them. That roar was the very essence of that balance. Lin Su recalled the tale of the formidable armed organization, Songlong, which had suffered half its personnel in a desperate attempt to eliminate a powerful mutated beast. A centipede. It was said that this mutated creature had taken residence in a granary, thriving on an abundance of food, advancing rapidly. By the time Songlong set out to vanquish it, the beast had already reached 6th-tier strength. However, that event transpired a year later. Lin Su began to understand the rampant reproduction of mutated mice. Perhaps a portion of them was offered as tribute to the centipede. Fortunately, this centipede would not easily stray from its nest, as a significant portion of its body remained trapped underground. In truth, it was a hybrid of a mutated plant and beast, which explained its extraordinary growth. It was well known that 6th-tier mutated beasts were formidable adversaries, even for A-level ability users. Confronting such mid-tier mutated beasts often required multiple ability users of the same tier to ensure minimal casualties. The realization of such a powerful neighbor left Lin Su's head throbbing. Understanding how to subdue mutated beasts and maintain equilibrium among the 3 parties required a level of intelligence from the beast. As for why the centipede had not attacked him initially, Lin Su surmised it was likely in a dormant state. The rapid evolution bestowed upon the centipede came with a distinct disadvantage. It remained in a state of slumber, awakening only amid significant disturbances. The recent earthquake had provided just such a stimulus. Fortunately, the tremor had been brief, which delayed the centipede's awakening. Lin Su lamented the loss of several tons of grain. Having managed to procure only around 300 tons, that it would likely prove challenging to extract more grain from this granary in the future. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he refocused on navigating through the wilderness. With the escort of the third-tier mutated golden mouse, Lin Su's convoy progressed with remarkable ease. Upon returning to the villa area, Lin Su began to tally the day's spoils. The grain was self-evident. But the combined weight of the mutated beast meat exceeded 10,000 gene, along with over 2,000 desire cores, the majority being first-tier, with only 5 second-tier cores. However, Lin Su's most significant acquisition was the third-tier mutated golden mouse, granting him formidable power in the early stages of the apocalypse, particularly with its ability to clear maps. Chapter 47. The Dream of Saving Humanity. Lin Su returned to the villa area at precisely 1956. Zhao Ziliang arranged for personnel to transport this grain to storage rooms 1 through 6 that if anyone is uncooperative, I trust you understand the consequences. Upon seeing Lin Su's return, Yuchinga immediately led him back to the villa and instructed Zhao Ziliang to organize the grain transfer. Throughout the day, Yuchinga had not been idle, clearing the surrounding zombies and preparing several nearby villas as dedicated storage facilities. Zhao Ziliang promptly agreed, though he felt utterly exhausted that he understood that despite his fatigue, even to the point of exhaustion, he had to ensure the grain was moved. Moreover, a faction of the original 70-odd personnel remained restless. Only by exhausting them would he begin to tame their rebellious spirits. In the repetitive, numbing grind of labor, he could gradually erode their resolve. Dinner had long been prepared within the villa. Lin Su, along with Yusan and others, headed to the bathing area to wash up. Suddenly, the villa's electricity flickered momentarily before a mechanical voice announced, "External power supply has been disconnected. Backup power has been activated." The villa's smart assistant engaged the backup power. Lin Su paused, realizing the power had gone out, albeit slightly later than in his previous life. After the power outage, most smart devices became inoperative, marking the onset of humanity's complete descent in a chaos point. One should not underestimate the significance of a power outage. Electricity underpins modern civilization. Survivors abruptly thrust into the apocalypse could maintain their composure due to their mental anchors. Films, anime, television shows, and various entertainment avenues. Their connection to the outside world through mobile devices was now perilously close to being severed. Moreover, with the weather growing increasingly warm, air conditioning would no longer function, but the worst was yet to come. Following a power outage, the water supply would cease, even if backup power could sustain it temporarily. Ultimately, water would run dry. After finishing a shower, Lin Su sought out Lu Eru. How was the plan for the small water reservoir coming along? Only Lin Su understood the paramount importance of maintaining cleanliness in the apocalypse. Water held a crucial status in this dire setting. Desire cores required clean water for purification, and humans needed hydration to cleanse their bodies and garments. Throughout human history, water has been indispensable. However, in the apocalypse, clean water would become a rare commodity. Indeed, it would transform into a scarcity that as the apocalypse's afflictions intensified, countless zombies and the impending snowstorm would thoroughly contaminate water sources, rendering them laden with viruses. Long-term consumption would lead to the emergence of mutated tissues within the body, manifesting in small hands or feet. Thus, Lin Su had specifically instructed Lu Eru to construct a sealed water reservoir within the villa area's artificial lake, using reinforced concrete and incorporating mercury and cinnabar. Mercury is a substance that zombies find exceedingly repugnant, typically avoiding it, while cinnabar is employed to deter a specific type of zombie, soulless ones. Currently, the majority of zombies had succumbed to soul corruption and physical mutation. Yet some zombies experienced simultaneous collapse of both body and soul. However, they did not vanish. Instead, they underwent a second rebirth amidst their distortions, inheriting fragments of memory, existing in a state of half-reality, commonly referred to as ghosts. The term Wuinzhe, or soulless being, is a scholarly designation attributed to it by future generations, as it has long since lost its soul-like qualities. This enigmatic entity possesses the uncanny ability to disregard most physical attacks and can effortlessly inhabit the bodies of zombies, psychics, or mutated beasts. Many of its characteristics parallel those of ghosts depicted in various films and novels. Its one true fear is the substance known as cinnabar. Even a mere trace of it can swiftly annihilate these beings. However, during the early days of the apocalypse, the number of soulless beings was quite limited. It is only in the later stages that they began to proliferate from the vast array of decaying corpses and cores of desire. Lin Yi, the blueprints you provided have aligned closely with the artificial lake, yet I have encountered several issues. Lu Eru reported that I have inquired, and among the 70 or so individuals, none possess construction skills. Furthermore, we lack the specialized tools necessary for the project at this stage. We have merely procured a few water purifiers and some basic materials. Lu Eru expressed his frustration. That do not worry. I will seek out a construction team upon my return. Your sole responsibility is to gather water purifiers and essential materials. Lin Su replied, nodding in understanding that he did not wish to burden Lu Eru. Recognizing that these tasks were beyond his capabilities, that a proficient construction team was indeed indispensable. Currently, Lin Su had effectively established dominance over the villa district, yet numerous challenges remained. Many mutated beasts were engaged in subterranean warfare, thus necessitating the infusion of substantial amounts of cement and steel into the underground of the villa district. This was a monumental undertaking, requiring a skilled construction team. Lin Su had already devised a plan, considering two potential sources, Wanjin Company and the commercial buildings in the city center. Wanjin Company, known for its rapid construction capabilities, was a reliable choice, and Lin Su had been closely monitoring the movements of their construction team. Presently, they were engaged in developing an outsourced project approximately 20 kilometers away in the urban area. However, Wanjin Company was merely a backup option. Lin Su's primary focus was on Tianji Heavy Industries, a renowned construction team operating in Jiangbei, celebrated for tackling seemingly insurmountable architectural challenges. Notably, they were responsible for constructing all 7 subway lines in Jiangbei, boasting both experience and skill. Thus, Lin Su had made a strategic move prior to the apocalypse by renting a commercial building and preparing supplies of water and food within it. That he anticipated that, provided the construction team acted wisely, they would seek refuge in the secure confines of the sturdy commercial building once the apocalypse unfolded. Lin Su held these valuable talents in high regard. Fenggo, from now on, please prepare an extra portion of mutated beast meat for Wang Pan at every meal, and remind him to finish it. Lin Su instructed Fenggo, who was busy arranging dishes. Fenggo nodded but hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Lin Su. Speak your mind, Lin Su urged, having sensed Fenggo's reluctance. Lin Yi, today I also dispatched 10 zombies, Fenggo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he gazed at Lin Su. Rest assured, I shall not forget your efforts. After we finish dining, I will facilitate your awakening of psychic powers. Lin Su replied with a smile, patting Fenggo's shoulder. Such subordinates were indeed commendable. Not only could they slay zombies, but they also excelled in culinary skills, maximizing the efficiency of their daily endeavors. Thank you, Lin Yi, Fenggo exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes. The weariness from a long day seemed to dissipate in that moment. After ensuring that Zhao Ziliang and the others were taken care of, Yuqinga joined Yu Manwu for a bath. Dinner commenced at 21:03, with everything centered around the schedules of Lin Su. Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu, Lu Heihu and his companions, having endured the rigors of survival for so long, were acutely aware of who held their fates in their hands, even as they transformed into psychics. Why not awaken by Hua's powers as well? Yu Manwu suggested as she took her seat at the table. Lin Su paused, regarding Yu Manwu with surprise. Are you interested in him? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Su discerned the implications of her words. Lin Su, even if you are my sister's partner, you cannot distort my sexual orientation at will. I have always had a fondness for Qingge, Yu Manwu retorted, slamming her palm on the table as she glared at Lin Xu. Yu Qingge's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, while Lu Heihu and his companions exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Lin Su felt a twinge of irritation as he observed Yu Manwu's lack of concern for her public image, making such declarations in front of others. Why concern yourself with someone I am not interested in? Lin Su shot back, cautious about allowing an uncontrolled pawn to awaken psychic powers under his watch. I understand your apprehensions, but he confided in me that he has harbored a dream since childhood, to save humanity. Yu Manwu's brows furrowed, demonstrating her comprehension of Lin Su's reservations. Intrigued by this revelation, Lin Su considered the potential of a desire to save humanity, which could signify the awakening of healing abilities. Such a power would be invaluable to their group. the loss of a few cores of desire would be acceptable. However, if Bai Hua did not awaken healing abilities, Lin Su would regard him as a potential threat, that he would not tolerate any uncontrollable pieces on his chessboard that in the future, every moment of Lin Su's existence would belong to the present Yu Qingge. After dinner, Lin Su summoned Bai Hua and Feng Go to his side. Feng Go was the first to awaken his abilities, manifesting a fire element power from 65 cores of desire, a rare flame ability. Elemental powers become immensely potent in the later stages, exhibiting high plasticity. Lin Su observed that Feng Go's flames were distinctive, exhibiting a healthy green hue. Upon a brief assessment, Lin Su discerned that Feng Go's flames had 3 levels. The first was suitable for lighting a cigarette, the second for cooking, and the third capable of forming weapon-like constructs such as flame blades and guns. Quite an impressive display. Witnessing Feng Go's power, Lu Heihu and the others were envious. Mastery over fire felt like wielding magic. Soon, Lin Su discovered another intriguing facet of Feng Go's abilities. His flames possessed a capacity for disinfection, an advantageous trait, suggesting that Feng Go would be less susceptible to viral infections. Lu Eru gazed at Feng Go with palpable envy. Among the 10 individuals currently under Yu Qingge's influence, only Lu Eru had not awakened any powers. Logically, while Lu Eru had not slain any zombies, he had nonetheless contributed to the team's efforts, providing logistical support and assisting Lin Su's plans. Awakening his abilities should not pose an issue. However, Lu Eru's injuries had yet to heal, making it an inopportune moment for him to awaken his powers, a point Lin Su had already communicated to him. After Feng Go's awakening, he expressed boundless gratitude to Lin Su. Next, it was Bai Hua's turn to awaken his abilities. Lin Su approached this with caution, readying a soul instrument, for if Bai Hua's powers did not align with healing, he would become expendable. Unbeknownst to Bai Hua, an invisible blade loomed over his neck as he eagerly awaited his awakening. Bai Hua's soul light appeared as a blend of black and white. Observing this scene, Lin Su felt a flicker of despair, lamenting the waste of 66 cores of desire. Yet in the next moment, he withdrew the soul instrument, for Bai Hua's soul manifestation revealed a white coat, reminiscent of attire worn in a dimly lit clinic. Lin Su instructed Bai Hua to demonstrate his abilities, which proved fascinating. Bai Hua could don the white coat and transfer others' injuries to a different individual. The experimental subjects were Lu Eru and a middle-aged man named Fan Jin. Bai Hua successfully transferred Lu Eru's injuries onto Fan Jin. Though it did not directly heal the wounds, the ability to redistribute injuries bore a striking resemblance to healing. If this ability extended to transferring injuries from mutated beasts, its potential would be significantly amplified. Excellent. Starting today, you shall reside in the villa. Lin Su beamed at Bai Hua, welcoming such talent. Thank you, Lin Yi. Bai Hua's face lit up with excitement. His efforts to win over Yu Manwu had proven fruitful as a business elite. He recognized that at the pinnacle of this group stood Lin Su. Yu Qingge and Yu Manwu doubt why Yu Qingge was Lin Su's partner, someone he felt was dangerous to approach, thus leading him to select Yu Manwu as his target. Indeed, he had made a fortunate choice. Had he been relegated to labor alongside those foolish individuals outside, his fate would have been dire. Times, the importance of choice cannot be overstated. Since Lu Eru has recovered from his injuries, Lin Su is just in time to awaken his extraordinary abilities. Lu Eru has absorbed 73 desire nuclei, showcasing remarkable potential, and his ability manifests as a pair of black gloves. Upon donning the black gloves, Lu Eru acquires 2 distinct powers, accelerated growth and decelerated growth. The former allows for rapid decomposition of various entities, while the latter extends the shelf life of certain items. Furthermore, the damage inflicted by Lu Eru is exceedingly difficult to heal. Even Bai Hua's abilities struggle to transfer the injuries. However, there are limitations. His black gloves only affect living organisms. Well then, everyone should rest. We have to clear out the zombies tomorrow. All 3 have awakened their powers, and there are no pressing matters at hand. So it is only natural for him to seek rest, and he embraced Yu Qingge as they entered the room. The moment Yu Qingge stepped inside, she bit down hard on Lin Su's shoulder. What's wrong? Lin Su sensed something amiss with Yu Qingge's demeanor. Today, that Han Xuanning came by, expressing her desire to seek refuge here. Yu Qingge's eyes flickered, her nails grazing Lin Su's chest as jealousy bubbled within her. How intriguing. This Officer Han dares to speak of seeking refuge. It seems she has encountered quite the ordeal in recent days. Lin Su chuckled, feeling completely unperturbed by Han Xuening, and spoke calmly to Yu Qingge. His affections lie neither with men nor women. They are solely reserved for Yu Qingge. Initially, she was investigating an illegal laboratory with several colleagues, but the apocalypse struck suddenly, severing her ties with her superiors. The last command from her higher-ups was to survive. Given Officer Han's skills, she could have thrived alone in this new world, but her kind heart led her to rescue some individuals in a neighborhood, only to be betrayed by them for supplies. Her supporting companions were also betrayed, totaling 11 individuals who dashed out from a horde of zombies, but 5 were gravely injured and perished, leaving 5 more bedridden. Her previous visit was to seek medicine for her companions. Yu Qingge was adamant about clarifying her inquiries regarding Han Xuening, unwilling to entertain the notion that Han's proximity to Lin Su stemmed from other motives. This Officer Han is quite astute. Her arrival here must have come at a price. Listening to Yu Qingge, Lin Su deduced that Han Xuening sought help for her companions, but she had already grasped the dynamics between Lin Su and Lu Heihu during her last visit. If she dares to return, it must be out of sheer desperation, and surely she possesses some leverage. Otherwise, Lin Su and his companions would not show any compassion. She claims to know the location of a nearby weapons cache. And if we rescue her companions, her life will belong to us henceforth. Yu Qingge's eyes sparkled. A weapons cache signifies immense power. Although the apocalypse has arrived, firearms have not yet become obsolete. Whosoever possesses the weapons cache wields the power of influence. Lin Su's eyes narrowed. Once a superhuman reaches sea level, ordinary firearms inflict negligible damage, while A-level and even S-level beings could obliterate with mere missiles. Yet, at the onset of the apocalypse, such firearms remain exceedingly useful. She must have left an address, right? Lin Su inquired of Yu Qingge, his interest piqued. Acquiring the weapons cache would ensure a more secure development for the Villa district. At Yu Qingge nodded, retrieving a note from the bedside table. Lin Su glanced at it before setting it aside. He would investigate it later. You are mine, and only mine. A hint of provocation and madness glimmered in Yu Qingge's eyes. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. It seemed Yu Qingge was preparing for a battle, and he was more than willing to engage wholeheartedly. Lin Su's passion ignited instantly, unleashing the brutality that lay dormant within him. In moments shared with Yu Qingge. He found the opportunity to unveil his true self. As time flowed, the ferocity in Lin Su's gaze reached its zenith. He craved Yu Qingge's essence, feeling her warmth, yearning to meld her into his being. Yet he feared causing her harm, tempering his seemingly violent actions with restraint. Yu Qingge's eyes flickered, a glimmer of madness and obsession flashing beneath. In my presence, you shall never need to hold back. Her words shattered the last vestiges of Lin Su's rationality. Grasping her hands, he transformed into a beast in an instant. 2 hours later, Yu Qingge, her face alight with satisfaction, slumbered deeply in Lin Su's embrace. She relished Lin Su's obsession with her body, for it assured her that he belonged entirely to her in this moment. In the future, every second of Lin Su's existence would belong to the present Yu Qingge. Chapter 49. May I also become a superhuman? On May 5th at 8:37 a.m., Lin Su had prepared breakfast, which now included mutated beast meat alongside the usual milk and eggs that he proportionately distributed the first-tier mutated rat and snake meat among Lu Heihu and the others, storing the remainder in the warehouse. While the third-tier mutated golden rat meat was all set aside for himself. Consuming more mutated beast meat significantly benefits the body, allowing for swifter physical enhancement. This is rat meat. Yu Manwu, upon seeing the meat, felt no aversion and promptly cut a piece with her knife and fork, placing it in her mouth. Quite delectable. As Yu Manwu chewed the meat, her eyes brightened, warmth flooding from her abdomen throughout her body. This piece of meat is sufficient to sustain you through several hours of intense exertion. Here, these are meatballs I made. Eating just one can replace an entire meal. Lin Su handed Yu Manwu a small metal vial containing meatball snacks. Having added a touch of mutated rat's blood, which resembled Lu Wei Di Huang Wan on the outside, but contained energy comparable to that of the meat, Yu Manwu accepted without hesitation. With these meatballs, she would be more enduring in her battles against zombies, and with Bai Hua on her side, she intended to slay 500 zombies today. After providing Yu Manwu with her supplies, Lin Su woke Yuchinga, assisting her with her morning routine as usual, helping her wash up, dress, and then enjoying breakfast together at Yu Manwu. Witnessing this, finished her last bite and headed to the gym, unable to bear the sight of their affectionate display. It was simply too excessive. I shall elevate my powers to E level shortly. I can feel my strength has reached around 500 kg, qualifying as an E level physique. After finishing breakfast, Yuchinga informed Lin Su, noting that the villa district had grown in population, necessitating her expeditious enhancement of abilities to exert control over these individuals. Moreover, despite only a few days passing, Yuchinga could distinctly sense the zombies growing stronger, underscoring the urgent need for bolstered combat power within the villa district. Indeed, we must solidify our strength. Lin Su nodded, preparing the desired nuclei for Yuchinga, simultaneously retrieving the desired nucleus from the afflicted individuals. While he was confident that Yuchinga could ascend with ease, it never hurts to be thoroughly prepared as anticipated. Yuchinga swiftly advanced to E-level superhuman, her chains multiplying to 50. Initially, Yuchinga had no intention of advancing so quickly, but the uncontrollable existence of Baihua compelled her to expedite the timeline. The first order of business upon her ascension was to seize control over Baihua's ethereal soul, asserting dominion over his life and death. Today, Yuchinga and Yumanwa's task remained the eradication of nearby zombies, while Lin Su prepared for another excursion. Initially, he intended to visit Wanji Company in the city center, but with Han Xuenning's information regarding the weapons cache, he decided to pay her a visit. The address provided by Han Xuenning was only 7 or 8 kilometers from the villa district, and there was a shortcut through a small path. Lin Su set his course, taking Baihua along, as Han Xuenning had injured companions requiring Baihua's healing abilities. The direction led toward the outskirts, where some older neighborhoods existed, with certain houses dating back 50 to 60 years. Han Xuenning and her companions were situated in a nearby clinic at 11:23 a.m. Lin Su arrived at the Mingguang Clinic. Along the way, he observed the surroundings. A gathering of 30 to 40,000 zombies was evident. But fortunately, the clinic was not in the heart of the zombie-infested area. Positioned in a secluded corner, as a result, there were few zombies near the clinic. Knock, knock. Lin Su rapped on the wooden door of the clinic. Who is it? A slightly tense voice emerged from within. Lin Su suddenly focused his gaze, noticing something dangerous aimed at him at chest level. That it was highly likely to be a firearm. His instincts, honed from years of survival in the apocalypse, kicked in. Lin Su, he replied calmly, creak. The door opened slightly, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes peering through the gap. Upon confirming Lin Su's identity, the individual inside unlocked the door's chain. Come in. Han Xuenning opened the door and pulled Lin Su inside, with Baihua following closely behind. The clinic was somewhat dim, for there had been a power outage nearby, and the only illumination within was provided by a few flickering candles. It was a modest establishment, measuring roughly 30 to 40 square meters, featuring a medicine cabinet, a consultation desk, and a small partition area for patients receiving intravenous treatment. The air was thick with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine, mingled with the more pungent odor of blood. Lin Su surveyed the scene and noticed 2 young men sprawled across the aisle of the medicine cabinet, their backs marred by deep gashes and large areas of charred skin from burns. In the treatment area, 3 women lay half-naked, their exposed skin bearing the marks of severe burns. They were all barely clinging to life. It was a miracle they had survived this long. Han Xuenning, with heavy dark circles under her eyes and bloodshot gaze, appeared utterly exhausted. Lin Su, can you save them? Han Xuenning looked at Lin Su with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Deep down, she harbored little faith in her companion's chances of recovery, yet she still yearned for a miracle. Yes. Lin Su glanced at Baihua, who nodded in affirmation before he responded to Han Xuenning. The condition of the 5 individuals was dire. They were all unconscious, suffering from high fevers and infected wounds. However, with Baihua's extraordinary abilities, recovery should not be insurmountable. Really, a flicker of surprise crossed Han Xuenning's face, though it quickly morphed into suspicion as she scrutinized Lin Su. She questioned whether Lin Su's promise was merely a ploy to gain access to the weapons cache. Did I understand your concerns? Rest assured, I have no intention of deceiving you. Lin Su cast a knowing glance at Han Xuenning, easily discerning her thoughts. You must first save them before I divulge the location of the weapons cache. At the very least, their lives must be preserved. Han Xuanning remained skeptical, finding it hard to believe that such grievous injuries could be healed so readily. Lin, I need. Bai Hua looked at Lin Su with a hint of distress. Realizing he could only transfer the injuries, there was no one else capable of doing so here, and Lin Su was certainly not an option. Han Xuanning likely wouldn't be able to help either. He couldn't possibly be expected to do it himself. Before Bai Hua could finish, Lin Su grasped his intention and inquired about the whereabouts of any survivors. Han Xuanning, sensing Lin Su's interest in this information, reluctantly revealed the locations of the traitors in exhaustive detail. Shortly thereafter, Lin Su stepped outside in less than 30 minutes. He returned, dragging two men whose limbs had been dismembered and mouse-gagged at Su Bing. Su Bao, you two scoundrels. Han Xuanning's eyes flared with rage as she recognized the familiar faces. These were among those who had betrayed them. Proceed. Lin Su had no intention of involving himself in Han Xuanning's personal vendetta. The vessels for transferring injuries were already prepared, and now they awaited Bai Hua's intervention. With a flourish of his abilities, Bai Hua suddenly donned a white robe, and a beam of black and white light illuminated Su Bao and the gravely injured individual. In an instant, horrifying scars erupted across Su Bao's body, while the injured man's complexion visibly improved, hinting at a potential awakening from unconsciousness. That Su Bao's face contorted in agony, and he began to thrash desperately. Yet with his limbs severed and mouth silenced, he was left to suffer in silence, tears and mucus streaming down his face, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Hua noted this as a fortunate turn, as it would facilitate the transfer of injuries. Injuries from one of the gravely wounded individuals were entirely diverted to Su Bao. He jolted awake only to faint once more from the pain. Han Xuanning stood transfixed, rubbing her eyes and even slapping herself to confirm she wasn't dreaming. This was the manifestation of supernatural abilities. By the time they reached the third individual, Su Bao was literally tortured to death. Observing Su Bao's lifeless body, Han Xuanning's eyes shifted from anger and hatred to sorrow. Why did it have to come to this? Had they united against the zombies from the beginning? Perhaps they could have avoided such a fate. That Su Bing, witnessing the scene, fainted from terror, yet he too could not escape the clutches of death. The injuries from the remaining two gravely wounded individuals compounded, and after a prolonged struggle, Su Bing perished as well. Lin, from this moment forth, I am yours. Might I also become a wielder of supernatural powers? Han Xuanning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Su, yearning to cling to his success. Once upon a time, she had dreamed of being a magical girl, vanquishing villains with her powers. Refrain from making such declarations. You are not my possession. You are my subordinate. Despite the fact that according to their agreement Han Xuanning's life now belonged to Lin Su, he felt it necessary to clarify, lest Yu Qinggu become jealous. Chapter 50. The Human-Faced White Jade Spider. In the hour that followed, the 5 unconscious individuals gradually regained consciousness. Han Xuanning observed this miraculous scene with reddened eyes. Without having experienced such trials, one could not truly comprehend the depths of despair. She believed herself to be seasoned by life's hardships and the sordid realities of the world. Yet in just a few short days, her entire worldview had been shattered. Her long-held beliefs of justice crumbled before her eyes. She had lived through the parable of the farmer and the snake, only to fully grasp its bitter truth. The location of the weapon's cache. Lin Su, embodying a sense of contractual integrity, waited until all 5 had awakened before inquiring about the cache's whereabouts. Snapping back to reality, Han Xuanning instinctively reached for her phone, which contained a map, only to realize it was dead. This is the map. Lin Su had come prepared. Prior to the apocalypse, he had meticulously charted the locations of various resources in Jiangbei, including some sensitive information like the weapons cache's general vicinity. Han Xuanning marveled at Lin Su's possession of such a detailed map, suspecting he had anticipated the onset of the apocalypse and prepared accordingly. However, she was no naive fool. She refrained from voicing her suspicions, knowing that the more one knew, the quicker one met their demise. She wished to navigate the apocalypse with grace. Actually, the weapons cache is primarily used for storing obsolete equipment, containing even artifacts from decades past. However, it boasts a vast quantity of gear, sufficient for thousands of individuals. Many of the weapons were slated for destruction, but a few years ago, the Jiangbei military requested to repurpose this cache as a reserve storage facility. The previous administrator failed to execute a proper handover that as Han Xuanning sketched on the map and elaborated on the specifics of the weapons cache and surrounding buildings. She explained, the cache is situated deep within a small mountain. Adjacent to a village of about 100 residents, the IT is said to be a remnant of an underground storage facility repurposed from past wars that a military detachment of several hundred guards the site, though they generally view it merely as a storage facility for weapons. Another military presence? Lin Su frowned. Given their current strength, confronting a regular military unit would not be wise, even though he did not fear them. He had to respect the military's unwavering commitment to their nation, always thinking of how to protect the populace. Even in the apocalypse, such convictions were difficult to shake. In his previous life, the largest organization in Xia country, known as Yin, was founded by military personnel from various regions, aiming to eradicate the apocalypse and restore human civilization. Yet such organizations were destined to be short-lived in the face of the apocalypse. When Lin Su was reborn, they were already on the brink of collapse. Should Lin Su attempt to acquire weapons now, encountering these soldiers could spell trouble. For a moment, hesitation flickered in Lin Su's eyes before he turned to Han Xuanning. You seem quite knowledgeable about this weapons cache. You must have visited it before, and surely you have acquaintances within. Lin Su spoke with conviction. Han Xuanning nodded, having no intention of concealing the truth from Lin Su. I know what you're thinking. A certain second lieutenant is my uncle, that I can assist you in negotiating, but you must agree to one condition. Her gaze flickered, aware that Lin Su intended to exploit her connections to seize the weapons cache. Upon hearing this, Lin Su chuckled, tightening his grip around Han Xuanning's neck. Han Xuanning, you seem to have misunderstood a few matters. First, your life now belongs to me. You have no grounds to negotiate. Second, I seek the entire weapons cache, not a mere smattering of weapons procured through your negotiations. Finally, even if there are hundreds of individuals within that cache, I could eliminate them all without hesitation. My only concern is that should I cause too many casualties, it might attract a horde of zombies, and that would be troublesome. A smile graced Lin Su's face, yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he gradually tightened his grip on Han Xuanning's neck. Applying more pressure, Han Xuanning struggled in vain, unable to mount any form of resistance. Lin Su's hand clamped down on her neck like a vice, rendering her speechless, her face flushed and on the verge of losing consciousness. Release, Officer Han. The 5 individuals who had just awakened, upon witnessing the situation, immediately rushed towards Lin Su, eager to engage in a confrontation. Lin Su, however, did not indulge them with a flick of his wrist. He unleashed a few ethereal soul needles, causing the 5 to emit a collective scream before collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Out of the corner of her eye, Han Xuanning observed the fallen figures, a flicker of fury igniting within her gaze. She struck Lin Su's arm with all her might, but her efforts proved utterly futile. Almost instantly, Han Xuanning felt her consciousness begin to wane, as if she were witnessing a kaleidoscope of images that in that very moment. Lin Su released his grip. Coughing violently, Han Xuanning fell to the ground, her eyes now infused with a blend of fear and anger, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. I believe I have shown you considerable leniency, she began, her voice trembling. When you previously sought medicine, I provided it, along with some food. You promised me the location of your weapon cache only after ensuring the healing of your companions, and I adhered to your terms. Yet, why do you feel the need to flaunt your cleverness? When I requested the weapon cache, you ought to have exerted every effort to assist me in acquiring it. Furthermore, observe how your comrades have attacked me. I did not take their lives, and even when you revealed your intent to kill me, I refrained from ending you at once. Han Xuanning, do not wear away the scant goodwill I hold for you. Lin Su bent down, the smile that had graced his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chilling glint in his eyes that sent shivers down her spine. Upon witnessing that gaze, Han Xuanning felt a cold dread surge from her feet to the crown of her head. That it was then that she registered Lin Su's words. Her companions were not dead. Hurriedly, she checked and discovered that the 5 were merely in a state of paralysis. Unable to speak, I was mistaken. My words were only meant to dissuade you from clashing with the soldiers there. Nothing more. That I will assist you wholeheartedly in obtaining your weapon cache. Having experienced the recent events, Han Xuanning realized she had provoked a demon, one who would kill without a second thought. She knew she had to submit. Otherwise, not only would she perish, but her companions would also meet their end. Bai Hua observed from the side, feeling that Han Xuanning was utterly ungrateful that I end the villa. Aside from Yu Manwu and Yu Qingge, who did not heed Lin Su's every command, who else dared to defy him even slightly? Very well then. Next, you shall accompany me to the weapon cache. Your companions may be healed, but they have yet to regain their strength. Let them wait here. Lin Su's smile returned, exuding a sense of affability. He typically was quite easy to get along with. Why provoke him unnecessarily? Han Xuanning rubbed her bruised neck, nodded in agreement, exchanged a few words with the five, and then stepped beside Lin Su. Bai Hua complied without question, refraining from inquiring about when Lin Su would return for him, if Lin Su instructed him to wait. Then he would wait. With a crunch, Lin Su led Han Xuanning out of the clinic. The weapon cache lay 7 or 8 kilometers away in a straight line. For Lin Su, this was no challenge. He could sprint the distance without breaking a sweat, but Han Xuanning, worn both mentally and physically, required consideration. After a brief contemplation, Lin Su summoned the mutated golden rat, extravagantly choosing it as their steed. There was no alternative. Driving would draw unwanted attention, potentially attracting zombies. That by riding the mutated golden rat, they could avoid such risks, though it would consume a considerable amount of soul energy, approximately a portion every 10 minutes. Although Han Xuanning had already sensed Lin Su's unusual nature, witnessing the mutated golden rat firsthand left her astounded. Perched atop it, she felt its softness and marveled at its incredible speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary vehicle. After more than an hour, Lin Su and Han Xuanning arrived at a small village, pausing due to the peculiar circumstances. The once bustling village stood deserted. Every structure cloaked in a veil of pristine spider silk, with cocoons dotting the landscape and strands of silk draping from the towering trees. Yet the most striking sight was the colossal white spider at the village's center. Adorned with a human face, its 8 legs, resembling white jade, glimmered with sharpness, while a flesh-colored sack with red hues rested upon its back, surrounded by a dense array of crimson gemstone-like eyes that a second-tier zombie. The human-faced white jade spider. Lin Su's lips curled into a smile. His fortune was indeed favorable. Such a zombie, an exceedingly rare hybrid of human and beast, possessed silk of remarkable resilience, an ideal material for crafting defensive armor. Typically, Lin Su's character would dictate that he eliminate the human-faced white jade spider to harvest its silk. However, the weapon cache took precedence. After surveying the village's surroundings, Lin Su and Han Xuanning ventured into the mountains. The forest was teeming with zombie beasts, yet few exceeded the second tier, allowing Lin Su to navigate with ease. However, as they delved deeper, the presence of zombie beasts diminished at a hypothesis formed in Lin Su's mind. Should his conjecture hold true, obtaining the weapon cache would become significantly easier. Before long, Lin Su arrived at the entrance of a base. The scene before Han Xuanning widened her eyes in disbelief, while Lin Su's gaze remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The ruins lay in shambles. The original base had been reduced to rubble, with shattered buildings strewn about, and the mingled remains of human and zombie flesh scattered throughout. How could this be? There were hundreds of soldiers stationed here. Han Xuanning stepped into the wreckage, her eyes fixed on the tattered military uniforms and discarded weaponry beneath her feet, still struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Surely some must have survived. There must be a basement beneath this rubble, and others likely fled towards the weapon cache. Lin Su meticulously examined the vicinity, discovering numerous human corpses stripped clean of flesh, alongside various types of zombie beasts, most of which had succumbed to gunfire. But he noted a distinct pattern in the distribution of the corpses. As he ventured deeper into the ruins, their numbers dwindled, particularly towards the direction of the weapon cache. Where the signs of retreat were evident, in the post-apocalyptic world, the harsh environment had transformed survivors into the most elite hunters, with Lin Su standing out among them. Let us proceed. Lin Su relayed this information to Han Xuanning, setting his course towards the weapon cache. From the current state of the corpses and the evidence of conflict, he could even reconstruct a rough outline of the battle. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had caught these soldiers utterly unprepared. A portion of their ranks had succumbed to despair and transformed into zombies, delivering a devastating blow to the base. The skirmish likely commenced at that moment. The cacophony of gunfire sealed the fate of the establishment. The powerful firearms annihilated the zombies among them, yet simultaneously attracted other mutated creatures from the surrounding wilderness. Snakes, insects, rodents, scorpions, centipedes, various aberrant entities besieged the base. Confronted with these unexpected aggressors, they undoubtedly resorted to their most potent weapon, the firearms. However, they were unaware that the deafening noise and the overwhelming scent of blood would summon countless more zombie beasts. They easily dispatched the first wave of attackers, yet soon faced a second wave. And then an endless tide. The formidable firearms, while their lifeline, also became their harbinger of doom. This conflict had persisted until roughly a day prior, based on Lin Su's brief examination of the surrounding bloodstains. Han Xuanning observed Lin Su's unimpeded exit from the base, her eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. She yearned to implore him that if there truly was a basement beneath the ruins, they ought to rescue any remaining soldiers. Yet as she opened her mouth, words lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless. She comprehended that her words could not sway Lin Su in the slightest, and it would be more accurate to say that she could indeed cause him to waver. Her very utterance might provoke him to eliminate her. Lin Su was a ruthless individual, driven solely by self-interest, a realization she should have grasped sooner. As Han Xuanning trailed closely behind Lin Su, her mind raced with thoughts of how she might save the soldiers who could still be trapped in the basement. Having served in law enforcement, she was acutely aware of the trials and tribulations faced by public servants. Understanding the dangers inherent in the work undertaken by detectives like herself, her soldiers were the nation's sharpest blades, deserving of her utmost respect. She genuinely wished to save these soldiers. Found it. Lin Su's sudden halt and the sound that followed snapped Han Xuanning back to reality. The exterior of the weapon cache appeared rather unremarkable, resembling a factory from decades past. Yet, Han Xuanning informed him that beneath the factory lay a vast weapon cache, housing armaments for thousands. Outside the factory, numerous corpses of zombie beasts and remnants of military uniforms lay scattered. Fortunately, these zombie beasts had been neutralized before entering the factory. As Lin Su stepped into the factory's vicinity, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. There were snipers, multiple ones no less, explaining why the zombie beasts had fallen so easily. Lin Su took a step back, then turned his gaze towards Han Xuanning. If she could persuade the soldiers inside, there would be no need for him to resort to drastic measures. After all, he still possessed a sense of national honor and did not wish to confront the nation's guardians, as that would leave him with a lingering guilt. Han Xuanning instantly understood Lin Su's intent and inwardly cursed him a couple of times. She then raised her hands and approached the factory's perimeter. "I am Han Xuanning, with no ill intentions, that I merely wish to have a conversation with you." Her voice was low, as Lin Su had requested, lest it attract the attention of the zombie beasts. Perhaps it was the effectiveness of her appearance. After all, she was a renowned beauty officer from the Zhongbei Police Bureau, and her reputation in the military far surpassed that among the general populace. A few minutes later, a young man in military attire emerged from the factory, gun in hand, aiming it at Han Xuanning and Lin Su. "You may approach slowly. Any sudden movements, and I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do not harbor any illusions. There are 3 snipers on standby inside the factory. Behave yourselves." Gan Nan observed as they drew closer, continuously checking their identities and inquiring about some significant events in recent years of Xia country. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief, producing a blue chess piece from his pocket and waving it twice. In an instant, the sense of crisis that had lingered in Lin Su's mind dissipated. "My apologies, Officer Han and this gentleman. The situation is peculiar. We must ensure that you are not like those creatures outside." A trace of regret flickered in Gan Nan's eyes, mingled with a hint of hatred and anger. His words piqued Lin Su's interest, suggesting that the remnants of the military here believed the zombies possessed intelligence and had previously deceived those within. "How many of you remain? What exactly is the situation? And why this stringent verification of our identities?" Han Xuanning, seeing Gan Nan's guard lowered, hurriedly inquired, her mind swirling with countless questions. "I am sorry, Officer Han, but I cannot disclose that information, despite the circumstances." Gan Nan maintained a soldier's discipline and would not easily reveal his unit's security details. Han Xuanning was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Gan Nan led Han Xuanning and Lin Su into the factory. However, after just a couple of steps, Lin Su suddenly grasped Han Xuanning's arm. "Officer Han, there are still many villagers behind. Shouldn't we inform them first? Lin Su's face revealed a hint of timidity. His words somewhat hesitant, appearing very much inclined to heed Han Xuanning's guidance. Han Xuanning was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. She could not comprehend Lin Su's intentions at that moment, yet it did not hinder her from cooperating with him. Indeed, I got too carried away with excitement. Let us go notify them that this place is safe. A smile spread across Han Xuanning's face as she apologized to Gan Nan, taking Lin Su's hand and exiting the factory. Heading back in the direction they had come from, Gan Nan was taken aback, but did not intervene. Now that Han Xuanning's identity had been confirmed, it was reasonable to trust some of the individuals she brought along. Moreover, entry to the factory required inspection for everyone, ensuring safety. Very well. Officer Han, please return swiftly. Gan Nan smiled kindly as he spoke to Han Xuanning. Han Xuanning nodded, turning to exchange a smile with Gan Nan, only for her expression to stiffen abruptly, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Was it her imagination, or could a person's smile stretch to the corners of their mouth? Once they left the factory's confines, Han Xuanning eagerly questioned Lin Su. Lin Su, what is the situation? Wasn't he the plan for me to communicate with them first and then enter the factory? Her voice was hushed, her face a mask of confusion. Do you believe in ghosts? Lin Su flashed a sinister smile at Han Xuanning, his eyes glinting with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanning felt her back become entirely damp. Swallowing hard, did Lin Su imply that there were ghosts in the factory? A wisp of black smoke slithered out of the factory, appearing at Lin Su's fingertips before vanishing into thin air. Lin Su would not place himself in danger, so prior to entering the factory, he had utilized the ability of the mutated golden rat to change its form and infiltrate for reconnaissance. It was perilous inside. It was filled with corpses. Upon sensing this, Lin Su had promptly exited the factory. Realizing this, he understood that the earlier sense of crisis did not stem from weaponry, but from the unknown dangers lurking within. Are you suggesting that Gan Nan was a ghost? Han Xuanning's complexion turned ashen, her disbelief palpable. She had always harbored a fear of such entities since childhood. Strangely, even upon encountering corpses, she showed little reaction. But the mere thought of ghosts unnerved her. Lin Su, please do not jest. I am a staunch materialist and do not believe in ghosts at all. She forced a smile, subconsciously clutching at Lin Su's sleeve, her pupils dilating. Very well, she conceded inwardly, acknowledging that Lin Su had succeeded in instilling fear within her. She believed him and would flee. The staunch materialist had lost. After all, if one could possess supernatural abilities, then the existence of a ghost was not so far-fetched. Lin Su chuckled, amused to see Han Xuanning experience fear, but he then retrieved a small pouch of vermilion from within his clothing. To prepare for such a scenario, he had long since been equipped with it. Next, Lin Su mixed his blood with the vermilion and applied it to his forehead, lower abdomen, and heart, also applying some to Han Xuanning. Finding he still had some left, he picked up a stick and smeared the remaining vermilion and blood on its tip. Outside Lin Su's villa, besides mercury and vermilion, there was also the blood of male animals. In his previous life, he had pondered the appearance of these ghosts, why they feared vermilion, and how it correlated with portrayals in films and novels. Some scholars propose theories that ghosts emerged when both soul and body disintegrated, being products of twisted souls, or rather, distorted desires that end this world. The largest group of desires belong to humans, and in their perception, ghosts represented the yin, while vermilion mixed with blood represented the yang, a perspective rooted in idealism. Of course, this theory was rife with flaws and could not adequately explain why ghosts only feared vermilion. Yet, it remained the most readily accepted theory among the populace that is this truly effective. Han Xuanning observed the 3 areas where the mixture had been applied. Her face slightly flushed with embarrassment, but more so with skepticism, both regarding its efficacy and whether Lin Su had any interest in women. Han Xuanning possessed a clear understanding of her own allure, delicate features, an exquisite figure, and resilient skin. However, when Lin Su applied the vermilion mixed with blood to her heart and lower abdomen, he did not act inappropriately, displaying no desire towards her, even appearing somewhat impatient. It seemed he regretted bringing her along as a burden. Women, in their peculiar ways, often harbored an inexplicable sense of rivalry. Lin Su's actions provided a response to Han Xuanning's concerns as he boldly strode into the factory. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight. Even Gan Nan had vanished. leaving the factory dim and filled with various items, sandbags and training equipment commonly used by the military. Inside the factory were two small compartments. Han Xuanning had been here before and noted that the left compartment housed firearms, requiring a key for entry, while the right led to the armory. Lin Su meticulously surveyed the factory, then suddenly swung the stick towards a particular spot. Da-da! The sudden scream echoed, causing every pore on Han Xuanning's body to stand on end, her eyes darting nervously around, instinctively glancing at Lin Su. Do not be afraid. The existence of ghosts is peculiar. They survive by absorbing human fear and resentment. When you reveal fear, you fall into their fabricated realm of terror, making it difficult to discern reality. This phenomenon is known as being ghost-blinded. Lin Su's large hand landed on Han Xuanning's shoulder, and in an instant, her heart calmed significantly. She focused on adjusting her emotions, inhaling deeply before opening her eyes again. What lay before Han Xuanning was a scene that sent chills down her spine. Corpses littered the ground, each devoid of visible wounds, yet lifeless, their eyes wide, mouths agape, faces frozen in terror, as if they had been scared to death. Han Xuanning fought to steady her inner turmoil, her gaze catching sight of some strange entities, shadows of a sort. Her breathing quickened, and she instinctively stepped back. That must be ghosts. Human fear originates from the unknown. Ghosts could be considered a unique type of zombie, albeit one that is not easily observed unless one actively seeks them out. Under normal circumstances, they remain invisible. However, once vermilion is applied, these special zombies become readily visible. And when one is free from fear, their true forms can be fully perceived. As Lin Su's words echoed, wielding a wooden staff to disperse the shadows in an instant, Han Xuanning discerned certain faces that bore an uncanny resemblance to the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The sole distinction lay in the figure of Gan Nan, whose visage was horrifyingly grotesque, with blood oozing from all 7 orifices, his body riddled with grotesque tumors, sprouting hands and feet, and even strange flowers. Were it not for the remnants of Gan Nan's original appearance, she would have been utterly unable to recognize him. Get out! Gan Nan bellowed at Lin Su and Han Xuanning, his expression contorted with rage, the terror of his form shedding small hands and feet. Lin Su's lips curled into a grin as he charged directly at Gan Nan, tightening his grip on the staff. These specters, while formidable, possess the ability to easily manipulate a person's senses, much like the phenomenon of being bewitched by a ghost, and could consume a person's soul entirely, all while remaining undetected by human observation. Yet, they were undeniably weak. Under the influence of vermilion sand, a mere touch would cause them to disintegrate in an instant. What a pity it is that true specters seem to be solely represented by you. The others are merely shadows of your creation. Otherwise, the rewards would have been substantial. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Lin Su's eyes, for ghosts were rare and precious. Upon their demise, they would coalesce into a unique crystalline soul essence, a highly coveted treasure that could amplify the potential of one's abilities. Ghosts also had ranks, albeit their classification was rather peculiar. Both ghosts and zombies were categorized as Tier 9, but there existed an additional sign, as ghosts were invincible within their rank, even against opponents 1 tier higher. Gan Nan was a Tier 1 specter, and fortunately, despite having devoured numerous humans, he had yet to evolve into Tier 2, acquiring special abilities. Otherwise, confronting him would have proven quite challenging. Gan Nan, in terror, beheld Lin Su brandishing the wooden staff, bewildered as to why he could no longer conceal himself. Previously, he could have easily consumed Lin Su once he entered the factory. Yet upon drawing near, he felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if he were being scorched by fire. Observing Gan Nan's retreat, Lin Su's gaze shifted, and he suddenly produced the soul-binding thorn whip that he pondered whether his soul prison, designed to target human souls, would also be effective against ghosts. Without hesitation, he lashed out with the whip, striking Gan Nan and rendering him incapable of resistance, his body convulsing on the ground. Immobilized, Lin Su, wary of whether Gan Nan was merely feigning, unleashed a barrage of strikes, reducing Gan Nan to nothing more than a faint ethereal silhouette. Han Xuanning swallowed hard, her eyes brimming with profound respect for Lin Su. A person capable of subduing even a ghost was undeniably formidable. Yet, there seemed to be no significant change. Was it possible that he had not been fully vanquished? Lin Su murmured to himself. then delivered several more strikes to the terrified Gan Nan. With a resounding crash, Gan Nan was entirely obliterated. Subsequently, Lin Su welcomed a new soul servant into his soul prison, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the semblance of Gan Nan. Then an endless array of punishments was set in motion. He sought to ascertain whether he could indeed enslave even a ghost. While inspecting the factory, he awaited the outcome of the soul prison. Before long, Lin Su received his answer. After 107 rounds of punishment, he had acquired a ghostly servant. Upon testing this ghost's abilities, he discovered them to be quite extraordinary, capable of fabricating illusory environments. Possessing innate invisibility, and even the ability to possess others to silently siphon their souls, he refrained from further experimentation, as he had located the entrance to the underground armory. Regrettably, entry required a password, and it was the kind of antiquated vault door that posed a considerable challenge. Lin Su attempted to fathom how those before him had managed to enter. The door was sealed so tightly that even the mutated golden rat he transformed into black smoke could not breach it. After numerous attempts, Lin Su contemplated collapsing the entire factory to bury the armory. However, a flash of inspiration struck him. Ghosts seemed to possess a fundamental ability to phase through walls, retaining the wisdom of his former self. Gan Nan easily comprehended Lin Su's command. With a flicker, he passed through the door, promptly opening the entrance to the underground armory. Uncle Zhao, the moment she entered the underground armory, Han Xuanning spotted a body collapsed beside the door. Anxious and alarmed, she rushed over to inspect. He had taken his own life. Indeed, he possessed courage, not forgetting his duty even in death. Lin Su briefly surveyed Zhao Ming's corpse, having succumbed to a self-inflicted gunshot. The notebook resting on his chest chronicled the events of the past few days. The initial pages of the notebook aligned closely with Lin Su's assumptions. After the apocalypse began, the sound of gunfire had attracted hordes of zombies. That was their first grave mistake. By the time they understood the peril of using firearms, it was far too late. Lives were lost in droves, and the zombies had already encircled them, with no other options. They devised a plan, dividing the remaining 100 or so individuals into two groups. One group would attempt to break through to the underground armory, fortified with robust defenses, while the other would retreat to the underground training facility, which, while less secure, was conveniently located within the garrison. The rationale for this division lay in their desire to relay the situation to their superiors, despite the fact that communication had become impossible. They secured a trove of military secrets in a designated location, their final effort to preserve 3 years of dedication to the garrison. The notebook did not elaborate extensively on this labor of love, merely indicating that it was related to the assignments from their superiors, with specific information encoded in a textual cipher. Lin Su, not one to indulge in curiosity, bypassed this section detailing the soldier sacrifices to safeguard secrets. Finally, Lin Su gleaned what had transpired since their arrival at 12:03 a.m. on May 4. We successfully broke through. Among the 63 who set out, only 19 remained, many severely injured, particularly a soldier named Gan Nan, a promising young man. Alas, the damned apocalypse had arrived. Enough lamenting fate. All I can do now is document everything I experienced until my death, to offer hope to future generations that at a distance of 1 kilometer southeast from the garrison. We stored our research on zombies. While rudimentary, it remained valuable for humanity's understanding of the zombie phenomenon, though we had discovered a singular entity among the zombies, one with intelligence, capable of shapeshifting into a human form, which we dubbed the Faceless One. My only regret is that this invaluable research, the product of hundreds of soldiers sacrificing their lives, should have been shared with all of humanity. I contemplated defying orders to disseminate this information online more than once. But when I finally resolved to do so, I realized it was too late. The internet had collapsed at an overwhelming tide of useless information. Curses against the apocalypse, pleas for help, and various sob stories had caused the servers to crash, robbing this vital research of its opportunity to reach humanity. The sole silver lining was that, even amidst the internet's downfall, some social media platforms remained accessible, and I managed to disseminate the data. I simply do not know how many would receive it. Before long, social media access was also lost, and phones could no longer even place a distress call that I surmised that it was likely due to a cascading effect from external power outages. I am grateful I managed to send out this information, Even if I face a military tribunal later, I would accept it, provided I live long enough to stand before the tribunal point two more individuals fell behind. As their commanding officer, I was powerless to save them, unable even to retrieve their bodies. I feel immense guilt, but this is a burden I must bear. That we soon reached the armory, not seeking revenge, but rather to regroup within the underground facility. Yet another nightmare descended upon us. Upon entering the factory, a palpable aura of dread enveloped us. Gannan perished without warning, his body rapidly transforming, sprouting tumors, hands, and feet that I deduced that Gannan could not be allowed to remain. He would likely become a zombie, a terrifying one at that. Thus, I resolved to end his suffering with 6 swift shots. The zombie's vital points are the heart and the head. Both must be destroyed simultaneously to ensure a zombie's demise. I presumed the ordeal had concluded, but almost concurrently, as Gannan lost his final traces of vitality, the second individual succumbed. That was Zhong Tao, a promising recruit who had just joined the garrison. Then, as if triggered by a chain reaction, 7 or 8 others fell swiftly. Did I end that moment? I understood that something sinister lurked within the factory. As more lives were sacrificed, I remained oblivious, as if they had all simply dropped dead in an instant. Yet, I knew it was no mere coincidence, for the expressions on their faces before death were all the same, filled with terror. Soon, only 3 of us remained, and it was then that I first encountered that ghostly entity. It was Gannan. The specter of Gannan. Faced with such an uncanny phenomenon, we found ourselves utterly helpless. Our only recourse was to flee, to seek refuge in the underground armory. Under the cover of the last 2, I managed to escape into the depths of the armory. To this day, I can vividly recall their frantic expressions urging me to run, their faces a blend of terror and bravery as they sacrificed their chances for my survival. Once the door to the armory sealed shut, an eerie silence enveloped the world, yet I soon realized that I had not yet emerged from this nightmare. Gannan, astonishingly, was able to breach the armory with ease. And it dawned upon me that my life was now forfeit. Yet he spared me, leaving me in a state of bewilderment, though I was far from grateful for his mercy. That I roared at him, firing my weapon, doing everything within my power to resist, but it was all in vain. My efforts fell painfully short against Gannan's indifference. After venting my frustrations, I regained my composure, yearning to understand why Gannan had chosen to spare me. However, I realized my more pressing duty was to leave behind some valuable information for those who might follow, that I hoped that even in my current state, I could impart a modicum of strength to my compatriots. Lin Su swiftly turned the pages of the notebook, which contained detailed accounts of the zombies, troop locations, and specifics regarding the armory, including various codes that at the end of the notebook lay Zhao Ming's final words. I now understood why Gannan had kept me alive. I was his food supply, not easily expendable. Brothers, forgive my cowardice. I cannot exist merely as sustenance, and living alone is an unbearable ordeal that I have left behind everything I could. I can come to meet you now. Ultimately, I hope my fellow countrymen can endure. Han Xuanning, having read the notebook, was in tears, covering her mouth to stifle any sound, fearing she might disturb Zhao Ming. Lin Su regarded Zhao Ming with a complex expression. It was individuals like him that evoked both disdain and admiration in a world turned upside down. Such people struggle to survive, yet they are essential beacons of hope for humanity. A bullet entered through the temple, his face bearing a semblance of peace, resting against the door of the armory, for this was the closest place to his comrades. This armory, along with a notebook cradled in his arms, was the last bastion he was determined to protect. Lin Su scavenged for kindling within the armory, gathering the corpses from outside, granting them a final semblance of dignity that in the flames, he hoped they would find rebirth. This was the greatest kindness Lin Su could muster. In a post-apocalyptic world, turning bodies to ashes was a small mercy. Let us depart. Han Xuanning watched Lin Su stride towards the armory, unsure to whom his words were directed. Chapter 54. In the dying world, life is thinner than paper. The armory was predominantly filled with vintage equipment, yet in vast quantities. Lin Su personally tested some of the weapons, finding them commendably reliable. Not only did the armory house these firearms, but it also contained cold weapons, akin to artifacts, nestled in the corners. These cold weapons were numerous, primarily Tang swords, though regrettably, most bore nicks and significant rust. leaving few usable. After rummaging through the cold weaponry, Lin Su discovered a long saber of exquisite quality, a cavalry saber weighing around 80 pounds. Yet for Lin Su, it felt too light. Nonetheless, it was the finest weapon available in these trying times. With the armory secured, the pressing question arose: how to transport these weapons? After a brief contemplation, Lin Su selected firearms and ammunition, then emerged with the cavalry saber, promptly collapsing the small building to prevent others from vying for the weapons. Simultaneously, he emitted a long howl, beckoning the nearby zombies to converge upon this location, as, under certain circumstances, these zombies would serve as his guardians of treasure. We have a signal. Lin Su communicated to Han Xuening, noting the presence of the formless ones, which would inevitably lead to the thousand-faced beings. Sickness 96. Thousand-faced beings. When formless ones and thousand-faced beings devour one another, it gives rise to the afflicted. The thousand-faced beings wield extraordinarily perilous powers. They can not only assume the appearance of others, but can also usurp their memories, provided they consume their brains. Such zombies are exceedingly dangerous, and unless absolutely necessary. Lin Su wished to avoid an early confrontation with the afflicted, as the thousand-faced beings are remarkably cunning. Unless it comes down to the final moments, they will continue to manipulate other avatars to represent them. To them, nothing is more important than their own lives. Thus, they possess formidable regenerative abilities and countless human skins. The only assurance they seek is the preservation of their existence. Han Xuening and Lin Su's signal was straightforward, merely a phrase that only Lin Su could decipher. Upon returning to the troop station, Lin Su found some materials left behind by Zhao Ming, then departed with Han Xuening. Why stay any longer? He had already obtained what he needed. Even if there were living soldiers in the underground shooting range, Lin Su had no intention of rescuing them. Observing Zhao Ming and the soldiers here, he suspected they were toughened individuals. Rescuing them might lead to conflict. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, one must take responsibility for oneself. Additionally, the underground shooting range had been largely submerged in rubble, making the entrance difficult to locate. Han Xuening sighed deeply, realizing Lin Su showed no inclination to lend a helping hand. She felt powerless. Furthermore, the underground shooting range contained a small storeroom filled with food and water. Even if someone were inside, their lives would not be at risk. Besides, they were soldiers of Xia country, each possessing resilient willpower. Han Xuening believed she must have faith in them. Soon, Lin Su and Han Xuening returned to the small village, where Lin Su employed stealth and shadow techniques to secretly collect some spider silk. The human-faced white jade spider was not yet of sufficient level. It needed to grow before being harvested. Upon returning to the small clinic, it was already 19:54 that Lin Su did not linger. Unless necessary, he preferred not to spend the night outside for two reasons: the dangers that lurked beyond, and his desire to see Yu Qingge. With the suppressive force of the mutated golden rat, Lin Su and his companions swiftly returned to the villa district. Upon arrival, Lin Su encountered an intriguing situation. I see you have brought back a considerable amount of food. We can offer a high price. Indeed, this is the apocalypse. We are the survivors of humanity. You cannot be so selfish. We have evidence that your food was transported from the granary, which is official food. You are stealing, robbing what belongs to all the people of Jiangbei. 100,000. I will pay 100,000 per pound. That is my final offer. You stand to gain immensely. But do not push your luck. There are over 200 of us here. A crowd surrounded the entrance of the villa district, shouting boisterously, yet wary of Lu Heihu and his companions stationed at the door, armed with firearms. Han Xuening was taken aback by the scene. The nearby zombies should have been largely cleared out, or else these people would not dare to venture out and surround the villa district. Initially, Han Xuening thought Lin Su would react with anger and violence at the sight of this. But to her surprise, Lin Su remained calm, that he strode confidently into the villa district, his arms laden with various items. And the crowd parted for him, knowing someone was backing him up against Lu Heihu and his companions. Lin Yi, Lu Heihu and his group greeted Lin Su, promptly taking the items from his hands. Young man, you must be the leader of these individuals. At such a young age, associating with the underworld is not a promising path, especially with these fierce-looking people. They might be using you for their own ends. Thus, why not instruct them to part with some food, and we can act as your support? An elderly man with graying stubble looked at Lin Su with a mixture of pity and resignation. Lin Su wore a gentle smile, quietly observing this elder. The gazes of the others also turned toward him, echoing the elder's sentiments. "How long has it been since you last ate?" Lin Su asked softly, wearing a kind smile. The elder's face lit up. He realized that these young people were rather easy to manipulate, and thus the food would soon be relinquished. "That IT has been a day and a half. Young man, rest assured, I will not take your food without compensation. Just now, someone offered 100,000 per pound. I cannot match that price. So how about you give me 1,000 or 800 pounds of food, and I will give you 30,000 from my bank." A flicker of pain crossed the elder's eyes, as if he begrudged Lin Su this deal that a day and a half. It seems you are still not hungry enough." Lin Su nodded, honing in on that single point. The elder was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. "Young man, what do you mean by that? If you find the price too low, we can negotiate." An expression of urgency flitted across the elder's face, as moments before, Lin Su had seemed inclined to offer him food. Negotiate. Lin Su's expression suddenly turned icy as he surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the more than 200 individuals, including Uncle Wei, that he truly could not fathom the thoughts of these people, who sought food from an armed group capable of clearing the area of zombies, offering tattered scraps of paper that were hardly fit for wiping to exchange for sustenance more vital than their very lives. These individuals were either treating him as a fool or were foolish themselves. The sole path to obtaining food was to demonstrate their worth. Otherwise, even if they knelt and begged, they would never procure a single grain. Lin Su's gaze sharpened. He felt it was essential to teach these people a lesson, to make them recognize the harsh reality of the apocalypse. "Young man, you cannot act this way." Uncle Wei's face flushed with anger as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to reprimand Lin Su. However, before he could proceed, a hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, blood pooling around him. "He's dead." The few individuals at the forefront froze, their legs trembling, and one even felt his feet dampening. They instinctively touched the blood or brain matter splattered on their faces and hands. In the next moment, several men emitted shrill screams sharper than any woman's. Perhaps emboldened by their collective strength, after the shock of witnessing a death, they soon turned their ire towards Lin Su, transitioning from verbal insults to the desire to physically confront him. Lin Su observed this scene in silence before nodding to himself. His lesson had not yet been adequately imparted, and these individuals had yet to grasp the reality of their situation, that he holstered his gun and drew his machete, swiftly dispatching the foremost attackers with a single, clean sweep. His compassion had grown somewhat today, likely influenced by the notebook he had just perused, stirring a sense of sentimentality within him. Otherwise, he would have already drawn blood from these people who dared to extend their hands to seize food. Look, he had only taken a few lives. The ground was awash with blood, exposed entrails, and eviscerated flesh, accompanied by the bone beneath, all set against the backdrop of several half-dead individuals' agonizing cries. This gruesome spectacle provoked nausea, both psychologically and physiologically among the onlookers. Witnessing such brutality, silence fell over the crowd, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as they regarded Lin Su. "Did you see that? If these people come to stir trouble again, let's make it simpler. We must not allow them to disrupt the peace here." Lin Su remarked to Lu Heihu before striding towards his villa. In this post-apocalyptic world, human life was the most precious, yet simultaneously the most worthless currency. A warm meal could incite a fierce scramble among dozens, while a single sausage or a pack of instant noodles could procure the company of a beautiful model for a night. Life was indeed as fragile as paper in this realm. Chapter 55. Han Xuenning's Awakening. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Qinggu approached Lin Su with a smile, her gaze lingering on Han Xuenning and her companions who followed closely behind. "I'll go take a shower first." Lin Su noticed Yu Qingji's attention on Han Xuenning and promptly departed, hoping nothing would go awry, for Han Xuenning was indeed a remarkable talent. "Officer Han, you must be hungry. Please make yourself at home." Yu Qinggu enthusiastically ushered Han Xuenning to the dining table, even affectionately taking her hand. "Please just call me by my name. No need for Officer Han anymore." Han Xuenning's gaze flickered momentarily. She realized that to gain Yu Qingji's acceptance, she would need to prove herself worthy to join this group and reside in the villa. The remaining 5 individuals were perceptive. They mirrored Han Ning's actions. All right, then I shall call you Sister Ning. Yu Qingge was straightforward, directly addressing her as sister. Phone go, fetch some side dishes. I remember Sister Ning is from Jiangbei, so she must enjoy seafood. Let's have some 9-section shrimp and turbot. Yu Qingge commanded one of her subordinates, embodying the demeanor of a matriarch of the household. A stunning beauty has arrived. Lin Su truly has an eye for talent. Yu Man Wu, draped in a bathrobe, emerged from her room, her eyes lighting up as they took in Han Ning, unabashedly assessing her from head to toe. Sister, tone it down a bit. Your demeanor now exudes an unmistakable uncle vibe. Yu Qingge shot a disapproving glance at Yu Man Wu, who typically maintained a cool demeanor but now seemed transformed. All right, I shall be more discreet. However, regarding Officer Han, I witnessed Lin Su's actions earlier. And I must admit, I'm curious as to why you did not intervene. Yu Man Wu had observed the events through the surveillance footage, and her concern for Han Ning, a former public servant, lingered. Moreover, she had heard tales of Han Ning's reputation as a righteous and principled police officer, yet her apparent indifference to Lin Su's brutality raised alarms in Yu Man Wu's mind. Han Ning paused, glancing between Yu Qingge and Yu Man Wu, realizing that Yu Man Wu was testing her sincerity. Since the apocalypse began, I am no longer Officer Han. Thus I have neither the duty nor the obligation to rescue them. Upon first sight, I recognized their unworthiness for salvation. Over 200 individuals stood outside, trembling in fear, and after witnessing a few deaths, their scant courage evaporated, cowardly and weak. Furthermore, it is precisely this cowardice that led me to observe them coldly. Such timid souls dare to wander in a zombie-infested world, especially at night, only because the nearby zombies have been eradicated. If the zombies have indeed been cleared, why do they not venture out to gather food? Many have succumbed to zombification. Surely they must possess ample provisions within their homes, not to mention the nearby shopping centers and small stores that if they were truly desperate, they ought to seek sustenance in those places rather than congeal in a group. Begging like beggars, that it is shameless, devoid of dignity. In this apocalypse, no one will save us. To survive, we must rely on ourselves. Thus, while I feel a twinge of pity for these individuals, I believe they deserve whatever misfortunes befall them. If they require food, they ought to seek it out rather than shamelessly come here to beg, naively attempting to seize what is not theirs. A complex expression flickered in Han Ning's eyes. In this world turned upside down, one must possess awareness. She pondered the honorable soldiers like Zhao Ming, who, after sacrificing everything, still remembered their compatriots. Yet were such compatriots truly deserving of survival? Indeed, these people had not considered that their ability to gather over 200 souls here was due to the clearance of nearby zombies, allowing them to live peacefully only because of others' kindness. What right did they have to repay their benefactors with ingratitude? These scoundrels were not worth mourning. A young woman standing behind Han Ning spoke up. Her name was Lan Yin, her face a mask of indignation and hatred that I in these individuals. She saw the reflection of those who had betrayed them in the past. They sought food while others risked their lives. It was one thing to benefit from the labor of others, but to make demands was intolerable. Ultimately, they had betrayed them for a handful of supplies, luring them outside to face a horde of zombies. Her sister had been torn to shreds by the undead in a desperate attempt to ensure her survival. The warm blood that splattered on her face was a memory she would never forget. This young lady possesses a commendable awareness. Yu Man Wu regarded Lan Yin with interest. Another beauty, with a delicate face and fair skin, her only flaw being a lack of curves, though that hardly mattered to Yu Man Wu. However, upon realizing the attention directed her way, Lan Yin's cheeks flushed, and she retreated behind Han Ning, falling silent. Han Ning cast a sympathetic glance at Lan Yin. She had once been lively and cheerful. Yet now, even speaking seemed to intimidate her. Sister Ning, it seems you have endured quite a bit in the past. Lin Su's willingness to bring you back indicates his recognition of you. But trust in this post-apocalyptic world is not easily earned, that Yu Qingge hinted, her politeness reserved solely for Han Ning, while she showed little regard for the others that I have stated that once you fulfill my requirements, my life will be yours. What must I do to earn your trust? Han Ning fell silent for a moment. Regarding Yu Qingge, before the apocalypse, there existed a red testing system within certain organizations, also known as the Red Trust Test. Yu Qingge likely intended to emulate this, Typically, the red trust test involved acts of violence, and Han Xuanning resolved that if Yu Qingge required her to eliminate those around her to pass the test, she would do everything in her power to protect Lan Yin and the others. Qingge, are you ready? It's time to eat. Lin Su emerged from his shower, calling out as he noticed Yu Qingge still occupied. In this world of chaos, nothing surpassed the importance of a meal. Yu Qingge's eyes flickered as she realized that her lengthy conversation with Han Xuanning had merely been a means to establish dominance. She had intended to draw forth Han Xuanning's experiences with Lin Su throughout the day, and perhaps even have her dispatch a few dozen zombies before integrating her into the group. But now, with the call to dine, she had to hasten her pace. Shortly, do not resist. From now on, your lives will rest in my hands that, of course, you may refuse for the moment. Yu Qingge certainly bestowed ample respect. As 6 chains materialized, floating before Han Xuanning and her 5 companions, Han Xuanning's eyes sparkled with excitement at the display of supernatural abilities. However, upon regaining her composure, she glanced back at the 5 individuals behind her, realizing that their loyalty had not been included in her deal with Lin Su. Yet, upon witnessing the resolute expressions on their faces, Han Xuanning understood their decision, observing the unanimous agreement among the 6. Yu Qingge promptly extracted their ethereal soul forms. Now, welcome aboard. A charming smile graced Yu Qingge's features as she embraced Han Xuanning and her companions. Miss, the information has been collected, and arrangements have been made to capture the others. Lu Eru entered the villa, holding a stack of documents, which he directly handed over to Yu Qingge. She nodded, quickly scanning the contents before instructing someone to make the necessary arrangements. This stack of documents contained details about a portion of the individuals who had been blocked outside the villa area. As they gathered at the entrance, Yu Qingge had already devised her plan that a plethora of inexpensive labor was laid before her. Could she possibly refuse? Those who had once coveted their food were now doomed. Yet her beauty and kindness prompted her to select a few robust individuals to engage in labor and provide sustenance. Given the current state of renovations in the villa area, a minimum of 300 laborers would be required once the construction team arrived. Thus, Yu Qingge deemed it prudent to prepare in advance. The ensuing atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, with Yu Manwu leading Han Xuanning and the others to bathe, followed by a hearty meal. Subsequently, all necessary living essentials and entertainment were arranged, each item of the finest quality. They were also allocated 3 rooms, for more individuals would be entering the villa in the future, and it was not extravagant to provide 1 room per person. This was the most comfortable slumber Han Xuanning had experienced since the apocalypse began, yet she was acutely aware that their current comfort would ultimately cost them dearly. Chapter 56. The Rift of the Otherworld. On May 6th at 8:13 a.m., Lin Su, as usual, prepared breakfast for Yu Qingge, also making a portion for Yu Manwu. By the way, when did you say the majority of first-tier zombies would essentially upgrade to second-tier? The first thing Yu Manwu inquired upon rising was directed at Lin Su, casually sipping a cup of soy milk as she did so. Lin Su paused momentarily in his sandwich making, then replied, "In 1 month, on June 1 SD, all zombies will undergo a collective evolution, coinciding with a rain that will be a boon for them. You asked this because something unusual has occurred, haven't you?" He placed the sandwich before Yu Manwu, pondering the sudden nature of her inquiry. June 1 SD, it's not a big deal. You know, my weapon is a side that I've noticed that as I slay more zombies, it becomes increasingly sharper, and I have a sense that it may even develop consciousness, particularly when I dispatch higher-tier zombies. Thus, each day, I feel the sensation of slicing through each zombie. Although my scythe is growing sharper, the sensation of a clean cut is gradually becoming more rigid. All this indicates that they are growing stronger, and at an exceedingly rapid pace. Many zombies may not even require a month to transition from first tier to second tier, having meticulously compared the sensations of first tier and second tier zombies. She could roughly estimate their evolution time frame. Before June 1 SD, the majority of zombies will ascend to second tier. While consuming her sandwich, Yu Manwu spoke in a calm tone, indicating that, for her, the distinction was not particularly significant. The difference between first tier and second tier is minimal. Both can be dispatched with a single blow from head to toe. Lin Su pondered her words, reflecting deeply that, to be honest, he remembered the major events from his past life in Jiangbei. Yet he was unaware of the nuanced changes. Had he followed the trajectory of his previous life, he would still be residing in a rented room. Today, I will remain behind to help you all clear out the zombies. However, upon hearing of this impending change, Lin Su felt compelled to inspect the situation closely that I end the apocalypse. Even the slightest variations held immense significance. That aren't you supposed to go retrieve that construction team? Do you have time? Yu Manwu glanced at Lin Su while savoring her essential pan-fried rat meat patty. That no worries. That construction team isn't of paramount importance. They are replaceable. Moreover, I won't be seeking them today. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Lin Su removed his apron, hanging it on the wall, preparing to wake Yuchinga for breakfast. As for Yu Manwu's mention of abilities potentially gaining intelligence, Lin Su handed her a recently completed manual on supernatural abilities. Within its pages lay his understanding of powers, indicating that weapon-type abilities could indeed develop consciousness in later stages, a manifestation of deep subconscious development. This state is referred to as deep immersion. In this condition, abilities undergo significant expansion, belonging to the realm of high-tier ability users and geniuses. Yu Manwu inquired curiously, but did not press further. She had little interest in the specifics of arrangements. Her focus lay in becoming stronger, exceptionally strong. She was responsible for that aspect, while Lin Su and Yuchinga would handle the logistical concerns. After a simple breakfast, Yu Manwu headed to the gym. Her physical strength had reached approximately 800 kg, attaining the pinnacle of an E-tier ability user's physical prowess. However, she was in no rush to ascend to E-tier. Following Lin Su's guidance, she devoted herself to exploring the expandability of her abilities, recognizing that powers are manifestations of the soul. Familiarity with one's abilities equates to familiarity with one's soul. In the early stages of ability development, the harmonious balance between spirit and body is of utmost importance. Aren't you going to check out that beehive today? Yuchinga noted Lin Su's sudden change of plans, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Just last night, Lin Su had mentioned that activating soul slaves demanded an abundance of soul energy, and if his abilities advanced, more sources of soul energy would be required. In the course of deliberation, Lin Su identified a suitable target, the massive beehive located in the Bailu Forest, a renowned tourist destination in Jiangbei. Even before the apocalypse, this famous Bailu beehive produced between 1 to 3 tons of honey annually. In post-apocalypse, it had gained notoriety as a killing hive, instilling fear in Jiangbei survivors. With nearly 1 million mutated killing bees, it had ascended to the top tier of predators in Jiangbei. However, regardless of the chaos wrought by this hive, no ability user organization dared to confront it, for the hive's food source consisted of zombies. Each year, it would consume millions of zombies, which provided sufficient deterrent against any would-be attackers. Moreover, even if an organization were to contemplate action, they would need to weigh the consequences. After all, this was a swarm of 1 million killing bees, capable of obliterating an entire city with ease. Thus, Bailu Forest became the domain of the killing hive in the latter stages of the apocalypse. Everything's fine. Bailu Forest isn't too far from here. I'll scout the area and then proceed. However, I must inform you that I may be gone for several days. To be cautious. If danger arises, retreat directly to the villa. At this early stage of the apocalypse, there should be no forces capable of easily breaching the villa. Despite having cautioned Yuchinga the previous night, Lin Su felt compelled to reiterate his concern. He truly could not fathom the implications if something were to befall Yuchinga. You should trust me, just as I trust you. Yuchinga gazed intently into Lin Su's eyes, her tone earnest. She then resumed her breakfast. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback, observing the subtle movement of Yuchinga's pinky finger, realizing that she was somewhat irked. After all, Yuchinga was neither an accessory nor a caged bird. While the initial sentiment was sweet and endearing, repeating such words could provoke her ire. I'm finished. Yuchinga swiftly finished her breakfast and proceeded directly to the gym, exchanging not a single word with Lin Su. Lin Su nodded slightly, watching her retreating figure in contemplative silence. You seem different from her. The current Yuchinga bears subtle distinctions from her counterpart in the previous life, yet Lin Su feels no aversion towards her. After breakfast, precisely at 10:00, the cleaning teams commenced their operations. They were divided into 4 groups, with Yuchinga, Yu Manwu, Lu Heihu, and Lu Eru each leading 1.1 team, remained stationed at the villa area, while the other 3 ventured forth to eliminate the zombies in 3 different directions. Lin Su observed for a while and noted that the zombies within approximately 300 meters surrounding the villa had been cleared, with rudimentary barriers set up at that distance to deter any wandering undead. The efficiency of the three teams was commendable. The specialized ability team at the villa was engaged in dispatching zombies, while the laborers managed by Zhao Ziliang were collecting desired nuclei. Zhao Ziliang had awakened an intriguing ability, the Eyes of Temptation, allowing him to influence the consciousness of his subordinates to a certain extent. Fortunately, this power proved ineffective against Yuqinga, the master. Otherwise, Lin Su would have undoubtedly eliminated him. Lu Heo's team remained at the villa area, ready to relieve the first team once they grew weary. During the zombie clearing process, Lin Su continued his observations. After 2 hours, he discerned that the zombies towards the direction of the city from the villa were particularly formidable. Recognizing the situation, Lin Su wasted no time. After 3 hours of exploration, he identified the source of the problem. There existed a grand bridge crossing the Bei Yun River towards the city, with several small lakes dotting the area through which the river flowed. West Lake. This was the lake closest to the villa that a bizarre scene unfolded at the banks of West Lake, where numerous fist-sized mutated shrimp crawled ashore, only to be devoured by the nearby zombies. This was likely the reason for the heightened strength of the zombies in that direction. Lin Su captured one of the mutated shrimp for closer examination, discovering it to be exceedingly weak, particularly in comparison to other first-tier entities. While the presence of mutated creatures on land was not particularly astonishing, the sheer number of mutated shrimp climbing onto the land was unexpected, although they appeared to be ascending the shore more rapidly than Lin Su had anticipated. He soon realized something was amiss. These mutated shrimp seemed to emerge endlessly, constantly crawling onto the banks. The West Lake itself could not possibly sustain such a multitude of mutated shrimp. Lin Su commanded a mutated golden rat to enter the lake, and soon the problem became apparent. Transforming the rat into a swirling black mist around him, Lin Su entered the water. Without approaching the lake bed, he witnessed a peculiar sight, a spatial rift surrounded by countless mutated shrimp, rapidly growing as if an inexhaustible energy source resided within the rift. How could there be a spatial rift here? No, how could such a rift appear so early in this life? For the first time, confusion and doubt appeared in Lin Su's eyes, exceeding his expectations for the future. Chapter 57. The Eight-Legged Blood Ape. The spatial rift had been a hypothetical theory proposed by scholars during the late stages of the apocalypse, suggesting that the consciousness of Blue Star had undergone a mutation, leading to the collapse of all things and the advent of an era of sequential evolution, wherein the surviving beings sought to transcend to higher levels of existence. This process was deemed necessary for Blue Star's life forms, as the environment had become inhospitable for lower-tier beings. That a decade after the apocalypse, a peculiar phenomenon captured the attention of all ability user organizations: the spatial rift. Within these rifts, energy leaked ceaselessly, causing rapid evolution among the surrounding creatures. However, one must not mistake this for a positive development. The souls of these beings would be infinitely weakened in exchange for rapid physical growth, disrupting the balance between spirit and flesh. Various ability user organizations conducted investigations and uncovered a chilling reality. The life forms of Blue Star were undergoing dimensional breakthroughs, elevating the planet to higher dimensions. These rifts were merely a consequence of Blue Star's inability to withstand the overwhelming external energy, akin to the diffusion of substances in water, where high concentrations moved towards lower concentrations, for 3 years. The spatial rifts had not posed significant harm, but scholars predicted that after 7 years, Blue Star might experience another mutation, this time induced by external forces rather than the planet's own consciousness. This hypothesis went unnoticed by lower-tier ability users, yet those at the pinnacle took it seriously, implementing defensive measures near irreparable spatial rifts, fearing the day unknown creatures might emerge from them, a scenario often portrayed in various anime and novels. They did not consider this a mere fantasy. On the contrary, they perceived it as a realistic threat, especially given the emergence of zombies and ghosts. The dimensional diffusion hypothesis suggested that the novels and anime we create are influenced by higher dimensions, with thoughts, cultures, and realities from these realms potentially spreading to lower-dimensional worlds like sunlight. Thus, in the apocalypse, novels and anime were categorized as research materials for studying spatial anomalies. Naturally, many dismissed this as mere imagination. Lin Su himself was not particularly concerned about the spatial rift. After all, what could possibly outweigh the importance of Yuqinga? However, the sudden emergence of this spatial rift ignited countless thoughts within him. If his reversal of time only pertained to Blue Star and could not influence the external world, it meant that the spatial rift had already existed for 3 years. Should the scholar's prediction hold true, then 4 years hence, Blue Star would undergo another mutation. Burdened with myriad thoughts, Lin Su cast a final glance at the spatial rift before departing. The rift could be repaired, and the materials required were quite singular: desire nuclei. A substantial quantity of them. Lin Su had witnessed a 1-meter-long spatial rift necessitating 1,000,000 first-tier desire nuclei, while a 2-meter rift required 1,000,000 second-tier desire nuclei, and so forth. This rift was not lengthy, merely about 1 meter, indicating the need for 1,000,000 first-tier desire nuclei for its repair. Lin Su conveyed this matter to Yuqinga, having no intention of shouldering such a heavy sense of responsibility alone. He had no plans to repair any spatial rift. What a joke! 1,000,000 first-tier desire nuclei could easily establish an ability user organization. Moreover, what did the spatial rift signify? The rapidly proliferating mutated shrimp represented an incredible bounty of sustenance. Would Lin Su squander such an opportunity? In the apocalypse, attending to the present was paramount, for one could never predict which would arrive first, an unexpected event or the dawn of tomorrow. As the woman destined to stand alongside Lin Su, Yuqinga, upon grasping the situation, promptly altered her strategy, leading the main force to assault West Lake and seize the boundless mutated shrimp that in the apocalypse. The future was the most elusive of concepts. Even if the spatial rift posed genuine danger, by that time, Lin Su would have grown immensely powerful. Should he still be unable to confront the perils brought forth by the spatial rift, then it would simply be his time to perish. After reorganizing his thoughts, Lin Su prepared to head towards the White Deer Forest. For now, it was imperative to conquer the Hive of Slaughter. Once Yuqinga successfully controlled the mutated Bee Queen, the Hive of Slaughter would become one of the most formidable forces guarding the villa area. The White Deer Forest lay 11 kilometers from the villa area, and Lin Su took 2 hours to arrive, the sky now dimming into twilight. The White Deer Forest was vast, spanning 15 square kilometers, encompassing mountains, caves, lakes, and various natural landscapes, as well as some ancient-style architecture. The Hive of Slaughter resided deep within the White Deer Forest at the peak of Mingjing Mountain, surrounded by a valley known as the Valley of 100 Flowers. This was the very location of the Hive of Slaughter. Grateful for the hive's placement within a scenic area, Lin Su realized that had it been situated deep within the wilderness, he would have spent an inordinate amount of time searching for it. Buzzing. As Lin Su approached the Valley of 100 Flowers, he was greeted by the sound of countless mutated bees flapping their wings, accompanied by the sounds of combat. Peering ahead, he spotted a colossal hive entwined with several towering trees, teeming with boundless mutated bees. Their bodies bore yellow and black stripes, and their eerie green eyes sent a chill down his spine, accentuated by the gleaming, steel-like barbs, though their bodies measured less than half a meter. Their barbs could extend to nearly a meter in length, which was quite intimidating. At this moment, they were engaged in battle with a horde of zombie beasts. A massive mutated beast horde roamed within the White Deer Forest, and the zombie beasts present would undoubtedly seize upon these delectable creatures. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the Hive of Slaughter had never rested, as it was fated to be in perpetual conflict with the zombie beasts, both requiring the other as sustenance. Thus, Lin Su resolved to assist them, deploying 10 specially crafted iron loudspeakers and broadcasting a rendition of Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss in an instant. A tremendous sound reverberated from the Valley of 100 Flowers, echoing outwards. Boom! The earth trembled slightly, and there was no need to doubt the number of zombie beasts in the Bailu Forest. The combined count of all types of zombie beasts had already surpassed that of the humans in Jiangbei. Lin Su swiftly sought refuge, for it was no jest. Could he possibly involve himself in a battle of such monumental proportions? Concealment, too, is an art. He found a suitable cave, sprinkled mercury around it, and then burrowed into the ground, burying himself completely. Among the zombie beasts were various forms of the undead, and Lin Su could not guarantee that they were all devoid of intellect. Thus he endeavored to vanish entirely in the soil. He effectively masked his presence, leaving only a tube for breathing. With that, Lin Su surrendered to slumber, aware that this conflict would likely endure for a considerable duration. He needed to conserve his energy to fulfill his objectives. Long before, Lin Su had learned the art of resting wisely amidst chaos. casting aside fear and distractions. Trusting in his own body to alert him when danger approached. As dawn broke, he listened intently. The fighting persisted, though the cacophony of the blissful Pure Land had significantly diminished, likely due to the destruction of several loudspeakers. Lin Su surmised that by noon, the skirmish would reach its conclusion. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms reverberated through the ground, causing Lin Su's heart to race and his skin to prickle. He sprang from the earth, peering out in astonishment. Before him stood a Tier 3 zombie 8-legged blood ape. A formidable entity even among Tier 3 zombies, distinguished by its additional limbs and the enormous eyes adorning each appendage. More terrifying still was its head, which had split open like a carnivorous flower, revealing rows of vicious fangs, its body cloaked in a layer of grayish-white fur. Each step it took consumed numerous mutated bees, and in an instant, a breach was torn in the defensive perimeter of the mutated bees, sending a throng of zombies surging towards the hive. That moment, 16 Tier 2 mutated bees surged forth, launching themselves at the 8-legged blood ape, followed by a mutated bee that was 5 or 6 times larger than the average. Radiating a Tier 3 aura, they sought to encircle and annihilate the 8-legged blood ape. Chapter 58. Taming the Queen Bee. The appearance of the queen bee signified that only the queen remained within the hive. And with the dwindling number of mutated bees, it was evident that the hive was becoming sparse. Lin Su refrained from hastily engaging with the hive, choosing instead to bide his time. That a true hunter must possess the patience to endure solitude. The 8-legged blood ape proved even more formidable than Lin Su had anticipated. The 16 Tier 2 mutated bees had been almost entirely torn apart, yet the ape itself remained largely unscathed. The Tier 3 queen bee, witnessing the extensive casualties among her mutated kin, appeared incensed. She flapped her wings, summoning a crimson whirlwind that surged forth towards the 8-legged blood ape. The queen's body had become emaciated, utilizing her own blood as a potent weapon, showcasing remarkable versatility. The 8-legged blood ape's 2 legs were struck by the red whirlwind, leaving them bloodied, and the remaining mutated bees seized the opportunity to launch another assault. The ensuing battle was brutal. All Tier 2 mutated bees perished, and the queen unleashed her blood ability 3 more times, further weakening her own form, while the 8-legged blood ape lost 2 of its legs, and the eyes on its remaining limbs were gouged out. Only one eye remained. The queen summoned her blood ability once more, and the crimson whirlwind severed the last eye from the 8-legged blood ape's final leg. For a fleeting moment, the 8-legged blood ape halted, and in the next instant, its grayish-white fur became drenched in blood, turning a vibrant red. With a furious roar, the ape, now in a frenzied state, unleashed a surge of power that obliterated dozens of mutated bees in its vicinity, then tore off one of the queen's wings, followed by shattering a corner of the hive. Driven to madness, the queen charged directly into the mouth of the 8-legged blood ape, releasing a torrent of her own blood in a single, devastating blow. The explosion of crimson fireworks shattered the ape's eerie maw. The queen, now a mere husk, lay gasping on the ground. Lin Su observed this spectacle, his heart racing. The 8-legged blood ape had sustained severe injuries, and the queen was left defenseless. He recognized that now was the time to strike and potentially acquire a Tier 3 combatant. Yet he understood that patience was paramount in this moment. That it struck him as peculiar that the immense clamor of battle had attracted countless zombies while only a scant few mutated beasts had responded. Nearly none of the Tier 2 mutated beasts had appeared. The area was vast, and they would not simply vanish without cause. Thus, Lin Su deduced that they lay in wait, lurking in the shadows for the opportune moment. Indeed, a Tier 2 furry creature suddenly burst forth from the ground, intent on devouring the queen. It was a gopher, but its attempt was thwarted by a 2-meter-long black scorpion, also a Tier 2 beast, seeking to feast upon the queen as well. The emergence of these 2 mutated beasts appeared to disrupt some equilibrium, as dozens of Tier 2 mutated beasts erupted into chaos, clashing among themselves. Yet, the most formidable presence of all was that of a Tier 3 pangolin. They fought fiercely over the queen, yet neglected the most perilous of threats that remained unresolved. The 8-legged blood ape, lacking in intelligence, was solely driven by the instinct to devour the newly presented prey. It charged towards the pangolin, engaging in a brutal confrontation, drawing the remaining mutated beasts into the fray. Another fierce battle ensued. An hour elapsed as the warfare reached its final moments. The hive was devoid of mutated bees, and the surrounding zombies had dwindled, while the remaining mutated bees and the gathered mutated beasts continued to clash. Lin Su had once more retreated into the soil, patiently awaiting the moment when the eight-legged blood ape would fall, which would signal the swift conclusion of the battle. The eight-legged blood ape exhibited a reckless ferocity, having already dispatched numerous Tier 2 mutated beasts before colliding with the pangolin. The pangolin's ability, Earth Spikes, posed little harm to the eight-legged blood ape, and its thick scales enabled it to endure the confrontation for an extended duration. The combat raged from dawn until dusk, and then dawn broke once again. This marked Lin Su's third day within the Bailu forest that as the first light of day emerged, the victor was finally revealed. The eight-legged blood ape emerged triumphant. Having torn the pangolin asunder as the victor, it proceeded to ransack the hive, seeking to unearth the most delectable morsels within. However, in its fervor, it overlooked the fact that, due to their struggle, the queen had yet to perish. The queen, barely managing to lift herself, unleashed her barbed tail, which under the influence of her blood ability, became rigid and, like an arrow, pierced through the chest of the eight-legged blood ape, pinning it to the ground. The hive began to tremble, and a colossal mutated bee, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, burst forth from within. Its form was grotesquely bloated, but the queen bee, it had remained in the deepest recesses of the hive, nurtured by countless mutated bees. But the death of the last mutated bee by its side signaled that it must now emerge to seek sustenance. The hive still contained numerous bee pupae, which would soon hatch, but it was imperative that she procure food before the pupae transformed into bees. The eight-legged blood ape, now pinned and nearly devoid of combat capability, presented a sumptuous opportunity for a meal. The moment the queen bee appeared, Lin Su contacted Yu Qingge via satellite phone that it was now time for him to make his entrance. However, just as he emerged from the earth, a hairy figure streaked past his line of sight, causing Lin Su's pupils to constrict at a Tier 3 mutated beast, the thousand-whisker mouth. This creature, a transformation of the hedgehog, bore spines that had morphed into impenetrable fur, leaving only its mouth exposed, virtually devoid of weaknesses. Fortunately, Lin Su had been cautious. As he emerged from the soil, he immediately activated his dual abilities of invisibility and shadow evasion. The thousand-whisker mouth failed to detect his presence. It, too, sought to capitalize on the chaos, exhibiting remarkable patience as it awaited this final moment. Though the specifics of the queen's abilities remained unknown, Lin Su was certain that she could not contend with the thousand-whisker mouth, as anticipated. The instant the thousand-whisker mouth manifested, the queen bee instinctively attempted to flee, yet she understood vividly that escape was not an option. The ground was littered with carcasses, all of which were her potential sustenance. And her nest lay just behind her. There was nowhere to run. Thus, when their paths crossed, combat ensued. The fur of the thousand-whisker mouth acted like thousands of hands, effortlessly deflecting the queen's attacks. The arrogance characteristic of an intelligent being manifested within the thousand-whisker mouth. As it shielded itself from the queen's onslaught, it advanced towards the eight-legged blood ape, seemingly intent on claiming the ape's core desire. Such hubris can often lead to demise. It ravaged the heart of the eight-legged blood ape, gradually disintegrating it with countless strands of fur, relishing the slow death of its prey with exultant roars. That moment, the fur of the thousand-whisker mouth, more resilient than steel, was seized by the eight-legged blood ape, which gripped it tightly. Then an explosive clash ensued. The eight-legged blood ape suddenly erupted, creating a sizable crater with a radius of 100 meters. The fur of the thousand-whiskers mouth was blasted into disarray, and its exposed maw was severely mangled. This entity represents the pinnacle of third-tier zombies, possessing the formidable ability to inflict significant damage on third-tier mutated beasts even after enduring numerous battles. Naturally, the queen bee would not let this fortuitous opportunity slip away, launching an attack on the thousand-whiskers mouth. With a fervent flutter of her wings, she utilized her sharp mandibles to bite and her barbed stingers to pierce. Engaging in close combat at this juncture, the queen bee had yet to reveal her extraordinary abilities, suggesting that her powers were not of an offensive nature. In stark contrast, the thousand-whiskers mouth's ability was straightforward yet brutal, enabling rapid hair growth. For most creatures, this power would be rather superfluous. However, for the Thousand Whiskers mouth, its fur constituted the most formidable weapon. Even in its injured state, the Thousand Whiskers mouth maintained dominance over the queen bee. Prompting Lin Su to intervene, as wounds appeared on the Thousand Whiskers mouth. It signified that an opportunity had arisen, but he stealthily approached, occasionally delivering soul needles to halt its movements, tilting the scales of victory in favor of the queen bee. Operating from the shadows, Lin Su saw no need to expose himself. After 2 hours had elapsed, the Thousand Whiskers mouth was finally worn to the brink of exhaustion, though the queen bee was not faring any better. Her body marred with scars. Thus, in that moment, Lin Su decisively acted, unleashing soul needles alongside the mutated golden rat to incapacitate the queen bee. Following this, he summoned Gan Nan to restrain the Thousand Whiskers mouth. Faced with a specter that largely disregarded physical attacks, the Thousand Whiskers mouth had encountered its nemesis. After delivering several waves of soul needles to the queen bee, Lin Su bound her with a specially prepared rope, subsequently subduing the Thousand Whiskers mouth in a similar manner. The fur of the Thousand Whiskers mouth was an exceptionally valuable material for crafting battle attire, particularly given its ability to enhance hair growth. It was truly a treasure. Thus, Lin Su hesitated to kill it, assigning the mutated golden rat and Gan Nan to keep watch on the periphery to prevent any unwelcome intrusions by mindless zombies or mutated beasts. Now, he was ready to commence the taming process. Gripping the soul-inflicting barbed whip, he recalled the days of his previous life spent subduing a 6-tier Trant, a task that had consumed a month of effort due to its formidable resilience. The torment of the soul was an order of magnitude greater than that of the body. He pondered how long it would take to completely break the will of this queen bee. Armed with his soul-inflicting tools, and a sense of anticipation washed over him. Crack! The taming had begun. Chapter 59. The Mobile Hive and the Third-Tier Mutated Golden Eagle. Upon receiving Lin Su's call, Yuchinga promptly set off with Lu Eru toward the Baishu forest. This was a prearranged plan. Lin Su would notify her once he had dealt with the slaughter hive. The Baishu forest was not easy to locate, and as it was her first venture beyond familiar territory in the apocalypse. It took her 3 hours to arrive. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by a startling scene. Lin Su wielding a whip, a manic grin upon his face, relentlessly striking a fur-covered ball. Beside him stood a colossal, already tamed mutated bee. Lu Eru caught a glimpse and inadvertently met Lin Su's gaze, which bore the ferocity of a monster. Startled, Lu Heihu quickly averted his eyes. Feigning nonchalance, the Yuchinga cast a glance at Lu Eru but chose not to speak. Instead, making her way toward Lin Xu to AT that moment, the madness and brutality on Lin Su's face vanished with Yuchinga's arrival, replaced by a beaming smile. Lu Eru couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly remarking on the rapidity of his mood shift, dubbing him a master of micro-expression control. Had he known there were so many corpses of zombies and mutated beasts nearby, he would have brought more companions. Yuchinga surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn about, each representing a core of desire. Our numbers are few, and the first-tier desire cores are already sufficient. These bodies can serve as sustenance for the rebuilding army of the queen bee. We only need to take the mutated beast meat and the second-tier desire cores. Lin Su took Yuchinga's hand, speaking softly. He had already devised a plan. Yuchinga nodded, her gaze turning icy as she focused on the mutated queen bee. Summoning chains, she found that the queen bee had been thoroughly trained by Lin Su, allowing her to easily assume control. She tugged at the queen bee's wings, instructing it to observe closely while her eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy. She meticulously tended to each injury on the queen bee, feeling that all of Lin Su's affections should belong solely to her. Perhaps you should also tame this Thousand Whiskers mouth, that we have already gathered ample materials for crafting battle attire. And with its fur, we should soon be able to create some excellent gear. Lin Su spent half an hour training both the mutated queen bee and the Thousand Whiskers mouth, then dedicated another half hour to instilling fear deep within their souls, ensuring that the lessons would be indelibly etched into their existence. Shall we take a look inside the hive? Lin Su inquired of Yuchinga, leading her into the hive. Initially, entry into the hive would have been impossible, but following the apocalypse, the mutated bees had expanded it to an astonishing size. From the outside, the hive appeared to measure around 100 meters in diameter, a colossal structure, due to a portion of the hive being torn apart and guided by the mutated queen bee. Lin Su and Yuchinga reached the innermost depths of the hive within just a few minutes, The heart of the hive lay a peculiar sight, a pool occupying 1/10 of the hive's total area. This was honey, more accurately, slaughter honey. Possessed remarkable body tempering effects, accelerated the growth of young bees, and had exceptional benefits for detoxification, beautification, and vitality enhancement. It was a rare product of mutated beasts, and with daily baths in this honey, our strength would surely progress at an accelerated rate. Lin Su explained to Yu Qingge, while the mutated queen bee appeared somewhat bewildered. Her intelligence was considerable. Otherwise, she could not command so many mutated bees. Yet, Lin Su seemed more knowledgeable about the properties of honey than she was. By the way, the mutated queen bee's ability involves collective control. She can produce suitable mutated bees using resources to a certain extent. This bears a resemblance to certain insect-themed novels. As the most intelligent being within the hive, she should read more. Knowledge is the fastest path to her growth. Lin Su held little hope for the mutated queen bee's combat abilities. She was simply a non-threatening entity that I noticed numerous bee pupae along the way. Should we have some fried bee pupae for dinner? Yu Qingge's swift change of subject caught Lin Su slightly off guard. Yet he had no objections. Whatever Yu Qingge desired was acceptable to him. The mutated queen bee trembled in fear. After issuing a command for the mutated queen bee to hatch the bees as quickly as possible, Lin Su and Yu Qingge temporarily assumed the role of laborers, transporting a vast number of bee pupae to the slaughter honey pool. Ordinarily, such an action would be unthinkable due to the excessive waste of honey involved. However, given that all the mutated bees in the hive had been eliminated, moving the entire hive back would require tens of thousands of mutated bees. Indeed, Lin Su's intention was to relocate the entire hive to the vicinity of the villa area, as the food source for the mutated bees was solely zombies, which could be found anywhere. Moreover, this was Baishu Forest. In the future, as plants succumb to disease, the endless mutated vegetation would, if not destroy the hive, certainly provide it with ample sustenance. Now that the slaughter hive had become Lin Su's personal property, there was no way he would leave it behind. The effects of the slaughter honey pool were remarkable. With thousands of mutated bees generated in just 1 hour, depleting 1/10 of the honey in the pool. Regrettably, if time had permitted, the rapidly hatched mutated bees would have lacked combat capabilities. Nevertheless, this ability to quickly replenish troops could have overwhelmed the entire Baishu Forest. With the emergence of thousands of mutated bees, they effortlessly dragged the numerous zombie corpses outside into the hive, allowing Yu Qingge to witness how these mutated bees fed. Inside these mutated bees lay a special solidification organ, capable of directly digesting zombies and similar creatures. Of course, they could consume mutated beasts as well, but for them, zombies were far more delectable in such large colonies. Barring a few elite individuals, the group typically develop a unified solidification ability. The solidification ability of the mutated bees was rapid growth. After consuming zombies and producing honey, they would grow swiftly. The abundance of zombies far exceeded their appetite, and for any excess food, they instinctively used the honey they produced to preserve it. 10 hours passed, and a total of 50,000 mutated bees were ready to transport the entire hive back to the villa area. Night fell once more, and Lin Su was not in a hurry. Flying at night with these combat-inept mutated bees posed certain dangers. Although the skies held fewer mutated beasts and zombies, they were not entirely absent. With the immense gain of the hive, Lin Su remained patient. After several hours of waiting, as daylight returned, the massive hive was lifted by 50,000 mutated bees, soaring toward the villa area. For Yu Qingge, this was her first experience flying through the sky, and she felt a thrill of excitement. Once reaching S rank, one could soar through the air without the need for any abilities, while most ability users could achieve flight in the A or B ranks. Lin Su offered a faint smile and softly recounted that he refrained from mentioning how Yu Qingge had soared into the skies even at the sea level in her previous life, fearing that she might grow envious. Suddenly, a massive zombie eagle approached the hive, its body in a state of decay, save for its wings, which remained intact, and on its head, it bore a living appendage resembling a comb. One could say their luck was rather unfortunate. Having just taken to the skies, they encountered a second-tier zombie beast. However, a swarm of over 100 mutated bees swiftly dealt with in aerial confrontations. The simplest method of subduing an opponent is to incapacitate their ability to fly. Currently, they were about 300 meters above ground. A fall from this height would spell doom even for a third-tier zombie. In the interim, They encountered wandering zombies and two first-tier mutated beasts, which the mutated bees dispatched with ease. Soon, they arrived above a villa district, where the colossal hive descended, drawing considerable attention to Yu Manwu gazed up at the hive. Had it not been for Yu Qing's timely warning, she would have undoubtedly fled. The sheer size of the hive made it evident that she was no match for it. Behind the villa district lay an expanse of land. Initially slated for expansion next year, now transformed into a landing site for the hive, the hive settled. A tremendous eagle's cry echoed through the sky. Lin Su glanced upward, his expression turning serious. A third-tier mutated golden eagle. Chapter 60. Oh, what a pity. Observing the third-tier mutated golden eagle, Lin Su's mind rapidly devised numerous strategies, yet the quickest and most direct solution was to confront it head-on. After all, if he failed to eliminate this third-tier golden eagle, it could very well return for revenge on another day, a prospect Lin Su abhorred. Better to eradicate potential threats sooner rather than later. The moment he made his decision, Yu Qing seemed to perceive his thoughts. Summoning the queen bee to command a multitude of mutated bees to encircle the golden eagle, Lin Su conjured black smoke in his hands, transforming the mutated golden rat into a mutated flying squirrel. Sprouting a pair of wings that he then released Gan Nan, who possessed a distinct advantage against such soulless beasts. Next, Lin Su activated his invisibility and shadow escape abilities, stepping onto the back of the mutated flying squirrel before vanishing in an instant. Only the occasionally sinking form among the mutated bee swarm indicated Lin Su's position. Indeed, he was utilizing these mutated bees as stepping stones to engage the golden eagle in aerial combat. Lin Su remained unhurried, intending to first gauge the golden eagle's abilities through the mutated bees. Given that it had achieved third-tier status, its abilities were undoubtedly formidable. After nearly 100 mutated bees fell, Lin Su discerned that the golden eagle's body was exceptionally robust, with every part serving as a weapon, particularly its claws and beak, which were exceedingly powerful. Yet, the most formidable feature of the golden eagle was its eyes. Lin Su was taken aback to discover they could emit lasers. The first time it unleashed its laser vision, it pierced through 15 mutated bees before ceasing, exhibiting tremendous power. Its entire body seemed devoid of weaknesses, making it a formidable adversary. However, Lin Su felt there was something peculiar about the golden eagle's eyes. Observing Lin Su's predicament, Yu Qing immediately employed some mutated bees to elevate the Qian Su mouth into the high skies. As another third-tier entity, the Qian Su mouth was more than capable of restraining the golden eagle, especially with the mutated flying squirrel present, which would surely create an opportunity for Lin Su. The Qian Su mouth's fur was astonishing. Even a few severed strands could effectively block the golden eagle's laser. Thus, it endeavored to ensnare the golden eagle with its fur. Yet in the next moment, boom! The scales and feathers of the golden eagle flickered, and it unleashed a laser, instantly clearing a portion of the surrounding mutated bees, while a significant number of the Qian Su mouth's fur strands were severed. Lin Su observed in silence, muttering to himself about the creature's cleverness. The apocalypse was indeed perilous, as even a creature devoid of human intelligence like the golden eagle was capable of hiding its trump card. Lin Su concluded that the golden eagle possessed elemental abilities, akin to Feng Go's fire-based powers, capable of manifesting in various forms. However, the golden eagle's abilities were more advanced, likely a dual type of gold and fire, enabling it to unleash devastating powers from its entire body. Such formidable power could strike unexpectedly, yet it bore a significant flaw. The golden eagle was covered in hard scales and feathers, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Su to directly injure its flesh. Despite the prolonged combat, he had yet to witness any signs of injury on the golden eagle. This alone was a testament to its strength. But as it released its internal energy, that energy had to traverse through its flesh before reaching the scales. In that fleeting moment, a slight gap would appear between the two. Lin Su seized this momentary opening. A flurry of soul needles shot forth, embedding themselves into the golden eagle's flesh, momentarily halting its movements. He did not let this opportunity slip away, swiftly arranging a new soul-torturing collar around the golden eagle, utilizing its falling momentum to drive the collar deep into its neck. In an instant, the golden eagle became motionless, its mind and body severed from their connection. Intrigued by the golden eagle's potent abilities, Lin Su had no intention of sparing its life. Grasping the prepared horse-slicing blade, He struck down without hesitation. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Lin Su's hands tingled. The blade only managed to create a small incision on the golden eagle's neck. With a mind, the creature understood that in the instant it lost control over its body, it should fortify the defense of its scales and feathers with its energy. Lin Su offered a compliment, a smile gracing his features. A small incision was sufficient for him. The soul bone-scraping knife appeared in his hand, and he began to scrape the golden eagle's neck. Yes, under the protection of the golden eagle's abilities, Lin Su could only scrape, but that alone sufficed as long as the soul bone-scraping knife could inflict harm on the golden eagle. It would remain in a state of soul paralysis for an extended duration. Then, it was time for the large cutting machine to make its entrance. Lin Su positioned the golden eagle's head on the cutting machine, causing it to struggle violently, the noise of the machine igniting its fear of death. This fear transcended the paralysis of its soul. Its wings stirred slightly, and its internal energy began to flow again. Just a hair's breadth away from regaining control over its powers and slaughtering everyone nearby. But that hair's breadth marked the dividing line between life and death, the moment the cutting machine began to operate. Lin Su's soul instruments were also set in motion. Following the wound created by the cutting machine, Lin Su's soul needles surged forth, easily penetrating the golden eagle's body. In that instant, the golden eagle's soul was thoroughly sealed. Lin Su ceased the cutting machine, setting his soul instruments in place. It was not due to a sadistic pleasure in torturing the golden eagle, half of its head severed, but rather because only by slaying the golden eagle with soul instruments could he acquire its soul. The golden eagle's soul was formidable. It took a full 3 minutes before it finally collapsed and perished. Beside them, Lu Heihu and Lu Eru watched the scene, swallowing hard, their gazes toward Lin Su tinged with a hint of fear. They wondered why, even at the brink of death, he would not grant it a swift end. Unaware of the true circumstances, they assumed Lin Su relished such brutality. Once the mutated golden eagle was dealt with, Lin Su promptly skinned it, acquiring top-tier materials for crafting battle attire. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Armed individuals had arrived, and the guards were injured. Yu Manwu approached Lin Su, who was handling the golden eagle's remains. There are armed men. It seems there's a prison nearby. They must have come from there. Lin Su pondered momentarily, then wiped his bloodied hands, instructing Feng Go to continue processing the remains before heading to the villa district's entrance. Lin Su's group confronted a gang of 7 or 8 armed thugs. Black Tiger, so you are the boss here? No wonder the area is so well cleared. The leader, Su Miao, smirked at Lu Heihu, who stood behind Lin Su. Lu Heihu's expression soured upon seeing Su Miao, his sworn enemy, whom he thought had perished, now alive in this apocalypse. You two know each other? Lin Su inquired, eyeing the flamboyantly dressed man adorned with brand names and sporting an iron ring in his lip. Old Master Lu, this scoundrel is a pedophile, and not just any pedophile. He preyed on young boys. I couldn't bear this scum, which is why I had him incarcerated. As Lu Heihu recounted his history with Su Miao, his teeth clenched in rage, remembering how his brother's son had been murdered by this vile man. The one shot is Yu San. Yes, fine. Bai Hua has taken care of it, Yu Qingge whispered to Lin Su as she approached him. Lin Su nodded, finding it difficult to summon interest in the ruffians, merely thinking of releasing the mutated golden rat to handle them collectively. But Su Miao's next words halted Lin Su's progression. Kid, the woman beside you is your girlfriend, right? Not bad looking. Let me have some fun with her for a few days, and then she can serve me like a dog that you're not too shabby yourself. Just a bit older. We could still have our fun with the lights off. Su Miao leered wickedly at Yu Qingge and Lin Su, even licking his lips in a lascivious manner, in truth. After his incarceration, his desires had broadened somewhat, expanding his range of interest. As Su Miao's words lingered in the air, Lin Su's companions gazed at him in sheer terror, as if they were staring at a corpse. Qingge, you should head back and take a shower to be by the way. The piece of meat in the refrigerator should be adequately aged by now. Please fry a piece for yourself shortly, that I have some matters to attend to. Lin Su remarked with a slight smile directed at Yu Qingge, while Yu Qingge cast a sidelong glance at Su Miao before entering the villa, and upon hearing that the aged meat was ready to eat, Yu Manwu followed her inside. Kid, did you not hear me? Su Miao seethed, his anger flaring as he reached for his gun, incensed by their flirtation in his presence, seemingly disregarding him. however, before he could complete his sentence. A powerful hand pressed him to the ground, silencing him with a brutal blow that rendered his mouth a mangled mess that Su Miao's associates were bewildered. Moments before, a shadowy figure had swept through, pinning Su Miao to the floor. That as they attempted to retaliate, they found their hands shattered, the work of Lu Heihu and Lu Eru. "Does he have any relatives or friends?" Lin Su inquired softly, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lu Heihu. Lu Heihu swallowed hard, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he shook his head. With a person like Su Miao, friends are a rarity. His only son met a tragic end at his hands. That, oh, what a pity, Lin Su expressed, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes before he proceeded to shatter Su Miao's limbs. Chapter 61. I hope you do not perish under your own misguided compassion. Humanity in the apocalypse exhibits remarkable resilience and does not perish easily. Thus Su Miao endured under Lin Su's grip for quite some time, succumbing only after an hour. During this interval, Lin Su casually died. To Lin Su's surprise, Su Miao possessed supernatural abilities, albeit regrettably of a healing nature rather than an offensive one. Given Lu Heihu's description of Su Miao as a psychological deviant, one would expect him to have abilities befitting such a persona. Lin Su pondered, surmising that some events during Su Miao's time in prison had induced a shift in his psyche. Had he known Su Miao harbored supernatural powers, particularly healing ones, he would not have needed the ability suppressor, allowing Su Miao to endure even longer. The notion of an ability suppressor sounds grandiose, yet its application is quite simple, utilizing several long needles to pierce the pisiform bone, lower abdomen, and back of the skull.